Minimize lay you. I ow them bodying both charm and rebellion, spirit diet infused with Homer. In theachif extraordinary abilities, I unexpected lie awakened my own power sand fell in love with their incarnated Hongyao. However, this newfound strength has rendered us target so fain organization dedicated to extraordinary abilities, relentlessly pursuing us. With them, I continuously develop, often adopting a low profile tendency to navigate myriad crises, all the while nurturing a dream of dismantling the organizations she and sharing mundane life beloved. Alas, what misfortune! It gazed at the awakening serum in me hand, only to find an inexplicable needle mark in its surface. This sice undoubted lie a case of sabotage. Without a doubt, it was that gluttonous swung fatty orchestrator this. I, Lei Yu, known as Young Master Lei, Wazel Reedy F. Figure of Noti among Thesi ordinary students 7 before awakening my powers. After all, I was naturally handsome. Unlike Wang Fatty, Hunli Nuho Toto, his face nearly swollen to sphere. Today marks the annual awakening test at school, for which he had prepared for an entire month. If I were to awaken its class ability, would undoubted lie a centoth pinnacleo fly fan dim brace him if fair maiden. Yet at this moment, as I surveyed he tampered serum, me heart traced like wild horses. That Wang Fatty, consumed be jealousy of my superior Luke Sand popularity, resorted to such despicable tactics. The onlookers, eager for spectacle, hatel reedy beg and toe isper amongst themselves, some even logging aloud. I could feel their anticipation for my embarrassment, hoping for my failure in awakening, so would become the laughing stock of Teen Tyra school, igniting a fiery fridge within. This is disastrous semi-task will be disgraced in front of my grandmother. If I were to falter publicly, what dignity would remain form, young Master Lei? I felt licky and tona hoppin, perspiration bidding gone forward, for the ruis no waiter mud at the situation. I attempted to block the needle mark with me hand, beauted twice in vain, only worsening the predicament. Just as despair began to envelope me, a pair of clear eyes from Thick Road caught my attention. It was Hongyao, standing at the Giof Tech Road, looking at me with a hint of confusion, her gaze seeming liher boring a tray. Concern? My heart quivered, an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through him. No. I absolutely cannot disgrace a Mijolf in front of her. No matter the cost, I, Lei Yu, must complete thy's awakening. Taking a deep breath, Igriped the surrumptly, preparing to act, when teachers ancient the front row raised a chant to signal for silence. Now, we shall commence a the extraordinary ability awakening test. Teacher Zhang's voice, though not loud, resonate demirs like thunder. Contrary to everyone's expectations soft me panic, I simply curled my lips into a slight smile, then, this situation is truly exhilarating. It seems thatenless to showcase a genuine skill. These individuals will genuine believe mid obedience I target. Hemph, just wait and see I, young Master Lei, am no pushover. I foresaid myself to calm down, scanning the crowd, my gazelle and ding gone those gloating faces, wishing I could deliver a punch token off them. But no it's not the time. I still possess the secret weapon known as the system. System, commodimiate, I chanted inwardly, mig greatest reliance sezing commitrance migration it must not fail me through moment. The onlookers, witnessing my composure era through the panic they had anticipated, were momentarily taken aback. A neary eccom hungeon theer, akin to the tranquility before storm, while at those awaiting me humiliation fell silent for the timing. At that moment, a mechanical voici suddenly echo in my mind, crisis detected for host who dio alike to activate the temporary repair function? As your job joyful led me heart the system is indeed reliable. Activate it, quickly. In the next instant, a warm current coursed through me body, as comforting gas awaking in a hot spring. A faint glow began to manifest from me palm, though dim, it shiny like stars in the darkness, capturing attention. To me astonishment, the serum bottle, previously damaged be Wang Fatty, visibly restored itself to normal, the needle mark healing rapidly as siftamir reversing. Gazing at the serum bottle now returned to its original state, a confidence my lecryptac rosa lips. Thavari individuals waheda waited me fallen ori symbledux gopithethroat, mouths agape, there's my less complete life frozen. Replaced by expressions soft disbelief and concealed envy. They could never have anticipated that he would transform a resituation into triumph. At that moment, Eisen Sedapir Segazi upon. It was teacher Zhang, his previous slice turned face and outing it with a hint of confusion, His eyes filled with wariness. These old fellow possesses sanus to tie. Ein wardly cursed, for teachers angus and doubted lie a shrewd individual, having discerned my animal yet a glance. Huent mistake me for new tough controllability user, wuda? Student lay you, your recent performance has been rather unusual please accompanimento temporary testing point. Teacher Zhang Stone newest gravy and brookidna descent, immediate lie branding me with a libel of anomaly. Up in hearing this, it was instant lit displeased on what grounds? I am no problem student with egranch spectacle? Teacher, I am perfectly fine. Besides, the test hasn't even begun on what basis do I wish to away? Yargyud, but teacher Zhang paid minahid. With a wavy officiand, several uniformed individuals approached, prompt lie inviting me to leave, ossifiwer resume important spect. Truly, misfortune strikes when oh nicetho my full utterly doomed. I was helpless lie skirtetowards the so-called temporary testing point. What kind of incensius? I, the distinguished young master lay, am being treated like a guinea pig for testing the size absolute lie intolerable. I glanced back, and hung yastoed amidst the crowd, watching the direction I was being gulled away, her eyes filled with curiosity. Her expression stirred a whirlwind of motions within, making file cantoan abundant content. Thean Lucas resumed their chatter, pointing finger sand muttering thing. Sly Cleo indeed husses wessened now under his awakening, hummel functioned, trull yake soft kicking Simeon, theer down. Azure Joe findignation, lid within, Annie long id tapunchichof timintisolence. Einhol deeply, forcing Mijolf to remain calm thesis, not the time for impulsiveness, lest thee truly label me dangerous individual and confine me. As Zitrover set the path, Mimandrast, contemplating how to extricate Mijol from this predicament, Wyliel so speculating gone what this temporary testing point might entail. Before long, we arrived at Ta'ite building, where a several expression less uniformed staff members is to the entrance, resembling agents from a television drama, sending chills down my spine. I wazzled into a room filled with various unfamiliar instruments, emitting a cold glow. A figure Cladino white-lib caught approached, gazing at meest huffwhirlimble waiting slaughter, intensifying muniace. Lay you, I sit, prepare for testing. His stone was frigid, devoid of emotion. Isteretithim, feeling Gazer job displeasure his demeanor ways, finitato feign interrogator, utterly infuriating. He gestured formatosit, proceeding to affix Arias device-estome. I felt like a mirror specimen, a themercy futhers this sensation was unbearable. Name? The examiner sisai voicicho et again. Lay you. It gritted my teeth, suppressing my fury, striving to maintain a calm tone. Without raising his head, the examiner continued recording something, then lifted his gaze, his eye seeming like capable of penetrating Golfocades, fixatingen tensilium. Relax, do not be nervous, he testing will commence shortly. No sooner had have finished speaking than the door behind him slowly opened, revealing an individualing lasses, wearing Azarius expression inspectorly, how us no fixate done with an expression of stern gravity. Chapter 2, Trials and Tribulations. Inspectorly adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glint that sent shivers down my spine. Lay you, he intoned gravely, today's testing procedures will be more stringent than usual. We suspect you may be an out-of-control ability user, out-of-control user. My heart sank at the implication. This was no trivial matter. If I were to be branded with such a label, my future would be fraught with difficulties. I forced a smile, attempting to project an air of nonchalance. Inspectorly, surely there has been a misunderstanding. I'm just a small fry. How could I be out of control? There's no room for error. The results will reveal the truth, Inspectorly retorted, ignoring my protest as he moved to adjust the parameters of the instruments. My peripheral vision caught sight of the cold, metallic devices, and a weight settled in my chest, making it hard to breathe. The surrounding staff cast me strange looks, as though I were some kind of monster. I felt exposed, as if stripped bare and placed under glaring lights, utterly uncomfortable. Let us begin. With a sharp command, Inspectorly initiated the testing. The first task involved measuring my ability's intensity. I inhaled deeply and placed my hand upon a crystal orb. A warm current surged from my palm. Yet the orb merely flickered once before dimming. F grade? So weak? Inspector Lee's tone dripped with disdain, making me feel like a failure. As the subsequent tasks unfolded, Inspector Lee devised increasingly elaborate challenges. One moment, I was instructed to manipulate water. The next to move objects, and then to unleash an energy blast. Each task was set with absurd complexity, the difficulty soaring to unreasonable heights. I gritted my teeth, exerting every ounce of strength, sweat soaking my clothes. Feeling on the verge of collapse, the indifferent gazes of the staff pierced me like needles, igniting a mixture of humiliation and rage within. Just as I felt I could no longer endure. A particular testing apparatus caught my attention. It resembled a labyrinth, purportedly designed to assess spatial awareness among ability users. Gazing at the intricate structure, inspiration struck, my lips curled into a slight smile as I murmured, "It appears I must introduce some creativity." I grinned at the maze apparatus. Wasn't this just a grander version of Snake? Previously, I had taken pleasure in studying various game strategies, and this maze, despite its complexity, was child's play for me. Closing my eyes, I tuned into the flow of ability particles in the air, like fine threads guiding me through the correct path. Suddenly, I opened my eyes, a confident smirk gracing my face. Instead of cautiously controlling my energy like the others, I unleashed my powers in a torrent, akin to a tempest sweeping through the maze. The once orderly walls of the labyrinth contorted under my assault, and I forcibly carved a new path where there had been a dead end. What the hell? What just happened? The onlookers were stunned into silence, their mouths agape, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. I felt their astonished gazes. It was an exhilarating sensation. Inspector Lee's brow furrowed into a deep scowl, his eyes fixed on me with the intensity of one observing a player who had activated cheats. "Humph, you thought you could challenge me? Not a chance." I smirked defiantly, my inner self rejoicing in triumph. It seemed fate was on my side. These bizarre tests held no terror for me. Cough, cough. Inspector Lee cleared his throat, masking his astonishment. "It appears you possess more skill than anticipated. However, don't celebrate too soon. The real challenge lies ahead." A sense of foreboding washed over me. This man was not one to relent easily. He approached a mysterious machine, tinkering with it for a moment before turning to me, his gaze chilling. "Leyu, we are about to conduct an unprecedented test. Should you fail, we will have no choice but to classify you as a dangerous individual." A chill crept up my spine. This was undoubtedly a deliberate attempt to intimidate me. I inhaled deeply, striving to maintain my composure. "What kind of test?" My voice trembled slightly. Inspector Lee grinned, a sinister smile that sent shivers down my spine. "You'll find out shortly. I assure you it will be a surprise." At that moment, the machine emitted a piercing hum, and the air grew stiflingly tense. My heart raced, and an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within me. This was so unfair. They were clearly targeting me. As despair threatened to engulf me, a vision of someone flashed before my mind. Those clear, bright eyes that seemed to guide me through the darkness. "Yao," I whispered softly, "good grief. This Inspector Lee must be experiencing a midlife crisis. What kind of unprecedented test was this?" Just as I felt the weight of despair closing in, her image lingered in my mind. An indelible imprint I could not shake off despite having known her for less than a day. I couldn't falter in front of her. I needed to present my most impressive self. Drawing in a deep breath, I felt warmth surge through me, rekindling my fighting spirit. Was this newfound strength the power of love? How intoxicating. Once more, I gazed at the enigmatic machine. It didn't seem so daunting now. A flash of realization struck. The machine assessed the emotional fluctuations of ability users to gauge potential danger. So it was merely a psychological test. I was quite adept at those. A confident smile crept onto my lips as I focused intently, transforming my abilities into a serene emotion, gently channeling it into the machine. I envisioned my emotions manifesting as luminous strands, gracefully navigating through the machine's interior, skillfully avoiding all detection points, ultimately reaching the finish line unscathed. Buzz! The machine emitted a crisp notification sound, signaling the conclusion of the test. The room fell silent, all eyes fixed on me in astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Inspector Lee's expression darkened, as though he had swallowed something bitter. His eyes, once filled with skepticism, now brimmed with shock and reluctance. "Humph, you thought you could bring me down? Not so easily." I smirked, my inner self performing a joyful dance. Cough, cough. Inspector Lee cleared his throat, attempting to conceal his embarrassment. "It seems you've truly surprised me, however. Don't celebrate prematurely. The final comprehensive evaluation still awaits approval from above." A pang of anxiety gripped me. This man was not about to let me off the hook easily. Nevertheless, I had given it my all. The rest was in fate's hands. Exiting the testing room, my gaze immediately fell upon Hong Yao, who stood by the door. She watched me quietly, her eyes filled with concern and encouragement. A warm sensation enveloped me, dispelling my fatigue. I flashed her a smile, eager to speak, but she halted me with a glance. Worry flickered in her eyes as she pointed behind me, making a shushing gesture. "Hush, quiet." She parted her lips, but no sound emerged. Puzzled, I turned to see only the tightly closed door of the testing room. Chapter 3. The weight of glory. The moment I burst out of the testing room, it felt as though the weight of exhaustion had been swept away by the wind. Standing at the threshold, I inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, though unease still gnawed at my heart. The grimace on Inspector Lee's face had me on edge. It was evident he was not inclined to let me off easily. The door remained firmly shut, and Inspector Lee was in and out, each exit marked by a solemn expression. Whispers circulated among the crowd, as if I were a criminal awaiting judgment. Every minute felt like an eternity, and my heart raced as if it might burst free from my chest. At that moment, Hong Yao approached, standing quietly beside me. Her gaze radiated concern and encouragement, warming my heart and filling me with newfound strength. I smiled at her, about to speak, but she silenced me with a look, worry flashing in her eyes. She pointed behind me, making a shushing gesture. "Hush, quiet." She opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. Confused, I turned to see the closed door of the testing room. Just then, a cacophony of alarms erupted from within, the piercing shrieks nearly deafening. Tension surged through the crowd. Some gasped in shock. Inspector Lee dashed out, his expression grave. He seized my wrist, nearly shouting, "Lei Yu, your ability has gone out of control. Come with me." I was bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. The onlookers regarded me with a mix of fear and intrigue, as if I were an anomaly, a monster. My heart raced violently, threatening to break free. Inspector Lee's hands were cold yet firm as he forcibly led me back into the testing room. The atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. What in the world was happening? Unable to restrain my curiosity, I began to inquire, but before I could finish my sentence, the heavy door of the testing room slammed shut. Dragged back into the testing chamber by Inspector Lee as if I were a mere chick, my mind was awash with questions. What on earth was happening? I had merely been a tad excited. Surely, I had not lost control. Was this old fellow simply taking a disliking to me and looking for trouble? I felt akin to a wronged little rabbit, my heart brimming with indignation. "Hey," I say. "Have you made a mistake?" I attempted to explain, my tone laced with irritation. Inspector Lee paid me no heed, his face contorted like a dumpling, eyes filled with suspicion, as if I were about to transform into a monstrous Ultraman and obliterate the earth. "Enough nonsense. Your energy fluctuations are abnormal. Something is definitely amiss," he bellowed, nearly straining his voice to the breaking point, droplets of saliva almost splattering my face, and my frustration grew. What did he mean by abnormal energy fluctuations? It was as if he were suggesting I had developed a tumor. I took a deep breath, striving to quell the urge to explode in anger. "Just wait and see, old man," as I fumed internally. A sudden surge of warmth erupted from my dantian, spreading throughout my entire being. My blood felt as if it were boiling. A powerful force awakening from the depths of my body, akin to a volcanic eruption. Tumultuous and overwhelming. What in the world was this? I exclaimed. Sensei, I brushed off the dust from my clothes and approached the buzzcut individual, looking down at him from my elevated stance, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of my mouth. "Is this all you have? You expect me to kneel and apologize? Perhaps you should take a good look at yourself." The buzzcut's face turned ashen, and I let out a cold laugh before turning my gaze to Hong Yao, who was staring at me in astonishment, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. It seemed my abilities were even more formidable than I had anticipated. I smiled slightly and gently patted Hong Yao on the shoulder, urging her to leave, for there was nothing worth watching here. Before she could react, I took her by the hand and led her away, leaving behind a group of stunned ruffians and curious classmates. As I walked, I reveled in the surge of power coursing through me, secretly exhilarated. This is merely the beginning. I shall grow even stronger. Lei Yu. Hong Yao suddenly spoke, her voice trembling. I halted, turning to face her. A slight smile playing on my lips. What is it? Hong Yao looked at me, her gaze brimming with, how should I put it, admiration? Appreciation? In any case, it was distinctly different from usual, sparkling like stars in the night sky. A warm current surged within me, more satisfying than drinking 10 bottles of soda. The air around us seemed to sweeten, enveloped in pink bubbles, just as Hong Yao and I were lost in a lingering gaze. On the verge of a classic idol drama moment, the group of ruffians began to stir again. The buzzcut clutched his stomach, glaring at me with malevolence. You'd better wait, this is over. I was about to retort with a snarky comment about not leaving after school when suddenly, a figure appeared before us. It was Inspector Lee. He surveyed the ruffians sprawled on the ground with a stern expression. His tone icy. What is going on? Using abilities to cause trouble at school, do you want to be expelled? The ruffians immediately wilted, each stammering an explanation, but Inspector Lee paid them no heed, directly sending them packing. Watching them scamper away in disgrace filled me with immense satisfaction. The surrounding classmates began to murmur, their eyes filled with respect. Lei Yu, you are amazing. Yu Gu, you're incredible. You're my idol from now on. Hearing such praise made me feel as if I were floating. Indeed, a man must let his strength speak for itself. Just as I was basking in the joy of victory, my phone vibrated suddenly. Upon checking, I found a message from the Abilities Management Bureau. Dear Lei Yu, we require further observation and evaluation regarding your abilities. Please report to the Abilities Management Bureau for another assessment tomorrow at 9 a.m. My heart sank. What was this about? Could there be an issue with my abilities? Would they confine me as a monster once again? I instinctively glanced at Hong Yao, only to find her equally puzzled. Let us go to the Abilities Management Bureau, I said, taking a deep breath, my tone calm, though my heart was filled with trepidation. Chapter 5. Underlying turmoil. The next day, I steeled myself and arrived at the Abilities Management Bureau. This place was even more imposing than I had imagined, with towering buildings and stern guards, resembling a secret base. My anxiety heightened. Would they truly dissect me for research? I found Inspector Lee again, still wearing that poker face, and he led me to a more advanced testing room with few words. Goodness, the equipment in this room was more than double that of the last time. Various bizarre instruments flickering with eerie blue light, making me uneasy. Let us begin. Inspector Lee's cold tone made me feel like a lamb awaiting slaughter. The first test was to measure the intensity of my abilities. Following the previous procedure, I unleashed a current towards the testing device, only to find the displayed value significantly lower than before. What was going on? Could my abilities diminish? The subsequent tests were equally disappointing. Seemingly tailored to exploit my weaknesses, I exerted every ounce of strength, my sweat soaking through my clothes, yet still fell short of the standards. What is happening? Your ability fluctuations are highly unstable. Inspector Lee frowned, suspicion evident in his gaze. Are you certain you haven't concealed anything? My heart skipped a beat. Could this old fellow suspect me of cheating? I swear, I haven't hidden anything. I hurried to explain. Perhaps I had overexerted myself yesterday, affecting my current state. Inspector Lee remained silent, only gazing at me with a knowing look before initiating the final test. A massive metallic sphere descended slowly, its surface covered with a multitude of sensors. Place your hand on it, he instructed, devoid of any emotion. Taking a deep breath, I complied. The metallic sphere suddenly began to vibrate violently, a powerful suction force gripping me tightly. I exclaimed, feeling my abilities surge uncontrollably towards the sphere. What is happening? Inspector Lee's expression shifted dramatically as he reached to shut off the device. Just then, the sphere erupted into blinding white light. Wait, what is that? The shrill alarm blared throughout the testing room. Red warning lights flashing frantically, as if mocking my helplessness. I felt as though something was clamping down on my hand. My abilities surging uncontrollably outward, akin to a year's worth of savings being abruptly drained by a spendthrift. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm grew increasingly frantic, ringing painfully in my ears. Inspector Lee's face morphed into sheer terror, his expression akin to that of someone witnessing an ultimate horror movie villain. He fumbled to shut off the device while casting a suspicious glance in my direction, as if his eyes could etch the words, "You are definitely hiding something," into the air. No, listen to me, I pleaded, nearly jumping up in desperation. I refused to take the blame for this. I truly do not know what is happening. I didn't consume anything strange yesterday. I struggled against the restraints, but the metallic sphere clung to me like a gigantic suction cup, rendering my efforts futile. The surrounding staff looked on in sheer horror, as if I were a mutated monster escaped from some laboratory, poised to attack at any moment. I felt utterly abandoned, isolated, and helpless. Frustrated. Certainly, more wrong than do-e. Yet, I am not the type to surrender easily. I forced myself to calm down, recalling my understanding and exploration of my abilities throughout this time. Suddenly, a bold idea flickered in my mind. If conventional methods were ineffective, perhaps I should try something unconventional. I resolved to venture into an untested approach to guide the energy within me. Taking a deep breath, I began to slowly manipulate my abilities, attempting to reverse the flow, not releasing outward but rather drawing inward. It was akin to driving the wrong way on a highway. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. But now, I had no choice but to gamble. Those around me were left dumbfounded by my actions. Inspector Lee's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something extraordinary. His expression shifted from terror to confusion, and then to incredulity. The atmosphere in the testing room grew eerily tense, the air seemingly solidified. Even the blaring alarms seemed to weaken. What is he trying to do? A young staff member gulped nervously. Inspector Lee remained silent, fixated on me as though attempting to peer into my soul. I felt my abilities surging wildly, sometimes like a runaway stallion, other times like a docile lamb. Yet, this time, I sensed a gradual restoration of control over my powers. Suddenly, the constraining sensation on my hand eased slightly. The fluctuations of my abilities began to stabilize. What is happening? Inspector Lee inquired, furrowing his brow. Look, his hand. I heard an exclamation, followed by a wave of attention directed at me. The pressure on my hand dissipated. The suction vanished. The metallic sphere ceased its tremors, the alarms stopping abruptly, leaving the testing room enveloped in silence, save for the hum of the machines. Looking down, I noticed the sensors covering the metallic sphere dimming one by one, as if my abilities had drained them of energy. What the hell? I couldn't help but curse. Inspector Lee and the other staff regarded me as if I were a monster, their jaws nearly hitting the floor in disbelief. This is impossible, Inspector Lee murmured, his eyes wide with incredulity. I flexed my wrist, feeling invigorated, as if I had just cleared a major energy blockage. The feeling of being drained was replaced by an unprecedented sense of power. Ahem, I cleared my throat, feigning calmness. So, is the testing over? May I take my leave? Only then did Inspector Lee snap back to reality. He appraised me from head to toe, his gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions, surprise, doubt, and a hint of admiration. Liu, he inhaled deeply, his tone notably softer. Your abilities are quite unique, of course. I am aware of how unique they are. This peculiar ability has nearly driven me to madness. The subsequent tests proceeded as if I were possessed by a divine force, each operation fluid and effortless. The challenges that had once plagued me now felt as easy as a leisurely game. The expression of Inspector Lee transformed from initial skepticism to astonishment, ultimately culminating in a hint of admiration. Congratulations, Liu, you have successfully passed this assessment. Inspector Lee announced the final result, his tone laced with a barely perceptible excitement. Furthermore, it is highly likely that your ability level will improve significantly in a short span of time. I stifled the ecstatic joy swelling within me, feigning calmness as I nodded. Yes, thank you. Upon stepping outside the doors of the Ability Management Bureau, I exhaled a long breath, feeling as though I had escaped from the clutches of death. Just as I was about to call Hongyao to share my joyful news, I suddenly sensed a piercing gaze upon me, akin to a needle pricking my back. I whipped around, only to behold a man clad in a black trench coat, sunglasses concealing his eyes, standing across the street, fixated on me. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a cryptic smile, before he turned and vanished into the throng of people. How intriguing that I narrowed my eyes, murmuring to myself. Chapter 6. Dawn of the Academy. I retrieved my phone, feigning a call while my gaze darted around the vicinity. That fellow must still be lurking nearby. I needed to devise a way to shake him off. I veered into a narrow alley, quickening my pace, my heartbeat racing in tandem. Towering buildings flanked the alleyway, casting expansive shadows, and the air was permeated with a faint musty odor. The sound of my footsteps echoed in the confined space. Thud, thud, thud. Resembling the ominous beat of a death knell, I darted behind a garbage bin, holding my breath, not daring to exhale. Moments later, a shadow flitted past, and footsteps halted at the alley's entrance. Odd, where did he go? A low voice resonated, tinged with confusion. I cautiously peeked out, only to find the man in black scanning the area, his eyes sharp as a hawk beneath his sunglasses. Damn it, his gaze feels as though it could pierce through me. I crouched low, scuttling along the wall in a desperate dash. Good heavens, this sensation is more exhilarating than running an 800-meter race. My heart raced as if it might explode, my lungs ablaze till last. I glimpsed a sliver of light, the exit of the alley. I burst forth like a wild stallion, plunging into the bustling crowd. Phew, I'm safe. Not at all. I suddenly turned around, only to find the man in black still hot on my trail. He was like an inescapable adhesive bandage, haunting me relentlessly. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to stop fleeing and faced him directly. What do you want, exactly? I dropped my wallet. There's no need for such persistence. Is there? The man in black removed his sunglasses, revealing deep-set eyes. A slight smile graced his lips, shrouded in mystery. Leyu, your potential far exceeds your imagination. I was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Could it be that I am an admissions officer at the Ability Academy? He paused. I have taken a liking to you, and wish to invite you to join us. I nearly choked on my own breath. This twist was utterly unexpected. However, before that, you must pass a test, he said, handing me a black card. The card bore only an address and a line of small text. Midnight, no show, no deal. I took the card, feeling its icy touch, as if it were a piece of iron freshly pulled from a freezer. The address was inscribed in an indecipherable script, emanating an indescribable aura of mystery. Midnight, no show, no deal? This is undeniably the opening of a horror film. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Is this how unique the admissions officers at the Ability Academy are? Come, I will take you there. The man in black spoke with a flat tone, as if remarking on the pleasant weather. He turned and strode deeper into the alley, and I shrugged, following in his wake. After traversing several dimly lit alleys, we arrived at an abandoned factory. A massive lock hung from a rusted iron gate, and the air was thick with a mixture of oil and dust. The man in black extracted a card from his pocket and lightly swiped it over the lock. The iron gate creaked open, a chill wafted from within, prompting me to shiver involuntarily. This place is even more sinister than the alley we just left. The factory's interior was vast and empty, strewn with various bizarre mechanical parts. What captivated my attention the most were the countless runes etched into the ground, shimmering with an eerie blue glow, almost as though they were living entities. Writhing ceaselessly, I sensed my abilities being suppressed, rendering me sluggish. This is the ability restriction training ground. The man in black's voice echoed within the cavernous factory, tinged with reverberation. Here, you will undergo testing. He pointed toward a target glowing red at the center of the training ground. Your task is to hit that target without triggering any restrictions. What the heck? This is thrilling. I gazed at the dangerous shimmering runes below, my scalp prickling. This is downright life-threatening. What kind of absurd test is this? It's utterly hellish. The surrounding restrictions felt like an invisible web, ensnaring me within. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to calm myself. Panic would only hasten my demise. I began to scrutinize the runes on the ground. They appeared chaotic, yet seemed to conceal some underlying pattern. I cautiously shifted my feet, attempting to locate gaps between the restrictions. The man in black stood nearby, silently observing me, his face devoid of expression, as though he were watching a mouse trapped in a cage. However, I keenly sensed a glimmer of admiration. These restrictions are no trivial matter. I murmured to myself, only to find a slight smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. This feeling is rather enjoyable. Suddenly, I noticed that the energy flow of certain runes appeared weaker than in other areas. A mischievous grin crept across my face. I grew up mastering parkour. Such small tricks could not ensnare me. Holding my breath, I moved with the grace of a swallow, weaving between the runes, step left, step right, dodging and darting. It was more elegant than a dance. I could even feel the energy emitted by the runes pulsating at my fingertips, akin to a group of mischievous sprites. Whoosh! a dart flew from my hand, slicing through the air, striking the target dead center. The target emitted a crisp sound, the red glow flickering a few times before extinguishing. Magnificent! The man in black applauded, his admiration unmistakable. You are indeed a genius. He pulled out a golden card from his pocket and handed it to me. This is your admission invitation to the Ability Academy. Congratulations, you have passed the test. I grasped the invitation, my heart brimming with joy. The golden card felt warm in my palm, adorned with the emblem of the Ability Academy. A majestic eagle soaring through the sky. Ha! I am finally set to become a student at the Ability Academy. Clutching the invitation, I raced to Hong Yao's building. My excitement nearly propelled me to sprint up all 18 floors in one breath. Hong Yao! Hong Yao! I did it! I shouted exuberantly at her door. It swung open, revealing Hong Yao with a look of surprise on her face. Really? Congratulations, Lei Yu. She examined the invitation I held, scrutinizing it closely. Neighbors peered out from their doors, watching me, those who had once mocked me now wishing they could sink into the earth. Ha! Take that! I clutched the invitation, feeling an empowering surge course through me. Academy of Abilities, here I come. Yet, entering the academy meant I would face even greater challenges and more dangerous foes. Gazing at the invitation in my hands, an inexplicable unease began to swell within me. I pushed open the door to the examination room. Chapter 7. The pen battle. As I pushed open the door to the examination room, I was greeted by an amalgamation of the scents of ink and sweat. The excitement that had surged within me moments ago dissipated significantly upon witnessing the scene before me. Oh, isn't that Lei Yu? Arriving quite early, aren't we? A mocking voice rang out, and I looked up to find that fellow named Examiner Sunday. His round face was plastered with a faux smile, yet his eyes glinted with disdain. My heart sank. This guy was definitely up to no good. He sauntered to the podium and began distributing test papers. I accepted the paper and glanced at it, gasping in shock. This is the entrance examination? Surely, it's not a doctoral thesis. The page was filled with dense questions. Not only could I not solve them, I could barely comprehend what I was reading. What is the elemental periodic table of abilities? What about the conservation of energy in high-level abilities? What on earth are these concepts? The other candidates around me erupted into chaos, each wearing a furrowed brow as though mourning a lost cause. Some scratched their heads, others sighed, while some even resorted to gnawing on their pencils. The examination room resembled a bustling market, brimming with anxiety and unease. Sweat beaded on my forehead, the pressure mounting. Was I really going to falter at the written exam? No way. I absolutely cannot remain passive. I inhaled deeply, striving to regain my composure. That moment, I felt as if everything around me had slowed down, and I quietly summoned, System, come forth to assist. My sudden outburst rendered the surrounding candidates speechless, all staring at me as if I were a fool. They must be thinking, has this guy given up entirely? Silence enveloped the room, an eerie stillness settling in the air. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in my mind. Ding, system activated, scanning test content, please hold on. Ding, scanning complete, problem-solving strategies provided, please begin answering. The system's voice was like a divine melody, rejuvenating me instantly. I picked up my pen and began to write furiously on the test paper. My goodness, this system is simply a cheat device. The questions that had once left me bewildered now appeared as simple arithmetic problems for a primary school student. What a peculiar phenomenon the periodic table of elements is. It is merely an arrangement and combination of elements, a task I could execute with my eyes closed. As for the concept of energy conservation in higher-order abilities, it is nothing more than the transformation and preservation of energy, trivial indeed. The tip of my pen danced across the examination paper, producing a rustling sound akin to a stirring march resonating in my ears. I felt as though I had been granted extraordinary powers. My speed of answering questions accelerating with each moment, flowing like a river in its course, seamless and uninterrupted. The surrounding candidates gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg within. Their expressions transitioned from initial bewilderment to shock, and ultimately to envy and jealousy. How could this be possible? One candidate murmured. Did he cheat? Another whispered. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let him hear you. Of course, I heard them. But I couldn't care less. I was relying solely on my abilities to answer the questions. Their opinions were of no consequence. At that moment, the rotund figure of Supervisor's son appeared in my line of sight. With a dark expression, he approached me, feigning nonchalance as he cleared his throat. Ahem. I knew this old fellow was deliberately trying to disrupt my focus, yet I remained unfazed. I continued to concentrate on my answers, my pen's speed even surpassing what it had been before. Seeing my lack of reaction only darkened Supervisor's son's countenance further. He paced beside me like an ant on a hot skillet. I stole a glance at him, feeling a surge of satisfaction. You think you can compete with me? You're still a novice. Finally, I completed all the questions. I set my pen down, exhaling deeply. Feeling a wave of relief wash over me, I stood up and approached Supervisor's son, presenting him with my answer sheet. Supervisor's son, I have finished. A subtle smirk of provocation played upon my lips. He took the paper, his face a mask of fury. As he flipped through the pages, his expression shifted from dark to astonished. This, he stammered, pointing at the paper with trembling fingers. How could this be? I shrugged and replied, there's nothing impossible. I'm merely more intelligent. With that, I turned and exited the examination room. Wait. Supervisor's son's voice called out behind me. What is your name? Just as I stepped out of the examination room, I spotted Hong Yao pacing anxiously at the entrance, like a little ant on a hot skillet. Upon seeing me, her eyes lit up, and she hurried towards me, grasping my hand eagerly, asking, how did it go? Lei Yu? How did you do? Looking at her worried expression warmed my heart, a wave of happiness enveloping me. Her soft little hand felt delightful in mine. The sensation of being cared for was simply wonderful. A slight smile crept upon my lips as I teased, hee, what do you think? With my intelligence, I scented a piece of cake. Hong Yao shot me a playful glare, yet a smile crept onto her lips as well. She gently said, I knew you'd do the best. Now, tell me, how did it really go? The surrounding candidates, witnessing our affectionate display, cast envious glances our way, their jealousy palpable. Ah, how sweet this dog food is. Days later, the written examination results were posted on the notice board at the academy. I squeezed through the crowd and immediately spotted my name, prominently placed at the very top, Lei Yu, first in the written exam. I was so elated I nearly leapt into the air, feeling invigorated as if I had just consumed a shot of adrenaline. Those who had previously mocked me were now left dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the ground, looking as if they had just tasted something utterly repulsive. Especially Supervisor's son, whose face turned a sickly green, resembling a bitter melon. He certainly hadn't anticipated that this F-grade failure, could conquer those challenging questions. That old coot must be regretting his choices. Humph, you think you can compete with me? You're still too inexperienced. I felt an exhilarating rush, akin to sipping chilled cola on a sweltering summer day. Invigorating and refreshing. Just as I was reveling in my triumph, a teacher from the academy approached, announcing loudly, congratulations to all students for passing the written exam. Next comes the practical assessment, so please prepare yourselves. Based on your written scores, you will be assigned to different groups, so keep an eye on the academy announcements. My heart sank momentarily, an ominous premonition creeping in. A practical assessment, group assignments. I sensed that this was not going to be straightforward. Indeed, when the announcement was made, I was taken aback. I had been assigned to the group of my strongest rivals. What the hell is this? It was clear someone was out to get me. My spirits plummeted, uncertainty clouding my future. This practical assessment was bound to be a bloody showdown. I clenched my fists tightly, silently vowing that no matter who was behind this, I would not allow them to succeed. Sigh, just as I was savoring my victory, I had to prepare for battle once more. This life is becoming unbearable. Stay tuned for the next chapter to see how I conquer all. Chapter 8. Breaking through adversity, I stood in the center of the playground, feeling as though I were a monkey on display at a zoo, surrounded by spectators whose gazes were a medley of curiosity, amusement, and, predominantly, anticipation for my downfall. I could distinctly sense a palpable tension in the air, laden with the unmistakable scent of mischief. Look at that kid. He really thinks he has something special. An F-grade failure aspiring to rise? Dream on. I overheard whispers, and without turning around, I knew they belonged to Wang the Fatty's lackeys. Their envious gazes piercing through the crowd like hungry wolves eyeing a prime cut of meat. Just wait. Soon enough, you'll learn what it means to be slapped in the face. That kid is probably going to embarrass himself today. I noticed Wang the fatty smirking at me from within the throng, signaling to his cronies who were stealthily drawing nearer, clearly plotting a surprise for me. A wave of indignation surged within me. Do they truly believe I am a soft target? Though a hint of anxiety lingered, it was overshadowed by a fierce anger. I am not some lamb waiting to be slaughtered, just when everyone assumed I would be at a loss. Standing there like a fool, I allowed a confident and slightly cocky smile to grace my lips. Ahem. I cleared my throat, then turned to the crowd, winking playfully, proceeding to engage in exaggerated warm-up exercises. Shaking my head and jumping around like a fool. Pfft. Ha ha ha, what on earth is this kid doing? The students erupted in laughter. Even the usually stern teacher Zhang couldn't help but furrow his brow in disdain as he watched me. I paid no mind to their ridicule. This was strategic relaxation, you see? I aimed to lower their guard, to make them perceive me as nothing more than a jester, thus allowing me to catch them off guard and deliver a grand surprise. After a series of bewildering antics, I felt my body completely relax, the earlier tension dissipating. I took a deep breath, my gaze sharpening, a knowing smile curling at the corners of my lips as I softly declared, "Now." The real show is about to begin. I sensed the dormant power within me stirring. Like a wild beast yearning to break free from its long confinement, I closed my eyes, following Teacher Zhang's instructions to guide this energy within me. Yet, just as I was on the verge of entering the zone, an unexpected resistance struck me, akin to an invisible wall blocking my path, causing the energy flow within me to slow to a crawl. Furrowing my brow, I realized something was amiss. This was not a typical awakening scenario. I abruptly opened my eyes, scanning the surroundings with keen perception, quickly discerning some suspicious figures lurking in the distance. Clutching peculiar instruments. Humph, so it's them. Wang the fatty's smug grin was utterly repulsive. This group dared to engage in underhanded tactics. I could distinctly feel their devices interfering with my internal energy flow. As if they had clogged my veins with sand, a surge of fury erupted within me. I clenched my fists tightly, itching to charge over and pummel them into submission. Yet, I understood that now was not the right time. I had to first address the immediate issue. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to calm myself, concentrating all my focus and summoning every ounce of strength within me to break through this barrier. My internal energy surged like a raging flood, emitting deep rumbling sounds as it crashed violently against my meridians. I felt my body begin to tremble slightly, a tremendous force accumulating within me. Boom! A muffled explosion resonated within, akin to a volcanic eruption, as the powerful energy shattered the invisible barrier. Simultaneously, a wave of intense ability emanated from me, rippling outward like a colossal shockwave. The surrounding students stumbled back, their faces etched with terror. How is this possible? Wang the fatty, hiding in the corner, watched in horror as the radiance radiating from me froze the smile on his face, draining it of color, while his lackeys dropped their instruments in sheer fright. A bunch of useless fools. Do you think this little trick is enough to intimidate me? I felt the surging power within me. A smirk dancing on my lips as confidence radiated from me. I was no longer the F-grade failure who could be easily bullied. Next, I cast my gaze around, and those classmates who had been snickering moments ago now appeared as though they had seen a ghost. Their eyes wide with astonishment, I smiled, a surge of confidence and power swelling within me, making me feel that, at this moment, I was the protagonist of the entire playground. Lei Yu, you rascal, you have truly awakened. Hong Yao squeezed through the crowd, a look of delight on her face as she approached me and gently patted my shoulder. Her hand was warm and strong, and I felt a wave of warmth radiate from my shoulder. Instantly dissipating the tension in my heart, I turned to look at her, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of pride, as if to say, "I knew you could do it." Gradually, the surrounding classmates emerged from their shock, casting envious glances our way. The entire playground was enveloped in a warm atmosphere, as if the previous crisis and mockery had never existed. I took a deep breath, continuing to feel the power surging within me. The brilliance of my abilities grew stronger, eventually forming a small energy shield that enveloped my entire being. The students around me gasped in awe, and even the usually stern teacher Zhang displayed an expression of surprise, the lenses of his glasses reflecting light as if re-evaluating me. This kid is truly a marvel. Wang Pengzi and his lackeys could only watch in disbelief, their smug smiles long gone, replaced by a palpable sense of wariness and resentment. However, at that moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the other end of the playground. Lei Yu, wait here. We will send someone to take you to the temporary testing site of the Ability Management Bureau. My heart tensed. Although I felt a pang of concern, there was a greater sense of inexplicable anticipation. I knew this was a new challenge, a new beginning. Come on, kid. Let's see how far you can go. I silently murmured, tightening my fists in preparation for the unknown trials ahead. Chapter 9. The truth behind ability certification. I followed the staff members sent to fetch me, arriving at the so-called temporary testing site of the Ability Management Bureau. Goodness, this place was unsettling to behold, cold and sterile, resembling an interrogation room. A middle-aged man in uniform, his face stern, sat behind a desk. He must be Inspector Lee. His expression suggested I owed him millions. I felt like a criminal brought in for questioning, utterly uncomfortable. The air was thick with a stifling tension that made it hard to breathe. I approached him, attempting to appear at ease. After all, I was destined to become a powerful figure with extraordinary abilities. Hello, Inspector Lee, I am Lei Yu, the dashing young man who has awakened his powers. As I spoke, I winked at him and struck what I thought was a cool pose. Inspector Lee was clearly taken aback, probably not expecting such familiarity from me. The icy facade of his expression cracked slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching as if he wanted to smile but dared not. Ahem, he cleared his throat, picked up the testing device on the table and said, "Quit the playful antics. Be serious, this is a test. You are an awakened individual, not here to joke around. Oh come on, uncle, don't be so stern. Young people should be lively, or they'll turn into old fossils." I deliberately mimicked his tone, rolling my eyes playfully, which made a few nearby staff members chuckle. Lightening the atmosphere considerably, I watched as Inspector Lee's face grew darker. Internally reveling in my mischief. Ha! Stubborn old man, just wait and see how I amuse you. All right, I'll stop joking. Let us commence the test. I sobered up, speaking earnestly, while giving Hong Yao a reassuring glance. Inspector Lee, still wearing a grim expression, handed me the testing device and instructed me to place my hand on it. I complied, and as soon as my hand made contact, an unusual energy wave emanated from the device. It was no ordinary apparatus. Commencing the test, Inspector Lee stated coldly, his gaze locked on the data displayed on the device, as if trying to discern something from me. Rest assured, uncle, just watch closely. I guarantee you'll be astonished. A slight smile crept onto my lips, an inexplicable confidence radiating from me. Suddenly, the testing device emitted a loud hum, as if preparing to explode. The noise grew increasingly intense, causing a few nearby staff members to retreat in alarm, fearing the device might indeed detonate. Inspector Lee's brow furrowed, his eyes glued to the readings, disbelief etched across his face. Internally, I relished the moment. So now you understand my prowess. The difficulty of the test has increased threefold. Stability testing of energy output commences. Inspector Lee suddenly declared, his tone frigid, clearly intending to challenge me. I scoffed inwardly. You want to play dirty? Fine, I'll play along. The device began flashing a blinding red light, and the energy waves intensified, making my hand feel as though it were being electrocuted. Numb and slightly painful, I gritted my teeth, enduring the discomfort, striving to control my powers and prevent them from running amok. This sensation was akin to walking a tightrope. One misstep could lead to a catastrophic fall. Inspector Lee observed impassively, his eyes filled with skepticism and disdain, while anger flared. So you are trying to make things difficult for me? Just wait and see. I will make you take notice today. At that moment, I felt a soft hand gently grasp mine. Turning to see, it was Hong Yao. Her gaze was filled with trust and encouragement. Like a warm ray of sunshine piercing through my heart, I offered her a subtle smile, conveying my assurance. The surrounding air seemed to shift, charged with an intimate tension, and my heartbeat quickened. Hong Yao's face flushed slightly, her eyes darting away, resembling a startled fawn. Heh, this girl is rather adorable. I took a deep breath, focusing my mind entirely on controlling my powers. The energy within me surged like a roaring river, gradually flowing towards the testing device under my guidance. The red light on the device began to dim, and the humming noise slowly faded. Inspector Lee's expression grew increasingly grim as he scrutinized the readings, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. How is this possible? The ANF level ability and the energy output stability has reached the A level, he muttered, his voice laden with shock and confusion. I shrugged nonchalantly, saying, Uncle, keep calm. We're only just getting started. I turned to Hong Yao, a mischievous smile gracing my lips. The best is yet to come. The difficulty of the test surged to 5 times, and the device buzzed ominously, reminiscent of an old tractor. My palms felt scorched, as if I were grasping a red-hot iron, beads of sweat forming. Yet, I maintained my smile, internally chanting, I am the chosen one. This little scene is nothing. I summoned my powers, ensuring the energy flowed steadily like a gentle stream, stabilizing the red light on the device. Inspector Lee's eyes widened, his expression betraying disbelief. He incredulously raised the difficulty further to 7 times. The device began to shake violently, emitting a deafening screech that made the surrounding staff cover their ears. It felt as though someone were hammering my hand repeatedly with a tiny mallet, causing me to grimace. Yet, I remained steady, controlling my energy output, fixated on a singular thought. Today, I will make this old man respect me. After passing the energy output stability test, I faced the ability manipulation test. I was required to control a small ball, guiding it through various obstacles. For me, this was a piece of cake. With a mere thought, the ball navigated through the barriers with uncanny agility, zipping to the finish line. Gasps of astonishment erupted around me. Those who had eagerly anticipated my failure now looked as if they had seen a ghost. Inspector Lee's lips twitched involuntarily, likely pondering. This kid has some skills. The final test was the explosive power test. I had to unleash the maximum energy in an instant. Taking a deep breath, I released all the energy I had accumulated within me. With a resounding boom, the testing device's needle skyrocketed off the charts. Inspector Lee was exhilarated, resembling a child as he hurriedly jotted down the data, murmuring in disbelief. Incredible, simply incredible. An F-level ability can unleash B-level energy. This is nothing short of a miracle. I winked at Hong Yao, who returned my gaze with an approving smile. This is how impressive I am. Just when I thought everything had settled, Inspector Lee suddenly spoke up. Lei Yu, your testing results are remarkable, but to ensure the accuracy of the data, we require an additional test. Additional test? What on earth? My heart sank, an ominous premonition washing over me. Let us go, Inspector Lee said, turning to stride towards another room. Chapter 10. The Power to Shape Destiny. I followed Inspector Lee into a more advanced testing chamber, filled with futuristic technology, various devices glowing with blue lights, humming with energy, a stark contrast to the previous room. I couldn't help but wonder if they were going to pull some other trick. The eyes of those around me felt like searchlights, making me feel incredibly uneasy. Inspector Lee approached with a brand new testing device in hand, which resembled a metallic bracelet adorned with an intricate array of runes, emanating a faint energy fluctuation. His expression remained stern, as serious as one attending a funeral. I inhaled deeply, clenching my fists. I understood that this was the final challenge. Extending my hand, I heard Inspector Lee's voice, devoid of emotion. Wait. A sudden epiphany struck me, interrupting him. Inspector Lee, I believe conventional testing methods may not fully showcase my unique abilities. I have a better idea that could comprehensively demonstrate my prowess. Inspector Lee furrowed his brows, skepticism etched across his face. Oh? What idea? I cleared my throat and pointed towards a colossal energy sphere in the room. I can directly impact that energy sphere with my powers, which would not only test my explosive strength but also my control and precision, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The surrounding staff members were taken aback, whispering amongst themselves. Inspector Lee hesitated, scrutinizing me as if assessing my proposal. Seizing the moment, I elaborated on my idea, assuring him that the equipment would remain unharmed. Ultimately, to my surprise, Inspector Lee acquiesced. It seemed my cleverness had swayed him. The astonished gazes of the staff members shifted towards me. Filled with admiration, indeed, I truly was the chosen one. I stepped before the energy sphere, inhaling deeply, summoning all of my abilities. Wait. Inspector Lee's voice cut through once more. My heart sank. Surely he wasn't going to backtrack? He pointed to a device beside the energy sphere. Put this on. Confused, I took the device and fastened it around my wrist. What is this? An energy disruptor, Inspector Lee replied coolly. The test officially begins now. I took a deep breath, feeling the energy within me surge like a restless dragon. With a powerful thrust, I hurled my abilities towards the energy sphere. A formidable resistance met me, as the energy disruptor ravenously absorbed my powers. It felt as though my energy had vanished without a trace. What on earth was this thing? The energy sphere flickered with unstable light, and my ability readings began to fluctuate wildly, akin to a drunken man stumbling about. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead as my clenched fists trembled slightly. Damn it! This disruptor was far more formidable than I had anticipated. Inspector Lee, arms crossed, observed me with an inscrutable expression, a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. I cursed inwardly. This old man surely relished the thought of my failure. The surrounding staff began to murmur, likely eager to witness my downfall. But no, I refused to concede. I was destined to become the strongest ability wielder. Gritting my teeth, I focused on controlling the tumultuous energy within me. I envisioned Hong Yao's gentle smile, picturing a beautiful future, and a powerful force surged from the depths of my heart. I closed my eyes, disregarding external distractions, concentrating on my own strength. Gradually, I felt myself merge with my abilities. The disruptor's influence waned, and the energy within me grew increasingly stable and potent. A colossal burst of energy erupted from within, more powerful than before, like a golden lightning bolt striking the energy sphere. The sphere emitted a deafening roar, its brilliance expanding in an instant, illuminating the entire room. A tremendous force rebounded, numbing my arms. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld the readings on the energy sphere skyrocketing, ultimately surpassing the F-level threshold. Inspector Lee's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. The surrounding staff stood frozen, as if struck dumb. "Ha, look at me, the extraordinary one." I raised an eyebrow in triumph, brushing off the dust from my hands. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards me. "Lei Yu." Hong Yao dashed towards me like a gust of wind, enveloping me in a tight embrace, trembling with excitement. "You did it! You really did it!" Her voice quivered with emotion, warming my heart. I reciprocated the embrace with a grin, and of course, "You should know who I am." Applause erupted around us, accompanied by whistles, and I felt like a hero returning from a grand victory. Blissful. Inspector Lee approached me, astonishment etched on his face, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, seemingly recalibrating his perception of me. Clearing his throat, he extended his hand. "Congratulations, Lei Yu. You have officially become an awakened ability wielder, exhibiting exceptional control over your powers. Your performance is truly impressive." I shook his hand with a smile, reveling in my inner triumph. "Now you see my prowess." "Don Tu." Those who had previously doubted me now lowered their heads, resembling wilted plants. What a satisfying sight! Standing at the center of the testing arena, I basked in my moment of glory, feeling like a newly rising star, dazzling and radiant. This sensation was exhilarating. Suddenly, my smart bracelet vibrated, displaying an anonymous message. "You have caught our attention. Savor your final moments." I froze, the message dousing my exhilaration like a bucket of cold water. What did this mean? A threat? A warning? My brow furrowed. An ominous premonition creeping in. That moment, Hong Yao also caught sight of the message, her complexion draining of color as she gripped my hand tightly. Chapter 11. A fiery counterattack. As I pondered who could have sent that anonymous message, I was abruptly yanked out of the testing center by Hong Yao, her face betraying her unease, as though she had swallowed a fly. Eager to inquire about her distress, I suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. What was going on? I glanced around, only to discover that we had been encircled by a group of individuals. They were garishly dressed, their hair dyed in a multitude of colors, exuding an unmistakable aura of trouble. The leader, sporting a scar across his face, wore a disdainful smirk that resembled a villain from a television drama. My heart sank. This did not bode well. "You are Lei Yu?" the scarred man queried in a mocking tone, sending shivers down my spine. I raised an eyebrow, refusing to back down. Indeed, that would be me. "What is it to you? Looking to become my sworn brother?" His countenance darkened at my retort, inciting his companions to join in with jeers. "You're quite arrogant. Do you think awakening your abilities makes you special? Today, You will learn that being an ability wielder is no easy feat. He spat defiantly, and my temper flared instantly. The classmates around us, witnessing the escalating tension, scrambled to distance themselves, fearing collateral damage. The air in the playground thickened. Making it hard to breathe, I inhaled deeply, striving to maintain my composure. These fellows were clearly here to provoke. Scared, are you? The scarred man taunted, relishing my silence, his grin growing ever more infuriating. I allowed a smile to creep onto my lips, my eyes gleaming with exhilaration. A challenge? Bring it on. I, Leyu, was ready to engage. As my words hung in the air, an unexpected silence enveloped the scene. The scarred man seemed taken aback by my audacity. My classmates stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. Their astonishment filled me with delight. I was determined to show them that I, Leyu, was not to be trifled with. Interesting, truly interesting. The scarred man chuckled, his laughter laced with menace. He began to stride towards me, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Since you wish to play, let us indulge in this game. Before he could finish, his lackeys surged forward. My heart raced. They were serious. These rogues were playing for real. A particularly brash youth with yellow hair launched the first attack, flames erupting from his hands as he hurled them towards me. Fire? Please, I'm not afraid. I swiftly dodged, the flames narrowly missing my clothing, a wave of heat nearly singeing my hair. Is that all you've got? I taunted, inciting further rage in the yellow-haired assailant. The other thugs began to unleash their abilities, electric shocks, water blasts, and rock throwing. Each attack more chaotic than the last, leaving me momentarily dazzled. While their powers were diverse, their coordination was utterly lacking, a disorganized mob. As I evaded their onslaught, I meticulously observed their weaknesses. Watch out! Hong Yao's voice pierced through the chaos, laced with concern. I turned to see her anxiously watching me, warmth spreading through my chest. This girl truly cared. I flashed her a reassuring smile, signaling her not to worry. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to counterattack. Although the thugs had numerous abilities, their strikes were aimless and weak. If I could exploit their openings, I could take them down in one fell swoop. Spotting a gap in their assault, I unleashed my powers. Boom! A blinding white light erupted from within me, illuminating the entire playground. Ah! The thugs shielded their eyes, screeching in agony from the intense glare. The surrounding classmates were startled by the sudden blinding light, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at me. I slowly opened my eyes, observing the thugs sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair, and a faint smirk crept upon my lips, a reflection of my satisfaction. With such meager abilities, they dared to challenge me. Leyu? Truly, they are unaware of their own limitations. I approached the scar-faced man, looking down upon him from my elevated stance. You. The scar-faced man shielded his eyes, his complexion pale. I let out a cold laugh, poised to teach him a lesson, when suddenly, Hong Yao's voice rang out from behind. Leyu. Stop! I turned my head to see Hong Yao rushing towards me, her face etched with anxiety. Just as I was about to deliver a lesson to the scar-faced man, intending to enlighten him on the beauty of flowers, Hong Yao's urgent plea interrupted me. I felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, I had finally mustered the audacity to show off, only to be interrupted. Upon glancing back, I noticed her running towards me, her petite face pale, resembling a startled rabbit. Upon seeing that I was unharmed, she finally exhaled in relief, her eyes betraying a hint of admiration. A warmth blossomed within me. It seemed this girl had succumbed to my charm. The atmosphere around us suddenly felt sweet, as if something was quietly brewing between Hong Yao and me. However, this was hardly the time for romance. The gang of thugs still needed to be dealt with. I winked at her reassuringly, then turned back, preparing to unleash my full power. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. A wicked smile graced my lips as I swiftly formed hand seals, my latent abilities surging within me. A small energy field materialized instantly, resembling a transparent cage that ensnared the remaining thugs within its confines. They struggled like ants in a hot pan, desperately attempting to escape, their faces etched with terror. How does it feel? Not so pleasant, is it? Observing their disheveled state filled me with a joy that surpassed even the sweetest honey. The surrounding classmates erupted into cheers, and I felt like a superhero standing center stage. basking in the worship of the crowd. This sensation was simply exhilarating. Just as I reveled in my triumph, an incongruous voice suddenly broke through. "Lei Yu, come to my office." I turned to see Teacher Zhang, his expression stern, eyes serious, as if he intended to devour me whole. My heart sank. I had gone too far. Surely, I wouldn't face punishment for this, would I? Anxiously, I followed Teacher Zhang towards the office. "Regarding your use of abilities." Teacher Zhang began slowly, his tone as frigid as a block of ancient ice freshly extracted from a glacial vault, sending a shiver down my spine. The atmosphere in the office was thick with tension, more terrifying than when my mother discovered my hidden stash of pocket money. I instinctively shrank my neck, standing obediently before the desk, feeling akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment. Teacher Zhang's piercing gaze swept over me like a searchlight, making my insides churn with unease. "You are aware of the school regulations that strictly prohibit the use of abilities on campus, yet you—" His voice bore a hint of indignation, as if he might expel me from school at any moment. "Teacher Zhang," I attempted to explain, but he cut me off mercilessly, and no need for explanations. "Do you have any idea how dangerous your actions were? What if you had harmed another student?" His tone grew increasingly severe. My heart ached with injustice. I had merely acted heroically. How had I become the dangerous one? It felt like blatant bullying of the honest. Yet, I dared not retort, lowering my head like a child caught in wrongdoing, silently praying for a miracle. "Teacher Zhang, I truly didn't mean to. I just wanted to. I stammered, feeling like a criminal under interrogation, my palms clammy with sweat. No, I couldn't just capitulate. Taking a deep breath, I summoned my courage and said, "Teacher Zhang, the situation was such that I only used my abilities to protect my classmates." I recounted the events leading up to the incident, detailing how the thugs had bullied my classmates and how I had intervened, all the while ensuring my powers posed no harm to the innocent. I observed Teacher Zhang's expression closely and noted that his furrowed brows seemed to relax slightly, his gaze softening. "I ask what you say true." His tone had softened, though a trace of skepticism lingered. "Absolutely. I can demonstrate with my abilities," I quickly replied. Extending my right hand, I summoned my powers, allowing a gentle orb of light to swirl slowly in my palm. This light bore no aggression, merely radiating warmth. A flicker of surprise danced in Teacher Zhang's eyes. He seemed taken aback by the uniqueness of my abilities. "Your abilities," he stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity, I continued to explain. "My powers are supportive. They can heal injuries and enhance defense, ensuring no harm comes to anyone." Just as I was enthusiastically elaborating on the myriad benefits of my abilities, a sudden knock at the door interrupted. "Come in." Teacher Zhang's voice interrupted my fervent explanation, and my heart raced, fearing it might herald more trouble. The door swung open to reveal Hong Yao, clad in a simple white dress. She resembled a blooming lily, fresh and ethereal. Upon seeing her, the weight on my chest lightened considerably. "This girl must be here to rescue me. Teacher Zhang, I am here to testify on Lei Yu's behalf." Hong Yao's voice was soft yet resolute, flowing through my heart like a gentle stream. She approached my side and leaned against me, a faint, delightful fragrance wafting into my nostrils, causing my heart to flutter. Stealing a glance at her, I noticed she was gazing at me, her eyes filled with warmth and trust. My face grew warm, and my heartbeat quickened. The atmosphere was undeniably charged. Hong Yao recounted the events in detail to Teacher Zhang, skillfully omitting my showboating while emphasizing my bravery and kindness. I had to admit, this girl was my good fortune. After listening to her account, Teacher Zhang regarded me with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Lei Yu, the school will not pursue this matter further. However, remember to exercise caution when using your abilities in the future. You must not cause harm." Upon hearing this, I nearly leapt with joy. This felt like a windfall from the heavens. I nodded vigorously, promising to abide by the rules and be a good student. Teacher Zhang praised me further, commending my rapid progress since awakening my powers, encouraging me to continue striving for excellence and to bring honor to the school. My heart soared. I felt as if I were floating. The atmosphere around us lightened, and I felt like a bird that had broken free from its cage, liberated and unrestrained. "Let's go." Hong Yao gently tugged at my sleeve, her voice as soothing as a spring breeze caressing my ear. I followed her out of the office, casting her a grateful glance as I said, "I truly owe you for this." Hong Yao smiled slightly, replying, "We are friends, after all." It's the least I could do. As we stepped out into the sunlight, its warmth enveloped me, breathing new life into my spirit. I turned to look at her, a smile breaking across my face, feeling utterly elated. "Truly, I owe you so much, Yao Mei." I chuckled to myself, nearly calling her my sweetheart. Hong Yao playfully winked at me, her lashes fluttering like delicate fans. "Utterly adorable. We are friends, after all. It's only natural, friends?" I mused inwardly, knowing our bond was far more profound than mere friendship. An impulse surged within me, and before I knew it, my hand gently grasped hers. Her hand was soft, akin to a piece of warm jade, a delightful sensation. Hong Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, resembling a ripe apple, so charming I felt an urge to take a bite. Our eyes met, and an inexplicable current flowed between us, saturating the air with an intimate tension. Cough, cough. I feigned a cough to mask the tumultuous beating of my heart. Following this incident, my reputation within the school skyrocketed. The glances my classmates cast upon me transformed from disdain to admiration, even tinged with a hint of reverence. Those who had once envied me, such as the rotund Wang Pengzi, could only sulk in the corners, secretly seething with jealousy. What a delightful thought! I, Lei Yu, had finally reached a pinnacle in my life. Who would dare bully me at school from now on? I reveled in my triumph, feeling buoyant as I walked with a newfound swagger. Just as I basked in my self-satisfaction, my phone vibrated suddenly. Pulling it out, I saw a message from the Ability Management Bureau, requesting another evaluation. What? Another assessment? Hadn't I just undergone one not long ago? What was this nonsense? Could it be that my F-grade abilities were suddenly evolving into SSS grade? A wave of confusion and unease washed over me, an ominous sense that something unfortunate loomed ahead. "What's wrong?" Hong Yao inquired. Noticing my troubled expression, I handed her my phone, and after reading the message, her brows knitted together slightly. "The Bureau wants you to undergo a re-evaluation?" Hong Yao's tone mirrored my own bewilderment. "Yes." I nodded, my anxiety intensifying. With trepidation, I made my way toward the evaluation point at the Ability Management Bureau. Chapter 13. The Legend of Abilities. As I pushed open the door to the evaluation room, I immediately spotted the ever-stoic Inspector Li, his expression as unchanging as ever. He stood there like a guardian deity, exuding an aura that screamed, "Keep your distance." I inwardly scoffed. "Come on, I'm not here to cause trouble. Is it really necessary to be so stern?" "Lei Yu, you've arrived," the Inspector Li spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, resembling that of a machine. Without further ado, he began fiddling with those bizarre testing instruments. The various indicator lights flickered, leaving me dazzled, feeling akin to a lab rat thrust into an experimental chamber. What are we testing this time? Hadn't I already been examined last time? Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, feeling a twinge of unease. Li cast a sidelong glance at me, his expression suggesting I was a potential threat, as if I might detonate a bomb at any moment. He spoke coolly. "Routine re-examination. Please cooperate." Routine re-examination? I sensed that matters were far more complex than they appeared. The atmosphere was as heavy as if I were about to face execution, causing my heart to race. Suddenly, an idea struck me, a flash of inspiration. Rather than being a passive victim, why not take the initiative? "Li," I cleared my throat and feigned nonchalance. I believe the previous test was far too simple to truly showcase my abilities. How about we increase the difficulty this time? The moment the words left my lips, the entire testing room fell into a profound silence. Li froze, nearly dropping the device he held. The surrounding staff halted their tasks, staring at me in disbelief. "Increase the difficulty?" Li repeated my words, his eyes brimming with skepticism. "Are you certain?" I flashed a confident smile, declaring, "Absolutely. As a new age ability user, such a challenge is merely a trifle. Bring it on, and let me witness a true test." Li scrutinized me intently, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He approached the control panel, his fingers flying over the keyboard. The lights in the testing room dimmed suddenly, an air of tension enveloping us. "The difficulty has been adjusted. We are ready to commence." Li's voice resonated clearly in the quiet room. I inhaled deeply, feeling the energy fluctuations around me, a surge of unprecedented excitement rising within. Let them come. I clenched my fists, my gaze resolute. Wait a moment, this feeling. Something seems off. A powerful energy surged within me like a wild stallion, utterly uncontrollable. I felt my veins might burst, heat radiating through me as sweat poured down. Oh no, this is a disaster. I silently cursed myself. Had I known the test would be so intense, I wouldn't have pretended to be so capable now. I faced humiliation for my arrogance. Lee's brow furrowed deeper. His eyes filled with doubt and disdain. I could almost hear his inner thoughts. I knew this kid was all talk, just a braggart. The surrounding staff began to murmur, their glances towards me laced with mockery. No, I cannot concede defeat. I am destined to become the strongest ability user. I cannot falter here. Gritting my teeth, I struggled to rein in the rampant energy within me. It felt akin to taming a ferocious beast. A single misstep could lead to my consumption. System, help me. I called out frantically in my mind. In critical moments, I must rely on my golden finger. Ding, crisis detected. Initiating emergency protocol, the system's voice echoed through my mind. Like a refreshing oasis in a desert, instantly filling me with hope. A cool sensation coursed through my body, gradually calming the tumultuous energy, rendering it docile and obedient. I felt invigorated, as if I could command everything. Now is the moment. With a mental roar, I concentrated all my energy and unleashed it forcefully. The testing instruments emitted blinding light, illuminating the entire room. Eli stood up in excitement, his recording board slipping from his grasp. The staff around us gasped in awe, their eyes filled with reverence. How is this possible? Lee's voice trembled, disbelief etched across his face. A sly smile crept onto my lips. Nothing is impossible. This is merely the beginning. I turned towards the door, leaving a crowd of astonished onlookers in my wake. Suddenly, I halted, glancing back to say, by the way, for the next test, remember to set the difficulty to the maximum. Don't waste my time. As I pushed open the door to the testing room, a familiar figure approached. Before I could speak, a gentle voice inquired, "How are you?" At the entrance stood Hong Yao, her eyes brimming with concern and anxiety. Before I could respond, she rushed forward and enveloped me in a tight embrace, as if pouring all her worries and affection into that single gesture. "Are you all right? Nothing's wrong, is it?" Her voice quivered slightly. The warmth enveloping my ear, instantly relaxing me, I gently patted her back, smiling as I replied, "Look at me. Does it seem like I'm in trouble? It was just a minor test. I could handle a lot more." She lifted her head, her eyes glistening with joyful tears, her warm smile akin to the winter sun, instantly dispelling the chill. "I always knew you were the best," she whispered. Her cheeks slightly flushed, eyes filled with pride and affection. The surrounding staff offered us approving glances, and I felt an indescribable warmth and happiness swell within me. Just then, Lee approached, an unusual smile gracing his face. "Leiyu, your performance this time has truly impressed us all. The administration has decided to designate you as a key cultivation target among awakened ability users. You will become a rising star among us." I stood tall, basking in the admiration of those around me, a sense of accomplishment flooding my heart. From an ordinary youth to a burgeoning ability star, I felt as if I had undergone a magnificent transformation. In that moment, it seemed the entire world lay at my feet, prompting an irresistible urge to shout aloud. However, just as I reveled in my success, I suddenly felt a slight vibration in my pocket. Reaching in, my fingers brushed against a smooth piece of paper. Upon pulling it out, I discovered a mysterious invitation, inscribed in simple font with a single line. "Dear Leiyu, a place awaits you." Curiosity and intrigue surged within me as my gaze flickered to Hong Yao, who had also noticed the invitation in my hand. I took a deep breath, tucking the invitation away, my gaze resolute as I looked ahead, and no matter what it was, I would not shy away. I silently vowed. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world was waiting for my next move. Chapter 14. A new path for ability users. I held the mysterious invitation, my heart racing as if I'd been injected with adrenaline. The address? Right in the city center. How audacious. I glanced at Hong Yao beside me. She appeared composed, as if she had anticipated this. Truly, a reborn powerhouse, her confidence unwavering. We hailed a cab and headed straight for our destination. Upon arrival, the place appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary office building, yet upon closer inspection, There was an unsettling aura about it. At the entrance stood two burly men in black, sunglasses shielding their eyes, resembling sentinels. Clearly not to be trifled with. Halt! What business do you have here? One of the men barked, his gaze sharp as a knife. My heart raced at the tense atmosphere. This was getting thrilling. I cleared my throat, producing the invitation with feigned calmness. Gentlemen, we received an invitation and have come forth accordingly. The burly man scrutinized the invitation, then scanned me and Hong Yao from head to toe, snorting dismissively, without permission. Entry is prohibited. What now? Are we to force our way in? I discreetly glanced at Hong Yao. She subtly shook her head, signaling me to refrain from being rash. An idea sparked in my mind. With a swift flicker of my powers, I generated a small electromagnetic interference, causing the two guards' communication devices to malfunction, emitting a cacophony of static. They immediately panicked, fumbling to inspect their equipment. Now is my chance. I seized Hong Yao's hand and with lightning speed, dashed into the building. Hey, stop! The guards shouted, but by the time they reacted, we had already vanished into the elevator. I winked at Hong Yao. What do you think? Pretty clever, right? She smiled, though said nothing, her eyes clearly conveying approval. As the elevator doors closed, I pressed the button for the top floor, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at me. This building felt off. Ding. The elevator doors opened, revealing a scene that left both Hong Yao and me dumbfounded. Upon the doors opening, we stood frozen. This was no office building. It was a colossal maze. The corridors twisted and turned, rooms lined up one after another, each resembling the last, akin to Russian nesting dolls. We floundered about like headless flies, only to find ourselves back where we started. Is this some kind of illusion? Hong Yao's brow furrowed, indicating she too sensed something amiss. I felt a bit dizzy but remained unfazed. This won't do, I muttered. Hong Yao's voice carried an edge of urgency. She was rarely this flustered. I scratched my head, striving to remain calm. Though strange, this place surely followed a pattern. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes, focusing on the energy fluctuations surrounding me. My ability may be rated F, but I was still an ability user. I possessed some measure of perception. Suddenly, I sensed a faint ripple of energy, weaving like a delicate thread between the walls, elusive yet palpable. A surge of joy welled up within me. This sensation was akin to discovering the entrance to a hidden map in a video game. I grasped Hong Yao's hand and moved toward the direction of the energy fluctuation. Indeed, after passing through several identical doors, we arrived in a rather spacious room. This chamber was unlike any other place. Adorned with an array of bizarre instruments hanging from the walls, alongside glass jars filled with mysterious liquids. Scattered across a table were documents densely packed with technical jargon, such as superpower factors and gene recombination. Sending shivers down my spine, as I casually flipped through a few pages, I was astounded. This organization was conducting research on superpowers and of the clandestine variety. I felt as though I had stumbled upon a monumental secret. My adrenaline surged, and I was nearly bursting with excitement. This adventure was proving to be worthwhile. Just as I was lost in my moment of self-admiration, I suddenly noticed Hong Yao's gaze fixed upon me. Her eyes harboring a hint of admiration I had never encountered before. I was reveling in my own brilliance when an intense gaze suddenly locked onto me. I looked up to meet Hong Yao's sparkling eyes, which surprisingly held a glimmer of admiration. What on earth was happening? Could it be that my aura of dominance could no longer be concealed? Embarrassed, I awkwardly scratched my nose and said, "Ahem, well, I'm just average. Ranked third in the world." Hong Yao erupted into a delightful laugh, a smile so sweet that it made my heart bubble with joy. Compelled by an unseen force, I reached out and took her small hand. Her hand was soft and warm, akin to exquisite jade. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze evasive, and the air around us was thick with a sweet aroma that nearly overwhelmed me. Suddenly, a sharp alarm blared, shattering the enchanting atmosphere. My heart sank. Oh no, we've been discovered. We must flee. I grabbed Hong Yao's hand and dashed away. This maze-like corridor had now transformed into our nightmare. Behind us, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, indicating that our pursuers were closing in. As I ran, I activated my powers, generating small electrical currents to disrupt their chase. Playing hide and seek with me? You're still a bit green. Bang. A figure in black collided with the electrical trap I had set. Convulsing violently and foaming at the mouth, I whistled in triumph. This feeling was exhilarating. "Watch out!" Hong Yao suddenly shouted. Before I could react, an overwhelming force rushed toward us. Instinctively, I enveloped Hong Yao in my arms, shielding her with my body. Boom! We were thrown back by the force, landing heavily on the ground. I felt as though my insides had been rearranged, pain coursing through me. Struggling to rise, I saw a towering figure blocking our path. This individual donned a black uniform and a menacing mask, exuding an aura of immense power. The pressure emanating from him was far superior to that of the minions we had faced before. I swallowed hard, realizing this foe would not be easy to handle. "You cannot escape," the masked man intoned, his voice deep and gravelly, reminiscent of something straight from the depths of hell. Chapter 15. The Escape. I spat. This masked man must be cheating. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating, making it difficult to breathe. Hong Yao, trembling behind me, her hand icy, was clearly frightened. Escape? Not an option. I clenched my fists, my knuckles cracking ominously. This opponent was undoubtedly a B-class boss, and a direct confrontation was out of the question. "Hey, buddy, you look rather intimidating. Are you a cosplay enthusiast?" I feigned calmness, attempting to disrupt his rhythm with a playful retort. The masked man was evidently unfazed, growling in response, "Enough with the nonsense." The energy radiating from him intensified, causing my heart to race, the pressure becoming utterly unbearable. "Yao Yao, hold on tight," I whispered to Hong Yao. Then pivoted sharply, charging toward the wall. "What's this kid up to?" the group of black-clad henchmen questioned. The masked man was clearly taken aback by my unexpected maneuver, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. Thinking I intended to flee? How naive! In that fleeting moment of his distraction, I harnessed the wall's rebound and propelled myself forward like a cheetah, my speed so swift that I could barely perceive my own afterimage. "Electric Dragon Strike?" I roared, electricity surging through my body, my hands coalescing into a brilliant arc of lightning, crashing toward the masked man. To my astonishment, the surrounding henchmen were stunned. Who could have anticipated that a mere F-class novice could execute such a maneuver? The masked man was equally unprepared for my feint and bore the brunt of my electric strike. Although the electricity merely flickered across him, it was enough to momentarily disorient him, diminishing the energy he wielded. A surge of satisfaction coursed through me. Let him flaunt his prowess. This was my unexpected charm. "You," the masked man gasped, clutching his chest, disbelief lacing his voice. I grinned at him, confidence radiating from me, feeling exhilarated. "My friend, we're only just getting started." Exhilarated? This is just the beginning. The masked man roared, as if a cat had its tail stepped on, his energy skyrocketing. A foul wind assaulting me, I felt as though I had been thrown into a blender, my insides threatening to implode. Good heavens, he was serious. I quickly wiped the grin off my face, bracing myself as I crossed my arms in front of me, preparing to withstand the masked man's relentless barrage of attacks. His energy waves struck me repeatedly, like a tempest battering a fragile vessel, each blow sending waves of pain coursing through me. Bang, bang, bang. My body felt as though it were being hammered mercilessly, pain radiating through my chest. Blood pooling at the corners of my mouth, I sensed Hong Yao's anxious cries behind me, her voice tinged with desperation. "Lei Yu, are you all right?" This girl, even now, was worried about me. I gritted my teeth, wiping the blood from my lips, a fiery determination igniting within me. No, I could not disgrace myself before her, nor could I allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. "System, boost my status," I roared internally. The energy within me surging violently, a searing sensation spreading through my limbs. Perhaps sensing my resolve, the powers within me began to boil, the previously weak currents now robust and potent, making me feel like a conductor of electricity. Brimming with strength, a primal scream erupted from my lips as I arched my back, the formerly dim electric light now radiating with blinding intensity, akin to a miniature sun exploding within me. I concentrated all my power into my hands, a wave of unprecedented energy pulsating wildly at my palms. "Die!" I bellowed, thrusting my hands forward, unleashing a colossal wave of electricity, resembling a raging thunder dragon. hurtling toward the masked man. The masked man was caught off guard by my explosive force, stumbling back several paces, the dark energy surrounding him dimming considerably. He clutched his chest, his eyes wide with incredulity, as if witnessing something utterly unfathomable. How is this possible? How could you? His voice trembled, clearly bewildered by my strike. Feeling exhilarated now, I chuckled, seizing the moment, the electricity within me surging once more as I charged at the masked man like a predator. My fists striking out like a rapid-fire machine gun, and my fists crackled with electric light, each blow sending him reeling, and he began to falter under my onslaught. The surrounding henchmen were utterly dumbfounded. Who could have predicted that an F-class rookie could so thoroughly dominate their leader? Witnessing the masked man's retreat, an unprecedented sense of elation washed over me. This feeling of control was utterly intoxicating. Just then, I heard a gentle whisper from behind. "Lei Yu." Hong Yao's voice carried a note of surprise, intertwined with an indescribable emotion. I glanced back at her, noticing her gaze filled with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Heh, little lady, are you captivated by your brother Lei's gallant stance?" I thought, my heart swelling with pride as I intensified my attacks, leaving the masked man powerless to retaliate. "Is this all you've got? You dare to flaunt?" I taunted, channeling an even stronger current as I prepared to deliver the final blow. The masked man, infuriated, shouted, "You brat, don't get cocky. I will kill you today." "Kill me? Do you even have the right?" I scoffed, my energy surging violently, illuminating the entire room. "Wrath of the Thunder God," I roared, concentrating all my powers into a massive bolt of lightning, striking down upon the masked man. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as the lightning struck him, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. "Done?" I clapped my hands, nonchalantly approaching Hong Yao, taking her hand and urging her to run. "Quickly, we must not linger here." We sprinted away, evading our pursuers, and I made sure to destroy the surveillance cameras and tracking devices along our path, inciting furious frustration among the black-clad figures who found themselves utterly powerless against us. After escaping the mysterious organization, we sought refuge in a secluded alley. I leaned against the wall, sinking down as I gasped for breath, feeling as though my entire body had come undone. "Lei Yu, are you all right?" Hong Yao inquired with concern. I looked at her, managed a smile, and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Suddenly, I sensed an uncontrollable surge of energy coursing through my body, an odd sensation spreading within me. What on earth is happening? Alarmed, I hastily attempted to rein in my abilities, only to discover that it was futile. The current intensified, and my body began to tremble involuntarily, the air around us crackling with tension. Hong Yao noticed my distress. Her face turned pale as she gazed at me anxiously, asking, "Lei Yu, what's wrong?" I looked at her. I don't know. Chapter 16. Stabilizing Abilities. A new journey begins. I don't know. Before I could finish my thought, it felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping within me, the current flailing chaotically, causing me to grimace in pain. I felt like a charging power bank on the verge of exploding, ready to burst into a heap of components at any moment. The air around us crackled and emitted a charred scent. Hong Yao was terrified, her small face pale, hesitant to touch me yet anxious, stamping her feet in distress. "Lei Yu, what is happening? Please don't scare me." I gritted my teeth against the searing pain, thinking that I had really messed up this time. Surely I wouldn't truly explode here, would I? I had no desire to meet an untimely demise, nor did I wish to become a roasted pig. No, I had to save myself. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to calm myself. After all, I had once been a master in gaming, accustomed to facing storms. How could this minor predicament daunt me? I closed my eyes, envisioning the tumultuous energy within me as a serene lake instead of a rampaging stallion. I attempted to feel it, to guide it, coaxing it to gradually settle down. Strangely enough, this tactic proved effective. I sensed the erratic currents becoming more docile, no longer charging about as before. Phew. Finally stabilized, I slowly opened my eyes, feeling a wave of relief wash over me, akin to the bliss of a warm bath after running a marathon. Seeing that I was all right, Hong Yao sighed in relief and hugged me tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You scared me to death. I'm so glad you're okay. Gently patting her back, I reassured her. It's all right. It's all right. I'm a man of extraordinary skills. How could I easily meet my end? Just as I reveled in the joy of having survived, I suddenly felt my pocket vibrate. Pulling it out, I saw an unfamiliar number. Hello? I answered the call. This Layu. This is the admissions office of the Ability Academy. Ability Academy? I paused, not having the chance to inquire further before the voice continued. Congratulations, you have been accepted into our institution. Please report to the Academy in 3 days for the entrance assessment. Entrance assessment? A chill ran down my spine. Things seemed more complicated than I had anticipated. After hanging up, I felt somewhat dazed. Ability Academy? Entrance assessment? What on earth was happening? I had yet to recover from the shock of nearly exploding when this new development hit me. Making my head feel like it might combust, I turned to Hong Yao, whose face was also etched with concern. It was evident she understood the implications of the entrance assessment. I had heard that the assessments at the Ability Academy were notoriously demanding. Written tests often exceeded the syllabus, while practical assessments were said to be of hellish difficulty. Rumor had it that candidates might even be assigned to face the strongest opponents, pushing them to their limits. This was all too sudden. I scratched my head, feeling the weight of pressure. Hong Yao grasped my hand, her gaze resolute. Layu, you can do this. Her words flowed through me like a warm current, igniting my spirit. Indeed, I was Layu. I had faced countless trials and tribulations along my journey, from being an inconspicuous nobody to awakening my abilities and barely escaping becoming a roasted pig. Each moment had been a precarious dance with fate. I was a man who danced on the edge of a blade. With that thought, my fear began to dissipate, replaced by a fierce determination. An entrance assessment? Bring it on. Who was afraid? I refused to believe that as a transmigrator with a system. I couldn't handle a mere assessment. I took a deep breath, my gaze sharpening. Yao Yao, rest assured, I will pass the assessment. Hong Yao nodded emphatically, her eyes glistening with tears. I pulled her into an embrace. Feeling her soft form, my heart brimming with strength. 3 days, I murmured to myself. I must make good use of these 3 days to enhance my abilities. After all, the Ability Academy was no joke. Should I encounter a formidable opponent during the assessment, I could very well meet my end. First, I dedicated myself to thoroughly researching my abilities. Strangely, my powers fluctuated like a mischievous child, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, utterly unstable. However, I discovered that when I concentrated, they tended to obey my commands. It seemed I needed to practice my focus. Thus, over the next 3 days, I embarked on an intense training regimen. Rising at 5 each morning, I ran 10 laps around the park, meditating as I ran, envisioning myself mastering the currents. By the end of it, I felt as if I could soar. In addition to physical training, I also needed to explore the applications of my abilities. Previously, I could only produce minor electrical discharges, barely enough to shock a mouse. Now, I aim to experiment with new techniques, such as compressing the current into a ball and launching it like a cannonball, or creating a protective shield from the electrical flow to deflect attacks. After much exploration, I finally discovered a new method of use. An electromagnetic pulse. In simple terms, it involved compressing the current into a high-intensity pulse, releasing it instantaneously to create a broad electromagnetic disruption. This technique was perfect for disabling electronic devices, turning your smartphone or computer into a brick in an instant. 3 days passed swiftly, and the day of the entrance assessment arrived. I donned a sharp black trench coat and posed in front of the mirror, feeling like a superhero. Hong Yao adjusted my collar, her eyes filled with encouragement. Good luck, I believe in you. With a confident smile, I gently kissed her forehead. Don't worry, I will succeed. Upon arriving at the Ability Academy, I was struck by the sight of a massive castle, imbued with an air of mystery. The assessment took place in a colossal gymnasium, where many others had already gathered, all eager to prove themselves. I took a deep breath, preparing to step into the assessment room when, unexpectedly, I felt a chilling gaze upon me. I spun around sharply, but found nothing. What was happening? Was it merely a figment of my imagination? Frowning, I felt a twinge of unease. Layu, what's wrong? Hong Yao noticed my discomfort. I shook my head, forcing myself to appear calm. It's nothing, let us go in. However, as I stepped into the assessment room, that icy gaze returned, more intense than before. coiling around me like a venomous snake. Wait, I abruptly pulled Hong Yao back. Something felt amiss. Chapter 17. The Battle of Wits Resumes. Breaking the problem, a peculiar atmosphere pervaded the assessment room, far more suffocating than any exam hall. I quickly spotted the same examiner, Sun, who regarded me with a sinister glare. A ghost of a smirk playing on his lips, reminiscent of a movie villain. I cursed inwardly. Old man, what tricks are you plotting now? Begin the exam, Sun commanded, and the test papers fluttered down like snowflakes. I picked up the paper, only to be taken aback. The questions were even more bizarre than the last time. Queries regarding the relationship between abilities and quantum mechanics, and analyzing the potential for multidimensional spacefolding, left me utterly bewildered. The surrounding candidates wore expressions of despair. Some tugged at their hair, others gnawed on their pens, while a few simply slumped over their desks, pretending to be dead. Ha! Let us see how you get through this time. Sun's voice echoed in my ears, dripping with malice. I shot him a glare, but internally, I was in a frenzy. If I failed this, I would never hear the end of it from Hong Yao. I needed a strategy. Taking a deep breath, I slowly closed my eyes. The other candidates stared at me as though I had lost my mind. Whispers circulated. Is he giving up? I think he has gone nuts. A slight smile crept across my lips as I mentally called out, System, old friend, it's your time to shine. The system's voice resonated in my mind. Activating knowledge acceleration mode, analyzing exam questions. Suddenly, the test paper appeared revitalized, each answer surfacing clearly in my mind. I snapped my eyes open, determination blazing within. Y pen flew across the paper, producing a rapid scratching sound, swiftly filling the blank spaces as though racing against time. The gazes of my fellow candidates shifted from skepticism to astonishment. Some widened their eyes, mouths agape in disbelief. Others bit their pens, displaying expressions of envy and jealousy, muttering softly, How did this guy suddenly become so strong? Ha! Let us see how you get through this time. Sun's voice dripped with mockery as he strolled nearby, deliberately trying to distract me with heavy footsteps. I furrowed my brow, a surge of anger rising within me. Yet I remained unfazed, continuing to focus on my answers. My pen danced across the paper, as if engaged in a race against time. Humph! Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. The examiner, Sun, grew increasingly dissatisfied, deliberately coughing a few times to create a greater commotion. I raised an eyebrow and quietly regarded him, the cold glimmer in my eyes causing him to involuntarily take a step back. The clock in the examination hall ticked away, and my heart began to race in tandem. Everything around me seemed to slow down, with only the sound of my pen gliding across the paper remaining clear. My heart brimmed with confidence. I was well acquainted with the rules of this world, and no amount of adversity could impede my progress. At that moment, I inadvertently glanced out the window, and a familiar silhouette caught my eye. The clock continued its relentless ticking, and a surge of warm confidence welled up within me. Just then, I caught a glimpse of Hong Yao, who was secretly watching me. A warmth enveloped my heart. As if struck by a wave of electric warmth, I smiled charmingly at her, my lips curving upward. She blushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with tenderness, and the air around us seemed to sweeten. My pen continued to fly over the exam paper. Yet I felt invigorated within. The gaze of Hong Yao provided me with boundless motivation. As time ticked by, I finally filled in the last blank. Every question on the paper had been answered with precision. Time's up, Sun's voice echoed throughout the examination hall as he deliberately slowed his pace, approaching me with a barely concealed smirk. I stood up gently and handed him my paper. The surrounding candidates ceased their writing, turning to me with expressions of astonishment and envy. Humph! Let us see if you can still trick your way through this time. Sun took the paper, flipping through a couple of pages, and his expression shifted to one of rigidity. Every answer on the paper was accurate, almost scoring full marks. Those who had anticipated my failure were now displaying astonished expressions, their mouths agape as if they had seen a ghost. Sun's countenance darkened, and he nodded, managing to force out a cold smile. Very well, you have passed. A subtle smile graced my lips, my heart swelling with pride. However, before I could revel in my success, Sun suddenly spoke again. However, the practical assessment is about to begin, and you have been assigned to the group of the strongest opponents. I wonder if you can pass this hurdle. My heart tightened at once. Practical assessment? The group of the strongest opponents? I couldn't help but clench my fists, a surge of combat desire rising within me. That moment, Hong Yao's encouragement resurfaced in my mind. I took a deep breath, resolutely standing up and striding out of the examination hall, silently vowing, no matter how many difficulties lie ahead, I shall overcome them all, for her, for our shared future. The gate to the playground slowly opened, and the battlefield for the practical assessment was ready to my gaze was firm as I embarked on a new journey. Chapter 18. The beginning of the practical assessment. Powers collide as I stepped out of the examination hall. I was taken aback by the scene before me. The expansive playground had already been divided into several battle arenas, each surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Scanning the crowd, my eyes immediately fell upon Lin, the school beauty, who wore a thick layer of foundation and currently bore a triumphant smile that made me want to roll my eyes. Lei Yu, that unfortunate fellow, had drawn the explosive fist king, Wang Chong. As his opponent, indeed, I had heard that Wang Chong was a formidable character, a standout among F-level ability users. This lad was likely to be sent flying with a single punch. The buzz of conversation around me was as relentless as a swarm of flies, causing me to furrow my brow. But then I thought, isn't this the perfect opportunity to play the role of the underdog? Taking a deep breath, I fixed my gaze on the explosive fist king, Wang Chong. Standing opposite me, he was a towering figure, his muscles bulging like stone, exuding an intense aura of pressure. I sensed an almost imperceptible energy wave surrounding him. It seemed he was indeed my opponent for the practical assessment. The air was thick with tension, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, making it hard for me to breathe. I lifted my head and took a deep breath, striving to maintain my composure. Begin! At the examiner's command, Wang Chong charged at me like an enraged bull. His fist rushed toward my face, accompanied by a roaring wind. Quick on my feet, I sidestepped to evade his ferocious strike. His punch missed, crashing into the ground with a dull thud, sending a chill down my spine. Goodness, his strength is absurd. I silently scoffed, yet my feet did not falter as I deftly dodged his relentless barrage of attacks. However, as I continued to evade, I began to notice certain inconsistencies. Wang Chong's output seemed erratic. The power behind his punches fluctuated, each strike accompanied by a faint energy pulse. A daring thought crossed my mind. Could he be cheating? While I pondered this, Wang Chong launched another assault, a sinister grin plastered on his face. Kid, let us see how long you can keep dodging. His fist closed in again, and I could distinctly feel the force of the wind it generated. Just as I prepared to evade once more, I noticed the smug satisfaction in his smile. He seemed confident. Oh no. I inwardly cursed at that moment. I spotted a flickering red light on his chest. I leapt back just in time to avoid a fatal blow. With a resounding crash, Wang Chong's fist smashed into the wall behind me, leaving a deep imprint. Amidst the swirling dust, I saw the red light on his chest flicker and vanish. Aha! So he had been using an ability amplifier in secret. This contraption is a prohibited item. No wonder he, an F-level ability user, could unleash such tremendous power. It appeared this fellow had intended to play the fool, only to have his secret exposed. A cold smile crept across my face. This was an opportunity he had unwittingly handed to me. I wouldn't be polite about it. Feigning exhaustion, I staggered as if my strength were waning. Wang Chong, noticing my apparent weakness, burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha, kid. I wonder how long you can last now. He charged at me once more, his expression dripping with disdain. Now is my chance, I thought to myself. Just as his fist was about to connect with me, I swiftly sidestepped and reached out with my right hand, seizing the amplifier on his chest. What is this? I feigned surprise, lifting the amplifier high for all to see. Wang Chong's face drained of color. He had not expected his covert cheating tool to be discovered. The surrounding candidates wore expressions of shock, murmurs of disbelief filling the air. What? This kid actually cheated. How despicable to resort to such tactics. This is the entrance assessment for the Ability Academy. How dare he cheat? Truly audacious. The examiner approached, his face ashen as he glared at Wang Chong. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Wang Chong hung his head, speechless. He knew he was finished. I relished the sight of his disarray, reveling in this sweet moment of revenge. I turned to Hong Yao in the crowd, who was gazing at me with admiration. her eyes sparkling with appreciation. Suddenly, I felt a chill creep up my spine. I turned to see Hangyao looking at me with a face full of adoration, her eyes shimmering like stars, as if beholding a heroic figure. Our gazes locked, and the air around us seemed to bubble with pink hues, a warm current swelling within me, sweet as honey. The envious glances from those around us were more tart than a mouthful of lemons. Hee hee, this maneuver was simply spectacular. Wang Chong had tried to play the fool, only to be devoured by this tiger. Truly, he had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a rice grain. According to the rules, his cheating had been exposed, and I was declared the automatic victor. Yet, to let it end here would be too lenient for him. I, Lei Yu, am not one to let my prey escape so easily. Examiner, I request to continue the match, I proclaimed loudly, my voice resonating with confidence. The surrounding candidates were stunned. This guy had already won and still wanted to fight. Did he have some hidden trump card? Wang Chong's face turned a deep shade of anger. He had not anticipated my relentless pursuit, leaving him no face whatsoever. Are you certain? The examiner asked. Taken aback, I smirked, revealing a devilish grin. Of course. I wish to win through genuine strength, ensuring he concedes fully. Very well. The examiner, swayed by my determination, waved his hand, announcing the continuation of the match. Kid, you're digging your own grave. Wang Chong, humiliated and furious, charged at me once more. This time unleashing his full power. Himph, just as I hoped. I silently chuckled, feeling the surge of energy coursing through my body. I deftly dodged his attack and then retaliated with a punch directed at his abdomen. With a dull thud, Wang Chong flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a while. Wow! The surrounding candidates gasped in astonishment. They had not expected me to be so powerful. Effortlessly defeating Wang Chong. Standing in the center of the playground, I basked in the cheers and admiration of the crowd, my heart swelling with pride. However, just as I was basking in the joy of victory, an unsettling voice suddenly pierced the air. Director Zhao, I wish to report. Lei Yu employed underhanded tactics during the competition. My heart sank, and an ominous premonition washed over me. Lei Yu, Director Zhao requests your presence. A cold voice emanated from behind me. Chapter 19. The final chapter of admission. Ascending to extraordinary powers. What on earth is happening? I was relishing the limelight, and now I find myself a prisoner of circumstance. A stern-looking individual, presumably the head of the department, expressionless, escorted me to an office where an elderly man with graying hair, exuding authority, sat. Director Zhao. The accusers buzzed around like flies, embellishing their tales, painting me as a nefarious cheater with extraordinary abilities. I felt more wrong than doughy. This was nothing short of blatant defamation. I attempted to explain, but they paid no heed, growing increasingly fervent, as if I were a heinous criminal. The atmosphere in the office was stifling, making it difficult to breathe, and I felt as though I were being roasted over an open flame. Wait, why should I remain so passive? I am a man of the system. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to regain composure. Rather than waste my breath on these individuals, I should present the evidence directly. Director Zhao, I request a re-evaluation of the battle footage, I stated firmly. Director Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly in contemplation. The faces of the accusers shifted as they began to whisper among themselves, their eyes flickering with evident unease. All right, Director Zhao eventually conceded. As the footage began to play, I pointed at the screen, elucidating the battle sequence clearly, highlighting Wang Chong's several covert uses of prohibited items, and how I adeptly countered and retaliated, and why explanation was coherent and logically sound, akin to that of a professional commentator. As I spoke, Director Zhao's expression gradually morphed from sternness to astonishment, finally revealing a hint of appreciation. Meanwhile, the accusers turned pale, sweat pouring down their faces, wishing they could vanish into thin air. As the footage concluded, a profound silence enveloped the office. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly in satisfaction. Ha! You thought you could challenge me? You were sorely mistaken, Director Zhao slowly spoke. Lei Yu, you have performed admirably. His tone held a note of admiration, causing my smile to widen. Not only have you demonstrated formidable strength, but more importantly, you possess integrity and courage. I hereby declare that you have officially passed the admission assessment. Boom! I felt as though I were dreaming. This reversal was astonishingly swift. Just moments ago, I was akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Now I was hailed as a hero. The highs and lows of life are truly exhilarating. The accusers, their faces resembling those who had swallowed flies, slinked away in defeat. Director Zhao let out a cold huff. Halt! For slandering a fellow student and disturbing the order, each of you will receive a major demerit and be placed on probation. Ha! Justice prevails. Witnessing their despondent expressions filled me with elation. Surrounding students cast envious and admiring glances my way, with some girls discreetly blushing. My charm is indeed irresistible. Lei Yu. A familiar voice rang out, and I turned to see Hong Yao. She rushed over and threw herself into my embrace. Lei Yu, I'm so relieved you're all right. Her voice trembled with emotion, and I held her tightly. Feeling warmth spread through my heart. Of course I'm fine. Just look at who I am. I gently patted her back, offering comfort. Onlookers regarded us with smiles of blessing. Ahem. Director Zhao pretended to cough. And we quickly regained our composure. My face flushed slightly, and Hong Yao lowered her head, resembling a bashful bride. Congratulations, Lei Yu. I hope you study diligently at the Academy of Extraordinary Powers and become an outstanding practitioner. Director Zhao smiled. Thank you, Director. I will certainly strive to do my best, I replied, straightening my back and speaking boldly. Upon exiting the office, I felt invigorated, as if the world had suddenly brightened. Academy of Extraordinary Powers. Here I come. As I grasped Hong Yao's hand, ready to say something, suddenly, a man in a black uniform appeared before us, expressionless, his gaze icy, holding a document. Lei Yu, you are implicated in a special case. Please accompany us. I have finally stepped through the gates of the Academy of Extraordinary Powers. Looking back at my journey, akin to leveling up in a game, it has not been easy. I can only imagine the faces of those who once looked down on me, now likely swollen like pig heads. Delightful. I clasped Hong Yao's little hand, striding confidently into the academy, feeling like a triumphant general. New students cast glances of envy and jealousy at me, and I felt utterly elated. Sweeter than honey. This was the result of my efforts. The Academy of Extraordinary Powers, a new beginning, a new journey. How exhilarating. I am determined to shine brightly here. Wow, Lei Yu. This place is enormous, Hong Yao exclaimed. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked around like a little bunny. Indeed, this is a top-tier Academy of Extraordinary Powers. I patted my chest, acting knowledgeable. From now on, I will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, they shall know why the flowers bloom so beautifully. As we strolled and chatted, soaking in the atmosphere of the academy, I suddenly overheard a few upperclassmen whispering. Have you heard? There's a mysterious organization within the academy that specifically recruits elite students. Sure, keep your voice down. I've heard they operate in secrecy, their strength unfathomable. ITS said that joining them grants immense benefits and access to the academy's core secrets. A mysterious organization? Elite students? Core secrets? My heart sank, an inexplicable unease creeping over me. This academy seems far from simple. Just as I wanted to listen more intently, the students abruptly ceased their conversation. Glancing around warily, I quickly pulled Hong Yao away, pretending I hadn't heard anything. What's wrong, Lei Yu? Hong Yao noticed my unease. ITS nothing. I may have misheard. I forced a smile, though my heart felt heavy as if a stone were pressing down on it. I must uncover the truth about this mysterious organization. Hong Yao, you go ahead to register. I have a matter to attend to. I halted, addressing her. What is it? Do you need my help? She asked, concerned. No need. Just a trivial matter. I'll be quick. I ruffled her hair affectionately. Be good and go register. I'll find you shortly. Watching her walk away, I took a deep breath and turned toward the direction of the students I had overheard. Hey, wait! I called out to a seemingly familiar student, eager to inquire about something. He scrutinized me, a hint of wariness in his gaze. What's up? He asked. I lowered my voice, feigning mystery. About that mysterious organization. His expression shifted, and he grabbed my arm, pulling me into a secluded corner. How do you know about this organization? His voice trembled, fear evident in his eyes. Don't panic. I heard others talking and wanted to learn more. I tried to maintain my calm demeanor. He glanced around cautiously, then leaned closer to whisper in my ear. I advise you better not to inquire about this organization. Before he could finish, a chilling hand rested upon my shoulder. Chapter 20. Unveiling the Academy, Shadows of Extraordinary Powers. A cold hand rested on my shoulder, sending chills down my spine. I stiffly turned my head, only to find a burly figure in academy attire glaring at me. His eyes sharp as daggers. "What are you doing here, sneaking about?" he queried icily, reminiscent of a villainous henchman from a drama. My heart sank. Had I already drawn unwanted attention? Maintaining a facade of calm, I forced a smile I believed to be innocuous. "Oh, nothing much, just chatting with a classmate." Chatting? Discussing something unsavory, hidden away in this secluded corner? His skepticism was palpable, his scrutiny penetrating like an X-ray. I quickly concocted a plan. "Big brother, aren't we just discussing our life aspirations? Look at this place, so poetic, so perfect for sharing dreams." I gestured towards the overgrown, desolate area, internally mocking the lack of any poetic ambience. He was clearly unimpressed. "Enough nonsense. This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. Leave at once." Restricted area? How thrilling. "I must see it for myself," I declared, then took off running. "Stop," he bellowed. Giving chase, I cursed internally. This guy has long legs. Thankfully, I was light on my feet, darting through the campus like a rabbit. "Don't run," he pursued relentlessly, his voice drawing nearer. An idea struck me. I slipped into a classroom building and stealthily moved to the other side, successfully evading the burly man. Phew, I finally escaped. I chuckled to myself, proud of my maneuvering. Following the rumors I had heard earlier, I made my way to a desolate section of the academy. It was dark and eerie, the silence so profound that not even the sound of insects could be heard. I took a deep breath, a chill coursing from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. Surely, there couldn't be anything sinister lurking about. I murmured softly to myself, treading cautiously forward. Suddenly, I heard a faint rustling sound. I strained my ears, attempting to discern the source of the noise. It was a soft, skittering sound, reminiscent of something crawling on the ground, yet it also bore the quality of wind whispering through leaves. In this eerie stillness, it felt particularly unsettling. I swallowed hard, cold sweat beating in my palms. This sensation was far more exhilarating than being pursued by that muscular brute. Abruptly, an overwhelming force seemed to surge from all directions, engulfing me in an instant. I felt as though I were gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. My hair standing on end, goosebumps prickling my skin. In the darkness, I sensed a pair of icy eyes fixated on me, a feeling akin to that of prey being stalked by a predator, sending shivers down my spine. Good heavens, this cannot simply be a haunting. It must be some hidden adept at play. My heart raced, nearly leaping from my throat as I urgently called out in my mind, "System, think of something quickly. I might be in real trouble." Ding, danger detected. Initiating emergency rescue mode. Bestowing a limited time invisibility skill, lasting 5 minutes. The system's cold voice resonated, akin to a lifeline, instantly alleviating my anxiety. I felt my body lighten, as if I had melded into the surrounding shadows. That suffocating force vanished in an instant. Incredible. Invisibility? The system is brilliant. I exhaled deeply, feeling as though I had narrowly escaped the brink of death. This 5-minute reprieve was nothing short of miraculous, saving my life. I moved with utmost caution, ensuring that the force had not relocked onto me, before finally allowing myself to breathe easy. I truly am quite clever, managing to escape like this. Hee hee. The environment around me seemed less terrifying, even stirring a desire to hum a little tune. Just as I turned a corner, I spotted a familiar figure rushing towards me. "Lei Yu." It was Hong Yao's voice, and she appeared somewhat anxious. Just as I opened my mouth to respond, I noticed a peculiar flush on her cheeks, her gaze tinged with concern. "Why did it take you so long to arrive?" I was nearly worried sick. She dashed over and grasped my hand, her tone laced with unmistakable reproach. Before I could utter a word, she continued, "Why were you running so fast? Wait for me. Yao Yao, why are you here?" I observed her panting, warmth flooding my chest as the earlier thrill of danger faded into the background. "How dare you ask?" Hong Yao shot me a glare. Though her tone was reproachful, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. You, running off so fast without waiting for me. Do you have any idea how terrified I was? I gazed at her, the setting sun casting a gentle glow upon her face. Her cheeks rosy like ripe apples, utterly enchanting. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly averted my gaze, scratching my head sheepishly. Hee, I was just trying to spare you worry. See, I'm perfectly fine. She seized my hand, her icy fingers intertwining with mine, a jolt of electricity coursing through my body, making my cheeks flush with warmth. Her eyes bore a mix of playful reproach and genuine concern, igniting a flutter in my heart. Well, as long as you're all right. Her tone softened, her gaze so tender it seemed capable of drawing tears. The air around us felt sweetened, an undercurrent of intimacy blossoming between us. Oh dear, could this be considered a sweet interaction between young lovers? The little voice in my heart was already cheering wildly. Suddenly, I felt a surge of power within me. Was it that mysterious force from before? I focused intently on the changes within, realizing that my abilities seemed to have experienced a slight enhancement. Could it be that evading that force had yielded an unexpected boon? Was this what they referred to as a blessing in disguise? My heart raced with excitement as I hastily checked the system panel. Sure enough, the system prompted. Host's abilities have been slightly enhanced under the influence of unknown energy. No way! Such fortune? I was nearly elated to the point of leaping for joy. This sensation was akin to scoring a rare item in a game. Absolutely exhilarating. It seems my venture into this forbidden zone was not in vain. Not only had I escaped peril, but I had also inadvertently gained an enhancement to my abilities. Yao Yao, wait for me a moment. I called out to Hong Yao, disregarding her puzzled expression as I promptly sat cross-legged on the ground. Attempting to guide this newfound power within me, my abilities began to flow gently, the energy within coalescing like a meandering stream. Though the increase was modest, the sensation of enhancement was undeniably real. I felt as though I was inching closer to the truth, my heart brimming with joy, just as I reveled in the delight of my abilities' enhancement. The air around us suddenly froze, and that familiar force re-emerged, even stronger than before. I sensed an intense pressure closing in, as if an invisible hand were gripping me tightly, rendering me immobile, alarmed. I swiftly opened my eyes to find the air had grown even colder. As if something were lurking in the shadows, watching me, I forced myself to break free from the invisible grip and stood up, realizing that the defense of this mysterious force had intensified. Seemingly warning me not to delve any further, my heart swelled with trepidation. What was this force? And why did it seek to impede my exploration? How could I navigate past this barrier and continue my quest? I glanced at Hong Yao, who also seemed to sense the anomaly. Taking a deep breath, I remained silent, instead grasping her hand and heading towards the dormitory. I failed to notice her firm grip, her fingertips trembling slightly, her gaze lost in thought. Chapter 21. Obstacles at the Academy. Breaking through abilities back in the dormitory, I irritably ran my fingers through my hair. This wretched academy even imposes restrictions on enhancing one's abilities. They claim it's for safety, insisting that training must occur in designated areas, or else it would be deemed a violation, resulting in a deduction of credits. How absurd. My life is on the line, and they're worried about credits. What's wrong? You don't look well. Hong Yao offered me a glass of water, concern etched on her face. I accepted the water, gulping it down before wiping my mouth and recounting the events to her. Upon hearing my plight, Hong Yao furrowed her brow. The Academy's regulations are indeed rigid, but violating them now would be unwise. We must devise a plan. Devise a plan? What plan could I possibly conceive? I felt like an ant on a hot pan, frantically scurrying about without a way out. The Academy's rules loomed over me like an insurmountable mountain, stifling my breath while fellow students diligently trained around me. Brimming with energy, while I felt akin to a caged bird, helplessly watching them soar, in a way. I have to petition the Academy. What if they agree? Clinging to a sliver of hope, I rushed to the administration office to explain my situation, only to be met with an unyielding refusal. Leiyu, we understand your feelings, but the Academy's regulations are absolute, with no exceptions. Your current level is too low. Recklessly enhancing your abilities could lead to disastrous consequences. It is for your own good. For my own good? Nonsense. I silently cursed. This was blatant discrimination. Why should a lower level prevent me from enhancing my abilities? Those at higher levels also started from the bottom. Advancing step by step, fuming, I returned to my dormitory and slammed my fist onto the table. What happened? Hong Yao asked nervously. I shook my head and relayed the academy's response to her. She fell silent for a moment before saying, "It seems we'll have to find another way." Another way? What other way is there? I felt as though I was trapped in a dead end. Just as despair began to settle in, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Host has encountered a bottleneck. Special reward activated. One ability breakthrough card. I froze momentarily before elation washed over me. An ability breakthrough card. That sounds exceptionally powerful. System, how do I use it? Upon usage, the host can enhance abilities anywhere, free from the Academy's restrictions, for a duration of 24 hours. 24 hours. That's more than enough. I immediately activated the ability breakthrough card. A warm current coursing through my body as I felt my abilities rapidly ascend. Hong Yao, let us go. I seized Hong Yao's hand and dashed out of the dormitory. Where to? The training ground. A smirk crept onto my lips. I was determined to show those old fogies what true retaliation looks like. Upon reaching the training ground, I promptly commenced the operation of my abilities, the surrounding energy surging into my body like a torrent. My abilities ascending at an astonishing rate. F ranked, E ranked, D rank. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended from above, enveloping me. Who dares to violate the Academy's rules by using abilities here? A commanding voice boomed, good grief. This sensation is absolutely exhilarating. The energy surged through me like a released deluge, crashing within my body, nearly prompting a shout of joy. I quickly steadied my mind, guiding this power through my meridians. What the hell is Lei Yu doing? Has he lost his mind? This fool dares to use abilities in a non-training area. He must be courting death. The surrounding students erupted in chaos, gasping and staring at me as if I were an alien. Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins, clearly unfamiliar with the extraordinary. A smirk tugged at my lips as I reveled in the attention. This was precisely the reaction I sought. The Academy's rigid rules. I was determined to shatter them before their very eyes. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, I continued to channel my abilities, the energy eagerly submitting to my will. As my body greedily absorbed everything like an insatiable void, I can sense my strength gradually amplifying. My bones emitting a series of crackling sounds, as if infused with newfound vitality. I close my eyes, attuning myself to the transformations within my body, waves of warmth surging through my veins. This sensation is simply exhilarating. Suddenly, I feel a jolt within, as if I have breached an invisible barrier, unleashing an even more formidable power. My abilities have ascended. Look, his powers appear to have intensified. My goodness, the radiance of his abilities shines far brighter than before. This fellow is truly extraordinary. The gasps of my classmates grow louder, brimming with envy and jealousy. Can you feel the astonishment and reverence in their eyes? This is the result of my hard-earned strength. Humph! Those who once mocked me for my weakness must now regret not having endeared themselves to me. I open my eyes, feeling the surging energy within, and cannot help but release a triumphant roar to the heavens. This feeling is simply sublime. What nonsense rules of the Academy? They can all take a back seat. Is it truly acceptable for you to act this way? Just as I am lost in my triumph. Hong Yao's voice echoes in my ear. I turn to her, noticing a flicker of concern in her eyes, yet predominantly a sense of determination. Grasping her hand firmly, I assure her with a smile. Fear not. Everything is fine, trust me. Is it truly acceptable for you to act this way? Just as I am lost in my triumph, Hong Yao's voice echoes in my ear. I turn to her, noticing a flicker of concern in her eyes, yet predominantly a sense of determination. Her unwavering support warms my heart, as if a current of warmth surges within me. Our gazes lock tightly, and the world around us seems to stand still. That atmosphere of warmth and resolve strengthens my belief that, no matter how arduous the path ahead, with her by my side, I can march forward unflinchingly. In that moment, a powerful pressure descends from above, enveloping me in its grasp. Who dares to violate the Academy's regulations by recklessly wielding their powers? A commanding voice resonates in the air, evidently from the higher-ups of the Academy. My smile instantly vanishes as I turn to the source of the sound. There stands Dean Zhao, accompanied by several senior ability users, their cold gazes fixated on me as if I were a criminal on trial. I take a deep breath and step forward. Dean Zhao? It is I respond calmly, though a flicker of anxiety stirs within me. After all, this is the highest authority of the academy. A single word could determine my fate. Dean Zhao halts, scrutinizing me from head to toe. A glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Lei Yu, are you challenging the academy's regulations? Meeting his gaze head-on, I reply unflinchingly. Dean, I am aware of the academy's rules, yet my current circumstances are exceptional. I must enhance my abilities to confront the impending crisis. I have the system's assistance. There will be no danger. Dean Zhao's brow furrows slightly, clearly contemplating my words. The senior ability users around us exchange furtive whispers. Deliberating. Finally, Dean Zhao speaks. Are you certain that this will not lead to any issues? Absolutely no issues, Dean. I respond with unwavering conviction. After a brief silence, Dean Zhao nods. In that case, I will reassess your situation. However, you must take responsibility for your actions. A wave of relief washes over me, and I manage a smile. Thank you, Dean. Yet, just as I prepare to exhale in relief, a cold voice interjects from beside me. Dean? Such violations must be met with severe punishment. Leniency cannot be afforded. Following the sound, I see a tall, middle-aged man standing next to Dean Zhao, his eyes brimming with overt hostility. He smirks ominously, and my heart sinks as I realize that this may not end well. Lei Yu, your actions have indeed violated the Academy's regulations. We must handle this matter with gravity. Dean Zhao's expression turns serious as well, and an ominous premonition washes over me. Please follow me. Dean Zhao turns and strides toward the Academy's judgment hall. I take a deep breath, gripping Hong Yao's hand tightly, silently vowing, no matter what, I will not retreat. Chapter 22. Retribution and Ascendance. The glory of abilities. The judgment hall is foreboding, its atmosphere as oppressive as an ancient coffin. The elderly figures sit solemnly upon the elevated platform, their gazes piercing through me like daggers. Internally, I curse. A bunch of stubborn old-timers, always flaunting their age. Lei Yu, do you have any idea how grave your transgression is? An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles bellows, his voice grating like a rusty bell, nearly spitting on me in the process. I recoil in disgust, thinking, with that little spittle of yours, you wouldn't even fill the gaps in my teeth. What have I done? Is it illegal to enhance my abilities? I roll my eyes and retort with irritation. Enhance your abilities? You're acting recklessly. Do you realize you nearly destroyed the entire training ground? Another gaunt old man jumps in, pointing accusingly at me. I nearly burst into laughter. With my measly F-grade abilities, I could not possibly destroy the training ground. This old man must be dreaming. I take a deep breath, striving to suppress the urge to retaliate and explain. I employed a controlled training method, which poses no threat whatsoever. You may review the surveillance records. Surveillance records? Humph, who knows if you tampered with them? The wrinkled old man scoffs, his face contorted with disdain. It becomes clear to me that this bunch of old fools is determined to make an example of me. The tribunal begins to chatter amongst themselves. Various harsh penalties raining down upon me like cannon fire. Restrictions on ability usage, increased menial labor, or even expulsion. My anger boils, my fists clenching tightly. Why should I be punished? Just for shattering their outdated conventions? Silence! Dean Zhao's sudden roar commands immediate quiet in the hall. He glances at me, then at the tribunal members, and states calmly, Lei Yu's situation is rather exceptional. We must deliberate carefully. I breathe a sigh of relief. It seems Dean Zhao is somewhat reasonable. Just then, the gaunt old man interjects with a strange tone. Dean, rules are rules. We cannot make exceptions simply because he is a special recruit. My heart sinks. A sense of foreboding creeping in. Indeed, Dean Zhao hesitates for a moment before slowly saying, Lei Yu, in light of your actions, I fix my gaze on Dean Zhao, silently urging, please do not disappoint me. In light of your actions, Dean Zhao pauses, then his tone shifts, significant in meaning. The Academy has decided. Decided what? I cannot help but interject. Go award you a special reward. My jaw nearly drops to the floor. This twist is too swift. Before I can process it, the hall erupts in chaos. The elderly figures stare wide-eyed, as if they have seen a ghost. The wrinkled old man is so furious that his beard seems to bristle. Pointing at me without uttering a word. Silence. Dean Zhao bellows once more, then turns to me. His tone softened considerably. Lei Yu, your abilities enhancement rate is indeed astonishing. The Academy has decided to reward you with entry into the advanced training ground for specialized training. Along with additional resources, I break into a wide smile. This maneuver is simply genius. Not only have I avoided punishment, but I have also received a reward. It feels akin to winning the lottery. I suppress my amusement and feign humility. Dean, this is merely what I ought to do. Dean, this. The gaunt old man wishes to protest further, but a mere glance from Dean Zhao silences him. He begrudgingly closes his mouth, his expression darker than if he had swallowed a fly. Internally, I revel in delight, thinking, how do you like being on the receiving end of your own targeting? Now you're left speechless, aren't you? Very well, today's tribunal is hereby concluded. Dean Zhao announces. As I turn to leave, a thought strikes me, and I glance back at the elderly figures, saying, by the way, esteemed teachers, should there be any further inquiries in the future, feel free to approach me directly. I shall provide all information without reservation. With that, I stroll out of the judgment hall. Just as I exit, I catch sight of a figure dashing toward me. As I step out of the judgment hall, a graceful silhouette rushes toward me like the wind. Lei Yu. Hong Yao's melodious voice carries a hint of tears. Before I can react, she envelopes me tightly in her embrace. I am enveloped by a familiar warmth and fragrance that wafts from her. Instinctively, I wrap my arms around her. She clings to me so tightly as if she wants to merge me into her very being. I can feel her gentle tremors and the tears brimming in her eyes. Yes, all right, Yao Yao. I'm fine, and I softly reassure her, my voice tinged with emotion. In the judgment hall earlier, I had to suppress my emotions from unraveling. Now, seeing Hong Yao, all my grievances and worries transform into tears of warmth in my eyes. We hold each other closely, feeling the rhythm of our heartbeats. In this moment, everything around us fades away, leaving just the two of us, relying on one another in this world. Sunlight filters through the hall's windows, bathing us in warmth and brightness. Those around us are moved by our love, and the entire hall is imbued with a tender atmosphere. I sense the envy and blessings in the gazes of the elderly figures. Even Dean Zhao wears a look of contentment. At that moment, the Academy's administrator approaches me, holding an exquisite box, and says, Lei Yu, this is the Academy's reward for you, a manual for enhancing your abilities, along with a voucher for individualized guidance from an A-grade ability user. I received the box, feeling its weighty presence. Upon opening it, I discovered an ancient tome radiating a subtle glow, its cover adorned with powerful, bold characters. Xingqian Ju. A surge of joy welled within me. This was indeed a treasure. I had longed to enhance my extraordinary abilities. And now, an opportunity had finally presented itself. Like a triumphant victor, my lips involuntarily curled into a smile. My heart brimming with pride, I recognized that this was the fruit of my diligence and strength. Consequently, my standing within the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities had risen, and those who once looked down upon me could now only gaze up in a As I surveyed the surroundings, I noticed the varied expressions on the faces of the elderly figures. Some were envious, others filled with admiration, while a few wore looks of sheer astonishment. Particularly striking was the expression of the gaunt elder, whose face had turned a ghastly shade, as if he had consumed a bushel of lemons. A sense of secret satisfaction washed over me. Let him have targeted me. Now he was aware of my prowess, wasn't he? Clutching Xingqian Ju, I felt the page's exquisite texture and the faint energy emanating from it. This manual was akin to a formidable magnetic force, capturing my entire attention, and I could hardly contain my eagerness to delve into its mysteries. Embracing this weighty reward, my heart swelled with elation. At that moment, a shadow caught my eye, emanating an indescribable, eerie aura. I sensed that the mysterious organization was secretly coveting my prize. A chill gripped my heart, and an ominous premonition surged within me. What actions would they undertake? I could only feel an inexplicable unease. I glanced at the manual in my grasp, and then at Hong Yao beside me, reminding myself that I must protect everything I held dear. With Xingqian Ju in hand, I turned and departed the hall. Chapter 23. Initial Encounter with the Enemy. Vigilance of Extraordinary Abilities. Clutching Xingqian Ju, it felt as if I were holding a freshly baked sweet potato, radiating warmth. Previously, I had been contemplating how to study it meticulously at home, But now my mind was consumed by the sinister gaze of that mysterious organization. I felt an unsettling chill creeping up my spine. As though shadowy figures were poised to ambush me at any moment. No, I must remain composed. I am Leiyu, not one to be easily intimidated. With a deliberate air of confidence, I strode down the bustling thoroughfare of the academy, almost inclined to proclaim, "Come and witness the newly crowned bearer of Xingqianju." My fellow students regarded me with expressions of incredulity. Internally, I reveled in my triumph. Ha! This is what I call strategic flamboyance. They simply do not comprehend. My senses were attuned to my surroundings, ever vigilant of any unusual activity. Each time I passed through the shadows of the teaching building, an unsettling feeling washed over me. As if unseen eyes were scrutinizing my every move. "Why, you Gu? Why are you walking so slowly, like a tortoise?" Hong Yao inquired softly, her brow furrowed in confusion. I feigned nonchalance, smiling lightly, admiring the scenery, of course. "Look at the academy's lush greenery, the melodious birds, and the fragrant flowers. It's a veritable paradise." Hong Yao shot me a disbelieving glance. "Oh, come on. I see you're just overly anxious after receiving that reward." I coughed lightly, refraining from responding. Anxious? What nonsense. I am merely exercising caution. A prudent sailor steers his ship with care. Suddenly, I felt a jolt as someone bumped into me. Instinctively, I safeguarded the manual in my arms and turned to find a boy in plain school attire. Flustered as he apologized, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Narrowing my eyes, I scrutinized him. His gaze flickered, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Something was amiss. "Which department are you from, classmate?" I inquired with a half-smile. He stammered without offering a coherent response. A smirk curled at my lips. Caught in a lie. "Were we?" Just as I was about to expose him, a voice called from behind me. "Leiyu, someone is looking for you." I whipped around to see a towering figure clad in sunglasses, resembling a mob boss. His expression was impassive, but his gaze was sharp enough to evoke trepidation within me. "Who is seeking me?" I asked warily, instinctively clutching Xingqianju closer. This brute was clearly not a benign presence. He must be one of the organization's enforcers. Without uttering a word, the imposing man merely gestured toward a sleek black car parked nearby. Its windows were tinted so darkly that it obscured the occupants within. How mysterious, I thought, suppressing a cynical laugh while maintaining an air of indifference. "Yao Yao, you should head back. I have a matter to attend to." Hong Yao regarded me with concern, whispering, "Be careful." I winked at her, signaling her to remain at ease, and then approached the black car. Upon drawing near, I realized that, despite its darkened windows, I could see clearly inside. There sat a middle-aged man in the back seat, impeccably dressed, exuding an aura of authority, clearly a person of significance. The man offered a slight smile and gestured for me to enter. Taking a deep breath, I leaned into the car as the door shut behind me. The man addressed me directly. "Leiyu, we meet again." A jolt of surprise coursed through me. He recognized me? I racked my brain, certain I had never encountered him before. "And you are?" I feigned ignorance. The man smiled but refrained from answering, instead producing an exquisite box from his pocket and handing it to me. "This is a small token from our organization. We hope you will accept it." I opened the box to find a shimmering crystal of extraordinary ability within. This was indeed a valuable item, capable of significantly enhancing an ability user's level. My heart leapt with joy, yet I maintained a facade of composure. "I cannot accept without understanding the implications." "What does this mean?" The middle-aged man replied cryptically. "We merely wish to befriend you, Leiyu. Naturally, it would be even better if you were inclined to join our organization." A sardonic smile played on my lips. The mask was finally slipping. I feigned contemplation before responding. "Joining your organization? That is a momentous decision. I must consider it carefully." He nodded in agreement, "Of course, but I hope you can decide soon." I smiled, remaining silent. That moment, the car came to a halt. The man opened the door, gesturing for me to exit. "Please, Leiyu." As I stepped out, I watched the black car fade into the distance, a cold smile gracing my lips. They think they can recruit me? Not so easily. Suddenly, the earlier encounter with the clumsy boy resurfaced in my mind. I turned to scan the area, but he had vanished without a trace. Quick on his feet, I mused, but next time, he might not be so fortunate. Just as I was about to leave, a voice called out from behind me, "Lei Yu." I turned to see Hong Yao sprinting toward me, her face a blend of concern and something else, to admiration. Had I not misread her gaze? There seemed to be a sparkle in her clear eyes. "You go. Are you all right? Did those people do anything to you?" Hong Yao grasped my arm, her soft touch causing my heart to skip a beat. "Not a thing, just a minor inconvenience." "Who do you think I am?" "A little trouble won't faze me," I replied, feigning ease, while internally, I reveled in her concern. "I always knew you were exceptional," she beamed, her smile capable of melting glaciers, making the air around us feel sweet and warm. "Of course. Have you not considered my identity?" I proudly lifted my chin, but then the earlier incident with the clumsy boy struck me again. I quickly led Hong Yao aside, lowering my voice. "Are you aware of that boy who bumped into me earlier?" I gleaned some information. Their organization is plotting a significant scheme, and I am undoubtedly their target. "What? Is that true?" Hong Yao exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Absolutely true." I gestured toward the trembling figure of the boy I had apprehended, who resembled a captured chick. "To be safe, I intend to inform Dean Zhao." "Yes, we must tell the Dean. We cannot allow them to succeed," Hong Yao affirmed, her gaze resolute. I grinned, patting the boy's shoulder. "Lead the way to the Dean's office." Accompanied by my prize, the frightened boy, and the intelligent and beautiful Hong Yao, we strode toward the Dean's office with an air of triumph. I felt like a victorious general, my heart swelling with pride. However, as we neared the office door, several dark figures suddenly emerged from around the corner, blocking our path. Dressed in black, their faces obscured by masks, only their cold eyes remained visible. A sense of danger enveloped me, and I instinctively shielded Hong Yao behind me, my gaze sharp and vigilant. "Who are you? What do you want?" They remained silent, merely raising their hands, the glint of sharp blades catching the sunlight. I understood then that the mysterious organization was covertly obstructing me. It appeared that reaching the Dean would not be so simple after all. Chapter 24. Breaking through the barriers, courage and strategy of extraordinary abilities. Goodness, this situation feels like a full-blown mob confrontation. As I gazed upon the figures of several masked individuals clad in black before me, a torrent of exasperation surged within. The chilling aura they exuded was suffocating, even more so than the anxiety I felt prior to my final examinations. "Could it be that they have arrived already?" I murmured under my breath, my gaze fixated on them. These individuals were clearly not to be trifled with. Their muscular physiques resembled that of finely sculpted statues. Perhaps having escaped from some fitness establishment, they slowly advanced towards us, forming a precise encirclement, and I felt akin to prey trapped within a cage, the very air growing thick and oppressive. "Surely," they jest, "here I am, on the cusp of becoming a formidable figure within the realm of extraordinary abilities. And yet I find myself cornered by a mere band of lowly henchmen? No, I must not falter." Drawing a deep breath, I instinctively pulled Hong Yao behind me, urging her to keep her distance from the impending conflict. "Darling, step back. I'll handle these ruffians." In a moment of inspiration, a bold idea flashed through my mind. Confronting them head-on? Absolutely out of the question. I am not foolish. Seizing one of the henchmen, I forcefully propelled him towards one of the black-clad figures. "Brother, it's your turn." The unfortunate thug stumbled and collided with the figure, who appeared caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver. Seizing the moment, I bellowed, "Smoke bomb, activate." Rubbing my hands together, a dense cloud of smoke rapidly enveloped the corridor, shrouding it in a veil of white. This was a newly acquired ability of mine. Though only at the F-grade level, it was more than sufficient for creating chaos. Coughing. The black-clad figures were momentarily incapacitated by the smoke, their formation disrupted. A faint smile crept upon my lips. The opportunity had arrived. Amidst the swirling smoke, I darted between the figures like a nimble monkey, seeking an opening to break free from the encirclement. Truth be told, with my agility, I would have undoubtedly been a legendary hero in ancient times. Goodness me, I thought to myself, exhilaration coursing through my veins. This sensation was simply intoxicating. Yet, I remained vigilant. These masked figures were not to be underestimated. Just as I was on the verge of escaping their grasp, I heard a low, menacing growl behind me. By heavens, these fellows are surprisingly quick on the uptake. I cursed inwardly as the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. The duration of my smoke bomb was far too brief. I had to make my escape. Lowering my body like a slippery eel, I navigated through the haze, dodging left and right. The black-clad figures flailed about like headless flies, occasionally colliding with one another, producing dull thuds. Remarkable coordination, I mused. Suddenly, one of the black-clad individuals shouted, piercing through the AI. My heart raced, and I swiftly altered my course. Must they be so perceptive? I pondered as I continued to run, brainstorming my next move. A direct confrontation? I had not descended to such folly. Spotting an opportunity, I kicked open the door to a nearby storage room and rolled inside. Bang! The figure followed closely, delivering a powerful kick that splintered the door into pieces. What strength! Have they been nourished on bricks? I concealed myself in the shadows of the storage room, holding my breath as I listened intently to the commotion outside. The black-clad figures stormed in, scanning their surroundings, but the clutter within the room made it difficult for them to locate me. Aha! The moment has arrived, I thought, a smirk forming on my lips as I silently commanded, "System, grant me a speed buff." In an instant, I felt as though I had been imbued with turbocharged energy, my speed escalating to unprecedented levels. Like a wraith, I maneuvered among the black-clad figures, taking them by surprise with swift punches that sent them sprawling. Ouch! Accompanied by their cries of agony, the masked figures fell one after another. Watching them clutch their stomachs in pain filled me with elation. This sensation was more gratifying than the most festive of celebrations. This was the consequence of provoking me. I triumphantly shook my fists, reveling in my newfound prowess. At that moment, my eyes caught sight of the dean's office at the end of the corridor, and a spark of realization ignited within me. I had to swiftly inform the dean. These individuals were undoubtedly part of a larger, more sinister plot. With newfound determination, I raced towards the dean's office like a whirlwind, leaving behind a cacophony of moans from the fallen henchmen. My classmates, witnessing the spectacle, gasped in astonishment, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. This was simply exhilarating. As I ran, I cast a glance at Hong Yao in the distance, her face etched with worry and concern as she watched me from afar. Yao Yao, did I open my mouth to say something but swallowed my words. Bursting into the dean's office, I barely caught my breath before exclaiming, "Dean, we have a serious situation." Dean Zhao, engrossed in a pile of documents, looked up with a furrowed brow. "Lei Yu, what has transpired?" I quickly recounted my recent encounter and my suspicions regarding the masked figures, embellishing the narrative of their malevolence, causing the dean's expression to grow increasingly grave. "So, you suspect there is a traitor within the academy colluding with external forces?" The dean inquired solemnly. I nodded emphatically. "Indeed, and they are likely targeting me." The dean rose and moved to the window, his back turned to me in contemplative silence. After a moment, he turned, his gaze filled with admiration. "Lei Yu, you have done exceptionally well. I commend your vigilance. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and spare no effort." Upon hearing this, my spirits soared. This was a solid victory. With the dean's backing, who would dare to challenge me? Let us establish an agreement. The dean approached me, extending his hand, which I grasped eagerly, nearly leaping in excitement. Exiting the dean's office, I felt as though I were walking on clouds, buoyant with elation. I inhaled deeply, the fresh air invigorating my senses. In the distance, Hong Yao gazed at me anxiously. Upon seeing me emerge, a relieved smile broke across her face. I waved at her, and she hurried over, grasping my arm with concern. "What happened? What did the dean say?" I chuckled, ruffling her hair playfully. "Fear not, everything is under control. With the dean protecting me, no one can bully me." Only then did Hong Yao relax, her face lighting up with a smile of relief. As I looked at her, warmth spread through my heart. The feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. However, this bliss was short-lived. The following day, as I arrived at class, I overheard whispers among my classmates. "Have you heard? That Lei Yu fellow." Indeed, in an attempt to curry favor with the dean, he actually— A chill ran down my spine as an ominous premonition gripped me. Straining to listen, I realized with disbelief that they were spreading rumors about me bribing the dean, flattering him, and resorting to unscrupulous means to secure my place in the academy. My anger flared. Fists clenched tightly, wishing to confront these slanderers. Yet, I quickly composed myself. This was clearly a deliberate attack against me. And I already had an inkling of who was orchestrating it. The mysterious organization. They sought to isolate me, to make my life in the academy unbearable. The gazes of my classmates felt like needles, discomforting me deeply. The sensation of being wronged was far worse than swallowing a fly. I inhaled deeply, striving to suppress my fury. This was unacceptable. I needed to retaliate. A daring idea took root in my mind. I would publicly clarify the situation during the academy assembly. I would reveal the truth to everyone and expose the nefarious schemes of that mysterious organization. On the day of the academy assembly, I stood on the podium before a sea of faces. Yet I felt no fear. Clearing my throat, I spoke with calm assurance. Fellow students, I believe you have all heard the rumors regarding my alleged bribery of the dean and my sycophantic behavior. Today, I wish to unveil the truth. My words resonated powerfully, eliciting gasps from the audience, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. This is all part of a conspiracy by a mysterious organization. I continued, seeking to undermine the unity of our academy, aiming to isolate me and render me powerless within these halls. I presented a coherent analysis of the organization's tactics, substantiating my claims with relevant evidence. My argument was logically structured, striking a chord with my audience. To further validate my assertions, I hesitated, scanning the faces before me, then decided. To prove my words were true, I retrieved a small holographic projector from my pocket. Activating it, a luminous screen unfurled in the air, showcasing videos and written records. These were the pieces of evidence I had discreetly recorded during the organization's previous attempts to probe me. The videos and texts depicted their efforts to coerce me into revealing the academy's confidential information, even threatening me to join their ranks. The audience held their breath, eyes wide, as they absorbed the visuals. The voices from the videos were clear, revealing the sinister countenance of the organization's members. Their threats and temptations sending shivers through the crowd. My fingers gently tapped the podium, my tone resolute. This is their conspiracy, and it serves as proof of my failure. The moment the light curtain descended, a wave of applause and gasps erupted from the audience below. The students' gazes transformed from skepticism to admiration, and even some who had previously spread rumors lowered their heads, their faces flushed. A great weight lifted from my heart, and an overwhelming sense of pride surged within me. Just as I thought the situation was about to calm down, Dean Zhao suddenly stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and said sternly, "Students, there is an urgent task that requires the selection of a student representative to handle a dangerous incident related to those with extraordinary abilities. This matter concerns the reputation of our academy and the safety of each one of us." The audience immediately buzzed with speculation, voices rising and falling. Some whispered about the dangers of the situation, while others speculated on who would be chosen. A tightness gripped my chest. This was clearly a new challenge. I yearned to participate, yet I worried about my own inadequacies. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through my thoughts. "Lei Yu, you can do it." Hong Yao emerged from the crowd, standing beside me. I took a deep breath, clenched my fists, and felt an indomitable spirit welling up within me. I raised my head, my gaze firmly fixed on Dean Zhao, my mind already made up. Hong Yao, that girl, truly is my anchor. The moment she appeared, I felt fully revitalized. All previous frustrations and hesitations vanished into thin air. Her eyes sparkled like the most refreshing chilled cola on a summer day, sweetly flooding my heart. In that instant, the world around me transformed into a sea of pink bubbles. My heartbeat quickening. I suppose I found myself in a tender predicament, but I am not the fool who loses his mind to love. "No problem, Dean. I'll take on this task," I proclaimed loudly, my voice resonating like a loudspeaker, drowning out the murmurs from below. "Lei Yu, have always been a man of action. A mere dangerous task. What is that to me? Excellent, Lei Yu, you have not disappointed me." Dean Zhao's face broke into a satisfied smile. This old man usually maintains a stern demeanor, so seeing him smile so broadly today must mean he was taken aback by my boldness. Cheers erupted from the audience, and I felt like a triumphant hero basking in the adoration of the crowd. This moment was solidly mine. I stepped into the center of the square, relishing the envious gazes of my classmates. My heart soaring with joy. The feeling of being recognized is truly exhilarating. Heaven above, I feel an overwhelming surge of power, eager to charge into action. Lei Yu, go for it. Hong Yao waved her fist at me. Her face radiating encouragement, I shot her a flirtatious glance and confidently gave her a thumbs up. Humph, just wait for my triumphant return. However, just as I was brimming with enthusiasm and ready to depart, a girl named Xiao Yun from the academy mysteriously approached me, handing me a note while whispering, "Senior Lei Yu, I accidentally discovered some clues about this task. You must be cautious." I took the note, opened it, and saw a hastily scrawled address, an abandoned factory in the west of the city. There was also a line highlighted in red, "Beware, there may be an ambush." A chill ran down my spine. This was clearly no ordinary task. What I initially thought was just a routine assignment now appeared to be fraught with peril. My hand trembled slightly as I held the note, and a sense of vigilance crept into my mind. An abandoned factory in the west? That place seems rather unusual. I took a deep breath, clenched the note tightly, and looked up at the sky, which, though previously clear, now seemed ominously overcast. I knew that I was about to face a formidable challenge. "Senior Lei Yu, you must return safely," Xiao Yun called out behind me, her voice tinged with concern. I did not turn back. I merely waved my hand and resolutely set forth on the path to the abandoned factory. As I reached the entrance of the academy, I looked up at the sky, scoffing softly. "I, Lei Yu, am no lamb to be slaughtered." I tightened my fists and quickened my pace towards the direction of the abandoned factory, where it seemed an invisible beast lay in wait, ready to devour me. Chapter 26. The beginning of the quest. Unraveling the mystery of extraordinary abilities, I inhaled deeply, the air thick with a noxious mix of rust and dust that made me grimace. This abandoned factory in the west of the city was indeed as notorious as its reputation suggested, resembling a film set for a horror movie. Upon stepping through the entrance, a chilling draft surged from my feet to my head, and I rubbed my arms. The temperature must have been at least minus 20 degrees. The dilapidated machines loomed like forsaken steel behemoths in the shadows, appearing ready to pounce and take a bite out of me. The peeling paint on the walls resembled the cracked skin of a monstrous face, sending shivers down my spine. Goodness, in this environment, one could easily get lost, I muttered to myself, cautiously making my way inside. I could sense that this place was far from ordinary. The air was laden with an aura of danger. I felt akin to the foreboding shift in background music during a horror game. Causing my heart to race with unease, I clenched my fists, reminding myself to stay calm. Just as I was carefully advancing, a cacophony of footsteps and laughter erupted ahead. I quickly hid behind a rusty machine. Peering out cautiously, "Oh, aren't they just asking for trouble?" A group of poorly dressed ruffians blocked the factory's corridor, each one nonchalantly chewing gum, their very presence infuriating. They brandished iron rods and knives that glinted menacingly, truly a standard ensemble for the nefarious. "Brothers, looks like we're in for some extra cash today." A yellow-haired thug spat towards my hiding spot, boasting arrogantly. I touched my nose, thinking, these little lackeys truly believe there's something special? However, this was not the time to confront them head-on. I needed to scout their intentions first. Thus, I forced a harmless smile and slowly walked out, feigning trepidation. "Gentlemen, I was just passing through, though quite perceptive." The yellow-haired thug chuckled smugly, stepping closer and tapping my shoulder with his iron rod. "Kid, do you know where you are? This is our turf. If you're smart, hand over all your money. Or else," he deliberately paused, his eyes filled with menace. A smirk tugged at the corners of my mouth as I silently laughed. These people really have never seen the world, to fall for such a simple bait. I rubbed my hands together, pretending to be frightened, and said, "Bro, I have no money on me. How about I sing a song for you guys to liven things up?" Detective Liu, hidden in the shadows, watched me with a twitching smile, seemingly struggling to suppress laughter. Just as I continued my act of feigned cowardice, a sharp-eyed thug suddenly pointed at me and shouted, "Something's off. This kid is stalling for time." I cursed under my breath. "This kid is sharper than he looks." The yellow-haired thug spat and swung his iron rod at me with a vicious intent. "Brothers, get him. Don't let him escape." The wind whistled past my ears as I nimbly dodged, my heart sinking. Although these little ruffians appeared dim-witted, their strength was surprisingly formidable. I could feel their attacks packing a punch far beyond that of an ordinary person. I could not afford to underestimate them, As I evaded their strikes, I attempted to summon my extraordinary abilities from within. Strangely, no matter how hard I tried, I felt utterly powerless, as if my signal had been jammed, driving me to frustration. Could this dilapidated factory hold some hidden mystery? Ha! This kid is a softie. He can't even use his powers, one thug mocked. Yeah, I thought he was some sort of expert, but turns out he's just trash. Another joined in derision. Their laughter pricked at my ears like needles, igniting a fire of rage within me. How could I, the mighty Leiyu, be looked down upon by a bunch of petty thugs? I could not swallow this indignation. Just as I was on the brink of being overwhelmed, a familiar system notification rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden task initial exploration and gained the temporary skill power surge. My eyes lit up. This was a stroke of fortune. Without hesitation, I activated the skill, and a surge of immense power coursed through my body. I felt invincible, as if I could obliterate the very earth with a single punch. Come on, you little brats, let us play. I sneered, swiftly grabbing one thug's iron rod, twisting it with force until I heard a satisfying snap. The thugs stared, dumbfounded, mouths agape, as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? The yellow-haired thug stammered. Nothing is impossible, I scoffed, launching my counterattack. My speed was akin to lightning, and they could hardly react. With fists and feet, I struck with lethal precision, sending the thugs crashing to the ground. Crying for mercy, watching their pitiful state filled me with a sense of accomplishment. This was my true strength. I approached the yellow-haired thug, crouched down, and patted his cheek. Now, tell me, who sent you? The yellow-haired thug's face turned pale, trembling as he stuttered, W. Just then, an unusual noise echoed from deep within the factory, and I abruptly turned my head, my gaze sharp. What was that sound? I squinted my eyes, gazing in the direction from which the strange sound emanated. It was an odd friction noise, reminiscent of something moving swiftly, yet also akin to a beast's low growl, sending shivers down my spine. The yellow-haired thug beside me turned ashen, forgetting even to plead for mercy. What a fool that I shot him a disdainful glance, disregarding him entirely as I turned to exit the abandoned factory. Once outside, I immediately pulled out my phone and dialed Hong Yao's number. Hello, Yao Yao? Let me tell you, this place is definitely peculiar. Those thugs possess an outrageous amount of strength, and it seems my powers were suppressed there, rendering me utterly helpless. I relayed everything that had just transpired. What? Are you all right, Leiyu? Hong Yao's voice was laced with palpable concern. Did I not warn you? This is dangerous. Why did you not heed my advice? Those people are clearly up to no good. What if something happens to you? Oh, come on. I'm fine. Besides, I have the system backing me up. What is there to fear? I replied with a cheeky grin. I sensed that this matter is far from simple. We might uncover some major news. Leiyu, could you please stop being so reckless? Hong Yao's tone shifted to one of sternness. You always act this way, never considering the consequences. I truly don't know how to deal with you. Leave matters like this to the police. Why do you insist on getting involved? Do you have any idea how worried I am for you? Hearing the anger in Hong Yao's voice, I realized I had truly vexed her this time. She's not the type to cause a scene without reason. Her anger stemmed from genuine concern for my well-being. However, abandoning this investigation was simply not an option for me. I sensed that there was a colossal conspiracy lurking behind this incident, and unless I unearthed it, I would never find peace. Yao Yao, I know you care for me, but I must pursue this matter, I assure you. I will be fine. Trust me. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Hong Yao's voice, tinged with a hint of sobbing. You truly are such a blockhead. I am at my wit's end with you. I hung up the phone, gazing up at the sky and letting out a deep sigh. Ah, women are indeed troublesome. They express concern in the form of arguments. Nevertheless, I understood her worry was warranted. At that moment, Detective Liu emerged from the shadows beside me, clapping a hand on my shoulder. Kid, not bad. Your reflexes are quite agile, that of course, I replied, lifting my chin with pride, the pent-up frustration from earlier dissipating significantly. Detective Liu, do you think there is something fishy going on here? Of course there is. Otherwise, why would I be here? Detective Liu chuckled. Come, I'll take you to a place where you might uncover more clues. He led me to a neon-lit bar, the sign reading Home of the Unusual. I raised an eyebrow, The name was rather intriguing. "What kind of place is this?" I inquired, curiosity piqued. "This is a common haunt for those with extraordinary abilities. It's a mixed bag, full of all sorts of characters." Detective Liu replied with a mysterious smile. "The clues you seek may very well be found within S." I pushed open the bar's door. A cacophony of deafening music assaulted my ears, and the dazzling lights dazzled my senses. The air was thick with the pungent scent of alcohol and smoke. While a myriad of individuals writhed in the dance floor, I felt as though I had been sucked into a vortex of another world. Both perilous and exhilarating, my fists clenched, and my heart raced with excitement. This was my stage. Here, I would unveil all the secrets. However, as I surveyed my surroundings, I sensed several unfriendly gazes fixated upon me. Chapter 27. A perilous encounter at the bar. Goodness, the atmosphere in this bar is utterly bizarre. The thunderous electronic music, the blinding laser lights, and the overpowering stench of cheap perfume mixed with alcohol made my nostrils itch, as though I had wandered into a den of demons. Even more unsettling was the feeling of being watched by several pairs of malicious eyes lurking in the shadows, making me feel profoundly uneasy. I feigned calmness, pretending to appreciate the chaotic spectacle on the dance floor, while my peripheral vision remained keenly aware of my surroundings. It felt akin to playing a horror game. I knew there were ghosts. Yet I was determined to frighten myself, my palms sweating profusely. "Calm down, kid. Don't act like it's your first time in a place like this," Detective Liu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at me. Lowering his voice, "The people here are not to be trifled with." Just as I was about to retort, a familiar figure caught my eye. In a way, wasn't that the scar-faced guy I encountered at the factory? That scar was his trademark, impossible to forget. He approached with a gang of lackeys, exuding an air of menace as they cornered me and Detective Liu. The bar patrons, sensing the tension, quickly vacated the area as if avoiding a plague. My heart sank. I knew I had stepped into deep trouble. The scar-faced man's lips curled into a sinister grin, sending chills down my spine. His cold, snake-like eyes bored into me, as if I were a lamb awaiting slaughter. I clenched my fists, my insides boiling with rage. This scoundrel was clearly here to cause trouble. I took a deep breath, striving to suppress my fury, knowing that now was not the time for a head-on confrontation. I needed to ascertain their intentions first. "Well, if it isn't my little brother. Fancy seeing you again." The scar-faced man's voice grated on my ears like sandpaper. "You were quite swift in escaping last time at the factory." I scoffed, a smirk curling at the corners of my lips, preparing to retort. What a cunning fellow. His nose was sharper than a dog's, zeroing in on me just like that. His scarred visage combined with that mocking grin could frighten a child into tears. I scrutinized him, noting his ostentatious attire, clearly flaunting his newfound wealth. "Ah, scar-faced brother. I was just busy catching a flight last time." Didn't he have the chance to catch up properly, I must say? "You're dressed to the nines today. Are you inviting me for a drink?" My words elicited a moment of stunned silence from the lackeys, probably unaccustomed to such boldness. The scar-faced man's expression darkened, as if someone had stepped on his tail. Contorting into a grimace, "You're quite audacious, aren't you?" "I like that," I shrugged nonchalantly, thinking him to be quite the actor. Just as he prepared to make his next move, I discreetly tapped the system interface, and in an instant, a blinding white light erupted from my hands, resembling a miniature flashbang, dazzling everyone present. "Ah!" The bar erupted in a chorus of startled cries as patrons shielded their eyes, wailing in dismay. Seizing the momentary chaos, I grabbed Detective Liu and shouted, "Let us get out of here!" Then swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. "This kid has some potential." The scar-faced man shook his head to regain his senses, bellowing, "After him! He must be dealt with today." The bar descended into utter pandemonium, tables and chairs crashing as I glanced back, spotting the scar-faced man and his lackeys pursuing me like ravenous dogs. Cursing under my breath, I thought, "This scoundrel is relentless." "That way." Detective Liu pointed towards the bar counter. "There's a back door." Dodging flying bottles and fists, I sprinted forward, feeling as though I were in a parkour game. The bar's layout was bizarre, littered with obstacles, leaving me breathless. "Are these scoundrels cockroaches? Why can't I shake them off?" I muttered, my body feeling like it might collapse. Suddenly, a bottle came hurtling towards the back of my head. I swiftly sidestepped, but shards of glass grazed my arm, igniting a sharp pain that made me grimace. I thought to myself, at this rate, I might not make it out alive. Just then, I noticed the scar-faced man had charged in front of me, snarling and shouting something I could no longer discern. Looking at his ferocious face, I realized this was a fight for my life. Just as I prepared to retaliate, I noticed something peculiar. The scar-faced man's right leg seemed off. He limped as if he had sustained an injury. Could it be? His weakness was right before me. It seemed fortune was favoring me. A smirk crept onto my lips as I took a deep breath. Channeling my powers, conjuring a radiant white orb in my hands, resembling a miniature sun. Blindingly bright. Scar-faced brother. Catch, I shouted, hurling the orb directly at his injured leg. With a resounding crash, the orb struck its mark. Aya! The scar-faced man wailed, akin to a wounded beast, clutching his leg and rolling on the floor in agony, his demeanor utterly pitiful. The lackeys around him stood frozen, as if paralyzed, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Seizing the opportunity, I yanked Detective Lou and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run!" I then dashed out of the bar like the wind. Outside the bar, the neon lights flicker while the night breeze brushes against me. Sending a chill through my body, I glance back and see Scarface and his gang relentlessly pursuing me. Truly despicable. I must swiftly uncover the whereabouts of the missing persons and shake off these ruffians. Gritting my teeth, I pull Detective Lou and dart into a dimly lit alley. The alley is shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a faint light in the distance, creating an eerie atmosphere. Despite knowing the dangers that lie ahead, I feel like a lone hero, seeking the truth amidst the fog. Though peril lurks at every corner, it ignites a fervor within me. However, when I discover the clue hidden deep within the alley, I realize it has been utterly destroyed. Someone has beaten me to it. A sense of dread washes over me, and just as I prepare to search for new leads, I hear footsteps approaching. I turn to see Scarface's minions encircling the alley's entrance. It seems I am truly cornered this time. Chapter 28, Desperate Counterattack. The truth of the abilities. Damn, these thugs are relentless, surrounded by a circle of gangsters. Their eyes burn with a desire to devour me whole. Their deathly glares could easily send me to my doom. The alley feels ominous, the air thick with a musty scent, making me feel as though I have plummeted into the sewer of hell, putrid and hopeless. My body is exhausted, limbs feeling detached, yet I know that succumbing now would mean absolute ruin. The tension envelopes me like a tidal wave, nearly expelling the air from my lungs. Scarface's terrifying visage approaches, reminiscent of a monster from a horror film. The scar on his face, under the dim light, resembles a grotesque centipede. Sending chills down my spine, he grins, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, mocking me. Kid, you think you can take me on? You really don't know your place. A surge of anger rises, but more than that, a sense of unwillingness. I clench my fists, my nails digging into my palms. Surveying my surroundings, I feel as ensnared as a dumpling, unable to find a glimmer of escape. In that moment, I think of Hong Yao. She must be worried sick about me, right? Guilt floods my heart. I feel like a fool, having promised her to take care of myself, and now I might never see her again. The thought weighs heavily on my chest, as if a boulder were pressing down, making it hard to breathe. The entire alley is shrouded in a stifling oppression. Just as I feel I am on the brink of despair, a cold, mechanical voice echoes in my mind. Ding, ding. Host detected in a desperate situation. Meeting the criteria for counterattack from the abyss. Would you like to activate Ultimate Surge Mode? What the hell? The system is finally online. This feels like a heavenly intervention, dropping a fully equipped cheat code right when I needed it. Elated, I shout without hesitation. Activate. It must be activated. Need you even ask? In the next instant, a torrent of searing energy floods my body, akin to a volcanic eruption, causing every cell within me to scream with exhilaration. I feel as though I have ingested a power-boosting pill. My entire being brims with explosive strength. This sensation is utterly exhilarating. I glance at my hands, once slender, now defined with muscular contours, veins bulging as if filled with molten lava. Overflowing with power, I tighten my fists, and the air crackles with a resonating boom. Could this truly be me? I feel transformed. Kid, how did you? Scarface's previously arrogant expression freezes, as though his scar twitched in disbelief. The surrounding gangsters display expressions of sheer terror, as if a monster has emerged before them. What is this? They're scared. I smirk, a devilish grin spreading across my face, all the frustration of being besieged by these thugs morphing into a blazing battle spirit. System, what other new skills do I possess? I silently urge, and a rush of information floods my mind. New skills acquired: whirlwind kick, rampaging charge, energy explosion. Each sounds incredibly formidable, making me eager to test their might. Scared? Bring it on, Scarface, now trembling, roars in a desperate attempt to rally his minions. But they are still apprehensive as they charge towards me. I scoff and, in a flash, propel myself into their midst like a bolt of lightning. Too swift for them to comprehend my movements, I initiate with a whirlwind kick, my legs sweeping out like a meat grinder, accompanied by the sickening crunch of bones. The nearest foes are sent flying, crashing to the ground like discarded sacks, groaning and unable to rise. Rampaging charge. I bellow once more, my body surging forward like a wild stallion, crashing into the crowd. The gang members collapse as if they've run into an iron wall. Scattered in disarray. Some unfortunate souls are hurled against the wall, sliding down like ragdolls, and I revel in the spectacle. Energy explosion. I clasp my hands together, channeling a powerful surge of energy into my palms. Then thrusting it forward, a deafening boom erupts as a visible wave of energy radiates outward, shaking the surrounding walls and sending dust cascading down. As if an earthquake has struck, the entire alley is thrown into chaos. A scene of devastation reminiscent of a typhoon's wrath. As I survey the fallen gangsters writhing in agony, a sense of satisfaction fills me. The pent-up rage has finally been unleashed. Meanwhile, Scarface is already cowering on the ground. Paralyzed with fear, a dark stain spreading across his pants. Just as I prepare to deliver the final blow, my phone vibrates in my pocket. Leyu, where are you? I'm so worried about you. Damn, at this critical moment, Hong Yao's call interrupts, a sweet burden indeed. Yet, hearing her anxious voice warms my heart, instantly alleviating the fatigue from the battle. I quickly answer the call, before I can speak. She bombards me with questions. Leyu, where are you? I'm so worried about you. Her voice carries a hint of tears, tightening my chest. This girl, despite her earlier sulkiness, cannot help but worry for me, truly a tough exterior with a tender heart. I intend to reassure her that I'm fine, but my peripheral vision catches a familiar figure rushing towards me. Ice Hong Yao. She came running straight here. My jaw nearly drops in astonishment. Wasn't she upset with me? What brings her to this dreadful place? Observing her panting form, my heart melts and all previous grievances evaporate. Leyu, are you okay? She reaches me, gripping my arm, scrutinizing me with concern. When she notices my muscular frame and bulging veins, her eyes widen in disbelief, as if witnessing something miraculous. How did you become like this? She stammers, her tone laced with awe and admiration. My friend. I am now Nyogwa Lu Leyu, empowered by the system. This is how incredible I am. I wink at her, flashing a mischievous grin, proudly stating, So, what do you think? Have you been captivated by my heroic demeanor? She rolls her eyes at me, yet a smile betrays her, her eyes softening with warmth. In that moment, the surrounding gloom seems to dissipate, replaced by a sweet aroma in the air. My heart skips a beat as I gaze at her. Feelings of love erupting like a volcano. However, now is not the time for such sentiments. I swiftly pull her behind me, shielding her as my gaze sweeps over the groaning gangsters, finally resting on the trembling Scarface. Now, it's time to settle the score. I state coldly, my voice laced with menace. Scarface, like a frightened rabbit, pleads desperately, brother, have mercy. I won't dare again. Had I known this would be the case. Why bother in the first place? I advance towards him, seizing his collar, demanding coldly, Speak. Who orchestrated the kidnapping of those people? Who is behind this? Under my intimidation, Scarface spills everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. It turns out they are merely pawns, serving a mysterious organization specializing in abducting ordinary people for inhumane experiments. Utterly despicable. My fury ignites further. These scoundrels are the dregs of humanity. I kick Scarface away, bellowing, Take all of them away. Not a single one is to be spared. The freed individuals express their gratitude, and as I stand amidst them, basking in their adoration, my heart swells with pride and joy. In this moment, I feel like a true hero, having saved everyone. Yet, I am acutely aware that this is merely the beginning. That mysterious organization poses the real threat. They are like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. I do not know who my next enemy will be, nor from where they will emerge, but I understand that I must grow stronger to protect those I cherish. To combat the forces of darkness, I lift my gaze to the overcast sky. This battle has only just begun. Chapter 29. The undercurrents of the bar. The crisis of the superpowered. The entrance to the bar, rusted and decrepit, resembled a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, as if the word danger was etched into its very essence. Upon stepping inside, I was immediately assaulted by the blaring music that made my head throb. While the air was thick with the acrid scent of cheap cigarettes mingled with alcohol, creating an ambience reminiscent of a grand social demise, I and the dim lighting, an eclectic assembly of superpowered individuals filled the bar. Some had skin that shimmered with a metallic sheen, clearly practitioners of hardening. Others had eyes crackling with electric sparks, presumably dabbling in thunder. And then there were those sporting two small horns atop their heads. Was this gentleman for real? Was he impersonating the Bull Demon King? I stole a glance at Hong Yao, who remained unfazed, a true veteran of the world. This place was certainly lively. Detective Liu pinched his nose, his expression one of distaste. More potent than the pile of socks I hadn't washed in 3 days, I patted his shoulder, urging calm. After all, we were merely at the beginning of the show, and no sooner had I spoken than a group of burly men swaggered towards us. Exuding a menacing aura, the leader, with his head of green hair, resembled a walking stalk of leeks. I immediately recognized him as the henchman of Scarface. Green Hair Monster. Well, isn't this the brave hero? Green Hair Monster croaked in a peculiar tone. Back again to rescue the damsel in distress? I scoffed. Cut the chatter. Where is Xiao Yun? Xiao Yun? Who's that? I don't know her. Green Hair Monster feigned ignorance. A cold smile crept across my face. It seemed these ruffians preferred punishment over pleasantries. I flexed my wrist, the cracking sound resonating distinctly amid the cacophony of the bar. I'll say this one last time. Where is Xiao Yun? My voice lowered ominously, and the air around us seemed to freeze. Upon witnessing my seriousness, Green Hair Monster's expression shifted. Kid, don't push your luck, Scarface. Before he could finish, I seized his collar and hoisted him off the ground. Scarface? What does he matter? Let him come speak to me himself. The surrounding superpowered individuals recoiled, wary of becoming embroiled in the impending conflict. The music in the bar abruptly ceased, and all eyes were drawn to us, the atmosphere thick with tension, like the prelude to a storm. I glanced at Hong Yao. She nodded slightly, a knowing smile crept across my lips. Tonight was destined to be eventful. Let us get this started, I proclaimed, my intent clear. Without hesitation, I unleashed my newly acquired skill, Thunderstorm Fury. Imagine the once dimly lit bar suddenly illuminated as if it were midday, the crackling of electricity resonating louder than a DJ's mix. I felt like a living Pikachu, brimming with energy. The most boisterous among the brutes barely had time to scream before they were sent flying, colliding forcefully with the walls as if they were cannonballs, collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth, convulsing. The sight was exhilarating. The onlookers, astonished, gaped with their mouths agape, eyes wide as saucers. They surely did not expect this seemingly harmless F-rank novice to unleash such formidable power. Honestly, at that moment, I felt absolutely invincible. What is going on with this kid? F-rank can possess such might? Playing the fool to catch the wise? Huh. This kid is hiding his true strength. The buzz of whispers around me sounded like a swarm of flies buzzing in my ears, grating on my nerves. Yet, these ruffians were evidently not deterred by my thunderstorm fury. Green Hair Monster struggled to rise from the floor, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, and growled fiercely. Brothers, let's take him down together. Kill him? Well, it seemed I had stirred a hornet's nest. The superpowered individuals surged towards me like a pack of rabid wolves. There were those wielding fire, others with water, and some with earth. An eclectic circus of abilities that I dodged and weaved, akin to a contestant in a real-life man versus 20 seconds challenge. Despite the prowess of my thunderstorm fury, sheer numbers were overwhelming. My body endured several painful blows, fiery stings that shot through me. Lei Yu, their attacks are too concentrated. You need to create some distance, Detective Liu shouted from the sidelines. Though not a powerhouse himself, his analytical mind was invaluable as I evaded their onslaught. I searched for an opening. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and I devised a brilliant plan. Yao Yao, cover me, I shouted. Hong Yao's gaze sharpened, and as I called her name, a gentle force surged through me, akin to receiving a VIP super membership, restoring my vitality instantly. I glanced at Hong Yao. Though her brows were furrowed and her eyes reflected concern, she nodded slightly in affirmation. With a grin, I felt as though I had entered invincible mode, my confidence surging. Detective Liu, it's your turn, I yelled, sidestepping the bizarre abilities hurled my way. Detective Liu, despite his lacking combat prowess, had a keen mind. He quickly scanned the crowd and suddenly shouted, Lei Yu, their backs are exposed. Charge at their weak point. Upon hearing this, I unleashed my full power. Thunderstorm fury erupted once more, enveloping the bar in a dazzling blue and white glow. I felt like a walking power station, electrified with explosive energy. No longer would I evade. I charged into the fray like a ferocious tiger. The crackling of electricity mingled with their screams, creating a symphony of chaos. The henchmen were electrified into submission, collapsing like marionettes with severed strings, reeking of charred flesh. Holy cow, this kid has gone berserk. He's unstoppable. A human Gundam. The spectators were left speechless, utterly astonished that an F-rank novice could unleash such terrifying power. Their gasps and murmurs made me feel as though I stood center stage, basking in the limelight as the henchmen fell like leaves in a storm. I prepared to press my advantage when suddenly, a deep voice pierced the air, laced with undeniable authority. Enough! The dim lights of the bar brightened abruptly as a well-dressed middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. His piercing gaze and commanding presence were unmistakable. He was no ordinary individual. I am the owner of this bar, he declared. I wish to remain uninvolved in your grievances, but if you persist in causing a ruckus here, do not blame me for being impolite. I squinted at him, fully aware that he was the true mastermind. The aura he exuded was one that transcended that of an ordinary superpowered individual. He glanced at me, his tone icy as he warned, Young man, some matters are beyond your purview. The case of the missing persons ends here. Otherwise, you will come to regret it. I let out a cold laugh, blatantly disregarding his warning, locking my gaze onto his. There are some matters that I must intervene in. Chapter 30. The ambiguous fog. Clues of the superpowered. I cast a sidelong glance at the bar owner, a dismissive smile gracing my lips. Regret? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. If you wish for me to silence myself, you'd better bring forth your true capabilities. The atmosphere thickened, charged with tension. I was not one to be easily intimidated. Was he attempting to suppress me with mere bravado? Not a chance. Ignoring the pompous owner, I turned back to Detective Liu, intent on continuing our search for clues. True to his reputation as a seasoned veteran, Liu's keen senses soon picked up on something unusual in a shadowy corner of the bar. Xiao Lei, look over there, he murmured, gesturing discreetly in that dimly lit corner. A mysterious aura lingered, akin to a hidden boss's lair in a video game, beckoning us to explore further. Hong Yao joined me, clutching my arm. I could feel her slight tremors. This girl still had a hint of fear, but with me around, there was no need for concern. Fear not, I'm here, I reassured her, giving her hand a comforting pat. We cautiously approached the corner, where the air was tinged with a faint mildew mixed with the scent of alcohol, an unsettling combination. The surroundings fell silent, save for the flickering dim lights casting eerie shadows. Suddenly, I accidentally brushed against Hong Yao's hand. The softness sent a jolt through me, an electric sensation coursing through my body. Instinctively, I glanced at her, noticing her cheeks flush and her gaze evasive. Heh, little girl, feeling shy? With a mischievous grin, I gently grasped her hand, and to my surprise, she did not pull away. Instead, she squeezed back with even more fervor. The air around us seemed to sweeten, an ambiguous atmosphere enveloping us. We stood there quietly, savoring this moment of warmth. I felt as if I were walking on clouds, my heart swelling with joy. Ahem, Detective Liu coughed awkwardly, shattering the moment of intimacy. Ahem, should we focus on the task at hand? Snapped back to reality, I realized, right, the serious business. I turned to the wall, and suddenly, shoo, don't speak, I whispered, leaning closer to scrutinize it. The wall appeared unremarkable, yet I sensed something concealed behind it. As I reached out to touch the surface, my fingertips detected an unusual unevenness. Aha, we might be onto something. I concentrated my mind, channeling the faint abilities within me to my fingertips, and suddenly pressed against the textured surface. With a soft click, a small hidden compartment appeared in the wall. Goodness, the bar owner certainly knows how to have fun, pulling off such an escape room trick. Excitement surged through me as I rubbed my hands together, my heart racing with curiosity, eager to uncover the treasures concealed within. Cautiously, I opened the compartment, revealing a document lying quietly inside. I picked it up. The cover boldly emblazoned with the words, "Missing Persons File." Holy smokes, this truly was a stroke of luck. I nearly jumped for joy, for was this not the clue we had been desperately seeking? It seemed I was indeed in for an extraordinary turn of events. I eagerly flipped open the file, and lines of text unfolded before my eyes, seemingly narrating untold secrets. Detective Liu leaned closer, squinting at the contents of the document, a satisfied smile spreading across his weathered face. It appeared this old fellow was also reaping rewards. Well done, Xiao Lei. It seems we are one step closer to the truth. Detective Liu patted my shoulder, and I raised an eyebrow in pride, for I was the protagonist, naturally radiating an aura that attracted good fortune wherever I went. However, before we could delve deeper into the document, a group of uninvited guests suddenly surged into the bar. Each of them exuded a menacing aura, unmistakably not the sort to be trifled with. "Hand over the document," barked the leader, a man with a ghastly scar etched across his face. His voice as chilling as a demon from the depths of hell. I scoffed, shoving the file into my coat, and retorted, "Why should I? We found it, and if you want it, dream on." The group was evidently taken aback by my defiance, their faces paling in disbelief. I could sense the formidable powers radiating from them. These individuals were no ordinary adversaries. My heart sank. This could escalate into something serious. "You're looking for trouble," the scar-faced man roared, and the air around us seemed to grow heavy with tension. I clenched my fists, my heart racing. Here we go again. This was truly a hassle, but I was not one to be easily intimidated. If they dared to come after me, let them try and see who would emerge victorious. My gaze sharpened, a devilish smile playing on my lips. "Want to take the document? First, you'd better consult with my fists." I could feel the blood coursing through my veins, boiling with adrenaline, ready to erupt at any moment. The scar-faced man suddenly chuckled, his laughter sending a shiver down my spine. "How amusing that I hope your fists are as tough as your words." At his command, the ruffians lunged at me like famished wolves. I swiftly shielded Hong Yao, for though she was clever, her combat prowess was practically non-existent. I had to protect her. They clearly came prepared. Each attack aimed precisely at my vital points. The bar was cramped, and they utilized the surrounding environment to their advantage. A burly man seized a table and hurled it toward me. I sidestepped just in time, the table crashing against the wall with a resounding bang, splintering into fragments. Good grief, they were serious about this. I cursed under my breath. They were relentless and showed no mercy. I summoned the little power I had left, concentrating it into my fists, and struck one of the attackers with a powerful punch. With a dull thud, he flew backward, crashing into several tables, creating a cacophony of noise. I smirked. Was that it? A mere appetizer. However, my moment of triumph was short-lived as I soon realized something was amiss. These thugs were coordinating seamlessly, and they seemed to have figured out my pattern, each strike narrowly avoiding my vital areas, leaving me unable to unleash my full potential. Damn it, how insidious! Just as I was struggling to keep up, a piercing shriek suddenly assaulted my ears, akin to nails scraping across a chalkboard, sending shockwaves of pain through my head. My vision blurred, and I nearly lost my footing. What on earth was that? I fought through the discomfort, scanning my surroundings, and spotted a scrawny figure in the corner, screeching while wielding a peculiar instrument. Suddenly, it dawned on me. This individual was a sound manipulator. Damn it, employing such underhanded tactics. My temper flared. Did they truly believe me to be a soft touch? I took a deep breath, channeling all my abilities into creating an invisible barrier. enveloping Hong Yao and myself. With a resonant hum, the cacophony around us ceased, the world falling into a profound silence. Ha! Caught off guard. Are you? I sneered, for this was my signature move. Soundproof barrier. Now, let us see what tricks you have left. Stripped of their auditory manipulation, the thugs faltered in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike lethal, the sounds of impact echoing as several of the thugs fell to the ground. Hong Yao watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Well, little girl, am I not impressive? Just as I was reveling in my success, Detective Lu's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed toward the bar's entrance. This is bad. We re-surrounded. My heart sank at his words. Following his gaze, I saw the entrance teeming with people, all clad in black uniforms, brandishing an array of weapons. Sealing off our escape, I gasped in shock. The scale of this was far too great. Turning to Hong Yao and Detective Lu, I spoke solemnly. It seems tonight is destined to be a sleepless one. Chapter 31. The truth unveiled. The counterattack of the abilities. The wailing of police sirens outside grew closer, hammering against my eardrums like a death knell. Goodness. This scene was so grand. One might think a world war had erupted. I rubbed my nose, cursing the scar-faced man for his ruthlessness in escalating things to this level. Are you scared? Hong Yao's voice pierced my thoughts, laced with a hint of provocation. I shot her a sidelong glance, arching an eyebrow. What a joke. I am a battle-hardened keyboard warrior. This little scene is nothing. Though I spoke with bravado, I couldn't help but feel the sweat forming in my palms. After all, this was reality, not a game. Failure here meant dire consequences. Lu, the seasoned veteran, remained calm and composed, directing, Lei Yu. Take Hong Yao and escape through the back door while I cover you. I grasped Hong Yao's hand. Her small palm was icy, a testament to her own anxiety. I offered her a reassuring look, conveying, fear not, I'm here. With a thunderous boom, the bar's front door was blasted open by a surge of powerful abilities, and a horde of black-clad figures poured in, radiating menace and bloodlust. My word. This was beyond absurd. I couldn't help but curse. These individuals seemed invigorated, their eyes gleaming with greed, as though they intended to devour us whole. Enough chatter. Let us go. Detective Lu bellowed, unleashing his E-level ability, Earthwall technique, erecting a sturdy wall of earth to block the assailant's advance. Not daring to linger, I pulled Hong Yao toward the rear exit. The back door led to a narrow alley, dimly lit and reeking of refuse. Gunfire erupted behind us, the black-clad figures relentlessly pursuing us as I ran. I glanced back, silently lamenting our fate. These guys were truly relentless. Lei Yu, watch out! Hong Yao suddenly cried out. Before I could react, an overwhelming force collided with me. And with a resounding thud, I was hurled to the ground. Lei Yu! Hong Yao's voice brimmed with fear and concern. I struggled to rise, but felt utterly drained, my vision fading into darkness. Heh, little beauty, there's no escape for you now. A coarse voice taunted near my ear. I fought to regain my footing, but my body felt leaden, and my sight remained blurred. The mocking laughter of my foes surrounded me, celebrating their apparent victory. They closed in, one particularly arrogant figure looming above me, casting a shadow. Heh, little beauty, you can't run anymore. His voice was rough and gravelly, each syllable slicing into my ears like a blade. I shut my eyes, envisioning the faces of the missing persons and their families, filled with guilt and rage. I had failed my mission. I hadn't protected them. Just then, a familiar system notification chimed in my ears. Ding! Due to the host's bravery and perseverance, the system rewards the host with SS-level ability enhancement and the mysterious skill adversity rebirth. A surge of formidable power flooded my body, healing my injuries in an instant. I felt my blood boil, every cell igniting with raw strength. I opened my eyes wide, the world coming into sharp focus. My adversaries appeared minuscule before me. Slowly, I stood, and they gaped in astonishment at my transformation. Momentarily dumbfounded. Did you not expect this? I smirked coldly, my voice radiating an undeniable authority. This is the true me. I inhaled deeply, my aura swelling to an overwhelming intensity. The air around me seemed to solidify. Extending my hands, a torrent of energy surged forth from my palms, causing the enemies to recoil in terror. Yet it was already too late. I felt invincible, imbued with strength as if I had consumed an energy drink. Unstoppable. This S-level ability enhancement and the mysterious skill adversity rebirth were tailor-made for me. I flexed my fingers, feeling the power coursing through me. The earlier chaos felt like a distant dream. Now, all I desired was to send these thugs sprawling. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of my lips, my gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the black-clad figures who were still reeling from the shock. "What's the matter? Are you all stunned?" I flexed my wrist, the sound cracking ominously. "Wasn't it just moments ago that you were so brazen? Now, you've all turned mute." Without waiting for their response, I surged forward, propelled by a sudden gust beneath my feet. Plunging into the throng, my speed was so extraordinary that they could hardly discern my movements. All they experienced was a fleeting blur, followed by a searing pain in their chests. I unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, each strike imbued with immense power, akin to slicing through vegetables, effortlessly toppling them one by one. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed like a symphony. These once arrogant brutes now sprawled on the floor like so much refuse. Wailing in despair, I barely employed any flamboyant techniques. Sheer strength was sufficient for the task at hand. I moved through the crowd like a god of war, each strike sending a wave of defeat through the ranks of my assailants. Fear began to creep into their eyes, and some even turned to flee, but it was far too late. My speed far outstripped theirs, and there was no escape for them in a matter of moments. The alleyway outside the bar fell silent. Aside from the fallen black-clad figures, only I and Hong Yao remained standing. I clapped my hands, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. These fellows were simply too weak. Hardly even a warm-up, I turned to glance at Hong Yao, who was staring at me in shock, her eyes brimming with disbelief. "So, what do you think? Am I impressive, or what?" I raised an eyebrow with a sense of pride. She didn't respond, instead pointing towards a concealed entrance at the end of the alley. It appeared to be a place where the missing were held captive. My smile vanished, my gaze sharpening with intent. I dashed towards the entrance, kicking open the heavy iron door, revealing indeed an abandoned factory within. The air was thick with a foul stench, and I spotted several men and women bound and huddled in a corner. "Are you all right?" I exclaimed loudly, rushing to free them from their restraints. As familiar faces emerged from the crowd, a wave of sobs resonated. One girl, in particular, was Xiao Yun, who rushed forward to embrace me, weeping uncontrollably. "Thank you, big brother, you saved my brother." "No need to thank me. It's what I ought to do." I gently ruffled her hair. My heart swelling with pride, I surveyed the area, ensuring no one was left behind. Before leading them out of the factory, upon stepping outside, we were met by a bewildered police officer and Detective Liu, who had arrived shortly after us. "So, what do you think? Did I let you down?" I approached Detective Liu, my voice brimming with self-satisfaction. He shook his head in exasperation, glancing at the multitude of black-clad bodies strewn about, then back at me, muttering, "You're truly a monster." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, I felt like a grand hero. Xiao Yun clung tightly to the hem of my shirt, her eyes shining with admiration. Yet, deep down, I knew this was merely the beginning. The supernatural organization would not let this slide. They would come for us again. "Tired, are you?" Hong Yao's gentle voice broke through my thoughts. I turned to her, finding her gaze warm and tender. I embraced her tightly, savoring her warmth, my heart resolute. The road ahead was long, and many challenges awaited us. Hong Yao hesitated. Her eyes clouded with uncertainty, and I watched her, silently awaiting her next words. Chapter 32. The Storm of Supernatural Powers. A new enemy emerges. I feel as though something is approaching. Hong Yao's voice trembled, shattering the momentary stillness. A jolt of alarm shot through me. It seemed the inevitable had arrived. Could it be that some foolhardy individual was seeking their own demise? I tightened my hold on Hong Yao, offering her a reassuring glance. "Fear not. I'm here." A chill wind swept by, and the air around us felt as if it had solidified. I squinted into the distance. The city shone with vibrant lights, cars bustling. Everything appeared normal. My supernatural senses began to awaken, scanning the surroundings like a radar. "They're here," I whispered, and Hong Yao clutched my shirt tightly. A shadow descended from the sky, landing deftly before us. This figure, clad entirely in black, wore a hood obscuring their face, exuding an unsettling aura. "Who are you?" I inquired, striving to maintain my composure, though my mind was already strategizing how to overpower him. The figure slowly lifted their head, revealing an expressionless face. "I advise you to mind your own business." Their voice was deep and gravelly, grating like sandpaper against glass. "Otherwise, you will come to regret it." They paused. Regret? Suffering? A smirk curled my lips as I laughed. "Are you threatening me?" "I fear nothing." A surge of anger welled within me. How dare this individual threaten me? They must be seeking trouble. "Do you even know who I am?" I know who you are, Leyu." The figure interrupted, their tone dripping with disdain. "A mere F-class superhuman dares to be so brazen before me. So what if I'm F-class? F-class can still take you down." I clenched my fists, my knuckles cracking ominously. Hong Yao looked at me with concern, and I knew she wished to counsel me to remain calm. Yet she understood that some matters I had to face head-on. The figure scoffed, their form blurring as they suddenly appeared before me. They grasped my throat, and I felt my breath constrict. "With you. You think you can?" Before they could finish, I seized their wrist. Twisting forcefully, the figure shrieked in pain, and I took the opportunity to break free from their grip. "What were you thinking? Did you truly believe I was an easy target?" I rolled my neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. The figure clutched their injured wrist, clearly astonished that an F-class superhuman could possess such strength. "You what about me? Now it's my turn." I stepped forward, throwing a punch aimed at their face weight. Hong Yao suddenly called out, "Don't!" Her interruption caught me off guard, my fist halting just before the figure's nose. Why is she calling for a halt at such a critical moment? The figure appeared equally taken aback, likely not expecting my sudden stop. This brief pause granted them a moment to breathe. "You're seeking death," the figure roared, their form blurring once more, and before I could react, a tremendous force struck my chest. Bang! I felt my insides shift, like a kite severed from its string. I flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, a metallic taste flooding my mouth. Coughing, I struggled to rise. Wiping the blood from my lips, this brute fought with unrelenting ferocity. "Leyu," Hong Yao gasped, rushing to support me. "Are you all right?" Her voice was laced with concern, and I forced a smile through the pain. "I am fine, just a minor setback." "Humph, overconfident." The figure approached slowly, their eyes filled with scorn. "With such trivial skills, you dare to contend with me? Don't get too cocky." I gritted my teeth, channeling my supernatural powers within. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in my mind. "Danger detected. Activating emergency defense mechanism." Blink. A flash of white light enveloped me, and I vanished from my original position, reappearing behind the figure. Clearly taken aback by my sudden appearance, their face displayed surprise. "What? Heh, did you expect otherwise?" I grinned, delivering a powerful punch to their back. "Let us see how you handle my strength." Bang! The figure staggered, nearly losing their balance. They turned to me. "You're seeking death." They launched another attack, faster and stronger than before. I felt the pressure multiply, struggling to keep up. "Watch the rhythm of their attacks." Detective Liu's voice resonated from afar, urging me to remain calm and search for an opening. I took a deep breath, concentrating on the figure's movements. The air around us seemed to solidify, a tense atmosphere enveloping us. The figure's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, and I could barely dodge, let alone counterattack. "This one do," I thought. "I need to find a way to turn the tide." Suddenly, inspiration struck, and I formulated a plan. "Hong Yao, help me." Upon hearing my plea, "I understood, Leyu." She nodded, and I felt a warm surge within me. Seeing her determination, I vowed to protect her at all costs. This resolve flooded me with strength. "System, grant me power," I silently urged, and instantly, I felt my supernatural abilities surge like a raging river. The mysterious superhuman noticed my change. "Do you wish to perish?" they bellowed, lunging at me once more. But I had already identified their flaw. A fleeting moment of hesitation, a brief lapse in energy. "Come on, I've been waiting for you." A smirk graced my lips as I advanced. Just as their fist was about to connect, I swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack. In the next instant, I leapt gracefully, delivering a kick to their abdomen. Bang! The sound resonated as my foot struck true, sending the mysterious superhuman reeling backward. They tumbled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to regain their footing. Yet my assault had not ended. I swiftly followed up with a punch to their chest. Let us see how you handle my prowess, I roared, my fist slicing through the air. Creating ripples in the atmosphere, the mysterious superhuman lay on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief, finally collapsing in exhaustion. Gasping for breath, I stood there, gasping for breath, the fury within me finally finding release. The air around us remained still. Yet the tense atmosphere gradually began to dissipate. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaoyun looked on, and Detective Liu approached slowly, nodding in approval. Well done, kid. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and grasped Hongyao's hand tightly. It's all right now, I'm here, I whispered, offering her a reassuring smile. Yet, deep down, I understood that this was merely the beginning. The mysterious ability wielder had been defeated, but I could sense that more adversaries lurked in the shadows, waiting for their moment. Lei Yu, Hongyao, our story is far from over. I held Hongyao's hand firmly and declared with conviction, no matter how arduous the path ahead may be, I will protect you. This is my promise as Lei Yu. However, the road ahead remained uncertain, fraught with countless challenges and dangers awaiting us. But what of it? I was prepared to face every trial that lay ahead. Chapter 33. The Turbulent Sea of Emotions. The new quest for abilities upon returning to our humble abode in the urban village. I sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Hongyao sat silently on the edge of the bed, her eyes reflecting a seriousness I had never witnessed before. What is wrong, Yao Yao? I attempted to approach her playfully, but she spoke first. Her tone as frigid as if she had just emerged from an ice cellar. Lei Yu, can you please refrain from taking any more risks? I was taken aback. Her tone was as sharp as a bullet. Scratching my head in confusion, I replied, risks? Wasn't I protecting you? Did you not see how valorous I was today? I was simply dazzling. She shot me a disdainful glance, her voice still rigid. I don't need your protection. I only wish for you to be safe. That scar-faced man was clearly trouble, and that mysterious ability wielder, each of them appears to be operating on a different level. You've only just awakened. How can you possibly contend with them? I felt a surge of irritation rise within me. How could she underestimate me so? After all, I was destined to become the strongest man in the realm of abilities. How could I cower before the battle had even begun? Yao Yao, you cannot say that. I am a man with a system, and my progress is swift. Besides, I cannot always hide behind you. That would be utterly disgraceful. I attempted to reason with her, but she was not receptive. Suddenly, she stood up, her voice rising an octave. I don't care whether you're respectable. I just want you to live. Do you have any idea how terrified I am? Her voice trembled as tears shimmered in her eyes. Observing the unease in her gaze tightened my heart, but my innate stubbornness flared up. I did not wish to be belittled, nor to concede defeat so easily. Hongyao, I understand your concern, but you must trust me. I possess the ability to protect myself, as well as to shield you. I endeavored to soften my voice, though it still bore a hint of defiance. She shook her head, tears finally spilling over. You simply do not understand. We began to argue back and forth, our voices growing louder. A wave of frustration surged within me, while her tears multiplied. The air in the room felt suffocating, thick with tension. Suddenly, I realized that our quarrel was futile. Her tears pierced my heart like an invisible blade. In that moment, I fell silent, all disputes and resentment evaporating. I abruptly embraced her, holding her tightly in my arms. Her soft form trembling slightly against me, my heart quaked in unison. I'm sorry, Yao Yao, I should not have argued with you. My tone softened, akin to a remorseful child. Startled by my unexpected gesture, she paused before gently pushing me away. Her eyes reddened like a frightened little rabbit. What are you doing? She sniffled, her voice still tinged with the remnants of tears. Seeing her in such a state deepened my own heartache. Please don't cry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have made you angry. I tenderly wiped away her tears, my voice dripping with gentleness. The atmosphere in the room shifted, the previous tension dissipating like mist. A subtle warmth enveloped us, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Just then, a series of urgent knocks shattered the moment's tranquility. Thud, thud, thud. Each knock sounded frantic, as if an urgent matter awaited resolution. My heart sank. Surely another calamity was upon us. In this city of abilities, peace was but a fleeting illusion. I opened the door to find Detective Liu panting heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. clutching a folder as though he had just sprinted from some distant place. Lei Yu, we have new leads. His voice was hurried, excitement glimmering in his eyes. What leads? My spirits lifted instantly, my entire being igniting with renewed vigor. I discovered that the mysterious ability wielder may be connected to an organization called Knight. They frequently appear at an abandoned factory in the west of the city. As he spoke, he opened the folder, pointing to the photographs within. Look, this is a picture I took. Although it's somewhat blurry, it's certainly the mysterious ability wielder. I took the photograph and scrutinized it closely. The figure indeed bore a striking resemblance to the enigmatic wielder. While the face was obscured, the signature black trench coat and eerie red eyes left a lasting impression. Knight? Abandoned factory in the west? I repeated these two keywords, feeling a rush of adrenaline. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Perhaps we could dismantle this secret organization in one fell swoop and unearth the mastermind behind it, making him understand why the flower blooms in red. What do you say, Lei Yu? Shall we go now? Detective Liu was eager, practically bouncing on his toes. I turned to glance at Hong Yao, who remained silent, her eyes brimming with concern. I grasped her hand, offering her a resolute gaze. Don't worry, Yao Yao, and I will be cautious this time. Wait for me, I want to go too. Hong Yao's tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. I smiled. This was my Yao Yao, ever ready to fight by my side. I grabbed my coat, wrapping my arm around her shoulder. Let us go confront this Knight. Detective Liu strode ahead, brimming with excitement, while I followed closely behind. Holding Hong Yao, we were en route to the abandoned factory in the west. At that moment, I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. A message popped up, beware of traps. Everything has just begun. We three crept stealthily into the abandoned factory in the west. Not 2 steps in, a group of thuggish youths with dyed yellow and green hair leaped out from behind a pile of broken machinery, brandishing rusty steel pipes, clearly cannon fodder. Oh, see this, Lei Yu? Quite bold to invade our Knight territory. One green-haired thug jeered, as though we were lambs awaiting slaughter. I chuckled derisively, flexing my wrists. You lot think you're Knight? You're more like the Knight that's lost its shine. Hong Yao and Detective Liu burst into laughter. The atmosphere lightening considerably that you're asking for it. The green-haired thug, enraged, swung his steel pipe towards me. I barely glanced at him, dodging effortlessly and delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. He howled in agony, soaring through the air like a ragged sack, crashing into a heap of scrap metal, likely breaking a few ribs in the process. The remaining thugs, witnessing my ferocity, turned as pale as ghosts but still mustered the courage to charge at me. Like a game of whack-a-mole, I dispatched them with a flurry of punches and kicks, their cries of despair echoing like the wails of slaughtered pigs. The system notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Congratulations. Host, ability level upgraded to E rank. I felt a surge of elation. It seemed the speed of my upgrades was indeed impressive. A few more battles, and I could reach D rank. Hong Yao gazed at me with admiration sparkling in her eyes, and I raised an eyebrow in pride. Her cheeks flushed, and she gently squeezed my hand. The onlookers hidden in the shadows were taken aback by my strength, whispering amongst themselves, "This kid is formidable." It seems we have underestimated him. With Hong Yao by my side, I felt invincible. No organization of Knight, no mysterious ability wielder could stand in my way. We pressed deeper into the factory, the air thick with the acrid scent of chemicals. The light dimming, casting an eerie pall over our surroundings. Suddenly, Detective Liu halted, his expression grave as he pointed ahead. Be cautious. We may be walking into a trap. Following his gaze, I beheld a vast, empty workshop, eerily silent, not a sound to be heard, the stillness unnerving. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. Hong Yao sensed the anomaly as well, her voice laced with unease. At that moment, a massive spotlight above the workshop flickered to life, blindingly illuminating the entire space, revealing a labyrinth of traps. Oh no, we've been set up, I exclaimed, surveying the surroundings, my heart racing with anxiety. A chilling voice echoed from the depths of the workshop. Welcome to my game. Lei Yu. Chapter 34. Breaking Through Despair. The truth revealed. I surveyed the maze of traps surrounding us, my heart sinking. This scene resembled a horror film set. These rascals were playing dirty. I gripped Hong Yao's hand tightly. Her palm was icy, trembling slightly. I understood she too felt the encroaching danger. I, in a hushed tone, I reassured, "Fear not, Yao Yao, for I am here." Despite harboring my own uncertainties, I knew I could not show weakness. Suddenly, the mechanism sprang to life, unleashing a volley of sharp arrows that whistled through the air. Resembling harbingers of death, I swiftly grasped Hong Yao's hand, evading the onslaught with movements so rapid they left behind mere afterimages. Yet, the onslaught was relentless. Despite my agility, a few arrows grazed my arm, igniting a searing pain. "Damn it! Is this for real?" I spat, realizing this was no ordinary trap. It was a deadly gambit. Before I could catch my breath, the ground beneath me gave way with a sharp crack, revealing a gaping pit before us. Reflexively, I wrapped my arms around Hong Yao and leaped, narrowly escaping disaster. And no sooner had we regained our footing than a whistling sound filled the air, and a barrage of steel spikes rained down upon us, thick as a storm. Gritting my teeth, I shielded Hong Yao, spinning like a top to evade the oncoming assault, but still, several wounds marred my body. Blood staining my clothes, I felt my strength waning, my body growing heavier, suffocated by an atmosphere of despair, akin to a wild beast ensnared in a cage, struggling hopelessly without a glimmer of hope. Was I truly destined to perish here? I refused to accept it. I was unwilling to succumb to these treacherous foes. "Hong Yao, I have yet to show you the beauty of this world." I cannot falter. Just as I neared my breaking point, an extraordinary surge of energy coursed through me, accompanied by a resonant hum echoing in my mind. Ding! Host detected in dire straits, activating counterattack mode, granting Fury skill. Health restored to 100. All attributes increased by 300. A cacophony of mechanical sounds resonated in my mind, and a warm wave enveloped my body, banishing fatigue and pain as if I had been invigorated with the essence of life itself. Glancing down, I was astonished to find my wounds had miraculously healed, leaving no trace behind. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. "Holy crap! The system is incredible!" I exclaimed, feeling the weight of despair lift, replaced by an overwhelming sense of confidence and exhilaration. I positioned Hong Yao behind me, my gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the still operating mechanisms, a smirk playing on my lips. "Come on, just watch as I reduce you to dust." Drawing a deep breath, I summoned all my strength and launched myself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The previously daunting arrows and spikes now appeared to move in slow motion. I deftly sidestepped them, even finding the leisure to shatter the descending spikes with my fists. Bang, bang, bang. I struck the wall with a fierce punch, halting the mechanisms and leaving gaping holes in their wake, their components reduced to scrap metal. I could feel the power within me surging, akin to a beast awakened, yearning to tear everything asunder. With a mighty leap, I bounded to the other side of the pit, where the remaining mechanisms crumbled before me like fragile paper. Shattering upon contact, "Is this all you've got?" I scoffed, my tone dripping with disdain. "You think you can ensnare me? Dream on." Fueled by an unquenchable vigor, my strength grew with each passing moment, causing the entire trap to tremble under my might. The cracks in the walls widening, threatening collapse at any moment. Those hidden in the shadows, manipulating the mechanisms, must have been regretting their underestimation of me, never anticipating my sudden surge in power. Standing at the center of the trap, I felt like a king surveying my domain, exuding an aura of dominance that seemed to freeze the very air around me. In that instant, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar figure lurking in a concealed corner. Observing me with a furtive gaze, "Detective Liu?" My brow furrowed, my curiosity deepening. "Lei Yu, we must go." Hong Yao tugged at my sleeve, her voice laced with urgency. I sensed something amiss. I nodded, understanding that this was not the moment to question Detective Liu. Our priority was to escape. Grasping Hong Yao's waist, I leaped from the pit, racing toward the direction where Liu had been. There was indeed a larger conspiracy lurking behind this. We dashed from that cursed place like arrows loosed from a bow. The air was thick with an ominous scent of treachery. I could sense that this was far from over. Following the path Liu had taken, we soon arrived at an abandoned factory. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie. I surveyed my surroundings, dilapidated buildings, rusted iron doors, and a faint metallic odor permeating the air, all whispering tales of the misfortunes that had unfolded here. Cautiously, we ventured deeper, the oppressive feeling intensifying with every step. Suddenly, we stumbled upon a vast underground chamber. This was less a factory and more akin to a sprawling laboratory filled with an array of instruments and bustling figures clad in lab coats. This was indeed a facility for conducting human experiments. Fury surged within me as I beheld those imprisoned within transparent containers, their plight igniting a blaze of indignation. "Lei, look!" Hong Yao exclaimed, pointing to a central platform where a familiar figure was bound, one of the previously missing individuals with extraordinary abilities. "Damn it! These scoundrels!" I roared, my resolve igniting like a wildfire. Today, I would act as the harbinger of justice. I charged into the laboratory, and upon seeing me, the researchers hastily armed themselves in defense. However, to me, they were but clowns, easily vanquished. One punch sent them flying. "Scarface, come out!" I bellowed into the depths of the lab. To my surprise, a sinister voice replied, "Who would have thought you had some fight in you?" Scarface emerged, a malevolent grin plastered across his face. "Today marks your demise," he roared, launching his attack. His ability enhanced his strength, and each punch was imbued with formidable power. If this had been before, I might have found him troublesome. But now, he seemed a mere target in slow motion. I effortlessly dodged his blows and landed a powerful strike to his abdomen. He let out a pained cry, his body flying back like a kite with its string severed. Crashing against the wall, unconscious, "Is that all you've got?" I dusted off my hands, my expression one of utter disdain as I regarded the fallen Scarface. "Lei, save them," Hong Yao urged anxiously. Nodding, I rushed to the imprisoned individuals. Shattering their containers with a single punch, as they emerged, gratitude filled their eyes. "Thank goodness, you've finally come to rescue us," a girl exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace me. It was Xiaoyun. "Where's my brother? Where is he?" she asked urgently. I pointed to a tall figure within the crowd. "He's right there." As Xiaoyun spotted her brother, tears streamed down her face as she rushed into his arms. Their emotional reunion touched everyone around us. "Hero! You are our hero!" someone in the crowd shouted, and soon, cheers erupted in my honor. I scratched my head, slightly embarrassed. I merely did what was right. I hardly deserve such titles. "Lei, are you all right?" Hong Yao approached me. Concern etched on her face. "I'm fine," I replied with a smile, feeling a surge of happiness at the affection and admiration reflected in her eyes. I embraced Hong Yao tightly, and she reciprocated, our love enveloping us in a warm atmosphere. Yet, I sensed that the world of abilities still harbored many unknown dangers, and larger conspiracies might be brewing. Gazing into the distance, I gently wrapped my arms around Hong Yao, who rested her head on my shoulder. At that moment, I noticed a letter had appeared in her hand. Its red envelope bore no signature, only the ornate script reading, "A letter for Lei." She paused, reading aloud, "This letter. When did it arrive?" Chapter 35. The emergence of a request. The mystery of the missing abilities. This unexpected letter was like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. The red envelope, adorned with elegant script and lacking a signature, exuded an air of mystery reminiscent of a horror film. Holding the envelope, Hong Yao appeared perplexed. "Where did this come from? Who slipped it into your pocket?" I took the letter, swiftly tearing it open to reveal a thin sheet of paper inscribed with a few lines. "Dear Mr. Lei, recent incidents of missing individuals with abilities have occurred, and the police are at a loss. We hope you can lend your assistance." Missing individuals with abilities? Those words instantly heightened my alertness. It seemed the days of tranquility were behind me. It was time to re-enter the fray. Sighing, I handed the letter to Hong Yao. "Well, it seems I'm off to save the world again." After reading the letter, Hong Yao frowned deeply. "Lei, this is too dangerous. Do you remember the last time that I know? I interjected. I interrupted her, my tone light. "Yet one cannot simply turn a blind eye to the suffering of others, can they? Do you understand the fate of a superhero? Moreover, I have now ascended to the rank of an F-class powerhouse. What is there to fear?" I patted my chest, brimming with confidence. However, Hong Yao seemed poised to say something further, yet I had already made my decision. "Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing." I tousled her hair gently. This time, I would be cautious. Hong Yao gazed at me, her eyes filled with concern. I understood her worry, but there were matters I simply had to attend to. The atmosphere in the room grew suddenly tense. I approached the window, observing the bustling traffic outside. a tumult of emotions swirling within me. This disappearance case felt far more complicated than the previous ones, as if a greater conspiracy lay hidden beneath the surface. Perhaps I paused, turning to look at Hong Yao. Perhaps you might accompany me? I inquired tentatively, my heart racing with trepidation. Hong Yao was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I can go with you? Absolutely, together. We shall be an unstoppable force. I instantly donned a playful grin, though inside, I was elated. This was splendid. Not only would I have assistance, but it would also ease her mind. A perfect twofold victory. Hong Yao leapt into my arms, embracing me tightly. This is wonderful. Thank you, Lei Yu. I gently patted her back, warmth flooding my heart. This girl truly elicits both affection and concern. Ahem, since we made our decision. Let us act swiftly. I coughed lightly, feigning seriousness. We first sought out Detective Liu. This old fellow is well informed and might provide some leads. Lei Xiao, what a rare guest. Upon seeing me, Detective Liu beamed like a blooming flower. What major case brings you here this time? I handed him the letter, briefly outlining the situation. After reading it, Detective Liu's expression turned grave. This is no trivial matter. The recently vanished individuals with abilities are all D-class or above. He stroked his chin, frowning deeply. Clearly, our adversaries would not be easily dealt with. D-class. Does that mean Scarface? I suddenly recalled that fearsome character, a chill running down my spine. Indeed, Scarface is one of them, Detective Liu sighed. Although this young man often acted arrogantly, he was nonetheless a figure of some repute. For him to simply vanish is quite suspicious. The weight settled in my chest. It appeared this affair was more complicated than I had anticipated. Ding, congratulations, host, for your proactive approach. You have acquired a special item, Ability Detector. The system's voice startled me. I hurriedly opened the system panel and, indeed, saw a device resembling a radar. How does this work? I inquired curiously. The host need only hold the detector to sense the fluctuations of abilities in the vicinity, the system explained. I grasped the detector and attempted to sense the surroundings. Indeed, I could detect faint waves of abilities. This device is absolutely extraordinary. With it, locating individuals would be a piece of cake. I winked at Hong Yao, boasting, how about that? Impressive, right? Hong Yao nodded with a smile, her eyes brimming with admiration. Detective Liu leaned in, curious about the detector. Lei Xiao, where did you procure this treasure? May I borrow it for a while? Get lost. This is my secret weapon. I quickly hugged the detector to my chest, fearing he might snatch it away. All right, enough of the antics. Let us find some clues, Hong Yao urged. Based on the information Detective Liu provided, we commenced our search throughout the city. The pointer on the detector danced excitedly, guiding us forward. Suddenly, it began to shake violently, pointing towards a derelict factory at the city's edge. Let us go take a look. I grasped Hong Yao's hand and hurried towards the abandoned factory. The factory exuded an eerie atmosphere, the air thick with the scent of rust, leaving one quite uncomfortable. The crumbling walls were plastered with chaotic graffiti, and debris littered the ground. Resembling a scene from a horror film, I held Hong Yao's hand tightly, cautiously advancing, wary of any sudden movements from the shadows. Good grief! Before I could react, a tremendous force hurled me backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, as if my very organs had been displaced. Lei Yu, Hong Yao exclaimed, rushing to my side. I struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood, only to see that I had been ambushed by a group of individuals clad in black, their faces concealed by masks. Resembling terrorists, without a word, they unleashed a barrage of abilities, and I could do nothing but evade in desperation. What on earth are these people? Their attacks are ruthless. I grumbled as I dodged. The enemy's assault was highly organized. Clearly a group of well-trained professionals. I felt overwhelmed. This F-class ability of mine was simply no match for foes of D-class and above. Lei Yu, be careful. Hong Yao's voice reached me just in time. Alerting me to evade a lethal strike, I cast a grateful glance her way. This girl proved to be quite reliable in critical moments. Hong Yao occasionally supplied me with items or cautioned me about the enemy's movements, providing me with a sense of security. Yao Yao, you are truly my invaluable aid. I couldn't help but compliment her. Hong Yao smiled, and that look filled me with renewed vigor, as if I could fight once more. Taking a deep breath, I calmed myself and began analyzing the enemy's weaknesses. I retrieved the ability detector, scrutinizing the fluctuations of their abilities. Aha! I have indeed discovered something. Although these individuals possess high-level abilities, their powers are singular in nature and their coordination lacks harmony. Brothers, concentrate fire on their weaknesses. I commanded loudly, simultaneously activating the system's skill amplification, causing my combat prowess to surge dramatically. With the system's enhancement, my attacks became increasingly precise, swiftly turning the tide of battle. We coordinated seamlessly, forcing the enemy into retreat. Withdraw. The leader of the black-clad assailants, sensing defeat, commanded a retreat. Trying to escape? Not so easily, I scoffed, pursuing them relentlessly. We chased them down, ultimately bringing the entire group of assailants to the ground. Looking at the fallen figures before me, I let out a sigh of relief. We had finally resolved the situation. Lei Yu, are you all right? Hong Yao asked with concern. I'm fine. Just a minor injury. I waved my hand dismissively, trying to appear nonchalant. I approached one of the black-clad figures, removing his mask. I did not recognize the face. He appeared to be merely a lackey. Who are these individuals? Why did they attack us? I furrowed my brow, utterly perplexed. Suddenly, I noticed a peculiar symbol on the black-clad figure, a black spider emblem. Spider, I murmured. An ominous premonition settling in my heart. It seems we have entangled ourselves in a significant predicament. I turned to Hong Yao, and based on the route the enemy had fled and the symbol they bore, I surmised their lair's location. I pointed to a spot on the map and declared, tomorrow morning, we shall investigate there. Chapter 36. Into the Tiger's Den. The truth behind the disappearances of abilities. Good grief, these fellows are quite swift, but while the monk may run, the temple cannot escape. I gazed at the ominous location I had circled on the map, a forsaken skyscraper. This place emanates an aura of malevolence. It is clearly not a legitimate establishment, I said. Old Lu, is this reliable? This location looks quite unsettling. I rubbed my arms. The chilling winds here sent shivers down my spine, even as a grown man. Lei Xiao, fear not. My instincts are sharp. The scent from those black-clad individuals originated from here. Detective Lu assured, a cunning expression on his face, fiddling with a compass in his hand. Hong Yao remained silent, her brow furrowed in thought. I was all too familiar with that expression. She was deep in contemplation over some grave matter. Very well, since we are here, let us venture inside. I inhaled deeply, suppressing my unease. After all, one must enter the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub. To uncover the truth behind these spider people, I had to take a closer look. The iron gate of the building was rusted and creaked ominously. As if mocking our audacity, I stepped inside first, a musty odor assaulting my senses, causing me to wrinkle my nose in disgust. Be careful. This place seems off, Hong Yao cautioned, her voice laced with apprehension. Just as I was about to reassure her, my foot suddenly clicked. A trap! What the hell? I quickly leaped aside as a laser sliced through the air, narrowly missing my cheek, the heat palpable. This is far too perilous. A sharp pain shot through my arm. I looked down to see a gash bleeding profusely, the crimson drops stark against the dim light. What in the world? This place has traps. I grimaced in pain. These scoundrels are truly treacherous. Lei Yu, are you all right? Hong Yao hurried over, her eyes filled with worry. I'm fine. Just a minor wound. Don't fret. Let us press on. I feigned nonchalance, though inwardly I was cursing these spider people. This cursed place is fraught with danger. I clenched my fists, remaining vigilant. The path ahead required even greater caution. At that moment, old Lu suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, it seems there are people. Where?" Upon hearing this, I became alert. This accursed place could harbor all manner of fiends. We cautiously advanced, turning a corner to find an expansive room before us. In the room, 7 or 8 individuals clad in identical black uniforms stood menacingly, each exuding an air of intimidation that signified they were far from virtuous. Lo and behold, were those not the very rodents we encountered earlier? How audacious of them to present themselves uninvited. A scar-faced man, the apparent leader, held a cigarette between his lips, casting a sideways glance at us, his gaze dripping with arrogance. Observing the scars that marred his face and the muscular thugs behind him, a surge of irritation welled within me. Did these ruffians truly believe themselves formidable? We sought no trouble, merely a few inquiries. I endeavored to lower my voice, For now was not the time for confrontation. A peaceful resolution would be ideal. Questions? Ha! Do you think you are worthy? The scar-faced man scoffed, releasing a puff of smoke that made me grimace. If you wish to gather information from us, you must first contend with us. Upon hearing this, my temper flared instantly. My volatile nature could scarcely tolerate such threats. I clenched my fists, the joints cracking ominously, striving to suppress the fury igniting within me. If they were unwilling to engage in civil discourse, they should not fault me for my lack of courtesy. Without further ado, I activated the upgraded skill on my system panel, Thunderous Shock. With a fierce shout, an immense surge of energy erupted from within me, causing my blood to boil. A powerful shockwave radiated from my being, distorting the very air around us. The black-clad guards, caught off guard, toppled like drunken men. Some even sent flying through the air. Goodness, this power is remarkable. As I beheld the chaotic scene before me, a wave of satisfaction washed over me. It seemed that the skill acquired through the system upgrade had not disappointed. Lei Yu, are you all right? Hong Yao gazed at me, astonishment evident in her eyes. Perhaps she had not anticipated such a display for me. I'm fine, just a trivial matter. I flashed her a grin. This sensation was exhilarating. Let us move. I beckoned to Lao Lu and Hong Yao, urging them to dash forward while the guards were still reeling from the shock. As we navigated through the disarrayed guards, I felt an overwhelming sense of pride, as if the very environment rejoiced in my triumph. However, I had scarcely taken a few steps when a deep voice resonated throughout the room, laden with authority. Who dares to cause a disturbance in my domain? Goodness, that voice was discomforting. I glanced up to see a towering man, at least 2 meters tall, his muscles exaggeratedly pronounced, standing at the center of the room, radiating an oppressive presence akin to a moving mountain. You have quite the audacity, trespassing upon my territory. His voice was deep and magnetic, reminiscent of an enraged beast. And who might you be? I inquired, my brow furrowed. This individual exuded danger. I am the leader of the scar-faced crew. You may call me the Berserker, he grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true power entails. With that, he stomped his foot, and the ground fissured like a spider's web. Oh my goodness, this strength is outrageous. I dared not underestimate him. Swiftly, I activated the defensive mode of Thunderous Shock, electric currents enveloping my body with a crackling sound. Come at me. I took my stance, my gaze fixated on him. With a roar, the Berserker charged at me like a tank, his fist slicing through the air toward my face. I narrowly dodged, his punch crashing into the wall, creating a massive dent that made my eyelids twitch. Should that have struck me, I would surely have met my demise. I refused to relent and initiated my counterattack, channeling the power of lightning to unleash a barrage of strikes upon the Berserker. Unperturbed, he manifested a thick layer of rock upon his skin, absorbing my electrical onslaught effortlessly. Futile. My rock armor is invincible, he bellowed, reveling in his triumph as he lunged at me once more. His onslaught was akin to a torrential storm. I could only evade and seek an opening to retaliate, my body darting swiftly within the confined space, narrowly escaping each perilous blow. The adrenaline surged within me, my blood boiling with intensity. Bang! Another resounding impact as my back collided with the wall, causing me to feel dizzy, as if my very organs were misaligned. Goodness, this bald man possesses immense strength. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of Hong Yao, her expression fraught with concern as she clenched her fists, worry and affection mingling in her gaze. Her apprehension warmed my heart. I could not allow her to fret. I must defeat this foe. Drawing a deep breath, I concentrated my power anew. Leaping to evade the Berserker's strike, I began to scrutinize his movements, searching for a flaw. Each of his attacks held a fleeting pause, a window of opportunity. Thunderous strike. I called out, channeling all my electric energy into my fist, delivering a powerful blow to the Berserker's chest. Crack! The rock armor shattered instantaneously, and the Berserker emitted a muffled grunt, his body hurtling against the wall. Cough, cough. You actually, he gasped, disbelief etched upon his face as he clutched his chest. I warned you. You have crossed the wrong person. I coldly retorted, stepping into the Berserker's chamber. Upon the table, I discovered a collection of documents inscribed with names and locations of the missing. each pointing towards a more enigmatic place known as the Abyss. Furrowing my brow, I scrutinized the names. Hong Yao approached silently, her eyes fixed on me, and I nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lao Lu pointed to a marked location on the documents, exclaiming, "Isn't this?" before he could finish. I swiftly covered his mouth, signaling him to remain silent, for I discerned a faint crackling of electricity emanating from the depths of darkness. Chapter 37. The Truth Unveiled. The Pact of the Supernatural Tournament Goodness. The sound of electricity sent shivers down my spine, akin to stepping into a haunted house. I urgently gestured for Lao Lu to mute himself. In times like these, silence is golden, and speaking carelessly may reveal our presence. Hong Yao immediately grew alert, exchanging a knowing glance with me, confirming we were comrades capable of bearing the burden together. Cautiously, I approached the door, straining my ears to listen intently. The intermittent crackling seemed to taunt me. Drawing a deep breath, I opened the door, revealing a dimly lit corridor that appeared to lead to a deeper secret. "Let us go," I commanded, the first to dash forward. I am no timid soul to crumble at the first sign of trouble. I am destined to become the strongest individual in the realm of supernatural abilities. Following the trail, Lao Lu, Hong Yao, and I ventured cautiously until we arrived at a secluded valley. My goodness, this place was exceptionally well hidden. Without Lao Lu's guidance, I surely would have lost my way amidst the vastness. The valley's heart stood a colossal base, surrounded by visible energy shields that emitted an eerie glow. Squinting my eyes, I felt akin to a warrior preparing to besiege a fortress, and this base was the lair of the ultimate boss. Licking my lips in anticipation, I clenched my fists tightly. What was destined to arrive had finally come. It was time to showcase my true skills. "This defensive mechanism is quite formidable," I exclaimed, sensing the overwhelming pressure. Such energy fluctuations could only be produced by a B-level supernatural being, surely. With a fierce roar, I summoned all my electrical power, delivering a mighty punch against the energy shield. Bang! Deafening clap echoed as my fist rebounded with tremendous force, leaving my hands tingling and forcing me to stumble backwards. Goodness, does this shield possess springs? Not only does it defend, but it also retaliates. Intriguing. Unwilling to yield, I launched another relentless assault against the shield. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike was mercilessly repelled. Fatigue began to creep into my limbs, and wounds multiplied across my body, causing me to grimace in pain. Hong Yao watched anxiously from the sidelines, eager to assist, yet I held her back. In a battle of this magnitude, her presence would only complicate matters. I felt like a hapless fool being ground into the dirt, utterly drained, my consciousness beginning to blur. Was this truly where my journey would end? No, I refused to surrender, just as despair threatened to engulf me. A voice suddenly resonated in my mind. "Ding, congratulations, host. Due to your perseverance and courage throughout this journey, your supernatural ability level has directly surged to D level. Goodness. The system has finally come through for me." This sensation was akin to chewing gum, impossible to stop. An unprecedented surge of power surged through my being, as if I might burst at the seams. I felt infused with strength, even hearing the rush of blood coursing through my veins. "One more time," I roared, channeling all my lightning power. This time, my fist gleamed with a radiant glow, resembling a miniature sun. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the energy shield shattered like glass, scattering into twinkling starlight. I charged into the base, a powerful aura emanating from me, as if the very air had solidified. The enemies within the base were instantly struck dumb by my presence, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had witnessed the impossible. "How is this even possible?" A figure clad in black uniform cried out in terror. "Nothing is impossible. Today, you shall all pay the price." I snorted coldly, my form flickering as I instantaneously appeared before them. With a flurry of fists and kicks, each strike resonated with the force of devastation, sending enemies crashing to the ground, their anguished wails echoing through the air. They attempted to band together against me, but my speed was too swift. They could scarcely catch a glimpse of my movements. "Help! A monster!" I surged through them like a fierce tiger among a flock of sheep, leaving chaos in my wake. The surrounding equipment lay in ruins, sparks flying and thick smoke billowing. "Damn it! All together now!" a burly figure bellowed. brandishing a massive axe aimed at me. I let out a cold laugh, sidestepping his attack and delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang clear, and he screamed, hurtling backward into a pillar, his fate uncertain. I surveyed the scene. Few enemies remained, trembling in fear. "Tell me, who is the mastermind behind this?" I asked icily. A man in a white coat stepped forward, trembling. I know." The white-coated figure stammered, revealing that this group intended to create a sensational story by capturing superhumans for experimentation, with the ambition to control all abilities and forge an invincible army. Bah! Such grand ambitions, yet they fail to recognize their own limitations. I cut through the remaining weaklings with ease, ultimately arriving at the location where the missing superhumans were held captive. Good heavens, this place was ominous. Resembling a prison, housing numerous malnourished individuals who bore the marks of suffering, I hurriedly freed them, and tears of joy streamed down their faces, some even wishing to kneel in gratitude. Among them was Xiaoyun's brother. Upon seeing his sister, he wept like a child, embracing her tightly in a touching reunion. I stood there, reveling in the sweet taste of victory, as the crowd cheered. Heralding me as a hero, I waved my hand dismissively. "Oh, come now, it was nothing." Hong Yao approached, her eyes brimming with affection and pride. I enveloped her in my arms and whispered in her ear, "See, I told you I would protect you." She clutched me tightly, and we shared a heartfelt embrace, our love moving those around us, the air thick with pink bubbles of romance. Just then, a sharply dressed man approached, presenting me with a glittering invitation. "Mr. Liu, congratulations, you have qualified to participate in the superhuman competition." The superhuman competition? This was the stage every superhuman dreamed of. I accepted the invitation, my heart swelling with anticipation. A new challenge awaited, and I would undoubtedly shine on this stage. Gazing into the distance at the arena, I clenched my fists. "Wait for me. I shall conquer you." Chapter 38. The initial battle at the arena. An unjust encounter. I weighed the dazzling invitation in my hand. It was truly blinding. One might mistake it for a token of wealth from some affluent individual. Taking a deep breath, I felt like a warrior preparing for battle, or better yet, a super scion ready to unleash havoc. As soon as I stepped into the arena, a deafening roar of cheers nearly shattered my eardrums. The crowd was immense, reminiscent of a bustling market, yet the atmosphere was electrifying, igniting a surge of adrenaline within me. I scanned my surroundings, spotting eager superhumans, each one practically buzzing with energy, itching to jump into the fray. However, amidst the excitement, I keenly detected a few unfriendly gazes lurking in the shadows, akin to snakes poised to strike, sending a chill down my spine. Looking for trouble? I, Liu, am not easily intimidated. The draw for matchups commenced. A booming voice announced over the loudspeaker as I followed the throng to the drawing area. I randomly grabbed a slip of paper. Upon opening it, I exclaimed in disbelief. My opponent was none other than young Master Qin. My lips twitched slightly. Wasn't he this the arrogant brat who flaunted his father's wealth? I lifted my gaze to young Master Qin, who was smirking at me with an air of superiority, as though he were watching a mere clown. He tossed me a flirty glance and taunted. "Oh, isn't this our hero, Liu? What is the matter? Are you quaking in your boots? Don't go crying later." 1,000 curses surged within me. This guy was infuriating. Had it not been for the competition setting, I would have already knocked him out. I let out a cold laugh, suppressing my fury. "Today, you will learn why flowers bloom brightly." The surrounding competitors began to murmur, some reveling in the drama while others worried for me. The battle hadn't even begun, yet the tension was palpable, igniting a restless energy within me. At that moment, the referee, a certain Zhou, strolled onto the stage lazily, his shiny bald head reflecting blinding light. An uncomfortable sight. Clearing his throat, he announced, "The first match. Liu versus young Master Qin, commence." Afterward, he shot me a glance, revealing a peculiar grin. That smile was definitely suspicious. As the starting whistle blew, I immediately activated my powers, sending a bolt of lightning speeding toward young Master Qin. "Hey, kid, taste the wrath of thunder." But just then, Zhou the referee blew his whistle sharply, shouting, "Foul! Liu has committed a foul." I was momentarily dumbfounded. What was happening? "I committed a foul." "What foul?" I looked at Zhou in utter confusion, only to see him wink at me with a lewd expression. It dawned on me. This old man had definitely accepted a bribe from young Master Chun and was deliberately targeting me. Referee, how did I commit a foul? I pressed, trying to contain my rage. Zhou ignored me, continuing his charade. Due to Lei Yu's foul, 1 point is deducted. What on earth? Was there no justice left? My frustration boiled over. Feeling more nauseous than if I had swallowed a fly, a wave of indignation surged within me, my blood practically boiling. However, even if the referee was unjust, I could not concede. I inhaled deeply, reminding myself to remain calm. Now was not the time for rash actions. I needed to devise a plan to turn the tide. Young Master Chen, reveling in my misfortune, laughed heartily. Lei Yu, look at you now. Just admit defeat. You stand no chance against me, I sneered. Don't celebrate too soon. As I dodged young Master Chen's assaults, I kept my eyes peeled for an opportunity to counterattack. His abilities were fire-based. While powerful, his speed was comparatively sluggish. This was my chance. I maneuvered like a nimble monkey on the stage, evading the fireballs he hurled my way. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment, and I even heard shouts of encouragement for me. Hey, it seems I have quite the fan base. Suddenly, I noticed a weakness in young Master Chen's stance, and a spark of excitement ignited within me. This was my moment. With a sudden burst of speed, I lunged toward him and landed a solid punch to his gut. A muffled thud resounded as young Master Chen doubled over in pain. Seizing the moment, I followed up with a swift kick to his rear, sending him flying from the stage. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, and I felt like a triumphant hero, filled with an indescribable sense of pride. But just then, I sensed an overwhelming aura of hostility. I spun around abruptly to find young Master Chen's eyes gleaming with madness, a sinister smile creeping across his face. This scoundrel was clearly enraged. He traced fiery symbols in the air with his hands, and an intense heat enveloped the atmosphere. I could almost hear the crackling of flames, confirming that fire-based superhumans were not to be trifled with. Prepare to face my ultimate move, Lei Yu, young Master Chen shrieked, thrusting his hands forward as a colossal pillar of fire erupted from his palms, hurtling toward me. The flames surged forth like infernal wrath, intent on incinerating everything in their path. My heart raced. This attack was evidently far more potent than before. Instantly, I activated my powers, transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot across the stage at breakneck speed. The flames pursued me relentlessly, as if they sought to consume me whole. I could see the fiery vortex forming behind me, the roar of flames and gasps from the audience filling my ears. And I even felt the scorching heat searing my face. Just as I was about to be engulfed by the flames, an idea flashed through my mind. Now was the time to unleash my new skill. Taking a deep breath, I mentally recited the command, and an intense surge of electricity erupted from my body, encasing me in a shimmering blue sphere. This sphere acted as a shield, repelling all flames. Not even a spark could reach me. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Astonished by my new skill, I heard shouts of admiration. Lei Yu, you're incredible. What skill is this? So cool. Hong Yao was also in the audience, cheering for me loudly, her voice cutting through the clamor, resonating clearly in my ears. I raised my head to gaze upon her, and in that fleeting moment, a warm surge swelled within my heart, as if newfound strength coursed through my veins. Seizing the opportunity, I accelerated, leaping towards Chen Daxiao. He was evidently taken aback by my newfound prowess, frozen in place. However, just as I was on the verge of a successful counterattack, Referee Zhou abruptly blew his whistle again, proclaiming loudly, Lei Yu, foul! Instantly, a wave of fury surged within me, my muscles trembling with indignation. I fixed my glare on Referee Zhou, his lecherous grin glaringly offensive to my eyes. Drawing a deep breath, I silently vowed, this battle shall not conclude so easily. Dare to pull any more tricks, and I shall ensure you regret it. I uttered these words coldly, my voice low yet powerful, as if warning Referee Zhou that any unjust ruling would bear consequences. Chapter 39. The Path of Reversal. A counterattack, a foul? How dare you accuse me? My rage was palpable, threatening to explode, as this old fool clearly had it out for me. My muscles were taut, like a bowstring pulled to its limit, ready to unleash. This sensation was more unbearable than consuming 10 pounds of hot peppers. The spectators erupted around me, their voices a cacophony akin to a rapid-fire barrage, all denouncing the referee's unfairness. I clenched my fists, the joints cracking ominously. No, I am not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to intervene today, he would not deter me. I glared fiercely at referee Zhou, my gaze capable of scorching holes into his face. Lei Yu, surrender. You cannot hope to defeat me. Chen Daxiao's irritating voice echoed in my ears, as if he believed I were a mere sickly cat. Taking advantage of my distraction, he attacked me stealthily. A fiery tongue struck towards me, and before I could evade, it grazed my arm. Hiss! The searing pain coursed through me. I stumbled back a few steps, nearly losing my balance. With such feeble skills, you dare to challenge me? Chen Daxiao laughed arrogantly, his demeanor exuding an insufferable smugness. I glanced at the wound on my arm, blood seeping out incessantly. A blaze of fury ignited within me. This was no longer merely a competition. It had become a battle for dignity. If I do not bring you down today, I shall not bear the surname Lei. Have you laughed enough? I slowly raised my head, a cold smile gracing my lips. The real spectacle was just beginning. Drawing a deep breath, I attempted to straighten my body. The pain from my injured arm throbbed intensely, as if countless ants were gnawing at my flesh. I gritted my teeth, glaring fiercely at the biased referee Zhou, his old face more repugnant than a stone in a latrine. I felt as if my chest were constricted by a cotton ball, making it difficult to breathe. This old man must be on the take. This unfair treatment made me feel as if the entire world were conspiring against me, a wave of despair washing over me, akin to a small boat tossed in a violent storm, poised to be engulfed by towering waves. Ding! Just as I felt I could no longer endure, a crisp system notification rang out in my mind, akin to celestial music, instantly dispelling the gloom within me. Detecting host in adversity, would you like to use the special ability, Rage? Upon use, the host's strength will receive a temporary boost. A boost in strength? Such a fortunate turn of events. I felt as if I had stumbled upon an oasis in the desert, and without hesitation, I mentally declared, use. In an instant, a potent energy erupted from within me, akin to a volcanic eruption, flooding my limbs. A faint red glow began to emanate from my skin, intensifying as if it sought to illuminate the entire arena. An unprecedented sense of power surged within me. The prior pain seemingly dissipated. I felt like Popeye after consuming spinach, brimming with boundless energy. The gasps and murmurs of astonishment from the surrounding spectators washed over me like a tidal wave. Their once sympathetic gazes transformed into shock and disbelief, mouths agape, eyes nearly bulging as if they had encountered an extraterrestrial. It appeared my display had genuinely left them dumbfounded. I slowly raised my head, a frigid smile curling at my lips. Feeling the surging power within me, I could not help but lick my lips, releasing a low, throaty chuckle. The warm-up was over. It was time for my performance. My voice carried a barely perceptible excitement, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey, or the calm before a storm. I then took strides towards Chen Daxiao, each step echoing like a drumbeat, causing the ground to tremble beneath me. I grinned, a gust of wind at my heels, charging towards Chen Daxiao like a whirlwind. Just moments ago, he had boasted with impunity, yet upon witnessing my imposing demeanor, his eyes widened in terror, his earlier bravado swiftly replaced by fear, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His attacks became frantic, flames erupting chaotically like a drunken fire-breathing dragon, devoid of any strategy. I effortlessly dodged his erratic fireballs, and with a swift kick, I struck his abdomen, producing a dull thud. Bang! He stumbled back several paces, nearly expelling his last meal. I had no intention of granting him respite. Seizing the opportunity to strike while he was down was my principle. I lunged forward, my fist slicing through the air, aimed directly at his face. Chen Daxiao hastily raised his hands to defend. Yet my punch left his arm numb, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his once arrogant demeanor now replaced by a pitiful expression. My assault was relentless, a barrage of punches and kicks, each blow infused with formidable strength, driving Chen Daxiao to retreat, barely managing to defend himself, with no chance to counterattack. The surrounding walls trembled under the shockwaves of our battle, debris raining down as the audience gasped in astonishment. The arena transformed into the eye of a storm. Lei Yu, go for it. You are the best, from the audience. Hong Yao waved her arms excitedly, her delicate face radiating pride and joy. Her cheers flowed into me like a warm current, filling me with strength and invigorating my fighting spirit. With such a beautiful and formidable girlfriend supporting me, I had to showcase my true abilities, just as I prepared to deliver the final blow to Chen Da Xiao. Abruptly, a piercing voice shattered my rhythm. Match paused. Lei Yu is suspected of foul play using abilities requiring verification. Referee Zhou's unsavory face reappeared in my sight, feigning righteous indignation, and my fury boiled over as I glared at the old man, feeling as though a volcano within me was on the verge of eruption. Damn it, this old fool truly was unyielding, insisting on receiving a proper lesson. I slowly walked to the center of the arena, coldly regarding Referee Zhou, a mocking smile curling at my lips, the air thick with the stillness before a tempest. Chapter 40. Extreme Breakthrough. The Battle of Glory. I stood in the center of the arena, surrounded by the audience's murmurs, a tumultuous sea of noise akin to boiling water. Hong Yao's voice pierced through the clamor, like heavenly music, momentarily calming the inferno of rage within me. Yet, Referee Zhou's hypocritical visage remained a painful thorn in my heart. What tricks are you planning now? I glared coldly at Referee Zhou, my voice dripping with anger and disdain. The spectators vociferously protested, some even rising to cast furious glares at the referee's table. A barely perceptible smirk flickered across Referee Zhou's face, but he quickly resumed his facade of impartiality. Lei Yu, you are suspected of foul play using abilities and must undergo verification. The match is paused until your innocence is confirmed. My heart sank. I knew this old trickster was up to no good. He deliberately delayed, aiming to sap my fighting spirit. But I was not one to be easily crushed. Taking a deep breath, I steadied my emotions, catching a glimpse of Hong Yao in the audience, her beautiful eyes filled with concern and encouragement. Referee, I stand with integrity. I do not require your verification. I proclaimed loudly, a note of mockery in my voice. If you delay any further, be wary that I shall educate you. Referee Zhou's countenance darkened, anger flashing in his eyes. Lei Yu, are you threatening the referee? Do you comprehend the gravity of the consequences? I scoffed, meeting his glare with unwavering courage. Threatening? I merely speak the truth. You know full well that this match is mine to win. You and your underhanded dealings will eventually be exposed. The atmosphere in the audience escalated in tension. Cheers and boos intertwining like blades slicing through the air. Referee Zhou frowned, evidently taken aback by my audacity. Lei Yu, you are provoking me. The decision to pause the match stands. He produced a small device. Preparing to examine me, I glared at the apparatus, cursing silently within, yet maintaining an outward calm. Examine away. I shall watch you closely, and do not even think about tampering with the results. My tone was resolute, my gaze unwavering. Referee Zhou inhaled deeply, still wearing a feigned smile, yet his eyes glimmered with malice. He slowly activated the device, commencing my examination. The audience fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation of the outcome. Hong Yao clenched her fists tightly, seemingly praying for my success. I stood there, my heart brimming with fury and anxiety, yet my exterior remained resolute and composed. Just then, a fleeting smirk of satisfaction crossed the face of Referee Zhou, causing my heart to tighten with an ominous premonition. The results of the inspection were announced. Suddenly, it felt as though an invisible net had ensnared my body, rendering me immobile. A frigid sensation surged from my feet, spreading throughout my entire being, as my eyes widened with a singular thought. That old wretch, he truly harbors ill intentions. Lei Yu, you? Referee Zhou's voice echoed in my ears, but I could scarcely pay attention to his subsequent words. I felt as if I were trapped in an invisible net, unable to move. Damn it, this old fool is indeed playing tricks. I silently cursed, struggling to break free from this accursed restraint, only to find all efforts futile. The passage of time in waiting always feels excruciatingly prolonged, akin to a woman's bound feet, foul and interminable. My stamina gradually waned during this wait, and my wounds began to throb, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at my bones. I clenched my teeth, striving to maintain my alertness, That moment, the insufferable face of young Master Chen appeared in my line of sight, brimming with arrogance, a mocking grin dancing at the corners of his mouth. Like a cat that had stolen a fish. Lei Yu, did you ever expect this? Today is your day of reckoning. Just wait until we step onto the arena. You shall see how I deal with you. I shot him a fierce glare, my heart swelling with indignation. If it weren't for this old scoundrel's machinations, I would have long since flattened him, just as I was on the verge of exploding with fury. A voice resonated in my mind. Ding! The host's indomitable will has been detected. The power level is about to break through. I paused momentarily, and then an immense force surged forth from within me. Akin to a volcano erupting, unstoppable, my gaze sharpened, as if I could pierce through all illusions. The surrounding audience, captivated by my transformation, fell silent, leaving only the sound of my rapid breaths. I sensed the restraints within my body gradually dissolving. An unprecedented power flooding through me, I clenched my fists, feeling the surging strength within, a cold smile emerging at the corners of my mouth. Young Master Chen, the game has only just begun. With a grin, a powerful gust of energy shattered the odious shackles imposed by referee Zhou, as if I were a beast breaking free from its cage, wild and potent. What in the world is happening? Young Master Chen's arrogant expression froze instantly, his face contorting in disbelief, as though he had just swallowed something vile. His eyes widened, unable to fathom the unfolding events, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. Young man, are you prepared to face your nightmare? I flexed my limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds, feeling an overwhelming power coursing through me, as if I could obliterate a bull with a single punch. Before young Master Chen could react, I propelled myself forward like a released arrow. Bam! A heavy punch struck him squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed. Crashing heavily to the ground. Arg! Young Master Chen let out a wretched howl, clutching his midsection as he rolled on the ground. Resembling a dog that had its tail stepped on, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Cheers and screams resonating through the air, reverberating in my ears. This kid has actually broken through. How impressive. One punch and he took down young Master Chen. Now, that is a true man. Listening to the surrounding discussions, I felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. I sneered, gazing down at young Master Chen, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog, devoid of any sympathy. Is this it? You're far too weak. I looked down at him, my tone laced with mockery. Young Master Chen struggled to rise, only to find his body unresponsive. Fear and resentment etched across his face. I transformed into a beast on the battlefield, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow carried immense force, leaving young Master Chen utterly defenseless, reduced to agonized wails. Pathetically weak, pathetically weak. As I attacked, I taunted him, grinding his pride beneath my heel. Young Master Chen emitted a despairing cry. His body collapsing as if it had disassembled, gasping for breath. At last, I leapt high into the air, delivering a final, powerful strike to his chest. Boom. Young Master Chen soared backward, crashing to the ground like a heap of mud. The entire arena fell silent, every spectator holding their breath, their gazes fixated upon me. Standing at the center of the arena, I basked in the surging power within, my heart swelling with pride and excitement. I have triumphed. I clenched my fists, shouting to the audience. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, as if they could overturn the entire stadium. Just as I reveled in my victory, a figure darted toward me at lightning speed. Accompanied by an urgent call, Lei Yu! Hong Yao rushed to me like a gust of wind, leaping into my embrace with such force that I nearly lost my balance. Instinctively, I held her tightly, savoring her faint fragrance and soft touch, as the heat of my earlier fervor surged once more, mingling with a wave of warmth. You scared me to death. Hong Yao's voice trembled, laced with excitement and joy. She lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes brimming with affection and admiration, filling me with delight. Heh, it was nothing. Just a mere young Master Chen, not even worth my time. I scratched my head, feeling a twinge of bashfulness, yet unable to suppress my pride. The surrounding cheers continued to resonate, but in that moment, the world around us fell silent. It was just me and Hong Yao. I held her tightly, feeling the warmth of her body, and at that instant, I believed every effort had been worthwhile. Our love, in that moment, was witnessed by the entire audience, and my heart swelled with strength and pride. However, this was merely the beginning. I surveyed the other competitors. Each one emanated a formidable aura, like beasts lurking in the abyss, poised to pounce. I understood that the forthcoming matches would be even more arduous. I gripped Hong Yao's hand, feeling her slightly damp palm. Yet it bestowed upon me boundless strength. In the next round, I shall show you an even more spectacular performance. I looked at Hong Yao, a slight smile gracing my lips, my gaze filled with confidence and determination. Are you ready? I asked, my voice resonant with magnetism, laced with a barely perceptible anticipation. Chapter 41. The Perilous Rematch. Powers Clash. Yao Yao, wait for me. The next match will be even more thrilling. I squeezed Hong Yao's hand, whispering softly in her ear. In the audience, Yao Yao flashed a sweet smile, forming a cheer with her lips. Go be honest, winning against young Master Chen in the preliminary match had filled me with immense satisfaction. That arrogant brat, now reduced to being ground beneath my heel? I truly wish for a rematch. Nevertheless, I remained grounded, not letting victory cloud my judgment. As I surveyed my surroundings, I realized that the other advancing contestants were no pushovers. The fluctuations of their powers were leagues beyond those of young Master Chen. It seemed the real show was just commencing. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to calm myself. This was not the time for hubris. The upcoming rematch was the true test. At that moment, referee Zhou took the stage. Announcing the commencement of the rematch draw, I approached the draw box, casually grabbing a ball and revealing the number 42. I lifted my gaze to the big screen, where I discovered that my opponent, number 42, was number 17. Following the number, I located contestant number 17, a figure clad in black, exuding an icy demeanor and a palpable aura of danger. He stood there like a drawn sword, radiating a sharpness that was hard to ignore. What infuriated me further was the disdainful smirk he directed at me, his eyes filled with unabashed contempt. Who does this guy think he is, acting so superior? The surrounding contestants began to murmur, someone whispering, number 17 is from the Night Power organization. I've heard his abilities are quite peculiar. Night? My heart sank, a surge of fury boiling within. Not those scoundrels again. I clenched my fists, glaring at number 17, a fierce battle intent erupting from within me. Kid, you better pray you don't encounter me in the upcoming matches. I gritted my teeth, muttering under my breath. Contestant number 17 paid me no mind, simply offering a cold smile. Humph, we shall see, I scoffed, turning to return to my position. At that moment, a bespectacled journalist approached me. It was the same reporter who had interviewed me previously. Mr. Ma Leiyu, congratulations on advancing to the rematch, he said cheerfully. What are your thoughts on the upcoming battles? Thoughts? I smirked coldly. Of course, I plan to take them all down. Mr. Ma was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. That's the spirit. I look forward to your performance. I nodded, refraining from further comment. My gaze returned to contestant number 17, silently vowing, this time, I will win. Suddenly, referee Zhou's voice resonated over the loudspeaker. The first match of the rematch. Number 42 versus number 17. I sprang to my feet, a powerful surge of energy erupting from within me. Here it comes, I murmured, striding toward the arena. As I stepped onto the stage, I felt my blood boiling with anticipation. Come on, let me see what you are capable of. I provocatively beckoned at contestant number 17. The match commenced. With a sharp command from referee Zhou, I immediately activated my abilities, preparing to seize the initiative. However, just then, Zhou's piercing voice echoed again. Contestant number 42, warning, the use of large-scale destructive skills is prohibited in the arena. What the hell? Large-scale destructive skills? I had barely begun, not even casting a shadow of a skill. This old man is clearly targeting me. I felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to swallowing a fly. The boos from the surrounding audience only added to my agitation, making me feel as though I were up against the entire arena. Damn it! I took a deep breath, striving to calm myself. I must not act impulsively. In such a situation, maintaining composure is paramount. I cast a glance at Yao Yao in the stands. Her gaze infused me with strength. Seizing the moment, contestant number 17 took advantage of my distraction, sneering as his figure abruptly vanished from my sight. Not good. Alarm bells rang in my mind as I swiftly activated my perception to locate him. His abilities were indeed peculiar. He could turn invisible. The tension enveloped me like an invisible net, causing my movements to slow down, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Wait, invisibility? The arena's floor is made of specially designed metal plates that can reflect ability fluctuations. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck me. I feigned a state of panic, scanning the surroundings while secretly observing the reflected energy waves on the ground. Although contestant number 17 was invisible, his energy fluctuations could not be entirely concealed. Aha! Found you! A wicked smile crept onto my lips as I launched a powerful punch to my right. Bang! A dull thud resonated as contestant number 17's figure materialized from the air, receiving a solid blow. Wow! The audience erupted in astonishment, clearly taken aback by my unexpected attack. I felt a sense of triumph. It seemed this ruse was quite effective. Clutching his abdomen, contestant number 17 glared at me with a grim expression. How? How could you possibly detect my location? I shrugged nonchalantly, wearing a mischievous grin. Just a guess. Is that a problem? You. Contestant number 17 roared, a surge of even greater energy emanating from him. Kid, you've successfully enraged me. With a thunderous shout, contestant number 17's entire being was enveloped in dark energy, akin to a Super Saiyan transformation. Goodness, this aura was more potent than before. A powerful sense of oppression washed over me, making it difficult to breathe. This guy was utterly undisciplined. Wasn't it supposed to be a level against level? What did this sudden surge mean? If he couldn't play fair, he shouldn't play at all. I mentally grumbled. My feet refusing to slacken. If I were to be struck even once, I would likely meet my end here. Contestant number 17's figure vanished once more, and I promptly activated my perception, concentrating intently on tracking his every move. The air in the arena seemed to freeze, only the buzzing of energy fluctuations resonating in my ears. Suddenly, I felt a chill at my back and swiftly dodged to the side. A shadow grazed my shoulder. Stirring a gust of wind, that was close. I silently rejoiced. Had I been hit, I might have lost half my life. I dared not let my guard down, evading contestant number 17's attacks while searching for an opportunity to counter. This guy was incredibly fast, and his attacks were unpredictable. I could only manage to defend, with no chance to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. The arena echoed with the sounds of collisions, and I felt like a mouse trapped in a cage, scurrying about in a desperate and pitiful manner. The surrounding audience watched in wide-eyed astonishment, the intensity of the battle rendering them breathless. Occasionally, I glanced at the stands. Yao Yao's worried gaze warmed my heart. No, I cannot lose. I must prevail, for Yao Yao and for myself. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to remain calm. In such circumstances, panic was not an option. I meticulously observed contestant number 17's attack patterns, noting that although his speed was impressive, his methods were relatively straightforward, with a brief pause before each strike. Aha! I have found your weakness. Elation surged within me as I resolved to seize this opportunity for a counterattack. Just as I was beginning to identify my opponent's vulnerabilities, Zhou's shrill voice rang out again. Half-time. I abruptly halted, fists clenched in anger, glaring furiously at referee Zhou. What trickery is this old man up to? Zhou, what do you mean by this? I gritted my teeth, enunciating each word with intensity. Chapter 42. The Battle of Reversal. Breaking through obstacles. Damn, this old man is definitely doing this on purpose. I exhaled sharply, the fury within me threatening to explode. Yet I knew this was not the time for outbursts. I had to remain composed. I quickly sat cross-legged, closed my eyes, and focused on regulating my breathing, allowing my body to relax while my mind replayed the earlier battle. Contestant number 17's speed was indeed remarkable, and his strength formidable. If not for my quick reflexes, I would have been knocked down long ago. However, I, Lei Yu, am not to be trifled with. A confident smile curved my lips. Slowly, I opened my eyes and surveyed my surroundings. In the audience, the crowd was in an uproar, discussing animatedly. Had the referee been bribed? Why was he always targeting that young man? Indeed, this is utterly unfair. I see that young man is quite capable. What a pity! Listening to the clamor around me only intensified my displeasure. This old man is truly despicable. not only attempting to undermine me but also creating chaos in the arena. A single rat's dropping spoiled the whole pot of porridge. The break soon concluded, and I stood up, stretching my limbs, my gaze resolutely fixed on the center of the arena, ready to face the next battle. The competition resumed. Zhou's sharp voice pierced the air once more, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sending an uncomfortable shiver down my spine. The match began. No sooner had he finished speaking than I noticed his leering eyes scanning me once again, making me feel as though I were being targeted by a venomous snake. Truly repulsive. Contestant number 17 charged at me once more, and I refused to back down, meeting him head-on. We clashed violently again, the sound of our impacts igniting my blood. Foul! Your previous move was a foul. Zhou suddenly leapt forward, pointing at me and shouting as if he had swallowed gunpowder. I exploded in rage. The old man. Are you blind? Where did I commit a foul? I say you committed a foul, and thus you did. Zhou resorted to blatant dishonesty, continuing to pester me. Dare to defy the referee again, and I will revoke your qualification. My blood boiled as I shouted back at Zhou. Old man, are you playing me for a fool? If you have the guts, come at me directly. I despise insidious people like you, impudent. How dare you insult the referee? You are utterly lawless. Zhou was thoroughly incensed, pointing a finger at me in threat. I tell you, not only will I revoke your qualification, but I will also ensure you cannot survive in this city. Heh, old man, Lei Yu is not easily intimidated. I smirked at Zhou, the flames of fury within me igniting completely. I could no longer tolerate this old man's antics. He needed to be put in his place. Just then, I sensed a wave of intense killing intent approaching from behind. I whipped around, my pupils constricting. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloped me. Damn it, this old man truly wants me dead. I cursed inwardly. But now was not the time to engage with him. The killing intent behind me sent chills down my spine. Bang. I felt as if I had been struck by a speeding truck. A tremendous force propelling me through the air. I crashed heavily to the ground, my organs feeling as though they had been displaced, pain coursing through me. A mouthful of blood spewed from my lips, the crimson liquid splattering on the ground like blossoms of blood. Pain radiated from my wounds, as if countless knives were twisting within my body. I struggled to rise, but found my strength utterly depleted. Unable to muster any energy, lifting my head, I glanced at the one who had ambushed me, seeing a smug smile playing on his lips, his gaze filled with mockery and disdain, as if he were observing a pitiful insect. Further fueling my ire. This old wretch must have colluded with that guy. I gritted my teeth, the flames of anger blazing ever more fiercely within me. The relentless schemes and tricks were truly suffocating. A sense of despair washed over me. Was I, Lei Yu, truly destined to fall here today? Just as I was on the brink of despair, a voice echoed in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a hidden skill. Indestructible diamond. What the heck? Indestructible diamond. That sounds incredibly impressive. I had no time to ponder further and quickly checked the skill description. Indestructible diamond. Instantly boosts your defense, mitigating most attacks. Holy smokes, this skill arrived just in time. Without hesitation, I chose to activate it. Buzz! A powerful energy erupted from within me, a faint golden glow enveloping my body entirely. What in the world is happening? The audience erupted in uproar, gasps and discussions rising in a chorus. Even drowning out the referee's shrill voice, a powerful force surged within me, sweeping away the recent sensation of weakness. I felt as though my body had transformed into an indestructible steel, brimming with strength. Slowly, I rose to my feet, the golden radiance surrounding me still shimmering with a grin. I cast a glance at my opponent across the way, playfully declaring, "Hey, grandson, the game has only just begun." As I stood, the golden light flickered around me, and I felt invincible, as if I had activated an unstoppable cheat, filled with explosive energy. The pain I had just endured seemed to vanish, replaced by an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. I smiled broadly at the one who had ambushed me. You enjoyed that little bout, didn't you? Now it's my turn. I flexed my wrists, producing a series of crisp cracks, reminiscent of popping beans in a pan. With a sudden surge of power from my legs, I propelled myself forward like an arrow released from its bow, my speed astonishing, leaving a flickering afterimage in the air. before my opponent could react. My fist crashed into his face with a resounding thud, shattering his nasal bone and unleashing a torrent of blood, akin to a faucet turned wide open. He let out a cry, staggering backward. But I offered him no respite, advancing once more to unleash a flurry of punches, each strike raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Each blow carried immense force, rendering him completely defenseless. Forced to endure my onslaught. The sound of impact resonated, igniting a fire within me. The walls around us trembled from the residual energy of our clash, while the audience erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. I felt an unending stream of power surging from within, each attack growing fiercer than the last. I varied my assault, alternating between punches and kicks, grappling holds and throat locks, leaving him disoriented and unable to counter. Amidst the crowd, I spotted Hong Yao, her eyes alight with admiration and affection, fervently cheering for me. Her support filled me with strength, making me feel invincible, just as I was on the verge of completely overwhelming my opponent. The sharp voice of referee Zhou pierced through the air. The match is over. Contestant number 17 has withdrawn due to injury. Lei Yu's victory is nullified. I was taken aback, a surge of rage rising within me. How dare that old man resort to such underhanded tactics? I glared at referee Zhou, fists clenched, advancing step by step toward him, enunciating each word with fury. You old fool, you. Drawing a deep breath, I forced myself to regain composure. I couldn't act impulsively. Now was not the time to confront this old man. I glanced at the finals arena, my heart aflame with the desire for victory. The audience echoed my sentiments, a tense atmosphere enveloping the arena. The finals were soon to resume, and my opponent was the strongest contender carefully selected by the ability organization. Qian Deshao. As soon as he entered the ring, he unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks upon me. Each strike infused with tremendous power, a palpable pressure filling the air. I did my utmost to evade his blows, yet the overwhelming force left me breathless with each narrow escape. Lei Yu, you're merely an A-level waste. Today, you'll witness true strength. Qian Deshao's arrogance ignited a deeper fury within me. Gritting my teeth, I vowed silently to defeat him. Referee Zhou's frequent provocations only intensified my anger and frustration, the entire arena shrouded in tension. I inhaled deeply, steadying my breath, preparing to face this arduous battle. Watch out! Qian Deshao launched another assault, while I mentally calculated my response, bracing myself for this life-and-death confrontation. This guy's attacks were relentless, each punch more ferocious than the last, making me feel as if I were playing dodgeball, enduring several hits that left me gasping in pain. His abilities felt sticky, like the bite of a mosquito, annoying rather than injurious, yet utterly vexing. My stamina waned rapidly, each dodge making my legs feel as heavy as lead. And there was that old referee again, a smug grin stretching across his face, his biased demeanor infuriating me further. I felt like a solitary warrior, struggling in the darkness, nearly drowning in despair. Just as I was about to reach my limit, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Ding! Detecting the host's unwavering will and intense desire for battle. Ability level upgraded to D. Acquired ultimate skill, Thunder Strike. In an instant, a powerful surge erupted within me, akin to a volcanic eruption, filling me with explosive energy. I clenched my fists, feeling as if I could shatter a boulder with a single blow. My gaze sharpened, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, and everything around me became strikingly clear. The audience was awestruck by my transformation, erupting into thunderous applause that reverberated in my ears. A smirk adorned my lips, pride swelling within me. It was time for my counterattack. Qian Deshao momentarily faltered, likely intimidated by my sudden surge of energy. Furrowing his brow, he glared at me and charged once more. Bellowing, "Do you think this changes anything?" As he rushed toward me, I allowed a wicked smile to form, silently invoking the phrase, Thunder Strike. A jolt of electricity coursed through me, a sensation akin to every cell in my body dancing with exhilaration. I fixed my gaze on Qian Deshao's contorted face, then stomped my foot, causing the ground to fracture in spiderweb-like cracks. With a resounding boom, I launched myself forward like a bolt of lightning, moving so swiftly that I could barely see my own shadow. "What?" Qian Deshao exclaimed, clearly taken aback by my sudden speed. He hastily raised his arm in defense, only to discover my fist was already upon him. With a solid thud, my fist collided with his arm, sending him flying like a rag doll. Rolling several times before coming to a halt, I offered him no chance to recuperate, advancing yet again. My fists raining down upon him with relentless fury. Each blow carried the force of thunder, tossing him around like a mere punching bag. His abilities seemed utterly futile against me, akin to a child's play. "Ah!" he cried out, his voice laced with despair and terror. He could hardly comprehend how an E-level waste, who had once been at his mercy, could suddenly become so formidable. I had no time to ponder his thoughts. I was determined to capitalize on his weakness, relentlessly driving him to the ground. "Thunder strike!" I shouted, gathering all the electric energy into my right fist, arcs of brilliant blue lightning dancing around my knuckles. Resembling a miniature thunderbolt, I unleashed a powerful punch, a beam of blue light piercing through the arena, forcing the audience to recoil. Chan Deshao was struck by this luminous force, sent hurtling through the air like a tattered cloth. Crashing into the wall and creating a gaping hole, silence enveloped the arena, so profound that a pin dropping would be audible. Everyone gaped in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Standing in the center of the arena, hands on my hips, I let out a triumphant roar, the long-suppressed fury within me finally erupting. "Lei Yu, you are incredible!" A clear voice rang out, and I turned to see Hong Yao, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. Breaking through the crowd and throwing herself into my embrace, I held her tightly, feeling her warmth, my heart swelling with happiness and fulfillment. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, I raised the championship trophy high above my head. I received a mysterious text message containing a series of coordinates. Ancient ruins? How intriguing! A smile crept upon my lips as I looked down at Hong Yao in my arms. "Let us go." Chapter 44, The Entrance to the Ancient Ruins. The crisis begins. I held Hong Yao close as we hurried along, following the mysterious coordinates that led us to our destination. Before my eyes lay a vast cavern, its gaping maw reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast. The entrance was shrouded in darkness, evoking the sense that some monstrous entity lurked within. As chilling winds whispered around me, sending shivers down my spine. This was certainly no benign place. The air was thick with the fetid stench of decay, mingled with a hint of iron, inducing a profound discomfort. Frowning, I sensed that this place harbored sinister secrets. "Be cautious, Yao Yao," I urged, gently pulling her behind me as I scanned the surroundings, feeling as though the very air had thickened, as if countless eyes were watching us from the shadows. Activating my eagle-eye skill, I found the surrounding darkness seemed to consume all light, rendering any hidden peril invisible. It felt as if I were trapped in an exceedingly challenging escape room. Devoid of any hints. "Ah, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's just you, kid. How amusing that you chose to wander into hell when heaven offered you a path." A cold voice shattered the eerie silence. Following the sound, I beheld a man clad in a tight black suit, a gruesome scar etched across his face, casually toying with a sharp dagger as he emerged from the thicket. This fellow exuded an unmistakable aura of a villainous boss. "And from which dark corner did you crawl out?" I squinted at him, feigning disdain while secretly heightening my vigilance. This man would not be easy to deal with, brother who, I shall send you to the afterlife. He grinned, revealing a set of bone-white teeth, his gaze brimming with malice. "I never imagined you'd actually come. Clearly, the lesson I imparted last time was insufficiently profound." I let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Just you? Who do you think you are?" His level appeared unimpressive, perhaps merely a D-class, yet here he was, acting like a formidable wolf. Clenching my fists, I felt my powers bubbling within, eager for a fight. If he desired conflict, then let it come. Hong Yao tugged at my sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. "Lei Yu, be careful." Concern filled her eyes. I patted her hand reassuringly, conveying with my gaze that she need not worry. I would protect her. "Ah, how touching, but soon. You shall have no opportunity to flaunt your affection." Brother who sneered, twirling his wrist as the dagger glinted ominously. "Since you've arrived, you shan't leave with that." He vanished in an instant. My pupils dilated in shock. He had struck first. Cursing inwardly, I realized this rogue had no sense of honor. Damn. His speed is akin to teleportation. Suddenly, I felt a searing pain shoot through my arm. Looking down, I was alarmed to find a deep gash, blood staining my sleeve almost instantly. This guy was ruthless. I inhaled sharply, feeling as if my arm were no longer mine, a wave of weakness crashing over me. Brother who was far more formidable than I had anticipated. It seemed this D-class was no pushover. Emboldened by his initial success, Brother who became increasingly frenzied, his dagger whirling like a windmill, each strike forcing me to retreat. He resembled a rabid dog, intent on tearing me apart. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, weighing heavily upon my chest, making it difficult to breathe. "Lei Yu, be careful," Hong Yao exclaimed, her voice tinged with desperation as she stomped her feet. My heart tightened. This girl truly tugged at my heartstrings in critical moments. As I dodged Brother whose attacks, I reassured her, "Do not worry, Yao Yao, that I'm fine. Stay back and don't get hurt," though my words were lighthearted. Inwardly I chided myself. What a predicament! To face such peril upon our first encounter was utterly humiliating. If this continued, I would surely meet my end. No, I had to devise a strategy, just as I felt cornered. A forgotten skill from the system surged to the forefront of my mind: phantom displacement. This ability was said to temporarily confuse foes. Without a second thought, I activated the skill, phantom displacement. I silently intoned, a faint white light emanating from my being. Indeed, Brother whose movements faltered, his attacks now rife with openings. He stood there, like a fool, glancing around in confusion, clearly bewildered by my sudden trickery. Now was my chance. Elation surged within me as I seized the moment to strike. I lunged forward, channeling all my strength into a powerful kick aimed squarely at Brother whose chest. With a resounding thud, he flew backward like a severed kite, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "Yes, perfect," I exclaimed, shaking my leg with pride, a wave of exhilaration washing over me. The surrounding silence was momentarily punctuated by hushed gasps, the source of which remained unknown. Just as I contemplated reveling in my triumph, Brother who rose from the ground, a sinister grin etched upon his face. Slowly lifting his head, he licked his lips, his eyes fixed upon me with a predatory gleam. "Interesting, kid, it appears I underestimated you. Soon, you will learn the true meaning of despair." Was he some kind of indestructible cockroach? It had only been seconds. Yet he was back on his feet, Brother whose gaze bore into me as though he wished to consume me whole, sending a chill down my spine. Drawing a deep breath, I noticed the surrounding debris began to tremble ominously. What kind of bizarre ability was this? "Kid, allow me to demonstrate my quake ability," Brother who bellowed, the ground shaking violently beneath us. I stumbled, nearly losing my footing. The debris shot towards me like bullets, and I hastily activated swift steps, dodging left and right, akin to a real-life game of dodgeball. Exhilarating. "Is that all you've got?" I taunted as I evaded, noting that his powers, while intimidating in appearance, were not as formidable as they seemed. Spotting an opening, I dashed behind Brother who and delivered a punch to his back. Bang! He staggered, nearly falling over in surprise. Enraged, he swung a heavy fist in retaliation, which I narrowly avoided, following up with a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground. "Not bad," I remarked, clapping my hands together, reveling in the satisfaction of my victory. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of Hong Yao, her expression a blend of concern and affection. My heart warmed, and I felt a surge of strength course through me. For Yao Yao, I had to emerge victorious. I flashed her a smile before launching myself back into the fray against Brother Hu. My fists and feet became instruments of fate, striking with precision, and Brother who found himself utterly unable to counter. Reduced to a mere punching bag, he cried out, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. I dusted off my hands, ready to conclude this confrontation, when a series of ominous cracking sounds caught my attention. My heart raced. What was that noise? I turned to the entrance of the ancient ruins, where fissures began to appear in the stone walls, widening until they formed a gaping maw. The darkness within obscured all sight. A chilling wind gusting forth, causing goosebumps to rise along my skin. This is bad. There's danger. I grasped Hong Yao's hand tightly, my gaze fixed warily on the entrance. "What's wrong, Lei Yu?" she asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I don't know, but it's certainly not good," I replied gravely. "We must be cautious." Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the mechanism grew louder, and I sensed something stirring within the depths of that ominous opening. Yao Yao, hold on tight. I pulled her close, bracing for a fight. Professor Wu, trembling with fear, huddled behind us. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar emanated from the cavern, growing nearer and more thunderous. It's coming, I whispered, my palms slick with sweat. Chapter 45. The Labyrinthine Struggle. Powers and Reversal with Utmost Caution. I guided Hong Yao and Professor Wu into the depths of the ancient ruins labyrinth, an overwhelming sense of trepidation washing over me like a tidal wave. The air was thick with a putrid odor, as if countless decaying corpses lay in the shadows. The walls of the maze were coated in moss, and the ground beneath our feet was damp and slick, each step accompanied by the soft sounds of dripping water and the scraping of stones. This place is utterly sinister, I murmured, my voice trembling slightly. Lei Yu, there must be some secrets hidden here. Hong Yao replied resolutely. We must remain vigilant. Professor Wu, quaking with fear, cowered behind us. Be careful. It's far too dangerous in here. I nodded, maintaining a watchful eye on our surroundings. The labyrinth's passages twisted and turned, each corner revealing new uncertainties. Suddenly, a faint rustling echoed through the darkness, and my senses heightened instantly. I raised my fists, prepared to confront whatever lurked ahead. Who goes there? I called out, my voice reverberating through the narrow corridor. Heh, uninvited humans, you dare trespass in my domain? Be prepared to pay the price. A low, seductive voice emerged from the gloom, accompanied by a chilling breeze. As I focused my gaze, a woman clad in a flowing black robe materialized before us. Her serpentine form swayed enticingly, her eyes gleaming with a malicious light. Her hair coiled around her shoulders like dark serpents, and a cold smile danced upon her lips. Who are you? I demanded, my fists clenched tightly in apprehension. I am the guardian of this realm, the serpent woman, she replied, her lips curving into a cruel smile. This is my territory, and no one shall invade it. We come only to explore. Harboring no ill intentions, I attempted to remain composed, though the flames of battle ignited within me. Explore? The serpent woman scoffed. Do you think anyone can simply wander in here? We harbor no ill will. As Hong Yao stepped forward, attempting to ease the tension, we merely seek to uncover the secrets of the ancient relics. The gaze of the serpent woman grew increasingly perilous. Secrets? You seek death. In a sudden, swift motion, she lunged forward, her speed leaving no room for reaction. Lei Yu, be careful. Hong Yao shouted. I quickly dodged, feeling a sharp sting as her attack grazed my shoulder. Instinctively, I retaliated with a punch, but the serpent woman nimbly evaded. I shall show no mercy, she sneered, her form suddenly more alluring, her fingers beckoning as if guiding something unseen. The ground beneath me became treacherously slick, and the entire labyrinth seemed to tremble. I grasped Hong Yao's hand tightly, bracing for the impending battle. Just then, a glint of malice flickered in the serpent woman's eyes as she spat a foul-smelling venom, which struck me instantly. This is bad. A sense of urgency gripped my heart as I summoned my inner powers, attempting to resist the venom's assault. Good grief. This venom is exceedingly corrosive. Thankfully, my reflexes were sharp. Otherwise, I might have turned into a puddle of goo. The areas where the venom splashed hissed and emitted a noxious green smoke, akin to being doused with sulfuric acid, sending chills down my spine. Lei Yu, are you all right? Hong Yao asked, her face etched with concern. This girl truly is my caring little cotton-padded jacket, ever concerned for me in crucial moments. It's nothing, just a trivial matter. I feigned nonchalance, though panic churned within me. This serpent woman's venom was no trifling matter. Getting hit would surely result in severe consequences. Enraged by her failed strike, the serpent woman charged at us like a rabid dog. I pulled Hong Yao and the terrified Professor Wu along, weaving through the labyrinth like a dance of love's enchantment. This maze resembled a rat's nest, filled with forks and dead ends, leaving me dizzy. Yet, the serpent woman relentlessly pursued us, her hissing like a death knell, sending shivers down my spine. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've triggered a hidden mission. Escape the maze. Mission reward. Maze map fragment. Danger perception skill. What the heck? This system is like a timely rain. I quickly examined the rewards. The maze map fragment revealed a portion of our surroundings, while the danger perception skill allowed me to foresee impending threats. With these two treasures, I felt as though I had gained an unfair advantage. While dodging the serpent woman's attacks, I utilized the danger perception skill to scout for traps and her assault patterns. To the left, quickly, I urged Hong Yao and Professor Wu, making a sharp turn to evade a spray of venom. "There's a trap ahead, jump," I shouted, leading them over a bottomless pit. Hong Yao and Professor Wu appeared stunned. As if I had opened the heavens, consistently avoiding danger with uncanny precision, I smirked. With the system's support, I was not to be underestimated. The serpent woman, realizing her repeated attacks had failed, began to adopt a more cautious demeanor. She halted her pursuit, flicking her tongue, her cold gaze fixated on us. "Heh? You think you can escape? Not so easily," I scoffed, my attention drawn to a location marked as a trap room on the maze map fragment. "Hong Yao, Professor Wu, follow me. There's a spectacle to behold." I grinned mischievously, no longer playing hide and seek with the serpent woman. With the map fragment in hand, I had no fear of a mere D-class serpent demon. Seizing an opportunity, I surged forward, delivering a powerful right hook that struck the serpent woman with a resounding thud. She staggered, nearly losing her balance, caught off guard by my audacity. "You seek death," she roared. Claws poised to strike as she lunged at me. Her long, sharp nails gleamed ominously in the dim light of the labyrinth, a sight that sent chills down my spine. I would not foolishly engage her head-on. With a swift maneuver, I evaded her attack like a slippery eel, channeling my inner powers into my fist. "Taste my thunderous strike," I bellowed, my fist crackling with blue lightning as it slammed into the serpent woman's abdomen. "Hiss!" She emitted a pained shriek, her body convulsing from the electrical shock. Clearly, she had not anticipated my prowess, forcing her to retreat. I pressed my advantage, unleashing a flurry of punches upon her, each strike raining down like a tempest, causing her to screech in agony. Though the serpent woman's attacks were indeed vicious, her speed and strength paled in comparison to mine. With the system's enhancement, I felt like a god of war, rendering her defenseless. "Lei Yu, be careful." As I reveled in the onslaught, Hong Yao's voice cut through. I turned to see her intently focused on me, her eyes brimming with worry and care. She discreetly handed me a bottle of water. Gesturing at my venom-corroded clothing, urging me to take heed, a warmth surged within me. This girl truly was my capable partner. Even amid battle, she remained concerned for my well-being. With a smile, I winked at her. Hong Yao returned my smile, her expression like a gentle spring breeze, instantly dispelling my fatigue. This display of affection invigorated me. I turned my gaze back to the serpent woman, "Prepare to meet your demise." "Little serpent demon," I roared, launching into another round of fierce attacks. The serpent woman, battered and beleaguered, could no longer maintain her arrogance. She began to evade my strikes, seemingly searching for an opportunity to flee. Seizing the moment, I dashed forward, delivering a kick to her knee that brought her crashing to the ground. Grasping her shoulders, I forcefully pinned her down, pressing her head onto the cold stone slab. "Do you yield?" I asked coldly. The serpent woman struggled futilely, emitting a growl of defiance. Just as I prepared to finish her off, the labyrinth began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The walls collapsing around us, stones tumbling down. "This is bad. It seems we've triggered something." I swiftly pulled up Hong Yao and the bewildered Professor Wu, casting a serious glance around. This sensation foretold that something dramatic was about to unfold. Chapter 46. Showdown in the Secret Chamber. Breaking the stalemate for treasure. "What on earth is this place?" I exclaimed, gazing at the expansive space that had suddenly opened before me, unable to suppress an expletive. The previously precarious maze corridors seemed like child's play compared to this place, which was dazzling with golden light that could blind my titanium-coated eyes. Various bizarre treasures piled high like mountains, gold, silver, jewels, and priceless antiques, alongside an array of unidentifiable artifacts, all radiating an alluring glow, reminiscent of a live-action version of the ultimate treasure scene from Tomb Raider. "We're rich. We're rich." I rubbed my hands together, sporting a greedy expression, yet my instincts remained alert. Years of gaming experience warned me that such a treasure-laden area was undoubtedly a high-risk zone. Caution was imperative. "Lei Yu, be careful." Hong Yao tugged at my arm. her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Her instincts, honed from her past life, were always spot on. Understood, I nodded, holding onto Hong Yao with one hand while shielding the trembling Professor Wu with the other. Cautiously advancing. Click, click, click. Just as we took a few steps, a mechanical whirring sound erupted, and countless dark holes appeared in the walls of the chamber. In a way, this kind of setup, I had barely finished my thought when a barrage of sharp arrows shot forth from those holes, raining down upon us like a torrential storm. Dodge, I shouted, throwing myself sideways while yanking Hong Yao and Professor Wu along, rolling to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows whizzed perilously close, several embedding themselves in the ground with a resounding clang, revealing their formidable power. Damn it! What is going on here? I scrambled to my feet, surveying the relentless storm of arrows, feeling a surge of frustration. This wasn't over yet. From the corner of my eye, I noticed familiar figures entering the chamber. It's them, the members of the Ability Organization. Hong Yao's expression darkened, her tone icy. Following her gaze, I locked onto several masked individuals exuding a dangerous aura. Without a doubt, they were the troublesome members of the Ability Organization. They just won't quit. I clenched my fists, a wave of fury surging within me. Did they intend to lie in wait while I dealt with these traps, only to ambush me afterward? Once I neutralized this set of mechanisms, I would settle the score with them. I gritted my teeth, watching the arrows rain down more densely, a fierce battle spirit igniting within me. A peculiar smile creeping onto my lips. It appears things are about to get serious. I muttered softly. Good grief, these arrows must be on steroids. They're accelerating too. I felt like I was playing dodgeball, no? Dodging arrows. The relentless barrage threatened to turn me into a pincushion. I ducked and weaved, my body nearly falling apart from the exertion, my stamina depleting rapidly. Hong Yao moved with agility, darting around like a nimble cat, while Professor Wu, terrified, could only huddle defensively, requiring my protection. It was exhausting. Swish! An arrow grazed my cheek as it flew past, sending a sharp, searing pain coursing through me, and in an instant, a crimson streak appeared. Good gracious, my appearance is ruined. This arrow must be poisoned. My vision is beginning to blur, and everything before me is awash in a bloody haze. Damn. I feel myself faltering. At this rate, I will inevitably be riddled with arrows. Gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, this sense of despair is truly exhilarating. Just as I was about to surrender, I suddenly recalled the system's skill to pause. System, pause. I nearly shouted, feeling as though my throat might ignite. Ding! A crisp sound echoed, and everything around me came to a standstill. The rain of arrows hung suspended in midair as if time itself had frozen. Incredible! I beheld the halted arrows, feeling as if I had activated a cheat code. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Lei Yu, are you all right? How did you manage that? Hong Yao gazed at me in astonishment, her concern swiftly morphing into admiration. Why, you Gu, you are simply amazing. You're unharmed. Professor Wu also looked incredulous, nearly leaping with excitement. Ahem, just a trivial matter. Really did I feign calmness, yet inwardly I was elated. How could a protagonist not indulge in a bit of bravado? Let us go. The treasure lies ahead. I seized Hong Yao and Professor Wu, charging towards the treasure pile. Lei Yu, you're phenomenal. The light in Hong Yao's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, filling me with renewed vigor. Why, you Gu, you are my idol. Professor Wu stammered in his excitement. Enough flattery. Let us grab the treasure, I urged, feeling a delightful warmth from their faith and admiration. Just as my fingers were about to brush against the treasure, I heard a sharp crack. With that sound, my heart sank, and a chill shot up from my feet to the crown of my head. This is bad. That noise is all too familiar. After years of gaming, I recognized it as the activation of a more formidable trap. Before I could react, a blinding white light flashed, and it felt as if a truck had collided with my chest, sending me flying to the ground. What the hell is this? I felt as if my very organs had shifted. Everything before me blurred, and the taste of blood filled my mouth. I struggled to rise, but discovered that I was utterly powerless, unable to move. Squinting, I beheld a colossal laser beam emanating from some device at the top of the chamber. Its power astonishing. If that thing hits me again, I fear I shall meet my end here. Lei Yu. Hong Yao's alarmed voice reached me, and I felt warm hands steadying me. That I'm fine, I gritted through the excruciating pain, forcing a smile that was more grimace than anything else. That Hong Yao's eyes glistened with tears, her concern palpable as she delicately tended to my wounds, her touch as gentle as one would afford to a precious porcelain artifact. Don't cry, I'm the protagonist, I can't die, I weakly reassured her, feeling a comforting warmth in my heart. In this life and death moment, having a girl care so deeply for me was worth it. I took a deep breath, summoning the remnants of my powers. Damn it, I'm going all in. I concentrated my abilities into a sphere of energy and hurled it at the laser device. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the energy sphere collided with the laser beam, causing the entire chamber to tremble violently. The shockwave knocked me down again, and I felt myself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. When I finally opened my eyes again, I found the laser beam had vanished, and the chamber had fallen silent. I succeeded. I shakily stood up, approached the treasure pile, and picked up a shimmering object. Wait, why does this seem familiar? Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a chip. Good grief. How could there be a chip in this ancient relic? Suddenly, I recalled the system's previous warning that this ancient site was tied to the schemes of the Ability Organization. Could it be that I inserted the chip into a device, and a video suddenly appeared on the screen? In the footage, several masked individuals were conspiring about something. Initiate the world annihilation plan. My eyes widened. This is the leader of the Ability Organization? Isn't it? They actually. A tempest of emotions surged within me. The weight of this revelation was overwhelming, and I needed time to process it. Lei Yu, are you all right? Hong Yao's concerned voice pulled me back to reality. I looked at her, then at Professor Wu, and took a deep breath, saying, We must leave here quickly. I clutched the chip tightly. This treasure hunt had turned out to be far more complex than I had anticipated. Chapter 47. Peril on the Return Journey. Aftermath of the ruins, I clutched the enigmatic chip in one hand, while the other held a glimmering object of uncertain origin, strolling back alongside Hong Yao and Professor Wu. Humming a cheerful tune, my demeanor unabashedly buoyant. What can I say? I am in high spirits, having just secured the treasure and eavesdropped on the villain's grand scheme. The thrill is akin to bungee jumping. Professor Wu, your pace is rather slow. Are you trying to resemble an elderly lady? I jested, although I felt a sense of relaxation wash over me. After all, this treasure-seeking adventure had yielded bountiful results. And as long as I reported this conspiracy to the higher-ups, I could leisurely await promotions and wealth, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Hong Yao shot me a glance, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Can't you be a little more reserved? Be careful. Excessive joy can lead to sorrow. Hey, I'm just happy. I scratched my head, a goofy grin plastered on my face, just as we engaged in light-hearted banter. A subtle yet palpable sense of foreboding enveloped the my smile faltered, and an ominous premonition surged within me. This feels wrong. I abruptly halted, scanning my surroundings warily. In the next moment, a group of figures clad in black emerged ahead, their expressions menacing, eyes gleaming with malice, unmistakably up to no good. My heart lurched. They arrived far too swiftly. Hand over the treasure. A leader among them proclaimed coldly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. I certainly could not relinquish it. I had risked my life for this. I clutched the treasure tightly, my gaze resolute and filled with fury as I silently cursed. These ruffians dare to covet what is mine. Hong Yao and Professor Wu, startled by this sudden turn of events, paled, retreating behind me like frightened quails. Ha! If they want the treasure, they must first step over my corpse. I let out a derisive laugh, my tone laced with a hint of bravado and determination. Hearing my words, the black-clad leader's lips curled into a cruel smile. Then don't blame me for being impolite. He waved his hand. Attack him. Leave no one alive, brothers. Teach him a lesson. I shouted, gripping the short sword I had found within the ruins, a surge of adrenaline igniting in my chest. After all, it would be a disgrace not to engage in battle as the protagonist. Just as I prepared to charge, Hong Yao suddenly grasped my arm, her voice urgent. Lei Yu, be careful, goodness. These ruffians are truly unrelenting. They lunged at me like a pack of starving wolves, blades flashing ominously. I parried and dodged, my short sword dancing as I fought fiercely. Bang! a punch from a black-clad man struck my chest. It felt as though my ribs might shatter, causing me to grimace in pain. Damn, that was a hard hit. This is a brand new shirt. While lamenting, I deflected another attack from a different assailant. Amidst the chaos, I sensed old wounds throbbing, compounded by new injuries, rendering my body increasingly heavy, as if I bore the weight of a mountain. I gasped, each swing of the sword becoming a monumental effort. The number of black-clad assailants grew, and I felt like a cornered beast, the oppressive atmosphere nearly suffocating me. Damn it. Are these guys cockroaches? No matter how hard I strike, they just one-t fall. I cursed internally, feeling myself on the verge of collapse. In that moment, I suddenly remembered the chip I had acquired from the ancient ruins. Hastily, I fished it out of my pocket, and an extraordinary power surged within me. Now is my chance. I concentrated, reciting the incantation I had observed in the ruins, and a formidable energy exploded from within me, akin to a bomb, sending the surrounding assailants flying. My eyes. What is this thing? The black-clad men shrieked in agony, clutching their eyes and rolling on the ground. Witnessing this, a wave of pride surged within me. Ha! I am no pushover. Now, it's my turn. A devilish smile crept across my lips as I slowly raised my short sword. Oh, weren't you just so arrogant? Now, look at you, all blinded. I gazed at the wailing black-clad men, reveling in my triumph. It felt even more satisfying than indulging in a lavish seafood feast. Seizing the opportunity, I charged forward, swift as lightning, my sword seemingly imbued with a life of its own. Each swing slicing through the air with a whistling sound, bang, bang, bang. Several unfortunate souls had yet to react before I dispatched them to the ground, their cries echoing in the chamber. Goodness, my skills are simply unmatched. I fought on, boasting of my prowess, feeling as though I had entered a mode of invincibility, sweeping through my foes. This expedition to the ruins was undeniably worth it. Lei Yu, be careful. Hong Yao's voice pierced through the chaos. Laced with concern as I turned my head, I was astonished to see her rushing towards me, a pristine handkerchief in her grasp. How did you come here? My surprise was palpable, yet warmth enveloped my heart. Hong Yao remained silent, diligently wiping the sweat from my forehead and the blood from my face with gentle, meticulous movements. Her eyes radiated concern and affection, stirring a profound emotion within me, as if I had been invigorated by an unseen force. Hee, my dear wife, you truly care for me. I grinned broadly, taking the handkerchief from her and feeling an ineffable joy blossom within me. With such love and concern for my partner, my fighting spirit surged to unprecedented heights. After freshening up, I re-entered the fray with renewed vigor, my attacks more ferocious and relentless. The group of dark-clad assailants faltered, retreating in disarray, their earlier arrogance shattered. Humph, with such meager skills, you dare to provoke me? I sneered, striking down several more adversaries. As I surveyed the scene of groaning foes sprawled across the ground, I felt an exhilarating rush of invincibility. Ultimately, under my relentless assault, the remaining assailants fled in disarray. Disappearing into the obscurity of the dark passageway, breathless, I stood still, scanning my surroundings, an unsettling feeling gnawing at me. Oddly, why did everything seem so eerily quiet? I murmured to myself, sensing an ominous atmosphere permeating the air. As if a greater peril loomed nearby, Hong Yao, too, sensed something amiss. She tugged at my sleeve, her gaze vigilant as she surveyed the area. I noticed a flicker of unease in her eyes, causing me to furrow my brow in concern. Chapter 48. Mysterious Disruption. Ambiguity in progress, my dear wife. Do you feel that a bit cold? I rubbed my arms, realizing that although I had been brimming with adrenaline moments ago, an icy chill now enveloped me, akin to stepping into a frost-laden cellar. The silence around us was unnerving, even the chirping of insects had ceased. Hong Yao nodded, her delicate brows furrowed. Something is indeed off. The magnetic field here seems to be in disarray. True to her reputation as a formidable figure, she immediately recognized the source of the disturbance. Just as I intended to speak, Professor Wu let out a yelp, tumbling to the ground, "Why, old back." He groaned, clutching his waist and grimacing. I hurried over to assist him. "Professor Wu, are you all right?" No, I'm fine. Just a bit unsteady on my feet, perhaps from running too fast earlier," he waved dismissively, but I could clearly see his pallor and the cold sweat beading on his forehead. A pang of concern gripped my heart. Could he be feigning? Yet, his fearful demeanor suggested otherwise. At that moment, an invisible pressure surged from all directions, constricting my breath. I felt as though my abilities had been frozen, rendering them utterly ineffective. This is bad. Something is amiss, I shouted, instinctively shielding Hong Yao behind me. She too sensed the anomaly, gripping my arm tightly as the oppressive force intensified, threatening to shatter my bones. Professor Wu collapsed, his complexion ashen, lips trembling, unable to utter a word. What on earth is this? I gritted my teeth, struggling against the overwhelming pressure, as if a phantom hand was tightening around my throat, making it laborious to breathe. Hong Yao's expression grew increasingly pale. She clutched my hand so tightly her nails nearly pierced my flesh. A wave of anxiety washed over me. What is this force? Could it be a trap set by the paranormal organization? Just as I felt on the verge of collapse, I suddenly sensed Hong Yao trembling in my embrace, her voice quivering as she whispered, "Lei Yu died. I feel so cold that I glanced down, realizing her complexion had turned ghostly pale, her lips a sickly shade of purple, her body shaking uncontrollably. My dear wife." Hold on. Panic surged within me as I quickly removed my jacket, draping it over her. Yet, it proved futile. Her body temperature continued to plummet, her breaths growing increasingly faint. I was frantic. What was happening? Could this mysterious force be siphoning her life energy? Just then, I felt a powerful pull emanating from ahead. As if it sought to draw us in. "We must flee," I shouted, grabbing Hong Yao's hand and bolting forward. However, the force was insurmountable, drawing us ever closer despite our desperate attempts to escape. "Lei Yu. I can't move." Hong Yao's voice weakened, her body growing heavier in my grasp. I clenched my jaw, exerting every ounce of strength to pull her forward, but we were inexorably pulled towards the force. "Darling, hold on tight." I felt as though I were being thrust into a meat grinder, my insides churning. The invisible pressure threatened to reduce me to pulp, my bones creaking under the strain. Beads of sweat cascaded down my face, my vision dimming. Was this how my story ends? No. I cannot falter. I must protect my wife, and that cowardly Professor Wu. I gritted my teeth, summoning the last remnants of my abilities to resist this inexplicable force. Yet, my powers seemed to vanish without a trace, unable to make even the slightest ripple. Just as despair began to creep in, a sudden chime resounded in my mind. The long-awaited system had finally activated. It informed me that this mysterious force was a unique magnetic disruption, which could be countered through emotional energy. Emotional energy? I glanced at the trembling Hong Yao in my arms. Could it truly be that love has the power to generate strength? A surge of protective instinct flooded my heart. Locking eyes with Hong Yao, I could see her worry and trust reflected in her gaze. A warm current surged from deep within, infusing my being with newfound vigor. I felt invigorated, as if I had been reborn. With a mighty roar, I harnessed every ounce of energy within me and charged toward the unseen force. With a thunderous crash, I felt as though I had shattered an invisible barrier. The suffocating weight lifting from my chest. Incredible! It actually worked. I felt as if I had been rejuvenated, my body brimming with strength. I turned to look at Hong Yao, only to find her complexion even more pallid. Her body still trembling, her lips now a deep shade of purple. "Darling, how are you holding up?" I cradled her face tenderly, rubbing her hands in a desperate attempt to warm her. She gazed weakly at me, her voice barely a whisper. "Lei Yu. Before I could respond, a tremendous force yanked us backward. "Darling, don't be afraid. I'm here." I held her tightly, feeling her fragile form and rapid breaths, a wave of tenderness washing over me. Her face was icy, like a delicate porcelain doll, and my heart ached for her. She lifted her gaze, her large, glistening eyes filled with deep emotion, causing my heart to skip a beat. She parted her lips slightly, as if to say something, but ultimately leaned weakly against me. We clung to each other tightly, the air around us thickening. My gaze was irresistibly drawn to her lips, the quivering pink inviting me closer. My breath quickened, an inexplicable urge surging within me. Slowly, I leaned down, inching closer. Just as I was about to kiss her, a sudden, awkward cough broke the moment, jolting me back to reality. I turned to see Professor Wu. His face flushed with embarrassment as he averted his gaze, clearly pretending not to witness our intimate moment, and my face burned with shame, and I tightened my embrace around Hong Yao, clearing my throat to mask my embarrassment. Dear, do you feel any better? Before I could finish, the air around us warped once more, the invisible pressure returning, but this time manifesting as grotesque, terrifying creatures. What in the world is this? Their menacing forms sent shivers down my spine. Run! I shouted, seizing Hong Yao and Professor Wu, sprinting away. The creatures pursued us with alarming speed, and as I ran, I observed their movements. Although they appeared fearsome, their actions followed a discernible pattern. Suddenly, it dawned on me. This mysterious force was merely posturing. A grin spread across my face as a fierce determination ignited within me. How dare they intimidate me? Today, they would learn why flowers bloom so vibrantly. Darling, stay behind me, I bellowed, halting abruptly and charging at the creatures. I summoned my abilities, delivering powerful punches that shattered those monstrosities to pieces. I discovered that targeting their joints inflicted significant damage. The more I fought, the more exhilarated I became, feeling invincible, like a god of war. Before long, I had toppled every last creature, and the oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the environment around us twisted into an increasingly bizarre landscape. As if something was guiding us forward, stripping me of my sense of direction. Lei Yu. Hong Yao's voice was faint. I scooped her up, feeling her icy body, a pang of pain piercing my heart. What was this mysterious force's intention? Were they trying to lead us somewhere? I scanned the surroundings, sensing an imminent danger lurking ahead. Let us go, I declared resolutely, carrying Hong Yao as we pressed onward. With Professor Wu tremblingly trailing behind us, I am uncertain of what awaits us ahead, yet I am resolute in my duty to protect my beloved wife. Chapter 49. The Final Battle. A Triumphant Return. Goodness, what a bizarre place this is. It feels akin to participating in an escape room challenge. I carefully held onto Hong Yao as I navigated through the surroundings, the air thick and viscous like slime. Each step met with a protest from my soles. Professor Wu, that old man, was particularly theatrical, muttering phrases like "Ba" and "God bless," resembling a startled quail. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted ahead, sending a shockwave through my ears. The acrid scent of burnt matter permeating the air, I instinctively pulled Hong Yao closer, bewildered by the situation. As I rounded a corner, clarity dawned upon me. This was the enemy's lair. A sea of dark figures loomed ahead. All members of the ability organization, each one as menacing as the zombies from Train to Busan. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat, his hair slicked back and his expression radiating an arrogant confidence that proclaimed him the leader of this band. Upon noticing me, a predatory glint ignited in his eyes, akin to a wolf spotting its prey, his grin stretching almost impossibly wide. He sneered ominously, "You dare trespass here, boy? Today marks your demise." Ha! Who's to say who will perish today? I defiantly gestured with my middle finger at him, then turned to gaze at Hong Yao, whose pallor tugged at my heart. I gently kissed her forehead, attempting to impart strength, whispering to her not to fear. For I would make them rue the day they crossed our path. I carefully set Hong Yao down, instructing her and Professor Wu to take cover behind me. I flexed my wrists, the bones cracking ominously as I beckoned the leader with a flick of my finger. Challenging him, "Come, old man, let me witness your true prowess." His face turned a shade of green with fury at my provocation, and with a furious roar, he unleashed his abilities, an overwhelming pressure crashing over me like a mountain. I dared not underestimate him, channeling my own powers and activating the myriad of abilities I had acquired within the ancient ruins. A protective light shield materialized just in time to absorb his initial onslaught. Boom! The impact sent me sliding several meters back, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Goodness, this old fellow packs quite a punch. I steadied myself, feeling the surge of power within, a grin spreading across my face as I licked my lips in exhilaration. Now this was getting interesting. With a mighty shout, I charged at the leader, engaging him in a fierce melee, energy clashing and sparks flying, distorting the very space around us. Hong Yao and Professor Wu watched in awe, cheering me on, their voices trembling with excitement. This thrilling scene surpassed even the most gripping Hollywood blockbusters. Just as I began to gain the upper hand, the leader suddenly flashed a sinister smile, whispering, "You think this is the end?" A chill ran down my spine. Instinctively, I stepped back, but it was too late as his words echoed. The previously passive lackeys surged forward as if invigorated, howling as they descended upon me. What is this? A wheel battle? Do they believe me to be an easy target? I felt like I was being dragged into a meat grinder, energy attacks raining down upon me relentlessly, my protective shield on the verge of collapse. Bang, bang, bang. I could only evade and retaliate, but the sheer numbers overwhelmed me, wounds multiplying and pain intensifying. Blood trickled down my face, sticky and blurring my vision. Spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, I cursed under my breath. These ruffians were a real nuisance. My inner strength waned rapidly. Each attack felt like pushing a massive truck, and I felt as if I were running a marathon, my lungs ready to burst. The oppressive atmosphere constricted around me, as though I were teetering on the edge of a precipice, one misstep away from annihilation. Damn it, I will fight back, I roared, sensing a surge of energy stirring within me, the chaotic powers from the ancient ruins awakening as if I were on an adrenaline high. Unstoppable now. Suddenly, I recalled the murals I had seen in those ruins, detailing the organization as sinister schemes, sacrificing innocent lives for greater power. With a booming voice, I summoned all my strength to declare, "You scoundrels! You sacrifice lives for power. You are not saviors but the very butchers you claim to oppose." My words detonated like a bomb among the crowd, the previously fearsome figures faltering, confusion washing over their faces. An opportunity had arisen. I inhaled deeply, channeling every ounce of energy within me, forcibly merging the chaotic powers from the ruins. A wave of unprecedented strength erupted within, transforming me into a living weapon brimming with explosive energy. "Die!" I bellowed, concentrating all my might into a single punch, crashing it down upon the thronged. An explosion reverberated, the very space trembling as colossal energy rippled outward like a tsunami, sending the once mighty members of the ability organization tumbling like wheat before a scythe. Many foaming at the mouth as they succumbed on the spot. The world fell silent, leaving only my heavy breaths in the aftermath. I looked up to see Hong Yao and Professor Wu. Their eyes wide and mouths agape, resembling two stunned birds. I flashed them a grin, albeit a rather fierce one, and thought, now they should behave themselves at that moment. An acute sense of danger surged through me. Instinctively, I turned to see the leader, terror etched on his face, legs trembling as he scrambled to flee. Trying to escape? Not on my watch, I smirked inwardly. This coward was faster than a rabbit. Did he think he could simply slip away without my consent? I dashed forward, my speed leaving a blur in my wake, cornering him against the wall. "Run, old man, I dare you," I taunted, a chilling smile gracing my lips as I flexed my wrists, bones cracking ominously again. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant. Now he cowered like a frightened quail. "Don't come any closer." His voice trembled, his face drained of color. Pathetic. Without further ado, I launched a punch that whistled through the air, the force capable of deafening anyone nearby. He was sent crashing into the wall, crumpling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. I pressed my advantage, raining down a barrage of fists, each strike imbued with tremendous power. Rendering him utterly defenseless as I pummeled him, I mocked, "With skills like yours, you dare to be a leader? Truly embarrassing. Still wish to kill me? Perhaps in your next life." The old man's face became swollen and bruised, resembling a deflated balloon as he groaned, "Please, no more." I was wrong. I swear I'll never do it again. Oh, now he realizes his folly? Too late for that. I narrowed my eyes, channeling the last remnants of my power into my fist. Roaring, "Die!" My fist connected solidly with his chest, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. There I stood, chest heaving slightly, reveling in the surge of power coursing through me. I felt like a true hero, invincible. "Lay you." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. I turned to see Hong Yao rushing towards me, her eyes red and glistening with unshed tears. Clearly shaken with worry, I smiled broadly, and before I could utter a word, she leaped into my arms, clutching me tightly, tears streaming down her face like a child. "Thank goodness you're safe." You scared me to death. She sobbed, her voice trembling with affection. My heart warmed at her words, and I embraced her tightly, whispering softly in her ear, I'm fine, don't be afraid. I'm here. We held each other close, basking in the warmth of our connection, as if the entire world had faded away. Leaving just the two of you as tea that moment, Professor Wu approached, wiping the sweat from his brow, giving me a thumbs up. Young man, you are truly remarkable. I am in complete awe of you. I beamed with pride, feeling elated. It seemed my charm transcended all ages. We departed the ancient ruins safely, treasures in hand, as sunlight bathed us in warmth. Gazing at Hong Yao beside me, my heart brimmed with happiness and fulfillment. This expedition not only granted me immense power but also fortified our bond, truly worth every moment. Let us head home. I took Hong Yao's hand, a blissful smile gracing my lips. The road ahead may be long, but together, we shall forge our own beautiful future. Thus concludes our tale, perfectly wrapped up. Chapter 50. The Haunting of Ancient Ruins. The crisis returns as I held Hong Yao's delicate hand. A sense of elation surged within me. This expedition into the ancient ruins had proven to be immensely rewarding. Not only had I unearthed treasures, but I had also won the affection of a beautiful woman. What more could one desire in life? Professor Wu, that old codger, trailed behind us, his face alight with admiration, likely pondering how to incorporate my name into his archaeological notes. Just as I reveled in my triumph, an eerie melody wafted through the air, its mournful notes sending shivers down my spine. The atmosphere around us turned suddenly frigid, and instinctively, I shielded Hong Yao behind me, scanning our surroundings with heightened vigilance. What is that sound? Professor Wu's voice trembled. His pallor ghostly, that I too was eager to discern the source of the noise. This cursed place couldn't possibly harbor more traps, could it? I cursed silently, regretting my greed in delving deeper into this infernal sight. The haunting melody drew nearer, accompanied by a sickening stench that permeated the air. I held my breath, sensing something ominous approaching us. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, gradually materializing. It was a woman, her figure alluring yet clad in scant attire. But her lower half was a massive serpent's tail. My heavens! A snake spirit? This ancient ruin truly housed all manner of demons and monsters. Hissing, the serpent woman flicked her tongue, her blood-red eyes fixated on us, and I immediately felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Her supernatural abilities were undoubtedly formidable. Be careful, I shouted, shoving Hong Yao and Professor Wu aside. Almost simultaneously, the serpent woman opened her gaping maw, unleashing a stream of green venom toward me. I swiftly sidestepped, the venom splattering against the ground with a hissing sound, releasing noxious white smoke. That was close. If I had been hit, I would have surely turned into a puddle of goo. Clenching my fists, I felt my own powers beginning to surge. Though my level was merely E, this serpent woman would find it far from easy to eliminate me. Yao Yao, protect Professor Wu. I called to Hong Yao. Then assumed a battle stance, my gaze locked onto the serpent woman. With a piercing hiss, she lunged at me once more. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to confront her. Wait a moment. Her method of attack seemed rather simplistic. I squinted. While the serpent spirit appeared fearsome, her tactics were disappointingly monotonous. Aside from spitting venom and charging with brute force, she seemed to possess no other techniques. Was she merely a more powerful version of a novice? A smirk crept across my face. It appeared today would feature a splendid performance of vanquishing the serpent spirit. The serpent woman opened her maw again, the stench of decay wafting toward me. I held my breath, executing a nimble sidestep and narrowly avoiding her strike. The venom splattered against the stone wall behind me, corroding a small pit as white smoke billowed forth. Tsk, had I been hit, I would have likely ended up as a grotesque piece of human art. After dodging her attack, my mind raced with a plan. The complex terrain of the ancient ruins, filled with oddly shaped rocks, constituted a natural battlefield. I spotted a massive boulder and discreetly summoned my powers. Hey, serpent spirit, taste my mountain-crushing blow, I shouted, thrusting my palms forward with tremendous force. The boulder rumbled ominously as it rolled toward the serpent woman. Clearly caught off guard, she was unable to evade in time and was struck by the boulder, letting out a shrill wail. Well done, Hong Yao exclaimed beside me, her eyes shining with admiration. Just a small feat. Nothing to it. I basked in my moment of glory, only to see the serpent woman struggle free from beneath the boulder. Though she bore new wounds, her gaze had grown even more ferocious. This was bad. The serpent spirit had been enraged, hissing. She flicked her tongue and suddenly emitted a shrill whistle. I felt a chill run down my spine, a sense of foreboding washing over me. The next moment, a swarm of small snakes surged from all directions, causing my sanity to plummet. This scene was more thrilling than a horror film. Good grief. This serpent spirit could summon minions. I couldn't help but curse. The small snakes moved with lightning speed, swiftly encircling us. I swung my fists, managing to fend off a few, but many more had already coiled around my legs, their sharp fangs piercing my skin, sending waves of agony coursing through my body. Lei Yu! Hong Yao cried out in distress. I gritted my teeth, struggling to remain conscious. No, if this continued, we would be devoured by these little snakes. Yao Yao. Have you noticed that I forced out through the pain, suddenly realizing that the serpent woman's tail bore a peculiar mark, that mark on her tail. Yao Yao, have you noticed? There seems to be an emblem on her tail. I pointed frantically at the serpentine appendage writhing in fury. Hong Yao, my goddess, proved her brilliance in this critical moment. Furrowing her brows, she scrutinized the tail for a few seconds before her eyes lit up. That's its weakness. The mark on the serpent's tail is connected to its sight. Attacking that mark will temporarily incapacitate it. Hope ignited within me, and I summoned the last remnants of my powers, coalescing them between my palms. Aiming for the mark on the serpent's tail, the little snakes continued to gnaw at me, and I felt as though my blood were being drained. My vision dimming, I couldn't succumb. Yao Yao was still waiting for me. Ha! I unleashed all my strength, hurling the concentrated energy sphere toward the mark on her tail. Hiss! The serpent woman emitted a heart-wrenching scream, her massive body convulsing violently, and the snakes coiled around my legs released their grip. Retreating like a receding tide, my legs weakened, and I nearly collapsed, but thankfully, Hong Yao was quick to catch me. The serpent woman's eyes dimmed, her colossal form crashing to the ground, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantaneously. The air refreshing once more. Goodness, it was finally over. I exhaled deeply, feeling as though I had narrowly escaped death. Hong Yao rushed to my side, carefully examining my wounds. Her fingers brushed gently over the bite marks. Warm energy flooding into my body, alleviating much of the pain. Gazing into her tender eyes, I felt a swell of emotion. Does it hurt? She asked softly, concern etched in her features. I grinned. Not at all. As long as you're by my side, I fear nothing. Hong Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she bowed her head to tend to my injuries. Watching her focused expression, I felt my heart melt. Though this adventure in the ancient ruins had been fraught with peril, it solidified my resolve. Hong Yao was the one I wished to protect for the rest of my life. Just as we prepared to forge ahead, a heavy thudding echoed from the depths of the passage. Thud, thud, thud. Each sound resonated like a hammer on our hearts, and instinctively, I shielded Hong Yao behind me. Warily gazing toward the source of the noise, from the darkness, a towering figure gradually emerged, causing Professor Wu to cower in terror on the ground, pointing at the figure, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. What is that? Chapter 51. A menacing stare. The challenge of the superhuman good heavens. What on earth is that? Instinctively, I positioned Hong Yao behind me, my heart pounding like a drum. The figure approached, and in the dim light, I finally discerned its details. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and stout, bore a ghastly scar that stretched from his forehead down to his chin, giving him a menacing appearance. This brute was none other than the assassin of the superhuman organization, Brother Tiger. A cold smile graced Brother Tiger's lips, his gaze fixed upon us like that of a predator eyeing its prey. My heart sank. I realized an intense battle was unavoidable. The atmosphere was more electrifying than my first bungee jump. Well, if it isn't my little brother Lei Yu. Long time no see. Brother Tiger's voice dripped with sarcasm. Rough as sandpaper scraping against glass, sending shivers down my spine. I swallowed hard, feigning composure as I retorted, Brother Tiger, how have you been? What brings you to this antiquity? Brother Tiger scoffed dismissively. Enough idle chatter. Hand over the item, and I may consider granting you a swift end. I inwardly cursed. This guy was even more arrogant than I. Just as I was about to respond, Brother Tiger struck without warning. He slammed his foot down, causing the ground to tremble beneath us. A powerful surge of supernatural energy swept toward me like a tempest, and I felt like a leaf ready to be torn apart by the gale. Gritting my teeth, I summoned all my powers to withstand the onslaught. I felt as though I had been struck by a speeding truck, my insides threatening to rearrange themselves. Hong Yao and Professor Wu hid nearby, watching me with alarm. Professor Wu's face was ghostly pale, trembling uncontrollably as he muttered, "It's over, it's over. This time, it's truly finished." I fought to maintain my footing. My gaze locked onto Brother Tiger, my thoughts solely focused on one goal. I must protect Hong Yao. "Is that all you've got?" Brother Tiger sneered, a hint of disdain in his smile. Seems I overestimated you." He raised his hand again, gathering an even more potent wave of supernatural energy. I took a deep breath, preparing to face an even fiercer assault. "Come on, show me what else you've got," I roared, my powers surging wildly within me. I felt like a punching bag, being relentlessly battered by Brother Tiger's abilities. If I hadn't reacted swiftly, I would have been reduced to a pulp by now. Just when I was on the brink of collapse, I suddenly noticed something peculiar. Brother Tiger's attacks seemed somewhat sporadic. After each attack, there was a brief pause, akin to the cooldown of skills in a game. Aha, an opportunity presents itself. I shifted my gaze, a clever idea forming in my mind. Rather than passively enduring the assault, I would take the initiative. Drawing in a deep breath, I ceased my defenses and concentrated all my abilities into my legs, propelling myself toward Brother Who like an arrow released from its bow. "What?" Brother Who was evidently taken aback by my sudden counterattack, momentarily stunned. That split second granted me the chance I needed. I executed a sliding maneuver, darting between his legs, then sprang up, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Bang! The sound echoed as Brother Who's massive frame stumbled forward several steps from the impact. Incredible! Professor Wu, who had been hiding nearby, could not contain his astonishment, and even the usually composed Hong Yao displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes. I felt an exhilarating rush. It was akin to playing a game where a low-level character manages to defeat a high-level boss. Caught off guard, Brother Who roared in a fit of rage. "You little brat, you're seeking death." He spun around, his eyes filled with a fierce glint. A surge of even more potent power erupted from him, akin to a volcanic eruption. I sensed imminent danger. This old fool was about to unleash his ultimate move. I hastily retreated but was still caught in the wake of that overwhelming force, a sharp pain coursing through my chest as if my ribs were about to shatter. Staggering back a few steps, I spat out a mouthful of blood, staining my shirt. "Lei you," Hong Yao gasped, attempting to rush to my side, but I firmly grasped her arm. "Stay back, it's dangerous." I gritted my teeth. Brother Who advanced relentlessly. A cruel smile etched on his face. "Now, how will you fight me?" I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, enduring the excruciating pain while striving to remain conscious. "No, I cannot give up. I still have Hong Yao to protect." Taking a deep breath, I felt the dwindling energy within me and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The system? Yes, the system. I seemed to have an unused hidden skill. "Ha, you think?" I raised my head, locking eyes with Brother Who, a strange smile creeping onto my lips. I almost forgot about my precious system. With a mere thought, I activated the hidden skill I had hesitated to use, Berserk Mode. In an instant, a torrent of powerful energy erupted within me, akin to a volcanic explosion. Flooding with a hearty laugh, I humbly remarked, "Oh, it's nothing, merely a stroke of good fortune." Just as we basked in the joy of the moment, an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly enveloped the space, accompanied by a suffocating dread that blanketed us all. "This is not good. We are in danger," I shouted, forcefully pushing Hong Yao and Professor Wu aside. A thunderous crash echoed as the walls of the chamber abruptly collapsed, and a colossal shadow descended from above. What in the world is that? Chapter 53. Ancient Secrets of the Tomb. A narrow escape. What in the world is that? My eyes widened as I beheld this enormous creature plummeting from the sky, resembling a gigantic beetle, its body a glossy black, oozing a nauseating slime. Instinctively, I shielded Hong Yao and Professor Wu behind me. This thing was clearly not friendly. Fortunately, My companion reacted swiftly, seizing a nearby rock and hurling it at the creature. The rock struck its hard shell with a resounding thud, producing a few sparks, yet proving utterly ineffective. I cursed inwardly, thinking how absurdly resilient this creature's defenses were. The giant beetle seemed incensed, unleashing a deafening roar as it swung its massive pincers towards me. I hastily pulled Hong Yao and Professor Wu to the side. If that thing clamped down on us, we would surely be reduced to pulp. Run, I bellowed, urging the two to flee with me. This cursed place was far too perilous. We needed to escape at once. We retraced our steps, our hearts buoyed by the hope of finally breaking free from this nightmare. However, just as we rounded a corner, a massive stone door loomed before us, blocking our path. Damn it. How much longer must this continue? I couldn't help but exclaim. This door was larger than any I had encountered before, adorned with bizarre runes that exuded an ominous aura. I attempted to strike the door with my abilities, but it responded with utter indifference, steadfast as an iron wall. What do we do now? Professor Wu's face turned pale, his voice trembling. These runes, they are an ancient and formidable locking mechanism. Triggering them incorrectly could result in lethal consequences. Lethal consequences? I gasped in shock. This was far too exhilarating. I took a deep breath, striving to compose myself. Panicking would not help. I needed to find a way to unlock this mechanism. Professor Wu, do you know how to open this door? Professor Wu wiped the sweat from his brow, his finger trembling as he pointed at the runes on the door. I believe I have seen these runes somewhere before. He suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on one particular rune, his complexion paling further. This is lethal consequences? I gasped again, feeling an adrenaline rush. Calm down, let's take our time, I said, patting Professor Wu's shoulder in an effort to soothe him. I surveyed the surroundings, searching for any clue. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck me. I noticed several small indentations on the ground that bore an uncanny resemblance to the runes on the door. Could it be that we need to piece this together? I muttered to myself, a plan forming in my mind. Lei Yu, what have you discovered? Hong Yao inquired. I took a deep breath, quickly picking up the scattered components on the ground, and began to fit them into the indentations according to my understanding. With each piece I embedded, I could feel the air around us vibrating faintly, as if the door's mechanism was beginning to activate. Professor Wu and Hong Yao held their breath, their eyes locked on my actions. Hong Yao's gaze was filled with unmasked admiration, which bolstered my confidence. The final component. I silently encouraged myself as I carefully placed the last piece into the indentation. At that moment, rather than the door opening as I had hoped. Blinding lasers shot forth. I cursed, swiftly dodging, but still managed to sustain a burn on my left arm. A wave of pain coursing through me. I frowned, gritting my teeth, yet my frustration only intensified. This mechanism was indeed no trifling matter. I scrutinized my previous actions, realizing I had made an error in the sequence of the components. Cursing the troublesome mechanism, I quickly adjusted the order and triggered it once more. This time, the stone door finally began to creak open, accompanied by a radiant glow. Cheers erupted from the group, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me, the oppressive weight lifting instantly. Hong Yao, filled with excitement, embraced me, her eyes shimmering with affection. Lei Yu, you always manage to create miracles, she whispered as I gazed into her eyes, feeling a warmth spread through me, enveloped by a tender atmosphere. Just as we prepared to pass through the stone door, a deep rumbling echoed from behind it, fear blossoming within my heart. Lei Yu, Hong Yao and Professor Wu called anxiously, taking shelter behind a large boulder as the rumbling grew louder, quickening their heartbeats. Chapter 54. A helping hand in despair. A glimmer of hope from behind the stone door, the rumbling intensified, akin to a heavy truck racing within. Instinctively, I shielded Hong Yao and Professor Wu behind me. Good grief, what's that noise? Surely it's not another calamity, I lamented inwardly. This tomb exploration was more exhilarating than any exam. Amidst the cacophony, a tremendous shadow gradually emerged. I squinted, trying to discern what it was. Once it fully materialized, I nearly had my eyes pop out. Good heavens, it was a giant mechanical beast. This creature towered 2 stories high, its metallic body gleaming ominously, eyes like searchlights emanating a chilling red glow. I swallowed hard. This thing was definitely not benign, damn it. I could not restrain my exclamation. Without further ado, the mechanical beast lunged at us. Its massive claws swept through the air, generating a fierce wind that nearly tore the skin from my face. I hurriedly dodged, but was a moment too late, sent crashing to the ground, feeling as though my insides had been rearranged. "Lei Yu!" Hong Yao and Professor Wu cried out from behind a boulder, their voices filled with urgency. Struggling to rise, I brushed off the dust, calling back, "I'm fine. I'm tougher than I look." The mechanical beast's assault was relentless, its speed too swift for me to react in time. Its claws swung again, forcing me to evade clumsily. The sheer force of its attacks shook the ground beneath me. A single strike would surely reduce me to mere pulp. As I dodged, I observed the beast for a weakness. Its metallic frame suggested high defense, yet those red eyes, could they be its vulnerability? I pondered, devising a plan to strike at its eyes. While I contemplated my strategy, the mechanical beast's onslaught intensified. I felt akin to a mouse, toyed with by a cat, in imminent danger of capture. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind us, "Stop!" I turned to see an elderly man in a lab coat standing there, brandishing a feather duster. What the hell? Who is this old man? Is he role-playing? I mentally scoffed. In such dire circumstances, this was hardly the time for games. The mechanical beast, indifferent to our predicament, continued its furious assault. I darted left and right, resembling a rodent fleeing for its life, utterly disheveled. My abilities had been stretched thin, leaving me drained and aching. Each dodge felt like a race against death. Damn it. How could this iron monstrosity show no signs of fatigue? Another hit landed on my arm, searing pain coursing through me as I looked down to see my shirt torn open, blood oozing out. Ugh, that hurts. I gritted my teeth, feeling darkness encroach upon my vision. A wave of despair crashing over me. Surely I would perish here. Just as I felt I could endure no more, a shadow darted past. Upon closer inspection, it was the snake woman we had previously slain. She was still alive. Before I could react, something even stranger occurred. The snake woman did not attack us. Instead, she roared and charged at the giant mechanical beast. Opening her gaping maw, a stream of green venom erupted forth, aimed directly at the beast's eyes. I was taken aback, as were Hong Yao and Professor Wu, utterly bewildered. What was going on? Was the snake woman aiding us? The venom struck the beast's eyes with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to emit a piercing shriek as its movements slowed significantly. My spirits lifted. What a chance! I took a deep breath, suppressing the pain coursing through my body, and began to gather my powers anew. The air around me seemed to freeze, a surge of potent energy swelling within me. I had done it. I abruptly opened my eyes and gazed deep into the ruins, where it seemed something was beckoning me. I took a deep breath, feeling the blood within me surge with fervor, and the previous suffocating sensation of defeat vanished in an instant. Hey, metal monstrosity, it's time for me to strike back. A grin spread across my face as the air around me seemed to freeze. A powerful energy surged within me, and my extraordinary abilities erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. I could sense that this energy was different from before, as if it had gained something more. Was it the power emanating from the depths of the ruins? Whatever it was, now was the perfect moment to unleash my fury. I concentrated all my extraordinary energy into my right fist, which radiated a soft glow, as if enveloped in a layer of searing flame. With a furious roar, I leaped into the air, launching myself toward the fallen mechanical beast like an arrow released from a bow. "Take that!" I shouted, delivering a crushing blow to its joint. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath me. My fist struck like iron against steel, sending tremors through my hand. Yet, I distinctly felt that this attack was different. The feedback told me that I had shattered the bones of this metallic beast. It emitted a wretched howl, its broken legs sending metal shards flying as it collapsed to the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. Ha ha ha, I have finally turned the tide. How splendid, Lei Yu. You are simply remarkable. I heard Hong Yao's cheers and Professor Wu's astonishment, and my heart swelled with joy. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. I turned to look at Hong Yao, noticing the excitement and concern in her eyes, which warmed my heart. She rushed toward me, gently helping me up, her gaze filled with care and affection. "Are you all right?" she asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm fine. With Yao Yao by my side, how could anything be amiss? I grinned and pulled her into an embrace, holding her tightly. Everything around us blurred, and only her warmth and delicate fragrance provided an overwhelming sense of comfort. We held each other tightly, enveloped in a tender atmosphere, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, as if we were being watched. I slowly pushed Hong Yao away, my gaze landing on the side, where the snake woman stood, her cold, slitted eyes fixed upon us, a strange smile playing at the corners of her mouth. What did she intend to do? Hiss! The snake woman suddenly emitted an odd hissing sound and took a slow step toward me. Chapter 55. Ancient Relics Exploration. A triumphant return. The look in the snake woman's eyes sent shivers down my spine. Surely, she wouldn't unleash another devastating attack? Instinctively, I shielded Hong Yao behind me, quietly summoning the meager extraordinary energy within me, bracing for a new onslaught. The air around us seemed to freeze, tension mounting to an unbearable degree. Even Professor Wu held his breath, afraid to make a sound. Hiss! The snake woman flicked her tongue, yet her voice was unexpectedly gentle. Was my hearing deceiving me? Wasn't she here to eliminate us? This was not the direction I anticipated. Actually, the snake woman began, her voice surprisingly melodious, carrying an ethereal quality. I am one of the guardians here. What? Guardians? Aren't you here to seize treasures? My mind was suddenly flooded with questions. This plot twist was far too rapid. Akin to riding a roller coaster, I looked at Hong Yao, who wore a similarly incredulous expression. It seemed we had both been played by this serpent. The previous attack was merely a test. The snake woman continued, elegantly flicking her tail. A test? I nearly met my end here. This test was far too harrowing. I mentally scoffed while maintaining a composed facade, for the line between friend and foe remained unclear. And caution was paramount. This ancient relic. The snake woman paused, her eyes sweeping over the three of us, concealing a special energy source capable of enhancing the powers of extraordinary beings. My heart skipped a beat. Enhancing powers. This was a treasure indeed. No wonder the extraordinary organizations were so desperate to find this place. However, only specific individuals could harness this energy source. The snake woman's gaze fell upon me. My heart raced. Could it really be me? Could this little shrimp truly be the chosen one? Hiss! The snake woman flicked her tongue again, beckoning me closer. I followed the snake woman through a narrow passage, the air thick with a damp, moldy odor, tinged with a faint metallic scent. I wondered how long it had been since this serpent had bathed. The walls of the passage were adorned with strange symbols, leaving me bewildered, as if gazing at inscrutable hieroglyphs. After about 10 minutes, the path opened up before us, revealing a hidden chamber. The room was modest in size, with a crystal-like orb at its center, emitting a soft glow, akin to a beauty filter illuminating its brilliance. This is it. The snake woman pointed at the orb, declaring it the energy source. I cautiously approached the orb, and a powerful force enveloped me in an instant, as if a warm current surged through my body, leaving me on the brink of exclamation from sheer comfort. This sensation was akin to holding a warm water bottle in winter or a large watermelon in summer. Pure bliss. I extended my hand, gently touching the orb, and an even more potent energy flooded into me, rendering my mind a blank slate, as if time had come to a halt. When I opened my eyes again, I felt invigorated. As though I had been electrified, my spirit soaring, I clenched my fist, feeling the tumultuous energy within, unable to suppress a wide smile. Wow! I'm ready to soar. Congratulations, your extraordinary ability level has risen to D rank. The snake woman's voice echoed in my ear. D rank? I had jumped 2 levels in one go. This was incredible. I leaped in excitement, nearly hitting the ceiling. Hong Yao and Professor Wu rejoiced for me, with Professor Wu almost moved to tears, grasping my hand and exclaiming, Lei Yu, you are simply phenomenal. At last, we can leave this dreadful place. With treasures and newfound powers in hand, we retraced our steps. Strangely, the traps set by the extraordinary organization had all been automatically disarmed. It seemed we had been rewarded by the ancient relics. Truly, fate had smiled upon us, I mused, feeling elated. Suddenly, Hong Yao halted, her eyes intensely focused ahead, her expression turning grave. What is wrong? Following her gaze, I saw a shadow slowly materializing in front of us. Hong Yao linked her arm with mine, beaming like a radiant flower. I must admit, she looked stunning when she smiled. No wonder I had been captivated by her at first sight. Hee, this adventure not only enhanced my powers, but also deepened the bond between Yao Yao and me. Truly a double blessing. Lei Yu, Hong Yao said softly. Thank you. I scratched my head, grinning. For what? We share a bond that transcends life and death. Besides, it is my duty to protect you. Professor Wu chimed in, overwhelmed with gratitude. This time, it was all thanks to Lei Yu. Otherwise, we would have perished here. Lei Yu, Hong Yao, you truly make a perfect pair. I wish you all the happiness. I smiled and patted Professor Wu on the shoulder. Rest assured. Professor, I will take good care of Yao Yao. As we emerged from the ancient relics, warm sunlight bathed us, and it felt utterly delightful. I raised the treasures high and let out a triumphant shout, woohoo! We have won! Cheers erupted around us, and I felt like a hero returning from battle, filled with an overwhelming sense of strength. In that moment, I felt I had reached the pinnacle of my life. Hong Yao and I exchanged glances, both our eyes brimming with affection. This adventure had made us cherish each other even more, solidifying our resolve to be together. Let us go home. I took Hong Yao's hand and strode forward. Professor Wu followed suit, and the three of us embarked on our journey back. On the way, we laughed and reminisced about the details of our adventure. Despite the many dangers we had faced, we also gained invaluable experiences and memories. My heart swelled with joy as I envisioned a happy life with Yao Yao, and I couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune. Suddenly, Hong Yao stopped in her tracks, her expression turning serious. What's wrong? I asked, puzzled. Hong Yao stared intently ahead, her voice trembling. Lei Yu. Look. Following her gaze, I saw a familiar figure slowly emerging in front of us. Oh no, Old Wang Ba. Why are you here too? Chapter 56. Aftershocks of the ancient relics. Ambush unveiled. I was about to say something to celebrate our hard-earned victory, but before I could utter a word, a shiver ran down my spine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of piercing sounds filled the air, and before I could comprehend, countless arrows, glinting with a chilling light, rained down upon us. What the hell is happening? I gasped, my earlier elation swiftly replaced by terror, adrenaline surging as I instinctively yanked Hong Yao and Professor Wu behind me, rolling to take cover behind a massive rock. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows struck the rock ferociously, creating a deafening cacophony, shards of stone flying everywhere, leaving me covered in dust, resembling someone who had just emerged from a coal mine. Those bastards, they just want to leave us alone. I gritted my teeth. Certain it was the extraordinary organization's doing, probably sent by Old Wang Ba. I cautiously peered outside and indeed spotted a group of individuals clad in black, brandishing bows and arrows, advancing towards us from all directions. Each one bore an intimidating demeanor, as if they were ravenous beasts, and the scene was reminiscent of a horror film. Everyone, be careful. They are members of an ability organization, I warned, simultaneously clenching my fists as a surge of combat fervor welled up within me. Damn it, just as I was about to relish the joy of victory, they show up to cause trouble, assuming I am an easy target. With a roar, I charged out from behind the rock like a bolt of lightning, deftly avoiding several incoming arrows. Boom! Channeling the newly enhanced power within me, I delivered a powerful punch to the foremost black-clad assailant, sending him flying like a rag doll, crashing into a multitude of others. The remaining black-clad figures, clearly taken aback by my audacity, exhibited expressions of surprise. It seemed they had underestimated me. Everyone, attack! Take him down! Shouted a figure resembling a small leader, as the black-clad members swiftly reformed their ranks and surged towards me once more. I sneered, thinking to myself, come forth and witness what it means to disguise oneself as a pig while devouring a tiger. Just as I prepared for a fierce confrontation, I noticed that the black-clad individuals seemed in no hurry to attack. Instead, they were methodically encircling me, trapping me in the center. What on earth were they planning? A sense of foreboding gripped my heart. Lei Yu, be careful, came Hong Yao's alarmed voice. Instinctively, I turned to look, only to see her face etched with worry. I was about to comfort her when I realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Damn it, these guys are truly insidious. It felt as though I were being wrapped like a dumpling. With enemies surrounding me on all sides, their blades flashing dangerously close to my eyes. With a whoosh, a dagger grazed my arm. Though it did not hit any vital spots, it tore my clothing and left a bloodied mark. Hiss! The pain made me draw in a sharp breath. If it had been any closer, my arm would have been rendered useless. As I dodged their relentless attacks, I silently lamented my predicament. The black-clad assailants coordinated their strikes with remarkable precision, their onslaught unyielding, granting me no respite. My body ached fiercely, and I felt my movements growing sluggish as sweat trickled down my forehead, blurring my vision. Damn it, this feeling is truly suffocating. I clearly possess greater strength, so why am I still being suppressed by this ragtag group? I cannot remain passive any longer. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to calm myself. Scanning my surroundings, I noticed that the southeast direction of the encirclement had relatively fewer enemies, and their positions were more scattered. This must be the breakthrough. I feigned exhaustion, stumbling as if I were at my wit's end. Revealing a conspicuous flaw, as anticipated, several black-clad figures seized the opportunity, shouting, "Now is our chance!" In my mind, I silently urged myself. Time to unleash the power I have been accumulating. Boom! A wave of potent energy radiated from me, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. I launched a fierce punch at one of the black-clad individuals, striking him squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood spewing forth, he would likely not survive this encounter. The others were jolted by my sudden explosion of power, and before they could comprehend the situation, I was already upon them, employing both fists and feet like a raging tiger. I tore through the crowd, toppling 7 or 8 black-clad figures in mere breaths. I had torn a gap in their encirclement, and without hesitation, I burst through, turning back to glance at the disheveled foes I had just vanquished. A triumphant smile spreading across my face. Is that all? You thought you could trap me? You should take a good look in the mirror. Just as I was about to pursue my advantage, an intense sense of danger washed over me. Lei Yu, watch out behind you. Hong Yao's anxious warning reached my ears. She had been watching me closely, her expression a mix of concern and fear, which warmed my heart. The moment I broke free from the encirclement, her gaze shifted, brimming with admiration, as if she were a fan beholding her idol. Heh, that feeling was exhilarating. I winked at her, conveying a sense of assurance, and she finally relaxed, a sweet smile blooming on her face. Everyone, charge with me, I bellowed, diving back into the fray. This time, I would not hold back. The combat techniques I had honed in the ancient ruins, combined with my newly upgraded abilities, felt like a lion unleashed. I charged through the enemy ranks like a ferocious lion, landing powerful blows and delivering fatal strikes. The black-clad assailants crumbled under my onslaught, crying out in despair, scattering like leaves in the wind. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, they fell as if they were mere dumplings being tossed into boiling water. The scene was livelier than a festival celebration. Observing the dire situation, their small leader attempted to flee. Thinking you could escape? Not a chance. I lunged forward, seizing his collar and lifting him as if he were a mere chick. Where do you think you're going? Playing hide and seek with me? I sneered, delivering a crushing blow to his face. Crack! The sound echoed as his nasal bone collapsed, blood gushing forth, and he howled in agony, surely destined to remember this lesson for a lifetime. The remaining black-clad figures, witnessing their leader being subdued, were overcome with terror, immediately dropping to their knees in supplication. Please, spare us. We won't dare again. I scoffed, too late, and with a kick, I sent them sprawling to the ground. Cheers erupted around me. Lei Yu is amazing. Lei Yu is formidable. I waved triumphantly at Hong Yao and Professor Wu, thinking I could finally breathe easy. However, at that moment, I suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from afar, stronger than any enemy I had faced before. This is bad. A heavy dread settled in my heart. There are even more formidable foes approaching. Lei Yu, look, Hong Yao pointed towards the sky, her voice trembling. Following her gaze, I beheld a blinding radiance emerging from the distance. Chapter 57. New enemies from the ancient ruins. The strong arrive. What in the world is this? Just as I was about to catch my breath, another threat emerged. I looked up at the sky, where the light grew increasingly intense, nearly blinding me. As the brilliance dissipated, a figure descended slowly, exuding an aura as if accompanied by a grand symphony. This individual appeared rather presentable, yet an unmistakable aura of danger surrounded him, his gaze as frigid as millennia-old ice. He surveyed us with an expression that suggested he was gazing down upon mere insects. Sending chills down my spine, I swallowed hard. This person undoubtedly posed a significant threat. Instinctively, I tightened my fists. It was clear he had come looking for trouble. "Who are you?" I called out, hoping to extract some information. He paid me no mind and launched an attack instead. In an instant, I was struck with an overwhelming force that slammed into my chest, akin to being hit by a speeding truck, sending me sprawling backwards. Thud. I crashed heavily to the ground, my internal organs feeling as though they had been displaced. Struggling to rise, I felt a crushing sensation in my chest, nearly gasping for air. "This guy means business. How audacious of him!" I roared in defiance, summoning all my abilities as I charged at him, and my fist flew through the air, aiming directly for his face. Smack! I swung, but he deftly evaded. Smirking disdainfully at me, my brow furrowed. That mocking grin was infuriating. My strikes felt like child's play against him, utterly ineffective. His speed was astonishing. I could barely track his movements. I felt like a fish on a cutting board, entirely at his mercy. How on earth do I fight this? Cold sweat trickled down my back. Was this the true strength of a formidable opponent? This was a genuine display of bravado. My previous battles now seemed like child's play. "Lei Yu, be careful," Hong Yao shouted anxiously from the sidelines. I recognized the gravity of the situation. I could not afford to be complacent. Just as I prepared for another strike, he suddenly grinned widely and uttered, "The warm-up is over." "What? A warm-up? Who does this guy think he is?" I haven't even begun to exert myself. Yet, I had to admit, he certainly had the right to act superior. And no sooner had he finished speaking than a relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon me. I was bombarded by a flurry of afterimages, moving too quickly for me to react. I relied on instinct, dodging left and right in a desperate and futile manner, completely unable to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. I felt several heavy impacts across my body, as if I were being struck by a hammer. My bones felt as though they were shattering, and my chest burned with an agonizing pain. As if it were being torn apart, my evasion grew slower, my stamina rapidly depleting. Was this guy on steroids? Why was he becoming increasingly ferocious? My wounds multiplied, blood oozing down my clothing, sticky and unbearable. I gasped for breath, feeling as though my lungs were about to burst. Gazing into his icy eyes, a wave of despair washed over me. Was I truly destined to meet my end here? No, I refused to accept this. Suddenly, a thought flitted through my mind, recalling the unique energy resonance I had encountered in the ancient ruins. At that moment, I seemed to sense the flow of energy in the surrounding environment, resonating with it. This old fellow was exceptionally formidable. Engaging him head-on would undoubtedly be futile. Perhaps it would be wiser to leverage his strength against him? I concentrated, striving to rediscover that sensation. Closing my eyes, I attuned myself to everything around me. It felt as though countless tiny energies flowed through the air and beneath my feet. When I opened my eyes again, it appeared I could trace the trajectories of those energies. Whoosh! Another attack surged toward me. This time, instead of evading, I swiftly maneuvered, redirecting the energy of the assault toward the nearby wall. Boom! A large hole was blasted into the wall. Seizing the opportunity, I summoned all of my extraordinary abilities, channeling the surrounding energies into my fists, striking forcefully at him. Bang! At last, my fist landed solidly against his body. While it didn't inflict substantial damage, it clearly startled him for a moment. A surge of joy filled my heart. There was hope. It seemed this tactic of leveraging strength truly bore fruit. I glimpsed a glimmer of victory. Perhaps this old fellow was not invincible after all. Just as I prepared to press my advantage, he abruptly halted, a peculiar smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and remarked, "Interesting. Come on, Lei Yu. You can do it." Hong Yao's voice surged through me like a potent stimulant, instantly invigorating my spirit. Her words brimmed with strength, her gaze filled with trust and affection, warming my heart as if I had just sipped a steaming cup of hot cocoa. This girl, at a crucial moment, was remarkably supportive. I had to rally myself. I couldn't let her down. Taking a deep breath, I felt the oppressive weight in my chest ease considerably. Just moments ago, I had nearly believed I was destined for an untimely demise. However, now it was time to get serious. I recalled the sensation of energy resonance I had experienced in the ancient ruins, akin to a small motor within me operating at high speed. Merging that feeling with my extraordinary powers transformed my entire being. The energy in the air seemed to respond to my call. Converging upon my fists, I could sense a formidable power brewing within me. "Take this," I shouted, charging at that old fellow. This time, I was no longer a passive punching bag but a tiger poised to strike. The energy in my fists surged wildly, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of tearing air. As I struck him with full force, a dull thud echoed as my fist solidly connected with his chest. Unlike before, he couldn't evade my strike so easily this time. He staggered back a few steps, astonished, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The onlookers were dumbfounded, likely pondering how this once weakling had suddenly transformed into a powerhouse. Humph! I am not to be underestimated. This old fellow had greatly misjudged me. Just as I was about to capitalize on my momentum and deliver a series of relentless blows, he regained his footing, and an overwhelming aura suddenly surged from him, akin to a volcanic eruption. As a tremendous energy erupted from his body, I don't know, had he taken something to enhance his strength? I felt as though an immense mountain was pressing down on me, making it difficult to breathe. This overwhelming energy filled me with trepidation. I questioned whether I could withstand it. I gazed at the potent energy radiating from him. Doubt clouded my mind. He sneered and, in a low, gravelly voice, slowly uttered, "You little brat." Chapter 58. Turning the tide in desperation. Stepping into a new path, I beheld the blinding light erupting from that old fellow, akin to a sudden tenfold enhancement of beauty. No, it was like a tenfold transformation, altering his entire presence, and my heart raced. This was no mere elderly man, but rather a formidable beast in human form. I inhaled deeply, forcing myself to remain calm. This was not the time for cowardice. I had to brace myself and face him. The air around me felt as though it had been siphoned away, suffocating me, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. Abruptly, he lunged forward, moving so swiftly that I could barely perceive his figure. I hastily summoned all my energy to forge a protective barrier before me. Bang! Another tremendous sound reverberated as if two hammers had collided, and my defense was shattered in an instant. I was hurled backward, feeling as if my very organs had been displaced. This old fellow must have been endowed with extraordinary powers. How had his attack strength surged so dramatically? I felt like a fragile boat adrift in a raging sea, on the verge of capsizing amidst the tempest. Thud, thud, thud. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon me, akin to a maddened bull. And I gritted my teeth, bracing myself to withstand the onslaught. Yet it was evident that my extraordinary abilities were diminishing rapidly. My body began to sway perilously. Each blow felt like being struck by an immense mountain. My limbs ached and tingled, and blood began to seep from my palms as he witnessed my retreat. A smug smile spread across his face, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, as if victory was assured. His gaze ignited a spark of anger within me. He was insufferably arrogant. No, I couldn't allow this to continue. I had to devise a way to counterattack, yet in my current state, I felt akin to a low-health champion caught in a League of Legends ambush. With no escape in sight, I sensed my body reaching its limit, my consciousness beginning to blur, the world around me fading into a haze. In that moment, I seemed to hear a familiar voice. Gentle yet resolute. Who was it? Lei Yu. Hong Yao. It was Hong Yao's voice. I jolted my eyes open, and the world gradually came into focus. I saw her, my Hong Yao, anxiously gazing at me. Memories of our shared experiences flooded my mind, along with the promises we had made and our dreams for the future. I couldn't falter. I couldn't lose. I wanted to explore the wonders of the world with her, to grow old together. A fierce desire to survive ignited within me, and I felt a torrent of warmth surging through my being, growing stronger and more fervent. This sensation, was the energy source I had absorbed in the ancient ruins. It had merged with my extraordinary abilities. I felt like a balloon on the verge of bursting, the energy within me threatening to overflow. I fixed my gaze on that old fellow, who was smugly observing me as though I were already his prey. He was completely oblivious to the shift in my expression, which had transformed into one of sharpness, brimming with lethal intent. In that moment of his complacency, I summoned all my strength, consolidating every ounce of energy within me, and then unleashed it in a powerful eruption. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, louder than any before, and I felt like a rocket, releasing all of my energy. A dazzling light exploded from my being, shooting skyward. As everything around me trembled under the weight of this immense force, the old fellow hadn't even comprehended what was transpiring before he was engulfed by this overwhelming power. He didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to ashes. Leaving not a trace behind, I felt the strength drain from my body in an instant, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood in shock, rendered speechless by the eruption I had just unleashed. Professor Wu, the system's urgent upgrade arrived with startling suddenness, and the materials for the upgrade have attracted the covetous eyes of various forces. It is clear that they are conspiring against me. What materials? Hong Yao inquired with concern. A substance known as star core fragments, I replied, scratching my head. The system indicated that this item might appear in the materials trading market. The materials trading market is a place rife with all manner of characters, a veritable den of iniquity. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. We must not delay. Let us proceed, Hong Yao urged, gripping my hand with determination. We hurried towards the market without a moment's pause. As we stepped through the market's entrance, a wave of mixed aromas assailed us, accompanied by the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares and the din of bargaining voices, creating a lively atmosphere. I inhaled deeply, sensing a palpable tension hanging in the air. This mission would undoubtedly prove challenging. I remained vigilant, scanning the crowd for any hint of danger. Hong Yao stayed close by my side, her gaze sharp and alert to the slightest disturbance. Let us first consult Boss Long, I suggested. Boss Long, a seasoned trader in the materials market, was well informed and might possess crucial knowledge. Upon reaching Boss Long's shop and explaining our purpose, I anticipated exorbitant prices, but to my surprise, he stated, the star core fragments have already been reserved, and furthermore, they are being given away for free. Free. Both Hong Yao and I exclaimed in unison, incredulous at such an unusual occurrence. Boss Long was notorious for his greed. How could he possibly give away such valuable materials? Indeed, it is perplexing, he sighed. But the party involved is rather formidable, and I cannot afford to offend them. Hong Yao and I exchanged glances, our eyes reflecting mutual bewilderment. His words only deepened our unease. There was certainly some hidden agenda at play. Who was the reservist? I ventured cautiously, just as Boss Long was about to respond. The door to the trading market was violently kicked open. A towering figure, akin to a bear, strode in, adorned with a glimmering gold chain around his neck. My heart sank. His entrance was the very epitome of a villain. Boss Long, where are my star core fragments? The bear-like man inquired, his voice booming like thunder, causing my ears to ring. Without needing an introduction, I recognized him as Brother Xiong. His gaze swept across the market like a searchlight, finally landing on me, his eyes gleaming with predatory interest, reminiscent of a famished wolf spotting its prey. Isn't this Lei Yu? I hear you possess quite a few treasures. Hand them over. What? This brute actually knew me? And he wanted my possessions? Instinctively, I clutched my pocket, which contained my entire fortune. Hong Yao stood protectively in front of me, her demeanor icy as she confronted Brother Xiong. What do you intend to do? Move aside, little girl. Don't be a nuisance. Brother Xiong waved his massive hand dismissively, creating a gust that tousled my hair. How dare he disrespect my Yao Yao? Fury surged within me. I clenched my fists, summoning my latent powers. Though I was an E-rank ability user, Brother Xiong appeared to be no more than a brute. I had no reason to fear him. You wish to take something? You should first inquire whether my fists consent. I roared, charging at him. Overestimating yourself? Brother Xiong sneered, swinging his gigantic fist toward me. Our fists collided with a resounding thud, an overwhelming force reverberating through my arm. Alarm bells rang in my mind. Brother Xiong's strength exceeded my expectations. In the ensuing moments, I felt akin to a punching bag, tossed about as he struck me relentlessly. With a powerful blow to my chest, I was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a stall. The sound of glass shattering echoed as jars and bottles scattered across the ground, drawing a crowd of onlookers who began to murmur and speculate. Struggling to rise, I was engulfed in pain, my chest ablaze. A sense of despair washed over me. Was this where I would meet my end? No, I refused to surrender. Suddenly, I recalled a hidden skill within the system. Yao Yao. By me some time I gritted my teeth, frantically searching my mind for the skill. Yes, I felt a surge of excitement as I located the hidden skill, Rage Power. It was labeled as a hidden ability, one I had avoided due to its significant side effects. This skill could temporarily enhance my strength, but the drawback was a period of weakness afterward. I had no time to hesitate. It was all or nothing. Yao Yao, please buy me some time, I shouted. Without a moment's hesitation, I activated Rage Power. A torrent of strength coursed through my body, my muscles swelling with explosive energy. I charged at Brother Xiong once more, my speed astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning. Bang! My fist struck his abdomen with ferocity, and he let out a pained cry, doubling over like a boiled shrimp. What was happening? Brother Xiong looked on in disbelief, clearly unprepared for my sudden surge in power. I did not grant him a moment's respite. I pressed the attack, raining down blows that left him unable to retaliate. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Has this kid taken steroids? This turnaround is too swift. He is truly playing the pig to eat the tiger." As I continued to pummel Brother Xiong, I dodged left and right, feeling several scratches mar my skin. The coarse and tough hide of the wild boar indicated to me that this creature would be quite tenacious. I couldn't shake the feeling that if this continued, I would inevitably be sent flying by its charge. Just as I was doing my utmost to evade it, my foot seemed to trip over something, and I lost my balance in an instant. What on earth is this place where even the branches seem to conspire against me? I could see the boar's tusks hurtling toward my face, and with a roll to the side, I narrowly avoided a fatal blow, though its sharp teeth still grazed my leg. Hiss! I inhaled sharply, feeling the sharp sting. It was excruciating. My leg throbbed with fiery pain, and I feared my trousers would soon be drenched in blood. This wild boar was undoubtedly a master of iron head techniques, its skin as tough as a city wall. I felt as though I were grappling with a tank. This was exceedingly challenging. "Lei Yu, are you all right?" Hong Yao's voice quivered with concern. She wanted to rush over but hesitated, fearing she might complicate matters, leaving her anxiously watching from the sidelines. Seeing her tense little figure warmed my heart. After all, she was my wife, and I had to protect her. No, I couldn't let this continue. If it did, I would surely meet my end. I quickly murmured, "System, help me. Is there any way for me to turn the tide?" Ding! System notification. Host detected to be in distress. Would you like to activate the herb scanning function? Absolutely. Quickly. Ding! The herb scanning function has been activated. Nearby usable herbs have been marked for your reference. A small map appeared before me, highlighting a green that indicated a herb called bewitching grass. According to the description, this herb could confuse the senses of beasts. Aha! This was my savior. I gritted my teeth against the pain in my leg and dashed toward the plant, swiftly plucking it and hurling it at the still raging boar. Try this. The wild boar, seemingly unfamiliar with the herb, curiously sniffed it and, as if intoxicated, began to spin in circles, resembling a large top. What a splendid opportunity. Elation surged within me as my abilities coalesced once more around my blade. This time, I would not hold back as the boar continued its dizzying dance. I summoned all my strength and thrust the knife toward its neck with all my might. Bang! This time, the blade successfully penetrated the boar's flesh, producing a crisp sound. The boar let out a mournful cry and collapsed with a thud. Phew! I exhaled deeply, feeling as though my body was on the verge of disintegration. Goodness, this realm of supernatural beings is far too exhilarating, throwing me into the fray right from the start. I turned to survey my surroundings, sensing vaguely that I was being watched from the nearby woods. The feeling was rather eerie. Just as I let my guard down, Hong Yao rushed to my side, her voice trembling. "Lei Yu, your leg." She flung herself against me, her face pale and her eyes red-rimmed, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. "Lei Yu, your leg is so much blood." Her voice quivered as she cautiously rolled up my pant leg, revealing the ghastly wound, causing her tears to flow even more. I forced a smile, attempting to comfort her. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Really? Do I look like the sort who would perish so easily? With that, I managed what I believed to be a dashing grin to lighten the mood. She sniffed, rummaging through her backpack to retrieve bandages and medicine, gently tending to my wound. Watching her earnest expression filled my heart with warmth. This girl, who usually appeared so cold, could be quite caring during crucial moments. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? Hist, be gentle. It hurts. I exaggeratedly cried out, hoping to elicit a smile from her. She shot me a glance but softened her touch further. You deserve this. Who told you to be so reckless? Though her words were scolding, I could sense the concern woven into her tone. Once the wound was bandaged, the pain in my leg subsided significantly, with the healing salve of my beloved wife. I felt rejuvenated. All right, let us press on and secure that moonlight grass so we can head home sooner. I patted Hong Yao's shoulder, offering her an encouraging glance. The journey ahead felt as though the system had been endowed with a cheat code, guiding me effortlessly as I gathered various rare herbs. This sensation was absolutely delightful. Ding, congratulations. Host has acquired Moonlight Grass 3, task completed. The system's voice rang in my mind. Yes, finally done. I excitedly pumped my fist, feeling myself one step closer to leveling up the system. Bursting with enthusiasm, I returned to the trading market, seeking out Boss Long. Ready for a swift exchange. Boss Long, I have the goods. Where's the star core fragment? I placed the box containing the moonlight grass before him, a proud smile on my face. Boss Long accepted the box, inspecting its contents, yet his smile gradually faded. He raised his gaze to me, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Mr. Lei, this moonlight grass is indeed commendable. However, he paused deliberately, and an ominous premonition stirred within me. However, what? I forced down my rising anger, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Boss Long rubbed his hands together, grinning as he said, to acquire the star core fragment, an additional condition must be met. Chapter 61. Valley Showdown. Material finally obtained. However, what? Boss Long, you wouldn't be trying to raise the price. Would you? I narrowed my eyes, a hint of danger lacing my tone. Could this scoundrel be trying to pull a fast one on me? Boss Long chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Mr. Lei, you misunderstand. While this moonlight grass is valuable, it is no longer a rare treasure to me. What I truly require is the star meteorite guarded by the spirit bird in the mysterious valley. Star meteorite? Mysterious valley? I was taken aback. What on earth was this place? Why had I never heard of it? Boss Long, noticing my confusion, explained. The mysterious valley is a hidden location 50 miles outside the city, home to a powerful spirit bird that guards a star meteorite containing immense energy. Only by obtaining the star meteorite can I fuse it with the star core fragment to concoct the elixir I need. Oh, you want me to fetch the star meteorite for you? I raised an eyebrow. This old fox was indeed up to no good. Boss Long rubbed his hands together, a sly smile gracing his face. Mr. Lei, you are indeed sharp. If you assist me in retrieving the star meteorite, not only will I provide you with the star core fragment, but I shall also offer a generous reward. What do you say? Ha! His words sounded appealing, yet the mysterious valley reeked of danger. What if I never returned? I scoffed. This was clearly a ploy to send me to my doom. Seeing my hesitation, Boss Long quickly added, Fear not, Mr. Lei. I will provide you with some protective talismans to ensure your safety. Moreover, the star meteorite will greatly benefit you, enhancing your ability levels. Upon hearing this, I felt a stir of excitement, an enhancement to my abilities. This was something I had long yearned for. All right, I accept. I gritted my teeth. Resolving to take the gamble, Hong Yao tugged at my sleeve, her voice laced with worry. Lei Yu, could this be too dangerous? I patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll be careful. For our future, this risk is nothing. With that, I followed Boss Long on the journey to the mysterious valley. The valley was shrouded in mist, and the air was infused with a peculiar fragrance that made me feel dizzy. Be cautious. This valley is fraught with unknown dangers, I warned Hong Yao, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on our surroundings. And no sooner had we stepped into the valley than a dark shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky. Diving toward me. Watch out! Hong Yao exclaimed. I quickly dodged, feeling the shadow's claws graze my cheek, bringing a gust of wind with it. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was a pure white spirit bird. Its eyes like blazing flames, fixated intently upon me. What incredible speed! I was taken aback and quickly summoned my powers to retaliate. However, the spirit bird proved even more agile, effortlessly evading my attack after circling in the air. It dove toward me once more. It seemed I was in for a fierce battle. I took a deep breath. Lei Yu, be careful. Hong Yao's voice echoed from a distance. Goodness, this bird is extraordinarily fast. It felt as though it were cheating. I was being chased through the valley like a top, and its claws left several painful gashes on my body. Stinging fiercely, blood flowed from my wounds. And I felt as though I were becoming a veritable blood-soaked mess. What in the world was this bird, making it so difficult to deal with? My powers were nearly depleted, and each dodge felt like my very essence was being drained. I couldn't continue like this. I would surely meet my end. I needed to devise a plan. Wait. I recalled a peculiar herb I had encountered in the forest of supernatural beings, rumored to work wonders against certain beasts. I quickly rummaged through my backpack, retrieving the herb, and a refreshing fragrance wafted toward me. This scent seemed to have some effect on the spirit bird. I noticed it circling in the air, its nose twitching as it slowed its assault. Ha! It seems this herb truly works. Seizing the opportunity, I bore the pain in my body, channeling all my remaining powers into a concentrated strike aimed at the spirit bird. With a thunderous roar, my attack struck true, and the spirit bird emitted a shrill cry as several white feathers floated down. I observed the unfolding scene, realizing that the true spectacle was just beginning. I licked the blood from the corner of my mouth, my eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. By heavens, this spirit bird harbored quite the grudge. After merely striking it once, it seemed to have gone mad. Flapping its wings violently, each gust stinging my face, it swooped down again. This time with even greater speed and ferocity. I felt as though I were a fragile boat amidst a tempest, on the brink of capsizing. No! I could no longer afford to be a passive target. I took a deep breath, summoning all the residual power within me, channeling it into my fist, and roared. Taste my spiral explosion fist, bang. My fist struck the spirit bird with tremendous force, accompanied by a thunderous sound, sending it soaring away like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Twitching a few times before lying still, I panted heavily. The wounds on my body throbbed faintly. Yet gazing at the motionless spirit bird on the ground, an indescribable thrill and sense of accomplishment surged within me. Ha! I have finally triumphed. This wretched bird has been dealt with by none other than myself. Lei Yu, Hong Yao's voice called out from a short distance, laced with tremors of surprise. She dashed towards me like a startled deer, leaping into my embrace, holding me tightly. Are you all right? You scared me to death. Her voice was slightly choked, her eyes glistening with tears. I held her close, feeling the warmth of her body, my heart softening. Gently, I wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and kissed her tenderly. In this mist-laden valley, our feelings transcended to a new height, surpassing all sweetness. After a moment of lingering intimacy, I recalled the pressing matter at hand and hurried to the place guarded by the spirit bird. There, indeed, lay a stone emanating a faint glow. Surely this was the star meteorite that Boss Long had spoken of. I grasped it eagerly, feeling its icy chill and an undercurrent of immense power. Let us go settle the score with that old fox. I took Hong Yao's hand in one hand and the star meteorite in the other, striding boldly out of the valley to find Boss Long again. Upon seeing us return unscathed, his face bore an expression of disbelief. When he caught sight of the star meteorite in my hand, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. This old fox was reluctantly compelled to hand over the remaining materials to me. Visibly pained at the loss, after securing all the materials, I hastily placed them into the system. Instantly, a powerful energy surged into my body, and the system panel began to flicker with radiant light, indicating that my system was upgrading. Buzz! A dazzling light radiated from my body, illuminating the entire valley. I felt as though a magnificent power was washing over me anew, each cell brimming with strength. I gazed at my hands, sensing the surging power within. A smile crept onto my lips. It seemed I had grown stronger once more. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. I glanced at Hong Yao beside me, then out towards the horizon. The road ahead remained long, yet, Lei Yu, your system seems to. Chapter 62. Aftermath of the upgrade. The emergence of hidden dangers, my word. This sensation was indescribably delightful. My entire being was infused with strength, akin to a superhero freshly charged with energy, itching for an exhilarating showdown with an S-rank ability user. I clenched my fist, the joints crackling with a satisfying sound. The euphoria of this upgrade made me feel as if I might just take flight. Lei Yu, your system seems to. Hong Yao's voice pulled me back from my euphoric reverie. I was about to affirm her observation, feeling invincible, when suddenly, a soft alert sound echoed, akin to a mosquito buzzing. Yet it sent chills down my spine. What on earth was happening? Could there truly be a bug during a system upgrade? I quickly summoned the system panel, and the familiar blue interface now flickered with ominous red light. Reminiscent of a computer crashing in an internet theft? Oh no. This sensation was all too familiar. Something had definitely gone awry. The air around me felt as though it had solidified, constricting my heart. I had never encountered such an issue during previous upgrades. Did the heavens envy my striking visage? Bah! Was this wretched system malfunctioning? What is wrong? Hong Yao noticed my sudden change in demeanor and tugged at my sleeve anxiously. I forced a smile, reassuring her, it's nothing, perhaps just a minor glitch after the upgrade. I'll ask that old fox. I grasped Hong Yao's hand and headed straight for Boss Long's shop. Upon my arrival, the old fox greeted me with a mysteriously sly smile that set my nerves on edge. I had anticipated he would seize the opportunity to extort me, considering the effort I had expended for this system upgrade. To my surprise, he behaved unusually and did not demand any compensation, instead leisurely stating, "Young man, your troubles may well be far greater than you can imagine." I was taken aback. What trouble could arise from merely upgrading a system? He continued, "Did you think those materials were so easily obtained? They are interconnected in ways you cannot fathom. If you forcibly merge them." He deliberately prolonged his words, sending a wave of panic through me. What did this old fox mean? Had my previous actions in gathering the materials inadvertently invited even greater calamities? Was this a reverse operation, a buy one free deal, but with a hefty trouble thrown in? Confusion and tension intertwined within me, foreboding that this matter was far from simple. Boss Long feigned an air of mystery, shaking his head with a peculiar smile, as if he were watching a play unfold. Then, he uttered a profoundly significant statement. "Sometimes, the cost of power is far greater than you can comprehend." With that, he turned and retreated deeper into his shop, leaving Hong Yao and me exchanging bewildered glances. What on earth did that old fox mean by his half-spoken words? Was he deliberately tantalizing me? Frustrated, I raked my fingers through my hair and turned back to the system panel. That accursed red light continued to flicker. Filling me with unease, I took a deep breath, striving to regain my composure, and began scrutinizing the system code line by line, attempting to uncover the issue. Yet, the system appeared encrypted, the displayed information obscured and bewildering. Time slipped away, and sweat began to bead on my forehead, my palms growing clammy. The air around me felt stifling, making it difficult to breathe. I sensed myself plunging into a dark abyss, surrounded by fog. Unable to discern a way out, Hong Yao stood beside me, her expression fraught with worry, yet unable to assist. "How is it? Have you found the problem?" she inquired anxiously. I could only shake my head helplessly, feeling utterly inept, incapable of resolving a mere system issue. Just as despair threatened to engulf me, a fleeting image flashed through my mind. During the system upgrade, I had seemingly caught glimpses of peculiar code snippets, flitting by unnoticed at the time. Now, I realized, these might hold the key. I quickly accessed the system upgrade records and, relying on my familiarity with the system and keen intuition, began to analyze the codes. It felt akin to solving a complex mathematical problem, each step fraught with challenge. My mind raced, the world around me fading, leaving only myself and the codes. Finally, after considerable effort, I successfully deciphered a portion of the information. This information pointed to a potential solution, an exceptional module hidden deep within the system. The surrounding pressure seemed to ease slightly, rekindling hope in my eyes. I turned to share this discovery with Hong Yao, but was abruptly interrupted by a chilling voice whispering in my ear. "You have finally found me, by heavens. I had indeed located it. This confounded system, shrouded in mystery, required a special mineral for repair. I glanced at the mineral's name, Heart of the Star Meteor, and was instantly struck by an overwhelming aura of dominance. Such a name reeked of magnificence. However, this substance was said to grow deep within the forest of ability users. Good grief! I had only recently escaped with my life from that very place, and now I was to return. My mind swarmed with a torrent of frustration. That cursed location was fraught with peril, teeming with bizarre ability users and mutated creatures, akin to a grand live-action battle royale. Moreover, the ruckus I had caused in the forest could have drawn the attention of formidable figures. Returning now would be akin to walking into a lion's den. I raked my fingers through my hair in agitation, feeling as though my scalp might tear apart. Could this wretched system not select a safer location for task refreshment? This was tantamount to playing with fire. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to calm myself. To go or not to go? That was the question. Lei Yu. Hong Yao's gentle voice broke the silence. Tinged with concern, I turned to her and saw her softly grasping my hand. Whatever decision you make, I will accompany you. Though her voice was tender, it flowed into my heart like a warm current, dispelling my doubts and fears. I firmly clasped her hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, my heart brimming with strength. Indeed, having a partner like her made all the difference. This overwhelming sense of security revitalized me instantaneously. It was merely a forest of ability users, was it not? Who had I ever feared? I inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Let us go. We shall venture forth." As we once again approached the edge of the forest of abilities, a peculiar aura assailed us, the air around us seeming to solidify. The leaves rustled ominously. As if countless eyes were watching us from the shadows, I sensed a formidable power lurking deep within the forest, akin to a slumbering giant, poised to awaken at any moment. I grasped Hong Yao's hand tightly, an inexplicable dread rising within me. This feeling was more intense than the last time we ventured here, as if some ominous event were imminent. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the depths of the forest. "You have finally arrived." Chapter 63. Re-entering the perilous forest. A multitude of crises the moment I stepped into the forest of abilities. I felt utterly unsettled. The eerie atmosphere was even more bizarre than during my previous visit. Towering trees loomed above, blocking out the sun, with sunlight barely penetrating through. The air was thick with a damp, decaying odor, causing an uncomfortable sensation. Goodness, what is that smell? It's worse than my socks after 3 days without washing. I pinched my nose to complain. Hong Yao shot me a disapproving glance, urging me to be cautious. I chuckled softly, tightening my grip on her hand. Her small hand was soft and smooth, quite comforting. In this critical moment, my wife was indeed my anchor. We proceeded with utmost caution, every step taken with deliberate care. The rustling leaves seemed to echo with the presence of countless eyes peering at us from the shadows, leaving me feeling profoundly uneasy. The atmosphere was far more thrilling than a horror film. Suddenly, I felt the air around us solidify. A strong sense of impending danger surged within me. "Be careful," I shouted, shielding Hong Yao behind me, my abilities primed for action. In the next instant, a pack of wolf-like beasts lunged at us from all directions. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, reminiscent of ghostly flames, sending chills down my spine. What on earth are these creatures? Werewolves? I couldn't help but curse under my breath. These wolf-like beasts growled softly, baring their sharp fangs as they advanced towards us. The scene was far more terrifying than a zombie siege. "Yao Yao, protect yourself," I bellowed. Launching the first strike, I concentrated my abilities into my fists, delivering powerful blows to the leading wolves. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of impact echoed as the wolves were sent flying, crashing to the ground. "Ha! Is that all you've got?" I grinned, but my smile quickly faded. More wolf-like beasts surged forth from the depths of the forest, like an unstoppable tide. Goodness, there are too many of them. I couldn't help but complain. These beasts showed no signs of retreating from my attack. Rather, they charged at us with renewed ferocity. Their speed was astonishing, their claws razor-sharp. I felt like prey surrounded by a pack of starving wolves, ready to be torn to shreds at any moment. As I defended against their onslaught, I frantically searched for an escape route. Suddenly, I sensed a powerful force approaching from behind. "Yao Yao, watch out!" I shouted as I spun around. I turned sharply, only to see Hong Yao knocked to the ground by a massive wolf. A surge of fury rushed to my head. "Yao Yao!" I roared, charging forward in a frenzy. The wolves moved with incredible speed, surpassing any creature I had encountered before. Their movements were swift as shadows, and I felt as though I was battling a horde of phantoms. My body bore several scratches from their claws, the pain searing, blood streaming from my wounds. Worse still, the scent of blood only drove the pack into a frenzy, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, their attacks growing ever more violent. I felt my abilities depleting rapidly, my stamina waning. Each dodge and strike became increasingly arduous. A sense of oppression washed over me like a tidal wave, nearly drowning me. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to remain calm. I couldn't panic. I had to find a way to break free. Just then, Hong Yao's voice reached my ears. "Lei Yu, look at that largest wolf. It seems to be commanding the pack." Following her gaze, I indeed spotted a wolf larger than the rest, standing at the back of the pack, emitting low growls as it directed the others' movements. "So it was you causing all this chaos." An idea sparked within me. Drawing a deep breath, I concentrated all my remaining abilities into my right fist. "This is it," I shouted, surging towards the lead wolf. Several wolves attempted to block my path, but I mercilessly sent them flying with my punches. I reached the lead wolf and slammed my empowered fist down upon its head. With a resounding crash, the lead wolf howled in agony, crashing heavily to the ground. As it fell, chaos erupted among the pack. They lost their leader, becoming disoriented and aimless. Seizing the opportunity, I expanded my advantage, taking down several more wolves. The pressure around me instantly lightened, allowing me to finally catch my breath. I wiped the blood from my face, revealing a confident smile. "Now do you understand the might of your elder, little pups? Lei Yu." Hong Yao's voice suddenly trembled. Looked at I smiled widely, poised to boast, but my expression froze in an instant. "What the hell is that?" The ground split open, and thick vines, like serpents, shot up from the earth at lightning speed. "Ensnaring my legs!" I exclaimed in shock, and before I could react, the vines tightened around me, constricting like iron bands, the pain causing me to gasp. The pressure was enough to break my legs. I desperately summoned my abilities, attempting to break free from the vines, but they clung to me as if they were part of my body, tightening with every struggle. "Lei Yu," Hong Yao cried out, her voice laced with concern. I could sense her fighting back tears. "Yao Yao, be careful," I shouted, helplessly watching as she rushed towards me. My heart raced. She had no abilities. Those vines could easily fling her away. Sure enough, several vines lashed out at Hong Yao, sending a chill down my spine. Thud. Hong Yao was knocked back a few steps, blood trickling from her lips, yet she gritted her teeth and charged forward once more, positioning herself in front of me to shield me from further attacks. "You're foolish," I roared in anguish, my eyes welling with tears. This foolish woman? Yet she offered me a radiant smile, a beam of sunlight that dispelled the fear within me. "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." Though her voice quivered, it was filled with unwavering resolve. Witnessing her determination to protect me ignited a warm surge within my heart, a newfound strength swelling within me. I had to protect her. But before I could fully process my emotions, a greater crisis loomed ahead. I observed the fissures in the ground widening, a massive, pitch-black maw slowly opening, exuding an oppressive aura that threatened to suffocate us. The surrounding trees twisted in response to this force, uprooted and flung about. I looked up to see that this was no mere opening. It was the gaping mouth of a colossal tree demon. What on earth does it intend to do? Just as we stood there, stunned, the tree demon's mouth opened wide, unleashing a tremendous suction force that pulled Hong Yao and me toward the abyss. Like two leaves caught in a tempest. "Lei Yu, be careful." Chapter 64. Turning the tide in desperation. Embracing a new battle. What kind of madness is unfolding? Staring into the cavernous maw of the tree demon, I felt like a fish on a chopping block, utterly bewildered. The suction intensified, pulling us closer to the abyss. "Stay calm. Stay calm," I mentally screamed. Knowing that panicking would spell our doom, I frantically searched my mind for countermeasures. Like a CPU overheating from excessive processing, the infernal vines continued to tighten, nearly shattering my bones. Though Hong Yao was clearly terrified, she maintained her composure, Her beautiful eyes filled with trust as she gazed at me. I had to devise a plan. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck me. I recalled the new abilities unlocked after the system upgrade. Though I had yet to master them fully, desperate times called for desperate measures. I gritted my teeth, deciding to gamble everything. Focusing all my attention, I summoned every ounce of my abilities, channeling the new power into my attack with reckless abandon. "Break for me," I bellowed, unleashing a wave of potent energy infused with my new abilities. Aimed directly at the tree demon's maw, with a resounding boom, the vines that bound me loosened slightly. A surge of joy coursed through me. It seemed this new ability had some merit, but before I could revel in my triumph, the tree demon went berserk. It swayed violently, uprooting trees and hurling them at Hong Yao and me as if they were mere playthings. My God, is it trying to kill us? I couldn't help but curse. The atmosphere of battle reaching a fever pitch, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. The scene before me felt as though I were trapped in a high-stakes virtual reality game, where a single misstep could lead to disaster. As Hong Yao and I navigated through the swirling trees, we found ourselves in a precarious dance of evasion, the sound of splintering wood and the thunderous roars of the tree demon echoing in our ears. The tension palpable. Just as I ducked beneath a sturdy branch, a sharp pain surged through my arm. A jagged limb had scraped me fiercely. Hiss! I inhaled sharply, the wound on my arm burning with a fierce pain. This tree demon was truly merciless. It felt as if the powers within me were being drained, leaving me hollow. Glancing over at Hong Yao, I saw her stumble and fall while dodging a sweeping trunk. Her arm grazed and blood seeping from the wound. Witnessing Hong Yao's injury ignited a fierce protective instinct within me. How dare anyone harm my beloved? Gritting my teeth, I summoned the remnants of my powers once more. This time, I was not merely fighting for survival, but for Hong Yao, for our very right to live. I infused my abilities with my love for her and my yearning for victory. I felt a surge of energy bubbling and igniting within me, as if I were on the verge of erupting like a volcano. I let out a primal roar, channeling all my emotional energy into a blast aimed directly at the tree demon. Boom! A blinding light flashed as my attack struck true at the demon's core, a crystalline heart radiating an eerie glow hidden deep within its colossal form. A chilling wail escaped the tree demon, its cry so piercing it sent shivers down my spine. Almost immediately, its body began to convulse violently, the once mighty vines losing their vigor and drooping feebly. Crack, crack, the massive trunk started to splinter, fissures rapidly spreading across its surface. Finally, with a resounding crash, the tree demon's gargantuan form collapsed, taking down surrounding trees in a chaotic display. The weight pressing down on me vanished in an instant, leaving me gasping for breath as if I had emerged from the depths of water. I had triumphed against all odds. Lei Yu, are you all right? Hong Yao rushed over, her face etched with concern. I am fine. What about you? Does your wound still hurt? I asked, my heart warming at her presence. How fortunate I was to have her by my side. We supported each other, surveying the aftermath of what was once a treacherous forest, now reduced to a chaotic wreckage amidst the fallen remains of the tree demon. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood, mingled with an unusual energy resonance. What is this? Hong Yao's voice held a note of surprise, her gaze fixated on the spot where the demon had fallen, where something faintly glimmered. Damn! This thing is blinding my titanium alloy eyes. We cautiously approached, clearing away the remnants of the demon to reveal a stone emitting a haunting blue light. It sparkled more brilliantly than diamonds and gleamed more than gold, unmistakably extraordinary. Could this be the legendary energy stone? Hong Yao gasped, covering her mouth in shocked. My heart soared with joy. This was a windfall. I quickly stashed the precious gem into my system space, hearing the familiar chime of the system notification. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a rare energy stone. System repair complete. Reward. Enhancement of abilities. My goodness, this happiness was utterly unexpected. A warm wave coursed through my body, replenishing my previously depleted powers, now purer and stronger than before. What a rush! I excitedly embraced Hong Yao and planted a passionate kiss on her cheek. Darling, we struck it rich. Hong Yao's cheeks flushed, and she playfully punched my arm, yet her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. We held each other tightly, sharing a deep kiss in the elation of our victory. This perilous forest had borne witness to our trials and tribulations, fortifying our bond. Ahem. The system interrupted awkwardly with 2 coughs. Host, although you've navigated this crisis, a greater peril looms ahead. My heart sank. That damned system couldn't let me savor my moment of bliss for a while longer. What crisis? I asked, a hint of impatience creeping into my voice. The system projected a map, with a red dot rapidly approaching our location. The ability organization has locked onto your position and is dispatching personnel to encircle you. I inhaled sharply. These guys were relentless. I grasped Hong Yao's hand tightly, my resolve firm. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Suddenly, the distant roar of engines filled the air, growing closer and clearer. They were coming. They're here. Hong Yao's voice trembled slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, I pulled her hand and dashed towards the city. Hold on tight. Chapter 65. The Urban Struggle. Breaking Free. Damn. This system truly knows how to ruin a moment, just as I wanted to savor a tender moment with Yao Mei. It throws me into chaos. I grasped Hong Yao's hand and sprinted toward the city. Hold on tight. I shouted, adrenaline surging through me, the thrill exhilarating. The sound of engines behind us grew increasingly ominous. The malevolent pressure palpable. These bastards genuinely wanted me dead. My heart raced, each step echoing like a drumbeat, the tension peaking. Yao Mei was right behind me, though she didn't speak. I could sense her anxiety. Yet her eyes reflected trust and determination, spurring me on. I had to rise to the occasion. Just as I was sprinting for my life, a shadow lunged from the edge of the street. Holy hell! An assassin! The figure brandished a dagger glinting ominously, aimed straight for my heart. I sidestepped just in time, the dagger narrowly missing me and slicing through my clothing. Damn it! If it had been even slightly off, I might have been done for. Cursing under my breath, I retaliated with a wave of energy, targeting the assassin. I had worked hard to gather that energy. He needed to feel its force, but the assassin was as slippery as an eel. Dodging effortlessly, my energy blast crashing into the wall with a deafening boom that sent bystanders screaming and scattering in panic, the scene descending into chaos. These guys sure knew how to stir things up. I cursed under my breath. This was merely the beginning. The real storm was yet to come. Watching the panicked crowd, my heart raced. I needed to eliminate this threat swiftly. Lei Yu, be careful. Yao Mei's urgent voice broke through my thoughts. I inhaled deeply, sharpening my gaze on the assassin who had again melted into the shadows, bracing for the next attack. Just then, I caught sight of a dark mass at the end of the street, rapidly approaching. What was that? Yao Mei, this doesn't look good. Damn. Were they trying to kill me? That dark mass at the street's end looked to have at least dozens of people. This was shaping up to be an ambush of epic proportions. I pulled Yao Mei behind me, pressing against the wall, 1,000 curses racing through my mind. Lei Yu, there are too many of them. Yao Mei's voice quivered, though her gaze remained resolute. I could feel her grip tightening on my sleeve. Her palms sweaty. I took a deep breath, striving to maintain my composure, but my heart refused to settle. Don't worry, Yao Mei, I'm here. I feigned calmness, though internally, I was a wreck. With my E-class physique, I doubted I could withstand their onslaught. I sensed my energy dwindling, my body growing weak. At this rate, I might be devoured alive. No, I had to think of a way out. Lei Yu, you. Yao Mei hesitated, but I couldn't let her see my vulnerability. I had to hold fast, for her sake and my own. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck me. I had unlocked a hidden skill during my system upgrade. Wasn't it called Berserk Mode? I quickly recited the activation mantra, desperate to ignite it. I had nothing to lose. The moment I activated the skill, a wave of potent energy surged through me, invigorating my every fiber. My speed and strength skyrocketed, my internal energy swirling with frenetic vigor. I felt like a superhero, my body brimming with explosive power. A mischievous grin spread across my face. This feeling was nothing short of exhilarating. I abruptly pushed Yao Mei aside and bellowed, Yao Mei, step back and watch me shine. I charged into the encirclement like a ferocious tiger, my speed leaving only a blur in my wake. The once arrogant ability users were sent sprawling, their cries echoing in disarray. I swung my fists, each blow infused with thunderous might. They were no match for me. What the hell was happening? The onlookers stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by my sudden surge in strength. Their astonished expressions brought me immense satisfaction. This feeling was simply sublime. In a matter of moments, I tore a path through the encirclement, pulling Yao Mei along as we sprinted away. Just then, I heard an elderly voice from behind, tinged with surprise and uncertainty. This kid? How did he become so strong all of a sudden? Who the hell was this old man? How could he perceive my newfound strength? However, there was a hint of doubt in his tone, suggesting that my berserk mode indeed had some merit. Just as I contemplated pressing my advantage and bringing this old man down, he suddenly moved. In a flash, he appeared right before me, his speed so astonishing that I barely registered it. Instinctively, I threw a punch, but it felt as if I were striking a cloud, soft and devoid of force. Damn, this old man is formidable. Surrounding his body was an invisible barrier that rendered my attacks utterly ineffective. My heart sank. This old man was certainly not an ordinary foe. Clearly, my previous assumptions had been overly naive. I had thought that activating berserk mode would render me invincible, but it seems I was gravely mistaken. His strength was undoubtedly superior to mine, and it was on an entirely different level. I sensed the raging power within me gradually waning. Was this skill time-limited? Just as I was engulfed in panic, Yao Mei's voice echoed in my ear. Lei Yu, no matter what happens, I will be with you. Her voice was soft yet filled with unwavering determination and affection. I turned to look at her. Her gaze brimmed with trust and love, instantly flooding my heart with warmth. I grasped her hand tightly, a new strength surging from within me. Yes, for her sake, I could not falter. Taking a deep breath, I refocused my energy, preparing to confront this old man head-on. But at that moment, strange runes suddenly appeared on the surrounding streets, radiating an eerie red glow, and a dangerous aura permeated the air, causing my heart to leap into my throat. What were these individuals up to now? Did they intend to use runes against me? I cautiously surveyed my surroundings, only to find that these runes seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Without any warning, heightening my unease, I felt trapped in a colossal snare, on the verge of being consumed. No, I had to find a way out. Otherwise, I might genuinely meet my end. Be careful. Yao Mei's voice rang out again. Laced with concern, I was about to respond when I caught sight of a peculiar smile creeping onto the old man's lips. He slowly raised his hand, and an overwhelming force instantly locked onto me. Chapter 66. The Fierce Battle in the Abandoned Building. Love and Crisis. Holy smokes. This old man is serious. Before I could comprehend the nature of those crimson glowing runes, an energy imbued with intense pressure surged toward me. It felt as though I were about to be struck head-on by a speeding dump truck, and I was instantly rooted to the spot, struggling to even breathe. Yao Mei, run, I shouted, yanking her along as I summoned a speed akin to the wind, dashing into the dilapidated building behind us. This structure had likely been abandoned for quite some time, and a musty odor assaulted my senses, making me recoil. The walls were adorned with cobwebs, and the floor creaked ominously beneath my feet, as if it could collapse at any moment. Goodness, this scene was fit for a horror film. Although the environment was less than ideal, it would have to suffice for now. I knew this old man would not let us escape easily. Sure enough, before I could regain my footing, a shadow flitted into the building like a wraith. It was the old man. His speed was astonishing, truly a testament to his rank as an A-level psychic. This power seemed almost supernatural. You can't escape, kid, he intoned, his voice echoing ominously in the vast emptiness of the building, sending chills down my spine. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to remain calm. Now was not the time for panic. I had to devise a plan to extricate myself from this predicament. Yao Mei, be careful. I'll hold him off. As I spoke, I concentrated my psychic energy and hurled a blade of wind toward the old man. A mere parlor trick, he scoffed with a disdainful smirk, sidestepping my attack with ease. Almost immediately, a blinding beam of light shot from his hand, striking the wall beside me. With a thunderous crash, the wall collapsed, sending debris and dust flying. Enveloping me in chaos, I hastily shielded my eyes, coughing violently from the dust. This old man was ruthless. Was he intent on demolishing the building? I quickly steadied my breathing. And through the haze, I saw the old man advancing toward me, a mocking smile playing on his lips, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. This could not continue. I could not remain a passive target. My gaze hardened, and my psychic energy surged anew, coalescing into a formidable force within me. Just then, I noticed him raising his hand again. Was he about to unleash another attack? Yet, as I focused intently, I felt a sharp pain in my ankle, as if something had struck me. What the hell was that? Before I could react, a searing pain shot through my ankle, akin to being struck by a hammer, causing me to stifle a cry of agony. Looking down, I saw a wretched piece of debris from who knows where lying pitifully at my feet. Damn, what kind of misfortune was this? Gritting my teeth, I gasped in pain. It felt as though a chunk of flesh had been gouged from me. To make matters worse, this incident destabilized my psychic energy, causing the previously solid wind blade to fluctuate erratically, as if it had developed Parkinson's disease. Looks like luck isn't on your side, kid, the old man sneered, reveling in my predicament. He raised his hand again, unleashing an even more blinding beam of light toward me, the energy radiating with an intensity far greater than before. Goodness, was this old coot trying to finish me off in one fell swoop? I dodged frantically, but his assaults were relentless. I evaded one strike only to be caught by another, sent hurtling back like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily into the wall. I felt a warm trickle of blood in my throat, spitting out a mouthful of crimson. This old man was truly merciless. I couldn't continue like this. If I did, he would surely wear me down. Struggling to rise, I found my body felt as if it had been dismantled, utterly devoid of strength. I glanced up at Yao Mei. Her face was etched with concern. Seeing her worry ignited a fire within me. I couldn't allow her to suffer alongside me. I had to find an opportunity to retaliate. No, I needed to devise a strategy. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I surveyed my surroundings. The abandoned building was littered with broken steel beams and crumbling walls. Suddenly, an idea struck me. This derelict structure was my best weapon. I summoned my psychic energy once more. But instead of forming a wind blade, I infused my power into the surrounding walls and pillars, causing them to tremble slightly. With a resounding rumble, the building began to shake violently, cracks spiderwebbing across the walls, and concrete chunks began to plummet from above. The old man appeared flustered by this sudden upheaval, his movements slowing. Now was my chance. A triumphant smile crept across my face as I gathered every ounce of strength and charged toward him. Focusing all my psychic energy into my fist, and struck his chest with all my might. Bang! The sound echoed as my fist connected solidly with the old man, propelling him back several paces. For the moment, the surrounding danger had abated, but I was on the brink of exhaustion, gasping for breath. Lei Yu, you? Yao Mei rushed to my side, her concern palpable as she examined my wounds, her words of care yet to escape her lips. Yao Mei quickly approached, her gentle fingers brushing over my injury, her eyes filled with compassion. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted into my nostrils. Her scent, reminiscent of jasmine, brought me solace. Her hair brushed against my cheek, tickling gently, like feathers caressing the strings of my heart. Goodness, even in this dire moment, I found myself savoring these sensations. It seemed I had truly fallen. Yao Mei's gaze was enchanting, infused with deep affection like a clear spring reflecting my image. I felt as though I were under a spell, irresistibly drawn to her, yearning to embrace her in that instant. The surrounding peril, the ruins, the dust, indeed, even the relentless old man, seemed to fade away. My world contained only her. I pulled her into a tight embrace. Her body was soft and warm, akin to a gentle kitten nestled against me. My heart raced, threatening to burst from my chest. I lowered my head and gently kissed her lips. Soft and sweet, as if dipped in honey. Lei Yu, you are the most important person in my life, and no matter what, we will survive together. Yao Mei whispered in my arms, her voice trembling yet unwavering. Yao Yao, with you by my side, I fear nothing. I held her close, softly responding into her ear. In that moment, we seemed to exist in a paradise, where everything around us stood still, the only sounds being the rhythm of our heartbeats intertwining, composing a symphony of love. But this fleeting tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of approaching footsteps from below, growing louder and more distinct. My heart sank. Oh no, it was the psychic organization. They were here. I tightened my grip on Yao Mei's hand, my expression sharpening. Yao Yao, Hold on tight. Chapter 67. The counterattack at headquarters. The conspiracy unveiled. Damn, these guys arrived quickly. I grasped Yao Mei's hand, and as we burst out of that dilapidated building, a chilling gust of wind swept past me from behind. Without even turning back, I knew it was that gang of henchmen from the supernatural organization hot on our heels. Damn! Looking up, I inhaled sharply. It was akin to poking a hornet's nest. Before me stood a heavily fortified fortress, its lights flickering ominously, iron gates tightly shut, and surrounding it was a circle upon circle of supernatural beings, each one radiating menace, as if the words "no trespassing" were emblazoned across their foreheads. Normally, I would certainly weigh my options, but at this moment, I was a player armed with cheats. What was there to fear? The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and the tense atmosphere felt as though it could crush us both. I could sense Yao Mei's palms growing clammy, and I tightened my grip on her hand, winking to reassure her that today, I would show them why flowers bloom so brilliantly. Lei Yu, you choose to ignore the path to heaven, yet dare to storm into hell. Today marks your demise. That old wretch, Zhuge, had reappeared, his presence as unwelcome as ever. He stood before the crowd, a sly grin plastered on his face, resembling a cunning old fox. You old coot, I shall teach you a lesson in humility today. I shot him the finger and signaled to Yao Mei to be cautious, and the next moment, with a wave of his hand, the surrounding supernatural beings surged towards us like a pack of wolves. Various powers illuminated the night sky, akin to moths drawn to a flame. The scene was exhilarating. Just what I needed. Today, I would play with them. I grinned widely, activating my newly upgraded skill, Phantom Clone. Suddenly, my form split into 5 identical copies of myself, each appearing simultaneously. Wow, this effect was absolutely stunning. The 5 of us launched our attacks, some darting left, others right, leaving the supernatural beings bewildered, unable to discern the real from the illusion, leading them to strike at one another. What on earth? How did they end up hitting their own? This was getting bizarre. The surrounding supernatural beings were left dizzy by my audacious maneuver, their faces reflecting shock and confusion. Go them, I appeared as an invincible bug, leaving them utterly helpless. Just when I thought I could take down this mob, Zhuge's furious roar cut through the chaos. Stop! Do not be deceived by his illusions. Attack his true form together. I smirked. The old man had a keen eye, able to discern my real self. Clearly, it was time to give him a proper greeting. Yao Mei, stay sharp and watch my performance. I whispered to her, and she nodded. Her gaze filled with concern. I cast a glance at the old codger, a slight smile curling at my lips. Now, the real show was about to begin. I took a deep breath, feeling my powers roiling within me like boiling water. The air around me seemed to drain away, creating a brief vacuum. I felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through my body. It was exhilarating. Old man, brace yourself, I roared, launching myself like a cannonball towards Zhuge. I concentrated all my energy into my right fist, which glowed with a dazzling radiance, reminiscent of a miniature sun. A mere parlor trick, Zhuge disdainfully scoffed, gathering his own power to meet my strike head-on. He clearly underestimated both my strength and my reckless approach. Boom! With a resounding crash, my fist collided with Zhuge's chest, propelling him backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a sizable crater. Silence enveloped the area as everyone absorbed the magnitude of my strike. The supernatural beings stood dumbfounded. As if they had seen a ghost, I clapped my hands and walked toward Zhuge, looking down at him from my elevated position. Old man, how does it feel? Zhuge's lips bled crimson as he struggled to comprehend how an E-rank superhuman could unleash such formidable power. I rifled through his belongings and retrieved a chip, crucial evidence of the organization's nefarious schemes. Everyone, behold! I proclaimed loudly, this is the true face of the supernatural organization. I began to expose the organization's conspiracy, broadcasting the contents of the chip for all to hear. The surrounding supernatural beings began to murmur among themselves, their trust in the organization wavering. Some even contemplated breaking away. You lie. Zhuge's face turned pale as he feebly attempted to refute me. I merely chuckled and paid him no further mind. I had successfully countered the plots of the supernatural organization, and the pressure around us lifted instantaneously. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, an indescribable elation. Layud, a gentle voice called. I turned to see Yao Mei standing not far away, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. She waved her tiny fist, exclaiming excitedly, Layu, you're so amazing. You're my superhero. Being admired by the girl I cherished felt truly delightful. I raised an eyebrow at her, flashing a peace sign. Upon seeing this, Yao Mei couldn't help but giggle. In that moment, the surrounding clamor seemed to fade away, leaving just the two of us, feeling a flicker of warmth and sweetness amidst the danger. Let us go, Yao Mei, we need to leave. I grasped her hand and, taking advantage of the confusion among the supernatural beings, we slipped away. The system was incredibly reliable at crucial moments, guiding me along the best escape route, perfectly evading all surveillance and traps. I led Yao Mei through the labyrinthine passages, darting left and right like two nimble rabbits, disappearing without a trace. From a distance, gazing at the brightly lit headquarters of the supernatural organization, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This battle had been exhilarating. Not only had I dealt a punishing blow to that old scoundrel Zhuge, but I had also unveiled their schemes. Double the joy. Layu, are you all right? Yao Mei asked with concern. Gently caressing my arm, her eyes filled with worried, I embraced her tightly, placing a soft kiss on her forehead. Don't worry, I'm fine. These little scrapes are nothing. Yao Mei held me closely, burying her head in my chest. I could feel her heart racing, pounding vigorously. I knew she had been worried about me. At that moment, I felt our hearts draw closer together. We had shared this life and death trial, and our love had grown even stronger. Let us go, Yao Mei. We're heading to. I paused, a mysterious smile tugging at my lips. The Superhuman District, Chapter 68, Street Zone Struggle. Wits and valor to break the deadlock. The Superhuman District? What do we need to go there for? Yao Mei's voice carried a hint of confusion. I chuckled, feigning mystery. Of course, to experience the nightlife of the supernatural city. I've heard their skewers are unbeatable. Yao Mei shot me a skeptical look, clearly unconvinced by my antics. But she did not press further. The Superhuman District was a melting pot, a hub for various supernatural beings. Neon lights flickered, the air heavy with the scent of grilled meat and alcohol, and the cacophony of vendors filled the atmosphere with a vibrant energy. However, amidst the excitement, a sense of unease crept over me. The air was thick with tension, and the people around us seemed to exude hostility, their glances akin to those of venomous snakes, fixated on us. This was bad. An ambush was imminent. My heart sank as I realized the danger. And no sooner had I thought this than a group of supernatural beings emerged from every corner, surrounding us completely. Clad in matching black uniforms, their cold eyes radiated a murderous intent. Layu, you ran fast, but unfortunately, you've fallen into our trap. A chilling voice echoed. It was that old wretch Zhuge, personally arriving for the showdown. I clenched my fists and scoffed, Zhuge, do you think these lackeys can stop me? Don't get too cocky, Layu. The shadow assassin emerged from the crowd like a wraith, elusive and unpredictable. Today is your end. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged at me with the swiftness of a ghost. Anticipating his move, I sidestepped while unleashing my power, Thunder Fury. A bolt of lightning shot from my hand, striking the shadow assassin. The assassin, caught off guard by my quick reflexes, was grazed by my power, sending him sliding backward. The surrounding supernatural beings displayed astonishment, and the tense atmosphere escalated. Yet, I remained vigilant, keeping my eyes fixed on the enemy. Xiao Bai! Now is your chance! I shouted. A small figure darted from the crowd, brandishing a gleaming dagger, charging straight at Zhuge. Damn. Are these guys on steroids or something? Why do they keep multiplying? Like some kind of whack-a-mole? It's infuriating. My Thunder Fury, though spectacular, couldn't withstand this relentless onslaught. My energy was being drained as if a pump were siphoning it away. My legs felt as though they were no longer my own. Each step heavy as lead, I glanced back at Yao Mei. She was hiding behind me, her eyes reflecting concern, yet she remained calm, alerting me to potential dangers. A wave of guilt washed over me. This was my battle. Yet I had dragged her into it. I felt utterly useless, unable to protect the woman I loved. This sense of powerlessness weighs heavily upon my chest, akin to a colossal stone pressing down, rendering me breathless. Boss, I'm here to assist you. A voice, tinged with youthful exuberance, suddenly shattered the suffocating stalemate. My gaze sharpened, and to my astonishment, it was indeed the young lad from earlier, charging forth with a ragtag assembly of street psychics, their tattered garments fluttering in the wind. Although they appeared frail, their spirit was commendable as they rushed into the fray with fervent cries. The young man's ability seemed to involve the manipulation of small stones. While not particularly formidable, it could still pose a nuisance to the cloaked adversaries, alleviating some of my burdens. A jolt of adrenaline surged through me, as if the fog before my eyes had been lifted. It seemed fate had not abandoned me. A subtle smile graced my lips. Now was the moment to unleash my hidden prowess. Internally I commanded, "System, activate concealed skills." A warm current coursed through my body, restoring my depleted powers at an astonishing rate. A wicked grin spread across my face. It was my turn to retaliate. Just as I prepared to launch my counteroffensive, that old scoundrel Zhuge raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to cease their assault. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, swiftly replaced by a look of bewilderment. How is this possible? What kind of trickery is this old fox up to? There he stood, hands clasped behind his back, an air of inscrutable wisdom about him, leisurely approaching me with a hint of admiration. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Surely this old man harbored some peculiar penchant. "Leiyu," Zhuge's voice, unexpectedly weary, echoed. "You are quite impressive, and I hold you in high regard." High regard, my foot. I inwardly cursed. What scheme is this old cur concocting? Let us engage in a duel, one-on-one. Shall we? Zhuge unexpectedly proposed a challenge. Elation surged within me. I had been yearning for a chance to confront him up close, and now fortune had smiled upon me. A duel? Very well, I shall oblige. I feigned indifference, yet inside I was elated. The air around us seemed to freeze, everyone holding their breath, anxiously watching our standoff. As the distance between Zhuge and I diminished, I could feel the oppressive aura emanating from him, as though a mountain was bearing down on me. "Brace yourself," Zhuge bellowed suddenly, unleashing a fierce wave of energy towards me. I swiftly dodged, the energy wave grazing my cheek and leaving a searing sensation in its wake. This old man means business. I could not afford to be careless. I activated my powers and engaged in a fierce clash with Zhuge. The resounding echoes of energy colliding reverberated through the air, deafening in their intensity. Our figures intertwined in a blur, swift as lightning, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. In the brief lulls of battle, I caught sight of Yao Mei's worried gaze. A warm current surged within me. I offered her a confident smile to reassure her. I noticed that while Zhuge's attacks were relentless, their potency had waned significantly. This old fox aims to exhaust my stamina. I scoffed inwardly. I would play along. I began to feign weakness, pretending to tire, enticing Zhuge to strike harder. Sure enough, he took the bait, launching increasingly ferocious attacks, yet he could never land a blow on me. Just as I reveled in my cleverness, I suddenly spotted a peculiar mark on Zhuge's neck, resembling a black eye, exuding an eerie aura. What could this be? I pondered. Could it be linked to the conspiracy of the psychic organization? In my moment of distraction, Zhuge let out a chilling laugh. "You've fallen into my trap." He suddenly swung his hand, sending a powerful energy wave hurtling towards me at breakneck speed. "Oh no!" I inwardly screamed, hastily attempting to evade. But it was already too late. "Leiyu!" Yao Mei's terrified cry pierced my ears. I felt an overwhelming force engulf me, plunging me into darkness. "Heh, it's all over." Zhuge's cold voice echoed ominously. Wait, something feels off about this voice. Chapter 69. The depths of desire in the dark alley. What the hell? Is this some sort of underhanded trick? I rolled to evade Zhuge's sneaky attack, the energy wave barely missing my nose. The acrid scent of charred air lingering ominously, narrowly avoiding becoming a city legend. "Heh, young one, you may evade me for a moment, but not for eternity." Zhuge's sinister voice resonated from the shadows. This old coot must be a rat's spirit. Able to pinpoint my location in such darkness, I quickly activated my night vision skill, essentially the system's gift of enhanced sight, though I whimsically named it for its grandeur. Suddenly, everything in the alley became vividly clear. It was a narrow, filthy space, reeking of garbage, interspersed with the squeaks of rodents, truly a scene fit for a 5-star horror film. "Zhuge, lurking behind a pile of tattered cardboard boxes, observed me like a cunning old fox. An idea sparked in my mind. "Yao Mei, cover me," I barked. She immediately understood, unleashing a barrage of ice arrows toward Zhuge, forcing him to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed a powerful energy sphere, hurtling it toward Zhuge's forehead. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere erupted, scattering debris. My heart soared. This time, victory was surely. Wait, where is he? As the dust settled, Zhuge stood unharmed, gripping a black shield that shimmered with an ominous glow. Good grief. This old man possesses defensive gear. Your abilities are futile against me, Zhuge sneered, raising his shield as he charged toward me. I cursed under my breath. This old coot must be indestructible. I fought as I retreated, moving nimbly through the cramped alley, seeking an escape. Suddenly, I slipped, stepping into a pool of unknown liquid, nearly toppling over. A putrid stench assaulted my nostrils, threatening to make me retch. What in the world? I looked down, my scalp prickling in horror. It was a pool of rat carcasses. Heh, little one, prepare to meet your end. Zhuge's voice grew nearer. Just as I was about to curse, Zhuge's attack came crashing down. The old rascal's shield slammed against my shoulder like an iron plate, a crack resounding as I felt my bones nearly shatter. The excruciating pain clouded my vision, nearly bringing me to my knees. Damn it, this old thief strikes hard. Clutching my shoulder, I felt a warm fluid seeping out, sticky and surely blood. Even worse, my abilities began to waver, energy swirling chaotically within me, akin to boiling water on the verge of explosion. I staggered a few steps, my body swaying violently, and the world around me blurred. "Lei Yu?" Yao Mei's anxious voice reached me, and I saw her rushing to my side, concern etched on her face. Her gaze pierced my heart like a blade. I didn't want her to see me in such disarray, nor did I wish for her to suffer because of me. This sense of helplessness plunged me into profound anguish and despair. Just then, a cacophony of battle erupted from outside the alley. I managed to lift my head and was astonished to see the young lad leading a group of street psychics, engaged in a fierce skirmish against the cloaked adversaries. Remarkably, this lad possesses a sense of loyalty. It appeared they had successfully restrained a portion of the enemy. This was a golden opportunity for me. I inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain, and mentally commanded, "System, upgrade my abilities." A surge of powerful energy coursed through me. Stabilizing my erratic powers, I felt my strength multiply, as if I were brimming with boundless energy. My eyes snapped open, glinting with determination. "Old thief, your time is up," I roared, charging toward Zhuge, startled by my sudden surge of power. Zhuge hesitated, momentarily caught off guard, and before he could react, I was already upon him. I swung my fist down with all my might upon his shield. Crack! The shield shattered under the force, sending Zhuge hurtling back. Crashing to the ground and spewing blood, I advanced step by step, my gaze icy, akin to a beast poised to pounce. Zhuge's eyes widened in terror as he stammered. "How is this possible?" I chuckled coldly, slowly raising my hand. "Stop." Just as I was about to finish off this old rogue, Yao Mei grasped my arm, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. "Lei Yu, you're hurt." She gingerly examined my shoulder wound, her fingertips brushing against it, causing me to gasp in pain. "Hiss," I grimaced, yet looking at her worried expression warmed my heart. "This girl truly evokes my sympathy. It's my fault. I didn't protect you," she murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her every feature radiating tenderness and charm, igniting a fierce yearning within me. "Yao Mei, please don't say that. I'm fine." I pulled her close, disregarding the surrounding danger, and kissed her passionately. Yao Mei was taken aback by my sudden advance, but she quickly responded. Her soft body pressed against mine, her arms wrapping tightly around my neck, her luscious lips tasted sweet and moist. We kissed with abandon, as if the world around us had faded away, leaving only the two of us. The air was thick with an intimate atmosphere, the faint scent of Yao Mei enveloping me, and my rationality burned away like dry tinder, leaving only a wild, fervent desire. I longed to envelop her within my being at this very moment, yet the time is not ripe. A multitude of troubles still looms unresolved. After what seemed an eternity, we reluctantly parted ways. Yao Mei's cheeks were flushed, resembling ripe apples, and her large, glistening eyes seemed capable of shedding tears. Lei Yu, regardless of what transpires, I shall never abandon you, she murmured softly, imbued with a hint of determination, with you by my side. Yao Yao, I fear nothing. I grasped her hand tightly, warmth flooding my heart, banishing all traces of fatigue and pain. Just as we reveled in this tender moment, an odd rustling sound echoed from the depths of the alley. Akin to something crawling upon the ground, the noise was unsettling, sending chills down my spine as an ominous premonition surged within me. What is that sound? I inquired, perplexed. That I don't know. Yao Yao replied, her expression mirroring my confusion as she clutched my hand tighter. I remained vigilant, eyes fixed ahead, fists clenched tightly. Chapter 70. The conspiracy unfolds. What in the world is that? Every hair on my body stood on end, the sound sending shivers down my spine. Yao Mei's face turned pale with fear as she pressed closely against me. Damn it! Could it be yet another mischief? I cursed inwardly, my gaze fixed on the depths of the alley, quietly gathering my powers. Prepared for a confrontation, that moment, Zhuge, the old rogue, ceased his assault. His sinister eyes, also trained on the dark recesses of the alley, seemed he too sensed something amiss. A strange, foul odor permeated the air, nauseating me. Suddenly, a swarm of grotesque creatures surged forth from the depths of the alley. What in the world are these abominations? They resembled the aliens from the movies, their bodies slick and oozing a greenish liquid. Stirring turmoil in my stomach, these creatures emitted a hissing sound, sending chills down my spine, and the stench intensified, nearly overwhelming me. What are these? Yao Mei's voice trembled. Mutant creatures. They are new creations from the Power Organization. Zhuge gritted his teeth, his tone laced with fear. If even this old fellow is afraid, it seems these creatures are formidable adversaries. The mutant beings lunged at us like rabid dogs. I swiftly unleashed my powers. A bolt of lightning striking the foremost creature. With a crackle, it convulsed under the shock, yet astonishingly, it did not perish. What the hell? Its defense is outrageous. Zhuge also initiated his assault, but he soon realized his powers had little effect on these beasts. It appeared these monsters were specifically engineered to counter us. A sense of dread settled in my heart. We were in deep trouble. While evading the creature's attacks, I pondered my strategy. Damn it, I need to devise a plan. Wait, the system had previously bestowed upon me a special item. I reached into my pocket. Yao Yao, hold on tight. I pulled out the item, a plastic duck resembling a toy. Yes, this is it, a product of the system. Undoubtedly exquisite. This is no ordinary duck, but the super invincible quack duck. Despite its silly name, its power is formidable. Taking a deep breath, I recited the activation chant. Quack, 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 transform. The little duck suddenly emitted a brilliant light, and I felt a surge of immense energy radiate from it, instantly filling the entire alley. The slimy mutant creatures screeched as if doused in acid, quickly melting into puddles of green liquid, the stench intensifying to the point of nearly incapacitating me. What in the world is this? Zhuge stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. The surrounding henchmen of the Power Organization stood dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed toward Zhuge. Before he could react, I delivered a powerful punch to his face. With a thud, he was sent sprawling to the ground, blood gushing from his nose. Old rogue, did you think no one knew about your sordid deeds? I shouted, pointing at Zhuge. You control mutant creatures, harming innocent power users. I have gathered all the evidence. I produced a stack of documents, throwing them at the henchmen's feet. See for yourselves the true face of the organization you pledge your loyalty to. The henchmen exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Some wore expressions of doubt, their gazes toward Zhuge shifting. Why, you're lying, Zhuge stammered, struggling to his feet, his face ashen. These are all forgeries. Whether they are forgeries or not, you know in your heart. I sneered. Today, I shall avenge all the power users you have harmed. I raised my fist once more, poised to strike Zhuge. Stop! A voice rang out suddenly. Stop! I scoffed, just as I was about to deliver the final blow to the old rogue. A resonant voice boomed, causing my ears to ring. I turned to see yet another old man. Clad in a black robe, he exuded an aura even stronger than Zhuge's, undoubtedly another A-level powerhouse. Kid, you are quite audacious. The old man in black squinted, a formidable pressure emanating from him, causing the very air around us to feel dense. Daring to harm those in our power organization, you have quite the nerve. What are you power organizations to me? I retorted defiantly, glaring at him. Murderers and arsonists, devoid of conscience, and you dare to act tough before me? You little brat, you have guts. The old man in black chuckled coldly, waving his hand. Attack him, kill without mercy. Come on, who is afraid of whom? I bellowed, gathering my powers once more. This time, I held nothing back, unleashing my full strength. The power of thunder erupted, crackling lightning leaping around me, making me feel like a god of thunder descended upon the earth, brimming with might. Lei, you are amazing. Yao Mei cheered excitedly from the side, and seeing her adoring gaze made my heart swell with pride. For Yao Mei, I must defeat these scoundrels today. I charged at the old man in black, delivering a punch imbued with the force of thunder, producing a deafening boom. The old man's expression shifted as he hurriedly dodged, yet still felt the wind from my punch, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. What are you waiting for? Attack! The old man in black yelled furiously at the henchmen, who finally snapped to attention, howling as they lunged at me. Yao Yao, stay behind me, I instructed her, activating my invincible mode once more. Like a tiger among sheep, I unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike infused with the power of thunder, causing the henchmen to wail in agony, and they fell in droves. This kid has some skills. The old man in black's face darkened. He realized that if this continued, he would surely meet his end here. Retreat, he shouted, leading the remaining henchmen in a hasty escape. Trying to run? Not so easily. Just as I was about to pursue, Xiao Bai suddenly rushed over, blocking my path. Liege, don't pursue a cornered foe. It's best to leave now. I finally realized that in my eagerness for vengeance, I had nearly forgotten the bigger picture. I embraced Yao Mei tightly, feeling her shiver slightly in my arms. It was a tremor of excitement, a relief from having survived. It's all right now, Yao Yao, we won. I whispered soothingly, our bond deepening in the wake of this victory, and I could feel our love solidifying. The surrounding power users gazed at us, envious expressions adorning their faces. With Xiaobai and a group of righteous street power users providing cover, we successfully broke through the final encirclement of the power organization. We escaped the power user district. Standing at a distance to observe the chaos of the power organization, a sense of accomplishment swelling within us. Ha ha ha, I have triumphed once more. I couldn't help but laugh triumphantly, feeling truly heroic today. However, the power organization would not let us off easily. They would undoubtedly devise more insidious plans to target Yao Mei and me. I looked at her and asked, Yao Yao, where shall we go next? Wherever you go. I shall follow, she replied, her gaze tender yet resolute. We exchanged smiles, hand in hand, embarking on a new journey together. Our future, though uncertain, brimmed with hope. Chapter 71. The power explosion. We strolled through the bustling streets, feigning the guise of a typical couple while remaining vigilant, wary of the power organization lurking about. After all, I had become their prime focus, enjoying the dubious honor of VIP treatment. Brother you, I feel as though someone is watching us. Yao Mei suddenly whispered, drawing closer. Well done, my Yao Mei. Your perceptiveness is remarkable. Almost simultaneously, a chilling aura of malice crept up from behind me, causing my hair to stand on end. Instinctively, I pushed Yao Mei aside and shouted, Get down! Swish, swish, swish. Shadows darted from every corner, moving with a speed that was almost ghostly, their glinting weapons revealing their malevolent intent. Assassins in the shadows, they have come. What a cowardly ambush! I scoffed inwardly while deftly evading their attacks. These foes employed a peculiar style of combat, fluid and serpentine, making them difficult to predict. Brother you, their attack patterns follow a rhythm. Look, Yao Mei, hidden to the side, calmly analyzed the enemy's movements. Without a doubt, a remarkable figure reborn. Your powers of observation are akin to that of a human radar. Yao Mei's reminder illuminated my understanding, prompting me to focus intently on their movements. Indeed, although their attacks appeared chaotic, they followed a specific pattern. Bystanders fled in terror, and the streets descended into chaos. As I evaded their assaults, I sought opportunities for counterattack, System, analyze their weaknesses for me. I silently urged. Ding, analyzing, weakness. Fear of high-frequency sound waves. High-frequency sound waves? An idea sparked within me. Yao Mei, cover me, I shouted. Understood. Yao Mei swiftly conjured an energy barrier that shielded us from the shadow assassin strikes. Drawing a deep breath, I gradually raised my right hand. I inhaled deeply, elevating my right hand, as a dazzling sphere of light began to coalesce in my palm. Super invincible thunder spiral. I bellowed. This was my newly acquired skill, immensely powerful. The radiant brilliance erupted instantly, transforming into a formidable wave of energy that surged forth with unstoppable force. Boom! The shadow assassins barely had time to react before being hurled away by this overwhelming energy wave, crashing violently into the walls, blood spewing from their mouths, collapsing like rag dolls. That impact was quite invigorating. I rubbed my wrist. The power of this skill exceeded my expectations, truly a masterpiece from the system. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Just moments ago, the menacing shadow assassins were now reduced to this pitiful state. The turnaround was astonishingly swift. I raised an eyebrow in triumph, reveling in the awe-filled gazes of the crowd. This sensation of playing the fool while devouring the tiger is simply exhilarating. Humph! Mere trifles, a chilling voice suddenly echoed, tightening my chest. That voiced it belonged to the old rogue Zhuge. Following the sound, I spotted Elder Zhuge standing not far away, looking at me with disdain. This old fellow is tenacious. What trickery do you intend this time? I narrowed my eyes, warily fixating on him. Lei Yu, your abilities have indeed surpassed my expectations, but do you believe you can escape our grasp? Such foolish delusion. Elder Zhuge sneered. Escape? Who said I wished to flee? Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. His arrogant demeanor incensed me, and I resolved to confront him head-on. Elder Zhuge wasted no time, directly activating his great ability. An overwhelming pressure enveloped me instantly, as if a mountain had settled upon my shoulders, rendering me breathless. I gritted my teeth, struggling against this formidable force. The blood within me seemed to boil, a fierce battle spirit igniting in my heart. Yao Mei, be careful, I shouted, pulling Yao Mei behind me. I'm fine. Though her voice trembled, Yao Mei's tone was unwavering. I inhaled deeply, my gaze fixed intently on Elder Zhuge, just as everyone expected me to withstand the confrontation. A sly smile crept upon my lips as I thought, Old man, do you truly believe I possess only this level of skill? Just when everyone assumed I would stand firm. Ha! I am no fool. My eyes scanned the vicinity, and there, a nearby utility pole. Perfect. I sprang up, akin to an acrobat, leaping atop the pole, gazing down triumphantly at the old rogue, relishing the moment. Old man, can you reach me? Ha ha ha, I made a face at him, infuriating him further. His face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's rear, nearly making me laugh aloud. This old chap, despite his age, is so easily deceived, truly a child at heart. Lei Yu, is dodging all you can do? Come down for a one-on-one, Elder Zhuge shouted in exasperation, his voice cracking as if he were slaughtering a pig. A one-on-one? Sure. You first climb up here and then we shall talk. I laughed heartily. This old man, at his age, wishes to scale a utility pole? Surely he risks injuring his back. I glanced down to see Yao Mei looking at me with deep concern, her gaze brimming with affection. A warmth surged within me, more comforting than 10 bowls of chicken soup. I winked at her, offering a reassuring smile. Rest easy, Yao Mei, I'm fine. Yao Mei returned my smile, and the sight of her joy was truly delightful. I felt invigorated, my fighting spirit surging. Just as I was preparing to unleash an aerial stunt against Elder Zhuge, I suddenly sensed the air around me grow thick. My heart sank. Something was amiss. I turned to see, lo and behold, a horde from the ability organization surged toward us from all directions, fierce as hungry wolves. This scene was more chaotic than a marketplace. I tightened my grip on Yao Mei's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, which calmed my heart considerably. Yao Mei, hold on tight, I said in a low voice. Yes, Yao Mei's grip was firm, her eyes resolute. I took a deep breath, scanning the surrounding buildings, when suddenly a glimmer of hope appeared. That abandoned building would serve as an excellent refuge. Let us go. I pulled Yao Mei and leaped. Chapter 72. The Path of Counterattack. I dragged Yao Mei, resembling two agile monkeys, as we bounded into the decrepit building. Behind us, the members of the ability organization pursued relentlessly, barking like rabid dogs, their noise unbearable. The building, aged and dilapidated, resembled a haunted house. The air was thick with a pungent stench, causing me to grimace. The odor was overwhelming. Green mold adorned the walls, the atmosphere dark and damp, while shards of glass and bricks littered the floor, crunching underfoot, sending shivers down my spine. Yao Mei clutched my hand tightly, her small face taut with tension, clearly anxious. "Fear not, Yao Mei, I am here." I reassured her with a pat and a comforting glance. "Yes," Yao Mei nodded, her eyes filled with trust. We crouched low, advancing cautiously. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed behind us, prompting me to swiftly pull Yao Mei behind a broken pillar, holding my breath. "Search, thoroughly search for them," a sharp voice commanded, reminiscent of a clucking hen. I cautiously peered out, observing the group scattering like headless flies, aimlessly wandering through the crumbling building. Heh, heaven has a path, yet you chose not to tread. Hell has no door, yet you come knocking. A wicked grin spread across my face. I pointed to a precariously balanced wooden board above. "Yao Mei, watch me." I leapt lightly onto the board, then swiftly onto another, my movements as nimble as a leopard. I positioned a sizable brick at the edge of the board, creating a makeshift trap, then quickly retreated to safety. Bang! A hapless soul stepped onto the board, which collapsed instantly, sending the brick crashing down. Before he could scream, he was left bloodied and broken. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The remaining members were thrown into disarray, shouting and brandishing their weapons wildly. "Now is my chance," I roared, charging forth like an arrow, my fists landing mercilessly upon the unsuspecting foes. Each punch connected with a resounding thud, eliciting cries of pain. Yao Mei supported me from the side. Although she lacked abilities, her agility allowed her to wield surrounding debris as weapons, causing considerable disruption. The battle escalated into a frenzy, and I felt my adrenaline spike. Invigorated as if on a high. Despite their numbers, they were mere fodder. No match for me. "You have chosen the wrong opponent," I bellowed, kicking one of the foe's awa as the blinding light dissipated. The visage of the venerable Zhuge turned a ghastly shade of pale. He could scarcely fathom that I would suddenly unleash such formidable power. Who on earth are you?" he stammered, trembling as he pointed an accusatory finger at me. "I am your grandfather," I retorted with audacious bravado, then jabbed my finger at his nose, berating him. "You scoundrels of the psychic organization, preying upon the weak and engaging in unspeakable misdeeds. Today, I shall administer justice and eradicate your kind." My declaration resonated with the nearby psychics, sparking a flurry of whispers and casting doubt in their eyes toward Zhuge. Enraged and humiliated, Zhuge bellowed, "Seize him! Kill this brat!" A cadre of elite fighters surged forth from behind him, charging at me with ferocity. "Ha! Come forth!" I scoffed, clenching my fists. "Today, you shall witness the true essence of power." "Lei you." A gentle voice wafted from behind me. Yao Mei clung tightly to my back, her body quivering slightly. Her breaths quickened. She resembled a frightened little rabbit seeking refuge. This sensation was akin to embracing a large, plush toy, warm, soft, and quite comforting. However, this was hardly the moment for indulgence. I must protect her. "Fear not, Yao Mei, I shall shield you," I murmured, my tone resolute as granite dam. Yao Mei softly replied, her voice a tad hoarse yet brimming with trust. She whispered in my ear, "Lei you." These words washed over me like a warm current, filling me with renewed vigor. I felt as if I had been invigorated, surging with energy. "Old man, do you truly believe victory is assured?" I declared, pointing at Elder Zhuge. "Look at those behind you. Are they genuinely willing to lay down their lives for you? You are but a selfish being, willing to sacrifice them for your own ambition." My words detonated like a bomb, igniting fervent discussions among the psychics, their gazes toward Elder Zhuge now fraught with skepticism. Some even began to waver, contemplating whether to continue obeying his commands. Elder Zhuge's countenance darkened further as he realized my tactic was dismantling his authority. "What are you standing around for? Charge! Kill this brat!" Elder Zhuge roared in exasperation. A few loyalists surged forward, yet others remained rooted in place, seemingly lost in thought. Ha! It appears your influence is not as formidable as you presumed, I taunted. You worthless lot. If you do, not of the members of the once arrogant and domineering ability organization have now turned into timid, quivering creatures, pursued relentlessly by us, their cries echoing in a cacophony, resembling nothing less than a one-sided massacre. Retreat! The old rascal Zhuge shouted, recognizing the dire situation. This old fellow could run faster than a rabbit. Seizing the momentum, we pressed on, swiftly breaking through the encirclement of the ability organization. The sunlight bathed us, making us feel like superheroes from a film, valiant and striking. I glanced back at the distant headquarters of the ability organization, resembling a massive black hole, brimming with the unknown and peril. I understood that this victory was merely temporary, and that a more terrifying retaliation was likely brewing. The future with Yao Mei remained fraught with challenges. Yao Mei, let's go. I grasped her hand tightly, feeling the warmth of her palm, my resolve unwavering. We would never be defeated by this rabble. A peaceful life awaited us. Hand in hand, we ventured forth into the horizon. Chapter 74. Breaking the deadlock runs faster than a rabbit. This old guy still has some agility. I scoffed at Elder Zhuge's swiftness while weaving through the towering buildings with Yao Mei. Just as we escaped the rabble, an unsettling sight caught my attention. A thick fog enveloped us in broad daylight. This fog was as dense as cream, obscuring vision entirely. Yao Mei, be cautious. Something feels amiss. I tightened my grip on her hand and slowed my pace. The cunning members of the ability organization had concocted such a thick fog, undoubtedly with malicious intent. Yao Mei sensed the abnormality too, nodding slightly, her other hand reaching for the dagger concealed at her waist. I cautiously felt my way forward, each step taken with utmost care. Suddenly, the ground beneath me gave way. What the? This is a trap. Fortunately, my reflexes were quick, and I leaped to a nearby tree just in time. Whoosh! Just as I steadied myself, several sharp whistling sounds pierced through the fog. I focused intently to see poison darts hurtling towards me. Damn, these guys mean business. I quickly dodged, the darts grazing my cheek and sending a chill down my spine. Lei Yu, to your left. Yao Mei's voice rang clear amidst the fog. I swiftly leapt to the left, narrowly avoiding an energy wave approaching from that direction. The fog not only obscured my sight, but also disrupted my senses. Had it not been for Yao Mei's warning, I might have met my end right there. The traps came one after another, like a series of interconnected snares, impossible to defend against. There were spikes, toxic gas, and all manner of bizarre hidden weapons, a veritable labyrinth of death. While evading the various assaults, I silently cursed Elder Zhuge's treachery. This old coot was intent on driving us to our doom. Lei Yu, above! Yao Mei's voice called out again. I looked up to see a massive iron net descending from the sky. If ensnared, I would be like a fish in a barrel. I hastily utilized my instantaneous movement, barely escaping the net's grasp. The incessant attacks were wearing me down, my abilities depleting rapidly. Just as I began to feel overwhelmed, Yao Mei suddenly exclaimed, Lei Yu? Yao Mei. Following her gaze, my heart sank. At some point, we had been surrounded. A dozen figures in black emerged from the fog, each wielding gleaming weapons, their murderous intent fixated upon us. Just when I felt I could no longer hold on, an electronic voice rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a special mission, Master of Traps. Completing this mission will grant you the ability to detect traps. Do you accept? Trap detection? This opportunity was incredibly timely. Without hesitation, I shouted in my mind. Accept? I must accept. Mission details. Successfully evade 10 traps within 10 minutes. Mission reward, trap detection ability. Ridiculous. Evading 10 traps in 10 minutes? I could accomplish that in mere moments. I grinned widely, gesturing a middle finger into the depths of the fog. Elder Zhuge? I'm right here. If you dare, come at me. The task given by the system was astoundingly simple. The once concealed traps in the fog now appeared as clear as daylight to me. Spikes? A trivial matter. I slid past them effortlessly. Toxic gas? Just a sprinkle of water. I could hold my breath and walk right through. Those bizarre hidden weapons were evaded with the ease of a juggler. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission completed. You have gained the ability to detect traps. Ha ha ha. This feels exhilarating. I laughed triumphantly, as the traps in the fog had become utterly inconsequential. Elder Zhuge, your elaborate schemes have only served to provide me with experience. Just as I reveled in my triumph, a chilling voice emerged from the fog. Kid, do you only know how to hide? The shadow assassin. This rascal had finally shown himself. I narrowed my eyes, coldly regarding the source of the voice. Hide? Ha! I simply didn't wish to waste time playing with you. I flexed my wrist, a cold smile gracing my lips. Now, I would indulge you. The shadow assassin's speed was astonishing. Appearing before me in the blink of an eye, his blade glinting coldly as it aimed for my throat. I swiftly dodged, the blade grazing my neck and sending a sharp sting through me. This guy was ruthless. A chill ran down my spine. I couldn't afford to be careless. The shadow assassin's attacks came like a torrential storm, and I found it increasingly difficult to fend them off. Damn! This fog was such a hindrance. I cursed inwardly while evading his strikes. Lei Yu, watch out! Yao Mei's voice was filled with concern. Upon hearing her, my heart jolted. I couldn't back down. I had to protect her. Taking a deep breath, I purposely revealed an opening. Want to ambush me? I've been prepared for you. I feigned vulnerability, pretending to be pushed back by the shadow assassin's assault, staggering as if on the verge of collapse. The shadow assassin fell for the ruse, sneering, "Die." He seemed to envision my defeat at his feet. In that critical moment, I smirked, silently chanting, "Rebound." The newly acquired skill, Mirror Flower Water Moon, activated in an instant. The shadow assassin's attack bizarrely altered its trajectory, rebounding back towards him. What? The expression on the shadow assassin's face morphed from triumph to disbelief. He had no time to react before his own attack struck him, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing to the ground with a muted groan. Wow, this skill is incredible. I couldn't help but marvel internally. Mirror Flower Water Moon was nothing short of miraculous. Lei Yu, you're amazing. Yao Mei's voice came from beside me, filled with excitement and admiration. I turned to see her eyes sparkling with awe, a radiant smile illuminating her face. In that moment, warmth enveloped my heart, filling me with strength. Yao Mei, don't worry, I will protect you. I gripped her hand tightly, my gaze unwavering to him. Yao Mei nodded emphatically. Just then, I sensed a powerful wave of energy approaching from afar. Not good, more of them are coming. I looked up to see the fog roiling as a large group of ability organization members surged towards us. Yao Mei, hold on tight. I grasped her hand firmly, bracing myself for the new challenge. They're coming, I murmured. Chapter 75. Unexpected Reinforcements. The dilemma resolved. The fog surged like a colossal beast, a multitude of ability organization members emerging from its depths, each bearing expressions as cold as death. Akin to a pack of hungry wolves eyeing their prey, I tightened my grip on Yao Mei's hand, my palms slick with sweat, yet I feigned nonchalance. Yao Mei, don't be afraid. I'm here. Yao Mei reciprocated my grip, her eyes filled with determination. I believe in you. The atmosphere grew stifling, the air around us seemingly frozen in time. The leader of the group was none other than the shadow assassin, nursing his chest and glaring at me with a countenance dark enough to drip water. Lei Yu, you're as good as dead. I rolled my eyes, mentally cursing the glitch, while maintaining a playful demeanor. Oh, isn't it the little shadow assassin? What, do you want another intimate encounter? I provocatively shook my fist, dripping with challenge. The shadow assassin's face turned an ashen green with rage, and with a single command, the elite members of the ability organization surged forward, their diverse powers illuminating the air like fireworks during a festival. I dared not underestimate them, activating the system's scanning feature while dodging their onslaught. Searching for an opportunity to counterattack, fireball, ice spike, wind blade. Various abilities rained down upon me like a torrential downpour, and I weaved through them with the agility of a nimble monkey, slipping through the gaps in their assaults. Yao Mei assisted from the sidelines. Though she lacked abilities, her keen observation allowed her to alert me to the enemy's weaknesses and attack trajectories. Lei Yu, be careful on the left. The moment her voice faded, I felt a searing heat rush towards me. I quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a massive fireball that singed the edge of my clothing. Ouch, that was hot. Thanks, Yao Mei. I expressed my gratitude while gathering my energy for a counterattack. However, the sheer number of enemies was becoming overwhelming. I found myself struggling to keep up. I had sustained several blows, each one akin to being bitten by hundreds of ants. A maddening discomfort. It is imperative that we devise a strategy to break through. Gritting my teeth, I activated the system's skill, entering a state of frenzy, and felt my strength surge instantaneously. Like a ferocious beast, I plunged into the throngs of enemies, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that caught them off guard. Yet, it was a daunting task to fend off so many foes. Even the mightiest tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. I found myself bearing several new wounds, blood streaming down my body. Damn it! This cannot continue. I will surely be worn down. I sensed my strength gradually dissipating, and my vision began to blur. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly echoed through the chaos. "Why, you goo? Hold on, we're here." That unmistakable loud voice could only belong to Xiao Bai. I turned to see an overwhelming mass of people, like a deluge, surging forth from the thick fog. Those brave brothers with abilities from across the city. Each wielding weapons, they charged towards the group of the ability organization with fervor. A wave of excitement surged within me, and I barely restrained myself from shouting, "Brothers, charge!" This sensation was akin to playing a game on the brink of defeat, only for a legendary teammate to appear, instantly reviving me to full health. Xiao Bai rushed to my side, brandishing his signature iron rod, and chuckled, "You goo. My apologies for being late. Traffic was a nightmare." I playfully punched him on the arm, grinning, "Good lad. You've got guts, brothers. Let's give these scoundrels a sound thrashing." Though the street's ability users were not particularly high in rank, their sheer numbers and pent-up determination made their strikes fierce. In an instant, the formation of the ability organization was disrupted, and their attacks became scattered, significantly relieving my burden. I cast a grateful glance at Xiao Bai, who returned my gaze with unwavering resolve. True camaraderie, unspoken yet profoundly understood. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I took a deep breath and silently commanded, "System, activate the skill supernova burst." A powerful surge of energy coursed through my body, every cell rejoicing in exhilaration. I clenched my fists, feeling the tidal wave of power within, a smile creeping upon my lips. "Taste this," I bellowed, delivering a mighty punch that unleashed a brilliant golden light, striking several members of the ability organization directly. Boom! With a thunderous crash, those individuals flew back like kites severed from their strings, crashing to the ground and groaning in agony. Standing tall, the pain from my wounds seemed to vanish, and I was filled with vigor and confidence. The very air around us felt suspended, as the members of the ability organization stood frozen, terror etched on their faces. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from the mist. "Incompetence! A bunch of worthless fools." "Ah, isn't that Elder Zhuge? What, can you no longer resist joining the fray yourself?" I regarded the elder emerging from the fog with a flippant tone, though wariness crept into my heart. The aura he exuded was far more formidable than that of the previous minions. Elder Zhuge's face darkened, his gaze fixated upon me like a venomous serpent, sneering, "Boy, do not be so smug. You are merely a clown, thinking that a ragtag group can alter anything? Pah, this old man certainly knows how to put on a show. I am not swayed by his tricks. A clown. I would say you are the old tortoise here, lurking in the shadows, concocting schemes, and yet you dare to criticize me. Today, I shall expose your true visage." I pointed an accusatory finger at him, unabashedly rebuking. "You?" Elder Zhuge's beard bristled with rage, his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver, sharp-tongued and quick-witted. "You, a mere minor character, will not last long. Is that so? Then let us wait and see." I remained unfazed, switching to verbal warfare. If I could infuriate this old coot, all the better. Just as we were on the brink of confrontation, Yao Mei approached me, gently wiping the sweat from my brow. Her tender gesture felt like a gentle breeze, soothing the agitation within my heart. I gazed at Yao Mei, warmth enveloping me. She has always been my steadfast support. I clasped her hand and lightly kissed the back of it, causing her cheeks to flush a delightful shade of red, her bashful demeanor utterly adorable. The brothers around us erupted into teasing laughter at our display of affection. "Tisk the lamentations of the singletons. All I can say is, are you envious? That's enough," Elder Zhuge bellowed, interrupting our tender moment. The old man's face had darkened like the bottom of a pot. Clearly incensed by my words, that moment, A powerful surge of energy emanated from the direction of the Ability Organization's headquarters, the immense pressure making it difficult for us to breathe. What is happening? A sense of foreboding gripped my heart. Haha, the real show is about to begin. Elder Zhuge's lips curled into a sinister smile. Those C-level and D-level minions, in the presence of our awakened group, are utterly pathetic. The cacophony of booming clashes and anguished screams reverberates, resembling a one-sided massacre. I feel as if I have activated invincibility mode, wielding my lightsaber with ferocity, each strike claiming the life of an adversary. In less than 10 minutes, we successfully breached the final defense and completely escaped that place of turmoil. Standing at a distance, I gaze upon the chaotic headquarters of the psychic organization, a profound sense of achievement swelling within me. This feeling is akin to completing a level in a video game. Exhilarating. I turn around and embrace Hongyao tightly, savoring the warmth emanating from her. Xiaobai and the other comrades gather around, all celebrating our hard-won victory. Lei Yu, you are remarkable. Hongyao lifts her head, her eyes brimming with affection and reliance. She nestles against me like a gentle kitten, instilling an overwhelming sense of safety. I look at her, tenderly stroking her silky hair, my love surging like a tidal wave. I hold her even closer, whispering softly in her ear, "Fool, this is what I ought to do, Lei Yu." Hongyao gazes up at me, her eyes radiating a warmth that threatens to melt me. "It's so wonderful to have you here." I look deeply into her eyes, our gazes intertwining, as if the universe has narrowed down to just the two of us. Our comrades observe our blissful moment, exchanging kind smiles and blessings. Yet, in my heart, I understand that this victory is merely temporary. The psychic organization will undoubtedly seek vengeance, and with Zhuge's treachery, they surely have greater schemes awaiting us. Contemplating this, I cannot help but furrow my brow, staring into the distance, my heart filled with apprehension for the future. I take a deep breath, striving to calm myself. I know new challenges are on the horizon, and I must prepare diligently. Hongyao suddenly tugs gently at my clothing, her voice laced with uncertainty. Let South leave this place first. Chapter 77. Escape from a Predicament. Wisdom and Valor We. Hongyao gently pulls at my sleeve, her tone tinged with doubt. Let South leave this place first. I inhale deeply, striving to maintain my composure. The current situation is grim. Zhuge will certainly not let us go easily. I nod, gently patting the back of Hongyao's hand. All right, stay close to me. We must leave immediately. After parting from our comrades, we cautiously proceed along the city streets. I remain vigilant, aware that the psychic organization likely has traps set nearby. Hongyao follows closely behind me. Though the street appears tranquil, I can sense danger lurking, causing my heart to race involuntarily. Lei Yu, do you think they will really let us go? Hongyao's voice trembles slightly, her gaze darting around as if danger could strike at any moment. Rest assured, I am here. I respond firmly, yet I know this safety is only temporary. I shut my eyes, quickly sensing the atmosphere around us. Envisioning a detailed map in my mind, I swiftly make a decision to take the small alley on the left. Hurry. We traverse several blocks rapidly, avoiding crowded areas as much as possible. However, danger does not recede. Suddenly, a familiar figure leaps down from the rooftop, blocking our path. It is the shadow assassin. At last, I've found you. His tone is cold and merciless, his body transforming into a dark shadow as he launches an immediate attack. I react swiftly, unleashing my abilities, leaping back just in time to evade his strike. The shadow assassin's speed is even greater than before, each blow imbued with lethal intent. As I dodge, I search for an opportunity to counterattack. I attempt to strike at his flank with my powers, but he effortlessly sidesteps, his speed and reflexes surpassing my expectations. Damn it. How has this guy become so strong? I curse inwardly, becoming increasingly cautious in fending off his assaults. Onlookers witnessing this clash of abilities flee in terror, the street descending into chaos. Lei Yu, be careful. Hongyao's voice carries urgency as she grips my sleeve tightly, seemingly ready to shield me from a fatal blow. I push off the ground with force, leaping into the air to evade a heavy strike from the shadow assassin. With a thought, I summon the auxiliary skill provided by the system, unleashing a searing flame from my hand, aimed directly at the shadow assassin's side. Though he narrowly avoids it, his body sways slightly. Hongyao, follow me. We cannot linger here. I call out, mentally devising our next move. Yet, Hong Yao hesitates. Trust me, we will escape. I reply resolutely, while secretly plotting how to swiftly lead her away from this perilous place. I clench my teeth, feeling as if two voices are clashing within me. Point one urges me to flee for survival. The other insists on displaying valor before the girl. This maddening conflict delays my responses, and the shadow assassin, energized as if on adrenaline, relentlessly closes in, forcing me to defend desperately. Is this all you can do? The shadow assassin mocks, moving with ghostly speed, causing me to nearly twist my waist. My frustration boils within, wishing I could flush him away like a bothersome insect, just as I feel I can no longer withstand his onslaught. A chime rings out. Ding! The system's voice chimes in. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the new skill flash, increasing speed by 100. Without hesitation, I activate it, feeling my body become as light as air, everything around me slowing to a crawl. A smirk creeps across my face as I employ the Lightfoot technique, essentially running extremely fast, circling behind the shadow assassin, gathering all my powers into a single heavy punch with a resounding boom. The shadow assassin is launched like a kite with its string severed, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Reminiscent of ketchup, I dust off my hands, shaking off non-existent dust, flipping my hair with a flare, secretly reveling. You think you can compete with me? You're still a novice, Lei. Hong Yao's voice quivers slightly. Before I can fully bask in my glory, I feel a soft body collide into my embrace. She clings to me tightly, and I can sense her slight trembling, like a frightened little rabbit. It's all right. It's all right. I gently pat her back, soothing her as one would a child, while warmth floods my heart. Truth be told, I didn't anticipate my previous display of skill to be so impressive. The system truly delivered. Hong Yao looks up, her eyes reddened yet shining with admiration, making my heart swell with delight. Lei Yu, you were amazing just now. Her starry-eyed gaze makes me want to spin around and perform a backflip on the spot. Oh, it was nothing at all. I feign modesty, waving my hand dismissively. Yet my smile betrays my elation. However, before I can fully revel in my triumph, an unexpected turn of events occurs. The shadow assassin rises again, like a cockroach, enveloped in dark energy, his gaze fierce enough to devour. Kid, you've successfully angered me, he rasps, his voice echoing from the depths of hell, sending chills down my spine. This guy has hidden skills. How underhanded. Before I can react, he hurls a dark, ominous object at me, moving with lightning speed and exuding a chilling aura. Instinctively, I duck. Thanks to Hong Yao's earlier warning, I remain composed in this critical moment, just as the dark object whizzes above my head, crashing into the wall behind us with a deafening bang, leaving a massive dent that emits wisps of black mist, an unsettling sight. I wipe the cold sweat from my forehead, relieved that I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have become a pancake. This shadow assassin plays dirty. Let us go. I grasp Hong Yao's hand, preparing to make our escape. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold, whether in 10 years or 30. But just then, I sense the air around us solidifying, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon us. I look up, my heart sinking. Before us stands a group of individuals clad in black uniforms, wielding various weapons. Their expressions grim and exuding murderous intent, blocking our path. The leader, whom I recognize, is a high-ranking member of the psychic organization, Zhuge. This is a serious predicament. I grip Hong Yao's hand tightly, feeling her palm damp with sweat. Lei Yu. Hong Yao's voice is soft yet resolute. I nod. Our fingers entwined. It seems we must confront this challenge head-on today. Chapter 78. Street Battle. The courage to counterattack. Goodness, this scene has left me utterly flabbergasted. The black-clad individuals before us appear as if they've emerged from the depths of hell, exuding a menacing aura that screams stay away. Especially that Zhuge, his chilling gaze fixed upon me, sends shivers down my spine. I feel akin to a piece of meat under the scrutiny of a pack of ravenous wolves, almost tasting their hunger. Hong Yao's palm is icy, gripping mine tightly. I sense her tension. Having been reborn, her perception of danger is undoubtedly sharper than mine. This truly is a significant predicament. I take a deep breath, reminding myself not to falter. I am a man destined to protect my beloved wife. How could I possibly be intimidated by this group of ruffians? With a resounding boom, the ensemble of dark-clad figures launched their assault. Multicolored beams of supernatural energy shot towards us as if they were free. Creating a spectacle that was nothing short of dazzling, I swiftly conjured an energy shield around myself, attempting to deflect the relentless barrage of attacks, which came in waves, unceasing and unyielding. Crack! The shield emitted a sound of shattering under immense strain. Fissures spreading across its surface, a jolt of concern surged within me. My E-grade powers were indeed insufficient. If this continued, both Yao Yao and I would likely meet our demise. I could not remain passive. I needed to devise a strategy. My eyes darted across the throng of black-clad adversaries, searching for a weakness. Suddenly, I noticed one individual whose attack rhythm seemed slightly delayed. That's the one. An idea sparked within me, and I resolved to exploit this opening. With a sudden surge of energy, I shifted the focus of my shield's defense to other areas and shouted, "Yao Yao, move!" I aimed to extricate Hong Yao from the encirclement. But just as I prepared to act, her expression shifted oddly, and she murmured, "Something's off. How could this be?" And my heart sank. Hong Yao's reaction was unsettling. Her gaze was akin to that of someone who had just encountered an extraterrestrial being. Filled with disbelief, a wave of unease washed over me. Had she uncovered some secret after her rebirth that I was oblivious to? Time was of the essence, as the black-clad assailants renewed their onslaught. This time with even greater ferocity, their various powers intertwining in a blinding display. I felt like a fragile boat tossed about in a tempest, on the brink of capsizing. How dare they underestimate me? My anger surged, a boiling sentiment of defiance swelling within my chest. I aspired to be the most striking figure in this city of supernatural powers and would not allow these miscreants to ensnare me. Just as I braced myself for a desperate fight, a notification chimed in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, Street Counterattack. Reward: Invincible Body, 30 seconds. I was momentarily taken aback. Such fortune? Before I could fully comprehend it, a golden light enveloped me, and a surge of formidable power coursed through my being, leaving me invigorated as if I had been electrified. What is this? I glanced down at the radiant golden aura enveloping me. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Since you wish to play, then let us engage in this game. A grin spread across my face as a wave of confidence surged from within, and with a powerful push, I launched myself into the throng of my enemies like an arrow released from its bow. I barreled into their ranks, and their flamboyant attacks struck me as if they were mere tickles. Utterly ineffective, with every punch I threw, the black-clad foes were sent flying like discarded sandbags, groaning in agony. How is this possible? A black-clad figure stared at me, his eyes wide with terror. He had likely never encountered such a brazen E-grade ability user before. I paid no heed to their astonishment. Seizing the moment of invincibility, I unleashed a flurry of strikes. Left hook, right hook, and a spinning kick, leaving the black-clad assailants in disarray, crying out in despair. Not too shabby. They were surprisingly resilient. I stretched my limbs, feeling as though this invincible form was tailor-made for me. It was simply marvelous. Just as I was caught up in the thrill of the fight, Hong Yao's voice rang out, "Lei Yu, go for it. I believe in you. You can do it." Her words were imbued with strength, resonating in my ears like a battle hymn. I flashed her a grin, throwing a charming glance her way. After all, I am your man. The encouragement from Hong Yao filled me with newfound vigor, a sensation far more potent than any stimulant. Her trusting gaze stirred my spirit more than the invincible body itself. I grasped her hand, her cool touch softening my heart, and I squeezed it reassuringly, conveying with my eyes, "Do not worry. With me, no one shall lay a finger on you." I offered her a cheeky smile, my determination unwavering. Boom, boom, boom. The black-clad foes resumed their attack, their various abilities erupting like fireworks, a beautiful yet perilous display. Rather than confront them head-on, I seized an opportunity, pulling Hong Yao's hand and sprinting towards a narrow alley. This maneuver left the assailants momentarily bewildered. They likely did not anticipate that I, a reckless warrior, would employ tactics. I intend to be the most striking figure in the city, so my wits must remain sharp. We navigated the winding alley, laying traps along the way, patiently waiting for our adversaries to fall into our snare. Just as we paused to catch our breath, a cacophony of rumbling echoed behind us. Turning to look, I cursed under my breath. Zhuge, the old man, had arrived with an even greater number of black-clad figures, blocking the alleyway. This spectacle was even more exaggerated than before. This old coot just wouldn't he quit. My brow furrowed. It seemed I was truly in a predicament. "Heh, little mouse, where do you think you're going?" Zhuge's sinister voice echoed in the alley, like a venomous snake ready to strike, sending chills down my spine. I clutched Hong Yao's hand tightly, feeling her palm tremble slightly that I turned to her. She met my gaze, and in that moment, 1,000 unspoken words passed between us. Suddenly, she appeared to resolve herself, gripping my hand firmly, and said, "Lei Yu, I will cover you. You need to find a way out." Hong Yao's voice was surprisingly calm, yet beneath that tranquility, I sensed a steely determination. My heart sank. What was she planning? Was she really going to sacrifice herself? I seized her shoulders. "Are you insane? If we're leaving, we leave together. You must listen to me." Hong Yao's gaze was resolute. "If I die, I can be reborn. If you die, it's truly the end." What kind of logic is that? Just as I was about to protest, Zhuge's impatience grew evident. "Enough dilly-dallying. Charge at them." In an instant, a barrage of powers rained down upon us. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted like a festive celebration. Only these fireworks were deadly. I hastily activated my shield, now reinforced by the system, capable of withstanding attacks below A grade. However, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. The shield's energy dwindled like a rapidly draining phone battery. Sending waves of panic through me, I needed to find a way to break free. As I struggled to maintain my defense, my senses heightened, and I finally spotted a glimmer of hope. A section of the alley wall appeared weaker than the rest. As if hastily patched, "That's it." I felt a surge of elation and shouted to Hong Yao, "Cover me." Without hesitation, she activated her ability, a skill that could momentarily immobilize our foes. Though brief, it was sufficient to buy us crucial seconds. Seizing the opportunity, I gathered all my energy and struck that frail wall with a powerful punch. With a thunderous crash, the wall crumbled, dust swirling around as I beheld an escape route. "Hurry!" I grasped Hong Yao's hand and dashed into the ruins. Behind us, Zhuge's furious roar echoed. "Pursue! Capture them alive!" We sprinted with all our might, losing track of time, until we finally evaded our pursuers. Leaning against a wall, I gasped for breath, while Hong Yao appeared utterly exhausted. Her complexion pale. "Hong Yao, earlier you." Just as I was about to inquire about her rebirth, an intense sense of danger surged within me. I abruptly looked up to see a shadow descending from above. A glimmer of cold light flashing in its grasp. "Watch out!" I cursed under my breath. This shadow moved with astonishing speed. By the time I reacted, the blade was already upon me, in a split second. I instinctively rolled aside, the dagger whizzing past my cheek and leaving a faint trail of blood. Damn, if I had been a moment slower, I would have been done for. Looking up, I saw a figure clad in black, face obscured, wielding a glimmering dagger. This must be that so-called shadow assassin. "How low can you go with an ambush?" I spat in frustration, feeling a sharp sting on my cheek, fury boiling within me. "I swear, if I don't make you bastards regret this today, I'll no longer be called Lei Yu." Just as I prepared to retaliate, a familiar notification chimed in my mind. Dangerous state detected. Unlock ultimate skill? Ultimate skill. My eyes lit up. I had been anticipating this. Unlock. I declared resolutely in my mind. Unlocking ultimate skill. Significant energy expenditure required. Please prepare. What? Significant energy expenditure? I felt as if my energy reserves were nearly depleted. But with no choice, I had to act. Here goes. Gritting my teeth, I focused my thoughts in that moment. My body was infused with an overwhelming force, a searing energy erupting from within, as though I were about to ignite. I could feel my powers surging wildly, energy visibly coalescing at my fists. I raised my head to the heavens and let out a thunderous roar, accompanied by a resounding bellow that reverberated through the air. My body erupted with a dazzling light, as if it were tangible, sweeping outward in an instant. Boom! The intense explosion echoed through the sky, sending shockwaves that propelled the surrounding debris into the air. Those members of the supernatural organization who had not yet reacted were directly struck by the light, flung away like kites with severed strings, crashing violently against the walls with a dull thud, instantly losing their combat effectiveness. Even the sinister old man Juga staggered back a few steps, his face betraying a look of horror. I could feel that the energy within me had been nearly exhausted, leaving me utterly drained. Yet, as I surveyed the chaos before me, my heart was filled with an indescribable exhilaration. This sensation was simply sublime. I grinned widely, flashing a mischievous smile. Lei Yu. Hong Yao suddenly lunged towards me, wrapping her arms around me with such force that it nearly crushed my ribs. Lei Yu, you were incredible. I knew you could do it. Her voice trembled with excitement, and as she looked up at me, I could see not only affection but also a kind of admiration I had never witnessed before. Worship? Goodness, could she possibly see me as a superhero? I chuckled, returning her embrace. Of course. Just look at who your man is. To be honest, I hadn't anticipated that move would be so powerful. It seemed this ultimate skill was indeed remarkable. The surrounding supernatural beings, dazed by my display, exhibited a range of emotions. Some were filled with envy and jealousy, while others wore expressions of disbelief. A few younger individuals, witnessing my embrace with Hong Yao, displayed looks akin to being choked on dog food. Seriously, at a time like this, are they still concerned with shipping couples? Taking advantage of their confusion, I hastily revealed the evidence I had gathered against the supernatural organization. Their exploitation of ordinary supernatural beings for nefarious deeds, their clandestine manipulation of conflicts among supernatural beings, and their human experiments. I painted them in the darkest light possible. Zhuge's aged face shifted from red to white, and then to a sickly green, akin to a chameleon. Those supernatural beings who had previously obeyed him without question began to murmur. Their gazes filled with doubt and discontent. Seemed this old man had made quite a few enemies. Let's go. I grasped Hong Yao's hand, seizing the opportunity to break free from the encirclement. Those individuals were now too preoccupied with their own turmoil to pay us any mind. Standing at a distance, I looked upon the chaotic scene of the supernatural organization, feeling an undeniable thrill. However, I knew this was merely the beginning. Zhuge would not let this slide easily. I could expect even fiercer retaliation in the future. I needed to hastily establish my own power. Solo endeavors were ultimately not a long-term solution. I had to find like-minded companions to join me. I took a deep breath, clenched my fists, and gazed resolutely into the distance. Let us go, Hong Yao, I said. We are heading to Chapter 80, The Dawn of Ambition. The Supernatural Beings Bar. I grinned widely, pulling Hong Yao inside. As soon as we entered, a mixture of alcohol, sweat, and an array of peculiar odors assaulted my senses, nearly overwhelming me. The bar was dimly lit, the music deafening, with groups of eccentrically dressed supernatural beings gathered together. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a high school reunion, yet tinged with an undercurrent of tension. Various gazes, like searchlights, swept over me, sending chills down my spine. Goodness, the pressure was palpable. I inhaled deeply, striving to present myself as a seasoned figure rather than a naive rabbit lost in a den of wolves. Clearing my throat, I raised my voice. Esteemed brothers and sisters, I am Lei Yu, and I have come today to. Before I could finish my sentence, a scruffy old man stepped forward, scrutinizing me with skepticism. With that little frame of yours, do you really think you can establish a league? You haven't even grown a full beard. My lips twitched. Could he not be a bit more diplomatic? At least give me some semblance of respect. A flamboyantly dressed woman beside him snickered. Him? An E-class supernatural being? What future could possibly lie with him? You'd be better off following me. Though the girl was indeed quite pretty, was her confidence not a tad excessive? I felt a wave of frustration. This was not the most auspicious start. But who was I, Lei Yu? I was not one to concede easily. Uncle Lin, Sister Sue, I understand what you are saying. I spoke earnestly. But the fact that I stand here today signifies that. I paused, lowering my voice for dramatic effect. I possess a trump card. A trump card. I feigned suspense, surveying the crowd and noting the shift in expressions from disdain to curiosity. Aha, the bait was taking. Clearing my throat, I decided to make my bold declaration. My goal, dear friends, is not to reign over this humble bar. What I seek is to dismantle the conspiracies of the supernatural organizations. To ensure that we, The supernatural beings no longer live like rats scurrying in the shadows. My voice, though not loud, resonated powerfully amidst the cacophony of the bar, akin to thunder striking the ground, leaving the room in stunned silence. Do you truly wish to remain trampled underfoot for all your days, to be forever regarded as a freak lurking in the shadows? I continued to stoke the flames of rebellion, feeling somewhat like a charismatic cult leader indoctrinating my followers. Remarkably, my impassioned speech began to bear fruit. Some initially indifferent supernatural beings began to whisper among themselves, "There might be some truth to what he says." A burly man scratched his head, mumbling, "Why should we let them bully us?" A mysterious masked figure echoed his sentiment, "I support you." Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, as a young man clad in a leather jacket stood up, his eyes blazing with determination. Seeing someone take the lead in supporting me filled my heart with joy. It seemed my charisma, or rather, my persuasive skills, were indeed formidable. Just as my confidence soared, a stir rippled through the bar. A group of individuals donned in black approached, clearly intent on causing trouble. Well, if it isn't Leyu. What? Trying to be the king of the mountain here? One of the black-clad figures jeered. Dripping with mockery, I furrowed my brow. These individuals were clearly sent by the supernatural organization to disrupt my recruitment efforts. Yet, I, Leyu, am no soft fruit for the picking. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears some do not wish for us to converse peacefully. I sneered, clenching my fists as a surge of energy coursed through me. The black-clad figures lunged at me, their approach brazen. Relying on their numbers to overpower me, I swiftly evaded their attack, then, without hesitation, delivered a powerful punch to one of them, sending him crashing through a table and chairs. Bang! The resounding impact silenced the bar, all eyes wide in disbelief, not anticipating that an E-class supernatural being could possess such strength. "Is this all you've got to confront me?" I taunted, clapping my hands together to provoke the black-clad figures. Their leader wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring at me with malice. "You're quite arrogant." But, before he could finish, a chill swept over me. "Hong Yao, watch me!" I shouted, turning to her. In that moment, I felt an influx of power. All weariness and tension dissipated. I glanced back at Hong Yao, warmth flooding my heart, and this strength fortified my resolve to face my adversaries. I clenched my fists, preparing to charge once more, but suddenly halted, turning to address those swayed by the supernatural organization. "Are you truly willing to be exploited by those despicable individuals for the rest of your lives?" I spoke solemnly, the bar falling into a hush. Everyone frozen, even the black-clad figures pausing their assault, their expressions perplexed. I inhaled deeply, continuing, "I, Leyu, stand here not to be your enemy, but to unite us in breaking free from their schemes, allowing supernatural beings to no longer be scorned by the world." My words struck like lightning, piercing through the hearts of those present. The formerly hostile gazes began to shift in complexity. Even among the black-clad figures, a few hesitated, their eyes betraying uncertainty. "Join us." I extended my hand, my voice sincere and resolute. "Let us together forge a luminous future for supernatural beings." Hong Yao cheered for me from the sidelines, her faith and support bolstering my confidence. I noticed several supernatural beings beginning to approach, their expressions resolute. "I support you," one of the black-clad figures suddenly declared, his eyes brimming with conviction. "I want to join too." Another supernatural being followed suit, and soon more began to respond, as I witnessed this influx of new members. A profound sense of achievement filled my heart. Though we are still a modest force at that moment, the bar's door was abruptly flung open, and a figure clad in black strode in hastily. His expression was grave. The agents of the supernatural organization had arrived, and a substantial contingent was hastening towards us. I glanced at the newly joined members, their gazes resolute. Although we had only just begun, we were no longer fighting alone. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself for the impending challenge, a surge of fierce determination igniting within me. "Let us proceed to the secret meeting point and prepare for battle," I bellowed, leading the new members out of the bar. Chapter 81. Breaking through the thorns. As we burst out of the bar, I felt an adrenaline rush, as if I had been invigorated. Behind me followed a group of new brothers. Though our numbers were few, our spirit was unyielding. Hong Yao closely trailed beside me, her beautiful eyes filled with trust and encouragement. making me feel as though I had donned the aura of a protagonist. My combat prowess instantly doubled. We raced forward, heading straight for the secret meeting point. As I crossed the threshold of the dilapidated door, an oppressive sensation struck me. Representatives from various families sat there like sovereigns, their gazes sharp as blades, piercing through me to my word. This atmosphere made it feel as though I had stumbled into a treacherous banquet rather than a gathering for allies. Welcome, new friends. Your bravery and courage command my admiration. A voice rang out, and the smiling face of Boss Chin appeared before me, though the glint in his eyes left me feeling somewhat uneasy. This man was a quintessential smiling tiger, undoubtedly scheming something nefarious in his mind. Clearing my throat, I endeavored to project an aura of authority. Ladies and gentlemen, our purpose here is simple. We wish to unite in opposition to the supernatural organization and forge a promising future for our kind. As my words echoed, the atmosphere erupted into chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. Come now, young brother. Mere words will not suffice, Boss Chin replied, his smile devoid of warmth. What benefits would joining the alliance bring me? True to form, he was a man of self-interest. Notions of sentiment and righteousness were mere illusions to him. I would consider joining. But Captain Zhao's voice was tinged with resignation. You see, I have dependents, and that organization will not spare me. How charmingly spoken. How can we be certain you are not a spy sent by the supernatural organization? A sharp, caustic voice interjected. It was Su Xiaomei. This proud girl was indeed a source of constant concern. I felt my head buzzing, as if swarmed by a multitude of flies. The individuals before me each harbored their own agendas. Some were driven by self-interest, others feared power, while a few simply relished the spectacle. My throat felt parched as I silently lamented the daunting challenge before me. Indeed, to ascend to leadership, one must first navigate this trial. Silence, a deep voice commanded. It was Uncle Lin, his brow furrowed, clearly displeased with the tumultuous scene. This old fellow still possessed a commanding presence. Instantly, the room fell silent, yet the air was thick with tension, like the calm before a storm. Taking a deep breath, I surveyed the crowd, a faint smile curving my lips. Shrouded in mystery, rest assured, I comprehend your concerns and needs. I paused, my gaze unwavering. Since you all have your considerations, then I did not continue but stepped aside, leaning down to whisper something in Hong Yao's ear. Upon hearing my words, her eyes brightened, and she cast me a look of admiration. I grinned, returning to face the crowd. Boss Chin, you seek profit, do you not? I pointed at him, my tone laced with jest. I can assure you that by joining us, you shall gain unparalleled business opportunities, far superior to your current gains. I cast out a bait, and indeed, Boss Chin's eyes sparkled with avarice as he scrutinized me. Assessing my worth, Captain Zhao, your concern lies with safety. I turned to him, my tone shifting to seriousness. I can provide you with comprehensive protection, ensuring the safety of you and your family. Captain Zhao visibly relaxed. I scanned the crowd, raising my voice. I know you all harbor doubts, yet the current situation demands our unity. Otherwise, we shall all fall prey to the supernatural organization. My voice resonated powerfully, like a sword cleaving through the silence. Whispers began to circulate among the family representatives, their expressions shifting from hostility to contemplation. Seizing the moment, I continued, we are now a community. Only through solidarity can we confront our formidable foes. Just then, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the meeting point. This is bad. The assassins from the supernatural organization are here. Uncle Lin's face paled, urgency evident in his voice. Everyone, prepare for battle, I shouted, a surge of fervor coursing through me. The assassins advanced with ferocity, each exhibiting remarkable skill. I led the new members and a few family practitioners in forming a defensive formation, engaging the assassins in fierce combat. Brothers, strike hard, I commanded, deftly dodging enemy attacks. My abilities slicing through the air like a blade, repelling our foes. The battle was intense, a dazzling display of intertwined powers erupting in brilliant light. Utilizing the superlative perception granted by my system, I accurately anticipated the enemy's movements, orchestrating our efforts to successfully repel the assassins. Lei Yu, you truly possess remarkable talent. Uncle Lin clapped me on the shoulder. Modesty is key, I replied, scratching my head in feigned humility. The other practitioners cast admiring glances my way, and I felt a swell of satisfaction. It seemed my display of prowess had succeeded. Suddenly, I heard a pained groan. Turning around, I saw Hong Yao clutching her arm, her complexion ashen. Yao Yao! My heart tightened as I rushed to her side. There, a deep gash marred her arm, blood oozing forth, twisting my insides with anguish. Hastily tearing a strip from my clothing, I carefully bandaged her wound. My hands trembling slightly. Yao Yao, how are you? It's my fault for not protecting you. Though she grimaced in pain, Hong Yao managed a reassuring smile that I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Don't be so tense, go command the battle. Don't let those guys escape. The more she insisted, the more my heart ached. This woman truly was a fool, even at such a time. Still thinking of others, I gently helped her to a side to rest. Placing a kiss on her forehead, murmuring softly, wait for me here. I'll return shortly. With that, I turned, my gaze sharpening, scanning the battlefield, flames of fury igniting within me. I would settle the score with the supernatural organization. The battle concluded swiftly, and under my guidance, we successfully repelled the assassins. Following the skirmish, it seemed everyone had come to appreciate the value of unity. The atmosphere significantly improved. However, before I could revel in the moment, Su Xiaomei suddenly stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at me. Hey, you! I want to challenge you to a duel. I was taken aback. What was this proud girl up to now? A duel? Why? Scratching my head, I looked utterly perplexed. Humph, if you lose, I won't be joining you. Su Xiaomei crossed her arms, a look of disdain on her face. Goodness, this woman was indeed stirring trouble. Very well, a duel it shall be. Who fears whom? I readily accepted. After all, I, Lei Yu, had never feared anyone as we distanced ourselves. I deliberately slowed my pace, exchanging a few blows with her. This proud girl certainly exhibited commendable strength, yet when compared to mine, she still fell short. I decided to show her a lesson. With a swift sidestep, I evaded her attack, then with a gentle push off my toes, I appeared behind her. Before she could react, I lightly struck her neck, rendering her dazed and crumpling to the ground. How about that? Do you yield? I stood with my hands on my hips, triumphantly gazing down at her. Su Xiaomei conceded, getting back on her feet, shooting me a glare. Humph, consider yourself impressive. I will join. Wow, this woman was rather proud, but I had to admit, the spectacle had been quite effective. With Su Xiaomei on board, other family representatives also expressed their willingness to join our alliance. My heart soared, feeling as though I had taken another step toward my goal. All right, since we are all comrades now, let me say a few words. I cleared my throat, surveying the crowd with a determined gaze. Going forward, we have a long road ahead. The supernatural organization will not rest, so everyone must be prepared to fight at any moment. As I spoke, I suddenly felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. Pulling it out, I saw a message from Hong Yao. Hurry, the plan has changed. Meet at the usual place. My heart raced. I sensed something was amiss. Immediately addressing the crowd, I declared, everyone, this concludes today's meeting. I have urgent matters to attend to and must leave. Without looking back, I dashed out of the meeting point. Chapter 82. The alliance takes shape. I sprinted with fervor, my heart pounding as though it might leap from my throat. Hong Yao's message felt like a covert agent summons, sending waves of anxiety through me. Racing at breakneck speed, I finally arrived at the familiar locale, the street corner CAF we often frequented. Pushing the door open, I found Hong Yao seated by the window, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, yet her expression was far from relaxed. What happened, Yao Mei? Observing your expression, could it be that someone is plotting something? I sat down eagerly across from her and asked. Yao Mei set her coffee down, pointed at her phone screen, her brow furrowed. Our people have discovered that the ability organization may have taken notice of our movements, and we are likely to face greater challenges ahead. Upon hearing this, I thought, wow, this plot is exhilarating. Isn't this precisely the battleground I have longed for? If they are watching us, so be it. What is there to fear? I am now part of an organization. I thumped my chest, brimming with bravado. Yao Mei shot me a disapproving glance and retorted, enough with the bravado. This is not the time for heroics. We must expedite the establishment of the alliance framework. I nodded, fully aware that relying solely on our small group would be insufficient. The urgent task at hand is to swiftly rally the scattered families of ability users to our side. So, where shall we go next? Let us just do it. I rubbed my hands together, eager to begin, though a hint of anxiety lingered in my heart. We will head to the most formidable stronghold. Yao Mei's gaze was resolute, referring to the territory of the ability user families. Well, indeed a tough nut to crack. I took a deep breath, knowing this would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Although the representatives of those families had verbally agreed before, their reliability remained to be seen, given the power dynamics behind their families. We set forth, carrying the nascent form of our alliance, marching grandly towards the family territory. In the distance, I spotted towering buildings, standing like fortresses, with a few sharp-eyed guards at the entrance exuding an aura that warned strangers to stay away. These families are indeed not to be trifled with. I swallowed nervously, my heart racing, but the sight of Yao Mei and my comrades looking at me with trust compelled me to hold firm. Brothers, let us rally our spirits. We must secure victory today. I shouted loudly, motivating myself. However, reality struck me hard. The old guards of each family proved to be quite troublesome. Each one was a cunning fox, presenting various stringent conditions, demanding proof of our alliance's strength or expressing concerns about retaliation from the ability organization. While some outright dismissed us with an air of superiority, I felt like a salesperson, my mouth dry from speaking, nearly on the verge of kneeling before them. My resolve began to waver. This was far more challenging than I had anticipated. Just as I was about to crack, I caught Yao Mei's gaze. She nodded at me, her resolute eyes bestowed upon me endless strength, along with Uncle Lin and Su Xiaomei, though they remained silent. Their trust was palpable. I gathered myself, wiped the sweat from my brow, and flashed an enigmatic smile at the old foxes. It seems mere words are insufficient. We need to demonstrate some real capability. Before I could finish, an elder from one family interjected. Young man, since you speak so grandly, why not let us see your true abilities? As soon as the elder finished speaking, I grinned, instantly comprehending his implication. This was precisely the reaction we desired. I clapped my hands, signaling my comrades to prepare. Brothers, show them what we've got. With my command, the alliance members swiftly positioned themselves behind me, readying for action. Uncle Lin was the first to strike. With a wave of his hands, several vines appeared from thin air, swirling like ethereal serpents, and promptly ensnared the dummies in the training field. Next, Su Xiaomei shouted, and a burst of searing flames erupted from her palms, igniting the vines and illuminating the entire area with a blazing inferno. What a spectacular visual! I stole a glance at the elders, their eyes wide and jaws nearly dropping to the ground. How about it, esteemed elders? This is merely an appetizer, I proclaimed triumphantly, signaling my comrades. Boss Chen and Captain Zhao followed suit. One manipulated metal fragments to form an indestructible barrier, while the other unleashed an electric current, encircling the barrier with a net of electricity, an impeccable combination of offense and defense. I took center stage, inhaled deeply, and summoned all my powers, feeling the energy within me surge like a volcanic eruption. With a mighty fist, I struck, and with a thunderous sound, the massive stone before me shattered into pieces, debris flying in all directions. Wow, impressive! Exclamations erupted around me. I posed arrogantly, feeling an exhilarating sense of pride. See? I am not one to be trifled with. At last, these old-timers were shaken by our display of strength. They began to murmur among themselves, expressions of approval dawning upon their faces. Just then, a powerful wave of ability energy surged towards us. And my heart sank. This was bad. The ability organization's people had arrived. Enemy ambush, I shouted, and the alliance members swiftly entered a state of combat readiness. Indeed, a group of black-clad figures descended upon us, charging with fierce intent. The battle was imminent, swords clashing, abilities colliding, and chaos ensued. I led the charge, fending off enemy attacks while directing my comrades. Hold firm, brothers. We will surely triumph. My blood surged with adrenaline, and I felt an overwhelming surge of power. Like a fierce tiger, I dashed through the crowd, each strike resonating with the force of a thunderclap, pushing the enemies back relentlessly. Lei Yu, watch out! Yao Mei's voice suddenly rang out. I whipped around just in time to see a black-clad assailant lunging at me with a dagger in a split second. Yao Mei's ice spike struck the assailant's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Causing the dagger to clatter to the ground, I retaliated with a punch, landing squarely on his face, sending him flying with a cry of pain. "Thank you, Yao Mei," I chuckled, feeling as though she were my guardian angel. With her by my side, my combat prowess felt doubled, as though I were blessed by the heavens. Yao Mei continued to direct our comrades while also warning me. "To your left, 3, behind you. Be careful, goodness, Yao Mei's insight is incredible. No wonder she is my girlfriend." Following her guidance, I dodged left and right, landing punches and kicks with an exhilarating sense of invincibility. Fighting alongside Yao Mei was an electrifying experience. A mere glance exchanged between us conveyed our intentions. Our synergy was truly enviable. As I watched Yao Mei's focused expression, her poised demeanor stirred something deep within me, and my affection threatened to overflow. Amidst the battle, I seized the moment to address the hesitant elders. "Esteemed elders, do you see this? This is the true face of the ability organization. They will not spare any ability user. Only by uniting can we stand against them and protect ourselves." My words struck a chord, awakening clarity in the minds of those elders. They finally resolved to join our alliance. "Excellent! Welcome aboard, everyone!" I shouted with exhilaration. Filled with immense satisfaction, our alliance has finally taken shape. Looking at this newly formed coalition of families, my heart swelled with a sense of achievement. This was all thanks to me. Lei Lauda. "We will follow you from now on. Lei Lauda, we are at your command." Hearing everyone's addresses made me feel elated. It seems my charisma remains formidable. I stood atop a platform, surveying the trusting and respectful faces below. Yet I knew this was merely the beginning. The ability organization would not relent, and greater challenges awaited us. Gazing into the distance, still reveling in the formation of our alliance, Yao Mei approached me. Whispering, "Lei, Chapter 83, Forge Ahead Lei." Yao Mei's voice jolted me from my reverie. I turned to see her serious expression, holding a phone with an urgent message displayed on the screen. My heart raced. Could there be trouble already? "What's wrong, Yao Mei?" I took the phone and my scalp tingled with dread. The ability organization had set an ambush on the path our alliance must take, clearly intending to intimidate us. I took a deep breath, returning the phone to Yao Mei, and turned to face the crowd. The alliance members exchanged worried glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. Uncle Lin furrowed his brow. Concern etched on his face. "Lei Lauda, this is likely a trap set by the ability organization. Our strengths are uneven, and acting recklessly could lead to severe losses. What is there to fear?" Su Xiaomei crossed her arms, dismissing the concern. "This is a prime opportunity to showcase our alliance's strength. We cannot retreat. We must charge forward and annihilate them. Su Xiaomei is right." A burly man stepped forward, his voice booming. "We worked hard to establish this alliance. We can't back down before we even begin. Let us do it." Nevertheless, Uncle Lin attempted to voice his concerns, but I interrupted him. I understood that his worries were not unfounded. Our alliance had just been formed, and the members had yet to develop camaraderie, which posed a challenge in combat effectiveness. However, if we retreated now, how could we ever establish ourselves in the ability city? The ability organization would only grow bolder, leaving us in an even more passive position. I clenched my fists, my gaze resolute as I scanned the crowd, declaring, "Everyone, I know you're concerned, but we cannot retreat. The ability organization is testing us. If we cower now, we will never survive in the ability city. We must." Before I could finish, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted me. A young man, drenched in sweat, burst into the room, panting as he exclaimed, Chief Lei, it's bad, Captain Zhao." "Silence, everyone," I roared, causing the assembled crowd to momentarily freeze in shock. My gaze swept across the room, sharp and piercing, igniting a fierce determination within me. I understood the concerns that plagued everyone, but we could not falter. To retreat now would only lead to a future where we would be ground beneath the heel of the ability organization. Lei, would lead us today to make these scoundrels regret crossing our path. I paused for a moment and, with even greater fervor, declared, "Consider this. Why did we establish the alliance? Was it merely to survive? To play the subservient role? Certainly not. Our purpose is to shatter this wretched world. We aspire to become the sovereigns of this city of abilities. The trivial troubles we face now serve as stepping stones on our path to greatness. Without enduring the storm, how can one behold the rainbow? Today, let us demonstrate through our actions that we are not to be trifled with. My impassioned speech resonated with fervor, as if accompanied by a rousing soundtrack, stirring the hearts of all present. Although Uncle Lin frowned, the worry in his eyes diminished somewhat, while Su Xiaomei eagerly rubbed her fists together, itching to leap into action. Chief Lei is right. Let's do this, roared a burly man, and soon others joined in agreement, the morale soaring to new heights. Excellent, this is the reaction I sought. Onward, I commanded, leading the way out of the Alliance Hall, a procession of determined individuals heading towards the battlefield. Before we arrived, I could already hear the distant sound of thunderous explosions, with a faint scent of gunpowder wafting through the air. Clearly, the enemy had commenced their assault. Everyone, be cautious, I warned, activating my system to elevate my ability level to the peak of E rank. Though the increase was modest, it was certainly better than nothing. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed as a fireball hurtled towards us. With swift reflexes, I sidestepped, the fireball detonating upon impact, releasing a wave of scorching heat. Damn it! I cursed inwardly, realizing these scoundrels were genuinely intent on eliminating us. In quick succession, a barrage of various ability attacks rained down upon us. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, like they were being unleashed without restraint. The members of the Alliance appeared somewhat flustered, struggling to evade the onslaught, with startled cries erupting from time to time. Steady, do not panic. Follow my instructions, I shouted, dodging attacks as I directed the others. Uncle Lin, use your earth walls to shield us from their ranged assaults. Su Xiaomei, look for an opportunity to strike. The rest of you, prioritize your safety. Under my guidance, the Alliance members gradually regained their composure, launching a coordinated counterattack. Though the enemy's assault was fierce, they found it difficult to breach our staunch defenses. I noticed several adversaries from the ability organization displaying expressions of surprise, clearly taken aback by our unexpected resilience. Heh, the surprises are just beginning. Lei Yu, watch out! Came Hong Yao's urgent shout. I whirled around just in time to see a shadow darting towards Yao Mei. My heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, I teleported to shield her. The shadow was a razor-sharp dagger, plunging deep into my back. Lei Yu, Yao Mei gasped, her eyes instantly welling with tears. Gritting my teeth, I stifled a groan and retaliated with a punch, sending the assailant sprawling. Thankfully, my tough exterior absorbed the blow. While it hurt, it was not fatal. I turned to reassure Yao Mei. It's nothing, just a minor injury, and no need for concern. At last, her tears fell, and she hugged me tightly. Trembling slightly, I gently patted her back, warmth flooding my heart. With Yao Mei by my side, I felt invigorated and fearless. What are you all standing around for? Fight back, I bellowed, rejoining the fray. Yao Mei wiped her tears and began to support me with her abilities. While she lacked powers of her own, she possessed extraordinary skills in information analysis and tactical planning. With her assistance, I felt as though I had attained superhuman prowess, my combat effectiveness soaring. In the midst of battle, I discerned a glaring weakness in the enemy's formation. Their flanks were inadequately defended. An idea struck me, and I signaled to Uncle Lin and Su Xiaomei to stealthily maneuver around the enemy's side with a few agile comrades. Ready? I asked in a hushed tone. Anytime, Su Xiaomei replied eagerly. Then let's go, I commanded, leading my brothers forth like tigers descending from the mountain. Damn! An ambush. The enemy's flank descended into chaos. Our surprise attack caught them off guard, many foes collapsing before they even had a chance to react. The morale of our alliance surged as we seized the opportunity, launching a fierce offensive. Fantastic! Chief Lei is amazing. Take down these bastards. The scales of victory seemed to tip in our favor, and a triumphant smile spread across my face. Yet, just then, a powerful aura emerged from behind the ability organization. This presence was chilling and domineering, sending shivers down my spine. This is bad. A master is here. I observed several figures clad in black emerging, exuding a potent wave of abilities, clearly not mere henchmen. The leader, with a sinister glint in his eyes and a smirk on his lips, slowly spoke. It seems I have underestimated you. My heart raced, and I sensed the immense pressure weighing down on my comrades. Some began to falter, fear evident in their eyes. An invisible force bore down upon me, akin to an unseen hammer striking my heart. Lei Yu, what do we do? Su Xiaomei's voice trembled, yet her gaze remained resolute. She gripped her weapon tightly, bracing for the impending conflict. Hong Yao held my hand firmly, her grip slightly shaking, but her eyes radiated determination. Drawing strength from her unwavering gaze, I inhaled deeply and steeled myself. Brothers, do not fear. We still have a chance, I proclaimed. Yet doubts began to creep into the minds of the alliance members. Some questioned my leadership. Uncle Lin and Boss Chen wore conflicted expressions, weighing the situation. Captain Zhao furrowed his brow, a hint of helplessness and unease in his gaze. Anxiety gnawed at me, but I knew I must not show it. I fought to maintain my composure, projecting calmness. I understand your concerns, but I am confident. We are not alone in this fight. We have Hong Yao. We have all of you. We have each other. Hong Yao smiled softly, tightening her grip on my hand. I believe in you. Lei Yu. A warmth enveloped me, a surge of strength coursing through my veins. Just then, a new tactical idea sparked in my mind, one that could turn the tide in our favor. I swiftly organized my thoughts and addressed the group. Listen up, brothers. Hear us the plan. My eyes gleamed with mischief as I laid out my strategy. The members of the alliance exchanged glances, their confidence gradually returning. I had awaited this moment. A flick of my fingers signaled, "Are you ready?" "Ready." They echoed in unison, hope rekindled in their eyes. Even those who had previously doubted me now brimmed with faith. The battle reignited. And this time, we would not be the passive victims. Su Xiaomei's assault team pierced through the enemy ranks like a blade, her whip crackling with energy, taking down foes with every swing. Uncle Lin's defense unit stood firm, neutralizing enemy attacks one by one. Boss Chen's mobility group darted around, harassing the enemy, leaving them scrambling to respond. Chief Lei is incredible. Chief Lei is magnificent. The morale of the alliance soared, their cheers echoing through the air. However, the masters of the ability organization were no mere pushovers. The leader of the group possessed a piercing gaze, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. With a sudden flourish of his hand, a wave of dark energy shot towards me like lightning. I swiftly dodged, feeling the energy wave graze my body, creating a large crater upon impact with the ground. A sense of alarm surged within me. This old fellow was formidable indeed. You wish to deceive me? It won't be so simple. I let out a cold chuckle, channeling all my strength into my legs, launching myself at him like an arrow released from a bow. Thus began an intense battle. His powers were enigmatic and unpredictable, rendering my attacks nearly futile. Meanwhile, his strikes grew increasingly ferocious, forcing me to defend myself with great effort. Lei Yu, be careful. Hong Yao's voice rang out from afar, laced with urgency. A warmth filled my heart, yet I had no time to be distracted. I needed to focus entirely to overcome this formidable opponent. I continued to evade, block, and counterattack, though I was at a disadvantage. I refused to surrender. I firmly believed that if I persevered, I would surely uncover his vulnerabilities. The surrounding members of the alliance, witnessing my relentless efforts, began to cheer me on, their voices swelling like a tide, imbuing me with boundless strength. Boss Lei, take him down. I gritted my teeth, my spirit ignited with determination. At that moment, I suddenly felt a powerful surge within me, enhancing both my speed and strength. The adversary grunted, his body propelled backward. Seizing the opportunity, I delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Ugh! He groaned in agony, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Elation surged within me. I had finally subdued him. Just as I turned to return, an unusual aura emanated from behind me. Yao Yao, be careful, I shouted, spinning around swiftly. To my dismay, this old fellow was surprisingly resilient. After enduring 2 of my punches, he was still on his feet, just as I prepared to deliver another blow. A warm presence approached. I turned to see Hong Yao, holding a clean cloth, gently wiping the sweat from my brow. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness, stirring something deep within me. "Are you all right?" she asked softly, her voice as gentle as a whisper. Gazing at her, an inexplicable impulse surged within me, and I pulled her tightly into an embrace, relishing her softness and warmth. "I'm fine. With you by my side." "I fear nothing," I murmured, my tone tinged with urgency. She reciprocated my embrace, our bodies pressed closely together, the air around us growing palpably heated. This was truly a small blessing amidst the chaos of battle. Just as we reveled in our closeness, I sensed a torrent of energy surging within me. My abilities appeared to have broken through their limits, my strength amplified. Releasing Hong Yao, I embraced the overwhelming power coursing through me. A wicked smile curling upon my lips, it seemed the time had come for these rascals to witness what true power entailed. I bellowed, unleashing all my abilities. A blinding light erupted, akin to a shock wave, sending my foes sprawling. Those who had previously been arrogant now fell like wheat before the scythe, screaming in terror. Holy cow! Boss Lei is incredible. Boss Lei is mighty. Crush these scoundrels. The Alliance members, inspired by my newfound strength, erupted in fervent cheers, their spirits soaring as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir, eager to charge forth and rend the enemies to shreds. Observing their excitement, I couldn't help but feel a sense of elation, as if I were the chosen one, basking in the glow of protagonist privilege. However, just as victory seemed within our grasp, a far more formidable presence emerged. I beheld a man draped in a black robe, advancing with an aura that was suffocatingly oppressive. It was the leader of the Ability Organization. An unprecedented pressure enveloped me, and I knew this would be a grueling confrontation. Clenching my fists tightly, I prepared to face the new challenge. Taking a deep breath, my gaze sharpened, and I solemnly declared, "Brothers, prepare for battle." At that moment, the man in the black robe halted, a sly smile creeping across his lips as he slowly spoke. "So you are Lei Yu? Humph, quite an intriguing little fellow, but alas." Chapter 85. A fulfilled conclusion. Eternal happiness, what in the world is this place? I muttered to myself, the darkness so profound that I could not see my hand before my face. More opaque than the darkest intentions of a villain, I groped my way forward. My feet squished against something soft and squirmy, akin to stepping on a mass of slime, sending chills down my spine. The surrounding silence was eerie, punctuated only by the sound of my footsteps, as if a monster might leap out at any moment. Suddenly, a distant glimmer of starlight caught my eye, and I dashed toward it, as if I had discovered a new continent. To my dismay, it was not starlight at all, but a gigantic, blood-red eye. Suspended in midair, it radiated a ghostly glow that sent shivers down my spine. Before I could even utter a curse, a swarm of bizarre creatures materialized around the eye. These entities were grotesque, some resembling octopuses brandishing long tentacles, while others looked like spiders spewing sticky webs. There were even blobs of muck writhing across the ground, causing my sanity to plummet. I quickly activated my parkour instincts, weaving through the monsters as if playing a game of Snake, dodging left and right in a thrilling escape. Each monster employed a unique method of attack. The octopus tentacles whipped through the air with a whoosh, spider silk shot forth, sticky and ensnaring, while the muck could transform into various weapons, from swords to axes. I evaded while analyzing their weaknesses. Octopus tentacles were vulnerable to fire, spider silk to water, and the muck. Well, it seemed to be afraid of an idea struck me. I picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the nearest blob of muck. The stone struck it, causing it to quiver and begin to writhe. The sight was too surreal to behold, and I promptly took my chance to escape, continuing my search for an exit. Suddenly, I felt a chilling breeze at my back and turned to see a massive octopus tentacle lunging towards me. I quickly sidestepped, the tentacle grazing my cheek, leaving behind a sticky residue. In a moment of desperation, I shouted, "System, give me that a powerful move!" I roared, feeling my blood boil as a surge of energy flooded through me. I sensed something awakening within, not the trivial powers I had previously wielded, but true strength. A radiant light began to emanate from my body, illuminating the dark space around me. The monsters shrieked in agony under the brilliance of my glow. As if they were mice trapped in a microwave, sizzling in their screams, I felt invincible, my body brimming with power. Octopus tentacle? A single punch obliterated it. Spider silk? A single stomp crushed it. Muck monster? It melted into a puddle of water under the radiance. I charged through the throng of creatures like a deity of war, unstoppable. The monsters that had once posed a challenge now crumbled before me. This power is exhilarating. I fought on, reveling in my newfound strength, feeling as if I were soaring. As I released more of my power, The space around me began to tremble violently, akin to an earthquake. Suddenly, with a crack, a fissure opened in the space, shimmering with white light. I knew that was the exit. Brothers, I'm leaving. I waved to the remaining monsters, then dashed like lightning toward the crack. I felt like a wild stallion, galloping with excitement, finally escaping this wretched place. As I burst through the fissure, I found myself back at the Alliance base. Just as I landed, I spotted a familiar figure, her expression fraught with worry and her eyes red-rimmed. It was Hong Yao. Before I could utter a word, she rushed over and enveloped me in a tight embrace. Her body trembled slightly, clutching me as if to meld me into her being. As long as you're safe. That's all that matters, as long as you're safe. Her voice quivered with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks and soaking my shoulder. The warmth enveloped my heart, and I held her tightly, savoring her warmth. The surrounding members of the Alliance, witnessing our reunion, wore expressions of relief, applauding and cheering for us. We clung to one another, reluctant to part. After enduring so much, we could finally be together again. The joy of reclaiming what was lost was truly beyond words. Just then, I suddenly recalled something of great importance, my expression shifting as I gently pushed Hong Yao away, my tone turning grave. Hong Yao, I have something crucial to share with you all. I drew a deep breath and recounted my harrowing experiences in that dreadful place. Revealing the insidious plots of the mysterious organization and vital information, I vividly described the bizarre creatures, and everyone listened in rapt attention, Hong Yao gripping my hand tightly, fearful of my sudden disappearance. So, these monsters were creations of the mysterious organization? The leader of the Alliance furrowed his brow, his expression serious. Indeed. I nodded vigorously. I'm unsure what their intentions with these creatures are, but it certainly cannot be anything good. What shall we do now? Inquired a young member of the Alliance, his voice tinged with apprehension. Fear not. I reassured him with a confident pat on his shoulder. I have acquired their crucial intelligence. And as long as we unite our efforts, we shall undoubtedly triumph over them. I proceeded to share the information I had gathered with everyone, presenting my strategy for our response. Although the path ahead remained fraught with challenges, under my guidance, hope was rekindled among us, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipating, replaced by a resolute spirit of solidarity. In the following days, we utilized the insights I provided not only to successfully address the issues surrounding resource development, but also to follow the trail and unveil the nefarious schemes of the mysterious organization, ultimately dismantling their stronghold. The Alliance's strength soared to unprecedented heights, and I emerged as a hero within our ranks, receiving accolades wherever I went. A truly exhilarating sensation. Yet, the greatest joy came from the fact that Hong Yao and I could finally embrace a tranquil existence together. The sun shone brightly, flowers bloomed in abundance, and the melodious chimes of the church bells resonated through the air. Today marked a momentous occasion, the day of my union with Hong Yao. The wedding venue was adorned with exquisite decorations, overflowing with flowers and ribbons, exuding a festive atmosphere. Members of the Alliance, along with friends who had once lent me their support, gathered to celebrate, their faces radiant with joy as they bestowed their blessings upon us. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, I stood at the end of the aisle, watching as Hong Yao approached in her pristine white gown. She looked ethereal, like a fairy, and my heart raced as if it might burst from my chest. As she reached me, I gently took her hand, feeling the slight chill of her fingers against my warm grasp. Our gazes locked, each of us reflecting the profound love that resonated within Hong Yao. I love you, I declared earnestly. Lei Yu, I love you too, she replied, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Amidst the chorus of well wishes from our guests, we exchanged rings and vowed our devotion to one another. In that moment, I felt like the happiest person in the world. After the ceremony, we returned to our cozy little home. A quaint space, modest yet inviting. We cooked together, watched television side by side, engaged in lively conversations, and took leisurely strolls. Each day unfolded in a tapestry of simple yet profound happiness. Thus, our story concludes here. It is a tale of love and courage, as well as one of growth and transformation.